Chapter 1. The Young Boy of Lingjia Town. Lingjia Town. As dawn broke, young Qin Lai rose from his slumber, his movements mechanical as he performed a hasty morning wash before making his way to the dining hall of the Ling family. Clad in a coarse linen robe, Qin Lai's frame was slender, and while his features retained a certain delicate clarity, his eyes held a vacant and hollow expression, devoid of any spark, evoking an unsettling impression of a soul lost. Along the way, myriad youthful warriors from Lingjia Town had similarly risen early. Many greeted Qin Lai with benevolent smiles. "Good morning, Qin Lai." Ling Feng, noticing Qin Lai's entrance, broke into a wide grin and waved to him. Regrettably, Qin Lai appeared oblivious to the surrounding voices, his expression remaining stoic as he brushed past Ling Feng, continuing on his path. "Why do you bother engaging with such a simpleton, Feng? It's clear he's incapable of responding. Yet you greet him every morning?" Scoffed Ling Ying, dressed in a vibrant yellow outfit that highlighted her ample figure. At 18, she was strikingly beautiful, with an enticing silhouette that invited admiration. With a disdainful glance at Qin Lai, she spoke dismissively. The other young men and women of the Ling family, upon hearing Ling Ying's remark, felt a chill pass through them, discontent rising in their hearts. Ling Ying huffed dismissively, disregarding the gazes that fell upon her, and proudly lifted her chest in defiance. Most of the young people nearby were at the 4th or 5th level of body refinement and were little concerned with Ling Ying, who had already ascended to the 6th. In her eyes, only Ling Feng, at the 7th level of body refinement, held any significance. Ling Feng furrowed his brow slightly, addressing Ling Ying. "Little Ling, your time in Lingjia Town has been brief, and you have not received any of the benefits bestowed by grandfather Qin Lai, which might shape your opinion of him. I hold no grudge. However, we, the Ling family's youth, have all received the guidance of grandfather Qin Shan while he lived. Even though he passed away 2 years ago, we ought to remember his kindness. I hope you can find it in yourself to offer Qin Lai the respect he deserves." Ling Ying blinked, momentarily surprised. Was his grandfather truly formidable? Grandfather Qin Shan was a master artisan, Ling Feng said emphatically. Ling Ying's demeanor shifted to one of reverence. What level of artisan was he? Did he craft spirit tools for the Ling family? Alas, no. Ling Feng shook his head. Grandfather Qin Shan was solely proficient in repairing spirit tools ranked at the 5th tier or below. "Oh, is that so? I expected him to be someone truly extraordinary. Turns out it's nothing remarkable," Ling Ying replied, striking a theatrical pose as she chuckled. "To us, this is indeed quite impressive," Ling Feng stated, his expression unchanging as he continued. 5 years ago, grandfather Qin Shan brought Qin Lai to our Lingjia Town, seeking a discussion with our patriarch. In exchange for assisting our warriors with the repair of 5th-tier spirit tools, he requested mining rights to the numerous caves of Yaoshan and chose to remain in Lingjia Town with Qin Lai. For 3 years after, grandfather Qin Shan frequently traversed between Lingjia Town and the mines of Yaoshan with Qin Lai. During this time, he repaired any broken spirit tools of the 5th tier or below. No matter how damaged, he restored them to their original states, preserving their power intact. With a flourish, Ling Feng conjured forth a burst of fiery light from a red ring affixed to his wrist. The ring suddenly expanded into a radiant hammer, its dark red surface adorned with etchings of fiery clouds, releasing waves of scorching heat. This fire cloud hammer is a 2nd-tier spirit tool, my most cherished possession. 3 years ago, while traversing the extreme cold mountain, I was struck by the icy breath of a spirit beast, the ice soul python. The fire cloud hammer shielded me from the chill, allowing me to survive, though it became severely damaged. Had it not been for the repairs by grandfather Qin Shan, my fire cloud hammer would surely be in ruins. Many of our Ling family members have suffered similar fates with their spirit tools. Thankfully, with the assistance of grandfather Qin Shan, those broken tools were restored. Otherwise, we would have suffered considerable losses, Ling Feng remarked, his gaze drifting toward Qin Lai's silhouette. "But he has been dead for 2 years now," Ling Ying remarked, astonished. "The Ling family is one that shows gratitude. Qin Lai is quite pitiable. He arrived in Lingjia Town at the age of 10 with his grandfather and has remained this way ever since. While grandfather Qin Shan was alive, There were those who cared for him, but since his passing, alas, Ling Feng's tone grew somber. But isn't the second young lady even more unfortunate? I heard the patriarch promised grandfather Qin Shan that next month, on the second young lad's 15th birthday, she would be betrothed to Qin Lai. You, who have grown up in Lingjia town, could you clarify this matter? Ling Ying leaned in, lowering her voice to a whisper. How could the patriarch agree to a betrothal with Qin Lai? That would be akin to pushing the second young lady into a pit of fire. I am unsure, Ling Feng replied, equally perplexed. To him, even if there had been an agreement between the patriarch and Qin Shan, it seemed that with Qin Shan's passing, any such agreement would have lost its significance. Lingjia Dining Hall. 3 square wooden tables were pushed together to form an elongated dining table, laden with steamed buns, congee, and side dishes. The patriarch of the Ling family, Ling Qingye, presided at the head of the table, flanked by his sister-in-law, Du Jialan, and his younger brother, Ling Qingji. Beside Du Jialan sat her 2 sons, Du Heng and Du Fei, while on Ling Qingzi's side were his 2 nieces, Ling Yushi and Ling Xinxian. The Ling family comprised 3 brothers. The eldest, Ling Qingye II, Ling Qinghui, and the youngest, Ling Qingji. 10 years prior, Ling Qinghui had succumbed to the dangers of cultivation and tragically perished, leaving his wife, Du Jialan, with her 2 sons, who now bore her surname, to continue their training within the Ling family's embrace. In this realm known as the spirit domain, an expanse of boundless oceans intertwined with vast continents, diverse races thrived, each cultivating their essence using the pervasive spiritual energy, relentlessly pursuing the ultimate mysteries of heaven and earth. Here, the strong loomed like towering peaks, wielding spirit tools that could obliterate worlds, while hierarchies among martial factions spread like a vast web, ensnaring every remote corner of existence. In this domain, martial artists and spirit tools bore well-defined ranks, and the intricate web of families, sects, and merchant guilds established a meticulous hierarchy of power. The practice of martial arts in the spirit domain was divided into 10 realms: body refinement, opening element, myriad forms, channeling shadows, willful, breaking free, nirvana, indestructible, void, and domains genesis. Body refinement itself was subdivided into 9 tiers, with subsequent realms further categorized into early, mid, and late stages. Equally, the enigmatic spirit tools and formidable artisans possessed articulated ranks: common, profound, earth, heaven, and divine, with each category further divided into 7 grades. Moreover, even the families and sects maintained rigid stratifications, categorized into levels: blue stone, black iron, red copper, silver, and gold, pressing down in a pyramid-like hierarchy. The lowest tier, blue stone, represented the most fundamental forces within the spirit domain, their numbers as abundant as grains of sand, always reliant on stronger factions for survival and forced to endure endless indignities. At the pyramid's apex, the gold-level faction stood as the most illustrious existences, endowed with the mightiest martial artists, the most extraordinary spirit tools, the broadest territories, and the most mysterious sanctums, overseeing numerous silver, red copper, black iron, and blue stone factions. With a single command, they could alter the heavens, stain rivers with blood, and reduce countless lives to ashes. The Ling family was merely a minor force that had yet to attain even blue stone status, subsisting alongside several small families under the Greenstone-level force, known as the Starlight Pavilion based in Ice Rock City. They were required to pay a significant tribute annually to Starlight Pavilion to ensure their protection and maintain their foothold in Lingjia town. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed from afar, and soon Qin Lai appeared punctually, mechanically taking a seat directly opposite Ling Qingye at the dining table. He silently picked up a bowl and began to eat. For the past 5 years, Qin Lai had incorporated this routine into his daily life. Although the townsfolk perceive him merely as a fool, his habit of arriving for meals on time remained unwavering. In the initial 3 years, Qin Shan had accompanied him, but after Qin Shan's demise, Qin Lai continued this pattern alone, steadfast in his habits. After his morning meal, Qin Lai would venture into the mines of Yaoshan behind Lingjia town, returning only when the dusk fell, just in time for dinner with the Ling family, before retreating alone back to his residence for rest. Day after day, year after year, he had lived this way, his existence marked by an unchanging monotony. 5 years had passed, and no one knew what he and his grandfather had engaged in at the mineral caves of Yaoshan. Not even the patriarch, Ling Qingye, who remained baffled. "Hey!" Du Fei suddenly broke the silence, unable to suppress a snicker as he cast a derisive glance at Qin Lai. "My future brother-in-law has quite the appetite. Next month, when Xian is officially engaged to him, it'll be no big deal. It's akin to having a well-behaved, yet peculiar pet dog." As he spoke, Du Fei leered at Ling Xianxian. Adorned in fiery red armor, Ling Xianxian was already showcasing an alluring figure, her lovely face animated with intelligence and allure. At just 15, she was already renowned for her beauty. Boom! With a forceful slam of her delicate, porcelain-like hand against the table, the bowl before her leapt from its place, splattering half a bowl of kanji across the faces of Du Jiaolan, Du Heng, and Du Fei. Although they reacted swiftly, they were still thoroughly drenched in the sticky mess. "I would rather die than be engaged to him." Before Du Jiaolan could express her outrage, Ling Xianxian surged to her feet, disregarding her father Ling Qingye's displeased expression as she stormed toward the door like a blazing inferno. As she passed through the wooden door, a flick of her hand released a burst of orange-eared light that exploded forth the wide door shattered, sending wooden splinters flying. Not a single piece of debris touching the ground before Ling Xianxian disappeared from sight. Ling Qingye, poised to reprimand her, suddenly froze, his gaze drawn to the fallen debris, his eyes lighting up with a spark of realization. "Eldest brother, when did Xianxian break through to the 7th level of body refinement? The excess spiritual energy this radiates is unmistakably the hallmark of the 7th tier." Ling Qingji exclaimed, rising with palpable excitement. To achieve the 7th level by 15 is an astounding talent, surpassing even Yushur. If she maintains this momentum, she will undoubtedly enter the opening element realm by 20, and she will surely attract the favor of Starlight Pavilion. Ling Qingye suppressed his internal excitement, clearing his throat as he turned to Ling Yushur. When did Xianxian achieve her breakthrough? Draped in a flowing green gown, Ling Yushur wore her raven hair, cascading over her shoulders. Her refined countenance exuded an elegant aura, with skin like purest jade, even seated. Her tall, enticing figure captured Du Heng's gaze, preventing him from diverting his attention for even a moment. Xianxian broke through just 7 days ago. She was eager to share this delightful news with father, but unfortunately Ling Yushi's tone turned somber. A few days prior, she overheard father had promised grandfather Qin Shan that on her birthday, they would be engaged to Qin Lai. So Ling Yushur hesitated, but Ling Qingye had already deduced the situation, his expression turning resigned. "Ah!" At that moment, Qin Lai, who had been engrossed in his meal, abruptly rose as if he were oblivious to the conversation or tension surrounding him. Following his usual routine, he finished his food and prepared to leave. He walked resolutely toward the Yaoshan behind Lingjia town. "Eldest brother, I have a few matters I wish to discuss privately with you." Ling Qingji suddenly stood as well, exchanging a meaningful glance with Ling Qingye before following in Qin Lai's wake, departing the dining hall. Ling Qingye, contemplative, trailed behind. As they navigated the uneven mountain path, Ling Qingye and Ling Qingji maintained a respectful distance behind Qin Lai, their gazes flickering over him as they engaged in quiet conversation. "It has been 5 years since Qin Shan brought Qin Lai here. I can't help but wonder what they do in those caves. Have they uncovered anything? Of course, I'm curious. However, I had a promise with Qin Shan not to intrude upon the caves without reason. Besides, we Ling family members have long since explored those caves, finding no valuable spirit stones. Otherwise, I would never have consented to relinquish the mines to him and his grandfather." "What then of the engagement between Xianxian and Qin Lai? Brother, I know you would never sacrifice Xuanxuan's happiness for anything. What is the reasoning here?" Before passing, Qin Shan insisted I agree to it. Out of respect for his assistance over the years, I reluctantly complied. But it is not as you believe. He merely hopes that after his passing, Qin Lai will continue to receive care from our Ling family. Care in what sense? It is merely an engagement. With both Qin Lai and Xianxian at 15, he requested that our family look after Qin Lai until he turns 17, at which point either party will have the option to terminate the engagement unilaterally. The existence of this betrothal is only intended to ensure that Qin Lai has the identity of a son-in-law during these years, so that the Ling family members would not mistreat him nothing more. Rest assured, Xian has now reached the 7th level of body refinement, destined to enter Starlight Pavilion. I shall ensure that Qin Lai does not impede her future when the time comes. I shall promptly dissolve the engagement. I see. Ling Qingji nodded, contemplating the implications. After a moment, he ventured cautiously, "Brother, there is something I am uncertain whether to express." "Speak freely," Ling Qingye urged, brow furrowed. "As you described, the engagement is merely a formality. There need not be a marriage between Qin Lai and Xian. He could be engaged to Yushi instead. Even if she is 2 years older than him, that should not be a problem." Ling Qingji probed gently. Suddenly, Ling Qingye's expression darkened. "Eldest brother, I am aware your heart aches for both Yushi and Xian, as mine does. However, even a mere engagement could impact a young lattice reputation. This year, Xian is but 15, yet has already reached the 7th level of body refinement. It is quite evident that her aptitude for cultivation and comprehension of spiritual techniques far exceeds that of Yushi. Xuangshuan's future potential is limitless. She is destined to be the true hope of our Ling family." At this point, Ling Qingzi's expression grew grave. "In the future, Xian will ascend to realms unattainable by us, forging alliances with powerful factions beyond our imagination. Yet if she has a prior engagement, it leaves a blemish on her record that may hinder her prospects. Third brother, you are becoming increasingly pragmatic," Ling Qingye sighed, shaking his head. "Allow me to ponder this matter. Yushi is diligent and mild-mannered if I act. I am sure she would agree without question, yet my heart hesitates to act against her interests. For the sake of our family's future and Xuangshuan's prospects, I implore you to consider it earnestly," Ling Qingji pressed. Ling Qingye fell into a contemplative silence, the minutes dragging on before he finally spoke. "Let us put this matter aside for now. You have taken charge of the mining operations at Yaoshan for years. I have seldom inquired deeply. Today, your summons to me regarding Yaoshan must hold special significance. What exactly is it all about? You will understand upon arrival. I have a hunch this matter may concern Qin Lai." Chapter 2. Yaoshan. The Yaoshan of the Ling family extends from a branch of the extreme cold mountain range, situated at the very outer edge of this frigid expanse. In comparison to the towering and icy peaks of the extreme cold mountain range, Yaoshan is rather inconspicuous, lacking in spiritual energy. Lingjia town lies at the fringes of the extreme cold mountain range, nestled at the foot of Yaoshan. Although the spiritual energy of Yaoshan is not remarkable, its sufficient distance from the extreme cold mountain range renders it less frigid, making it suitable for the cultivation of spiritual herbs. The spiritual herbs grown on Yaoshan serve as the primary source of income for the Ling family, and a significant portion of the offerings submitted to the Xingyun Pavilion each year consists of these herbs. In recent years, the cultivation and harvesting of spiritual herbs on Yaoshan have been overseen by Ling Qingji. Despite Du Jiaolan's attempts to interfere, the Ling brothers have consistently thwarted her efforts on Yaoshan. Patches of herb gardens resemble blocks of tofu, with the majority of the spiritual herbs cultivated within being of the 3rd rank or below. Their value modest, yet abundant in quantity. Among them, Yeshua, Hanyun grass, and Shugwan flower are notable 3rd-rank spiritual herbs prioritized in cultivation, as they are fundamental ingredients for crafting recovery pills, which are in high demand from Xingyun Pavilion each year. At this moment, the two brothers, Ling Qingye and Ling Qingji, stand before a patch of Yeshua. When in bloom, the Yeshua resembles a young maiden's outstretched hand, with 5 slender leaves akin to delicate fingers. Hence its name. The growth cycle of Yeshua, from planting to harvesting, spans approximately 6 months, and it is relatively unaffected by weather changes, making it one of the easiest spiritual herbs to cultivate. However, the current patch of Yeshua shows signs of withering before it has even had the chance to bloom, causing Ling Qingye's countenance to darken considerably. Is it only the Yeshua that suffers this fate? Ling Qingye inquires, still holding on to a glimmer of hope. Ling Qingji offers a bitter smile. The Yeshua is comparatively better. The patches of Hanyun grass and Shugwan flower are in an even worse state, with far more severe withering. This year, I fear it will be challenging to gather the herbs required for our offering to Xingyun Pavilion. Ling Qingye's expression shifts dramatically as he sternly demands, "What exactly is going on? Why did you not inform me sooner?" I am equally in the dark, Ling Qingji replies, his face etched with concern. Since Qin Shan's passing 2 years ago, the yield of the herb gardens has been dwindling season by season. While a reduction in yield is manageable, it has become increasingly concerning, and I admit, I neglected this matter due to my preoccupation with advancing my cultivation. When I realized something was amiss, I believed I could regain control. I invested considerable effort into nurturing and adjusting the spiritual herbs, hoping to reverse the situation. However, I did not anticipate that, starting 3 months ago, the herbs would gradually begin to wither. Before I could react, large swathes of herbs had already perished. Ling Qingji's head hangs low in despair, accepting blame without attempting to deflect responsibility. Ling Qingya's face falls as he remains silent for some time, suddenly stating, "What does the decline of the herb gardens have to do with Qin Lai? He has spent years within the depths of Yaoshan's caverns. How could he possibly affect the herbs, brother? What reason do you have to suspect Qin Lai?" To him, Qin Lai is merely a fool, leading a soulless existence, incapable of influencing Yaoshan. Since he and his grandfather entered the Yaoshan mine 5 years ago, I have been observing them discreetly. Over the years, the changes in Yaoshan have been minimal. Yet one phenomenon has struck me as peculiar. Ling Qingji furrows his brow, pondering as he speaks. What phenomenon do you find strange? Ling Qingya asks, bewildered. Whenever thunder and rain occur, the skies above Yaoshan become densely charged with lightning. Each time, bolts strike the summit of the mountain, and at times, the sheer intensity of the lightning sends shivers down my spine. Yet, before their arrival, even in the most severe weather, there was never such an accumulation of lightning. Nor did bolts strike down directly. Ling Qingji asserts. Could this lightning be connected to them? Ling Qingya shakes his head, dismissing his brother's conjecture as unfounded. Elder brother, please hear me out. Ling Qingji's expression grows increasingly solemn. This phenomenon has become even more pronounced since Qin Shan's death. In the past 2 years, whenever thunder and rain strike, the accumulation of lightning above Yaoshan has intensified, and the frequency of strikes upon the mountain has increased. At times, I can almost sense the powerful lightning as it seems to seep into the mountain's depths. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingya finally regards the matter with gravity, stating, "Continue. For all these years, I have remained stationed at Yaoshan, and after each bout of lightning, I have discreetly monitored the mountain's caves on several occasions. I have witnessed Qin Lai emerge from the cave with singed hair and skin. I can guarantee with absolute certainty that it is the result of lightning strikes." Ling Qingji exclaims, "Given the abnormalities surrounding Yaoshan over the years, I have reason to suspect that this matter is linked to Qin Lai. Elder brother, the herbs would not wither without cause. I believe something extraordinary within the mountain is causing this decay." Ling Qingya furrows his brow deeply. And after a prolonged silence, he finally states, "I made a promise to Qin Shan that I would not enter the mine without just cause. Elder brother, if this matter truly pertains to Qin Lai, and you do not uncover the truth, it may be exceedingly difficult to remedy the situation with the herb gardens. Yaoshan is crucial to the development of our Ling family. If this continues, we shall never be able to gather the spiritual herbs required for our offerings to Xingyun Pavilion." Ling Qingji expresses his concerns with great unease. Ling Qingya falls silent once more, and after a moment, he takes a deep breath, retrieving a pale mask resembling a malevolent spirit, which he silently dons. Changing into a white long robe, he declares, "I shall stealthily investigate the mine. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone. Rest assured. Elder brother, I know my limits." Ling Qingya moves like a ghost clad in white, cautiously descending from a secluded corner of Yaoshan towards the mountain's waist where the cave is located. He treads upon protruding stones and grasps at hanging vines. His figure is silent as a drifting willow leaf, swiftly arriving at the entrance of one of the caves. Having made his determination, Ling Qingya hesitates not for a moment, boldly entering the cave and swiftly venturing deeper within. On the backside of Yaoshan, numerous caves of varying sizes exist, all formed by the Ling family's mining endeavors from different angles and directions. These interconnected tunnels allow for easy navigation once one enters a cave. However, after only a short time within, Ling Qingya suddenly feels a jolt coursing through him, gradually freezing him in place. In his recollection, the internal tunnels of Yaoshan comprised at most 20 passages, despite not having visited in some years. His memory of the mines remains vivid. In his youth, He was one of the miners, intimately familiar with the area. Yet now, he experiences an unsettling sensation of having strayed into unfamiliar territory, for the internal tunnels have expanded tenfold. Gazing at the intricate network of pathways before him, resembling a spider's web, Ling Chunye is struck with astonishment, devoid of any familiarity. Heavens! How did they accomplish this? He gasps. He recalls that years ago, a dozen members of the Ling family worked together for 3 years to carve out merely a few tunnels leading into the mountain's depths. Yet this grandfather and grandson duo, in just 5 years, have astonishingly opened hundreds of tunnels. An unimaginable feat. Hundreds of tunnels intertwine with the original passages, creating a labyrinthine complexity that defies comprehension, akin to the myriad veins of a human body. Ling Chunye forces himself to remain calm as he weaves through the maze of tunnels, seeking the deepest recesses of the mountain in pursuit of Qin Lai. Half an hour later, the head of the Ling family gradually finds himself disoriented. Stumbling back to the entrance of the cave he initially entered. Upon regaining his senses, his expression turns grim, refusing to accept defeat as he ventures once more into the tunnels, determined to continue his search. After 7 attempts, each resulting in his return to the initial cave entrance, Ling Chunye begins to feel exhaustion creeping in, his complexion paling. Glancing at the waning light, he begrudgingly retraces his steps back up Yaoshan. Elder brother, you look unwell. What happened? Did you uncover anything within? Ling Chengji inquires with concern as Ling Chunye removes his mask. Waving a hand, the head of the Ling family gestures for silence, settling down in silence before reluctantly consuming a recovery pill. Focusing on recuperation, Ling Chengji hesitates, staring at him in bewilderment, filled with questions. As the dusk deepens, after a period of recovery, Ling Chunye regains a modicum of his composure. He opens his eyes and, before Ling Chengji can inquire further, he speaks firmly, "Do not ask just yet. Qin Lai should be returning from the cave to Lingjia town shortly. I intend to confront him along his path and discern what truly lies within him." With that, without waiting for Ling Chengji to respond, the head of the Ling family dons the white mask once more, his expression grave as he stealthily makes his way along the mountain path leading to both Yaoshan and Lingjia town. P.S. During the launch of the new book, there will be 2 updates daily, one around 8 in the morning and another around 6 in the evening. I kindly ask for your support through clicks, collections, and recommendations. Thank you in advance. Chapter 3. A Test. Oh dear sister, you truly are incorrigible. I have expressly advised you to discuss your engagement with Qin Lai after dinner, yet you chose to disregard my counsel. Your second aunt's family is still at the table. How can father speak freely? On the mountain path between Lingjia town and Yaoshan, Ling Yushi, clad in a verdant long skirt, furrows her brows. Her ethereal face laden with reproach as she gently admonishes the girl beside her. The fiery-hued leather armor of Ling Xianxian resembled a powder keg ignited, as she vented her frustrations by kicking the scattered stones before her, sending them flying in all directions. With each fierce swing, a gust of wind followed in her wake, and she muttered, "Had it not been for that rascal Du Fei provoking me, I would not have erupted so suddenly. Second aunt, that shameless woman is certainly not our aunt. Lower your voice. Do not speak so recklessly." Ling Yushi promptly admonished. "Speak recklessly? Do you think I am unaware?" Ling Xianxian narrowed her eyes, her face etched with hatred, and coldly declared, "That shameless woman married second uncle and came to our Ling family town merely 7 months ago. Before giving birth to Du Hong. 2 years later, she returned to Xingyun Pavilion for a visit. And soon after, she bore that scoundrel Du Fei. Those 2 surnamed Du are clearly the illegitimate offspring of her cousin Du Haitian from Xingyun Pavilion." "Who have you heard this from?" Ling Yushi asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. "I overheard the clan's martial artists discussing it privately. You and father, as well as third uncle, have kept this from me, fearing I would lose my temper and cause trouble. Haven't you?" Ling Xuanxuan's eyes suddenly reddened, tears welling up uncontrollably. She wiped them away fiercely and gritted her teeth, saying, "Second uncle did not die a tragic death due to madness. He was driven to his demise by that shameless woman's family. He cared for me the most when he was alive, and I will avenge him one day." Alas, it seems even the clan's martial artists are aware of this matter. It appears the Ling family will inevitably face a significant upheaval. Ling Yushi's expression also turned somber as she sighed heavily. Placing a comforting hand on Ling Xuanxuan's shoulder and speaking earnestly, Du Haitian holds a considerable position in Xingyun Pavilion, and his own cultivation is quite advanced. He is rumored to be on the verge of breaking through to the late stage of the Kaiyuan realm. For now, our Ling family cannot afford to provoke him. I understand that both you and father are enduring this, and I too shall endure. Once we break through to the Kaiyuan realm and gain entry into Xingyun Pavilion, we will settle the score with them. Ling Xinxian asserted emphatically. It is reassuring to hear you think this way. As long as we sisters strive together, we will surely secure a place in Xingyun Pavilion. And second uncle's vengeance will be repaid in kind. Ling Yushi nodded in agreement, continuing onward towards the Medicine Mountain, though a bittersweet feeling lingered in her heart. Despite both she and Ling Xinxian being at the 7th level of physical cultivation, she was already 17 years old. Theo gained the favor of Xingyun Pavilion. She needed to advance to the Kaiyuan realm before turning 20.3 years. To leap from the 7th level of physical cultivation to the Kaiyuan realm was no small feat. Ling Yushi's eyes brimmed with bitterness as she sighed softly, forcing a smile as she said, "Father and third uncle are at Medicine Mountain. It is inconvenient for them to speak in the dining hall today. I will accompany you to find father and inquire about your engagement with Qinlai. There is absolutely no way I will ever be engaged to that fool." Upon mentioning Qinlai, Ling Xuanxuan's delicate face hardened once more. What is father thinking? That guy can hardly speak, and he lacks any semblance of spirit. I cannot bear to be in his presence for even a moment. I understand. Of course, I do not wish to see you with him either. Rest assured, I will always be on your side, Ling Yushi said with a gentle smile, offering comfort. The two sisters, akin to two beautiful wild foxes, conversed softly as they continued towards the Medicine Mountain. After a while, just as they were about to ascend the mountain, their footsteps suddenly halted, and they turned to see Qinlai emerging from the cave in the mountain. The sky gradually darkened, and, as usual, Qinlai left the cave. From a distance, he approached the sisters, his expression still vacant and wooden, his gaze perpetually unfocused, as if he were completely oblivious to their presence. 5 years of the same routine? Running to the Medicine Mountain mine every day. Does this fool resemble a rat? Normally, Ling Xinxian would ignore him, treating him as if he were air, and felt no aversion. However, upon seeing Qinlai today, her heart ignited with fury, and her tone could hardly be deemed friendly. What are you angry with him about? He knows nothing. After all, he is quite pitiful. Now that even grandfather has passed away, he is left to muddle through life alone. Our Ling family only provides him with 2 meals a day and ignores everything else. Ling Yushi gazed at Qinlai from afar, shaking her head gently as she spoke with sympathy. I know he is not my concern, but just looking at him makes me seethe with anger. Ling Xinxian faltered. The 15-year-old girl was not truly malicious. She simply could not accept the reality. Just then, a white figure suddenly darted out from the side of the forest. The head of the Ling family, wearing a pale, ghostly mask, noticed his 2 daughters were present, but, due to the astonishing discovery within the mine, decided to probe Qinlai's depths. At the startled cries of Ling Yushi and Ling Xinxian, Ling Qingye pounced upon the still oblivious Qinlai. Seeing the white figure rush toward him, Qinlai remained expressionless. Even as Ling Qingye's large hand reached out to press against his chest, he continued to walk mechanically, as if he had not perceived the attack. His body did not falter, his expression remained unchanged, and he did not attempt to defend or retaliate. Bang! Ling Qingye's palm struck Qinlai's chest, sending him staggering back several steps before he regained his footing, staring blankly at Ling Qingye, his eyes filled with confusion, as if he were curious about why this person had attacked him. This flicker of curiosity lasted but a moment before he resumed his steps, as though he had entirely forgotten Ling Qingye's earlier assault. Continuing on his path. Who dares to cause trouble on our Ling family's territory? Mask-wearing rodent, you cannot escape. The sisters leaped into action, their faces turning cold as they charged towards Ling Qingye, their formidable spiritual power causing the mountain winds to howl. Ling Qingye, with his back turned to his 2 bewildered daughters, cast an odd glance at Qinlai at 15. Qinlai appeared quite slender, resembling a malnourished child. However, after enduring Ling Qingye's strike, he had only retreated a few steps without collapsing. Although the blow had not utilized any spiritual power, Ling Qingya was well aware that its force was enough to incapacitate many martial artists at the third level of physical cultivation. From his earlier sensations, he could tell that there were no discernible fluctuations of spiritual power protecting Qin Lai's chest, indicating that Qin Lai was not a true martial artist. Yet, he had withstood the blow without faltering. This suggested that beneath Qin Lai's seemingly frail exterior lay an astonishingly robust essence. Was it merely the strength of his physical body? Ling Qingya pondered, hesitating slightly before suddenly striking again. Crack, crack, crack. One of Ling Qingya's hands emitted a series of crisp sounds as his palm swelled to double its size. A thin layer of green mist began to rise from his palm, swirling and flickering as he moved, resembling a cluster of burning green flames. The green flame technique, a fifth-tier spiritual technique, was a secret art Ling Qingya had cultivated in private. Seldom used, even his two daughters had never witnessed it in the mid-stage of the Kaiyuan realm. Ling Qingya unleashed 1/10 of his spiritual power, his palm ablaze with green flames, pressing once more toward Qin Lai's chest. Shameless scoundrel! How dare you! The Ling sisters shouted in unison. But alas, they were still some distance away from Ling Qingya, only able to exert verbal pressure. Ling Qingya was undeterred, his enlarged palm enveloped in swirling green mist, now mere inches from Qin Lai's chest. His gaze fixated on him, eager to witness any extraordinary change. Boom! A surge of overwhelming spiritual power, mingled with green smoke, rushed into Qin Lai's chest in that instant. It seemed as though threads of icy electric light raced through his eternally vacant eyes. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous roar echoed in Ling Qingya's mind, shaking his very soul. At this moment, the Ling sisters finally arrived, their intent to strike him palpable. Ling Qingya had no time to discern whether the thunderous sound in his mind and the icy electric glimmer in Qin Lai's eyes were merely figments of his imagination. Seeing his two daughters poised to attack him, he could only retreat in defeat, filled with resentment. Like a wisp of white smoke, he flickered a few times before vanishing into the forest. Do not chase after him. Ling Yusher's bright eyes sparkled as she urgently called out to stop Ling Xuanchuan's advance. Her face grave as she said, the retreating figure of that man was like a ghost or lightning. He is certainly not at the physical cultivation level. He is not someone we can handle. Bending down, she looked at Qin Lai, who lay on the ground, a dark green handprint visible on his chest where his clothes had been torn apart from the force of the impact, her brow furrowing as she murmured, "That man is quite formidable. It is truly strange why he would target a fool. Could he be an enemy of Grandfather Qin from before?" As she spoke, she extended her delicate white hand, gently pressing her fingertips against the injured area on Qin Lai, her beautiful face growing more perplexed. That person did not exert his full strength. The spiritual power that surged into Qin Lai's chest was quite minimal and is already dissipating. How odd. If he intended to kill Qin Lai, it should not have been so simple. Previously, Ling Qingya had turned his back on the two sisters as he attacked Qin Lai, and the sisters were separated from Qin Lai by him. So they had not noticed any abnormalities about him, nor had they seen the change in Qin Lai's eyes, nor had they heard the thunderous noise that had erupted in his mind. Yusher, Xin, you two carry Qin Lai back. We will discuss everything once your father and I return. Atop the medicine mountain, Ling Chengji suddenly appeared, calling out in a loud voice. Third uncle, Ling Xin began to exclaim. I am aware that a man in white has assaulted Qin Lai, and we have witnessed it. Your father has already gone to pursue him. You two should take Qin Lai back to avoid any further unforeseen incidents, Ling Qingji stated, providing cover. Upon hearing this, Ling Yusher, without giving it much thought, bent down to carry the unconscious Qin Lai on her back. Ugh, this fellow is rather heavy. The graceful sister struggled momentarily as she lifted Qin Lai, her lovely legs trembling slightly. And a look of astonishment flickered in her bright eyes. Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? This fool is so thin. How could you possibly find him heavy? Ling Xin retorted, dismissing her sister's remarks as a joke. Ling Yusher refrained from offering an explanation, turning her gaze towards the young man resting on her fragrant shoulder. Observing his tightly closed eyes, she was momentarily captivated by his unexpectedly handsome face. Oddly enough, he appeared far more attractive when his eyes were shut. Father once mentioned that only those who have tempered their bodies to an extraordinary degree, warriors who have refined their flesh, tendons, fibers, bones, and organs to perfection, would possess a weight significantly greater than that of ordinary individuals, even in a seemingly frail physique. Ling Xianxian, seeing her sister's silence, scoffed dismissively. Him? Ha! He doesn't even have a hint of spiritual energy within him. Even if he is a bit heavy, it must be due to undigested food or some heavy object he is carrying. Ling Yusher, momentarily lost in thought, suddenly realized what she had overlooked. She gazed at the young man on her shoulder, and her bright eyes gradually revealed a perplexed astonishment. Chapter 4. Unfathomable Thoughts on the Medicinal Mountain. The head of the Ling family, after removing his mask, solemnly recounted his discoveries within the cave, detailing the 2 attempts he made to test Qin Lai. Elder brother, you cannot be serious. A sudden increase of tenfold in the stone pathways. How is that even possible? Ling Chengji shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, just based on the 2 of them, even if they worked day and night, they could not possibly carve out so many stone pathways. What if Qin Shan is a formidable warrior, with a true realm around the broken mirror level? Do you think there is a possibility? The head of the Ling family intoned gravely. Ah! Ling Chengji exclaimed in shock, feeling his lips dry up. His eyes bulged as he hoarsely replied, Elder brother, how could he possibly reach such a high level? If he were truly of that caliber, what would he come to our Ling family town for? Aside from that, I cannot conceive of any other possibilities. Ling Qingye's voice trembled as he spoke. Only a transcendent being could carve out so many stone pathways in such a short time. In fact, I have long harbored suspicions about Qin Shan. Many younger members of the clan believe that repairing spiritual artifacts is much easier than crafting new ones. But you should know that those who can successfully repair someone else's refined artifacts are invariably far more skilled than the original artisans. Are you suggesting? Ling Chengji gasped in surprise. Qin Shan is anything but simple. Perhaps even his death was merely a ruse. The head of the Ling family gradually clarified his thoughts. Looking back, there are numerous doubts surrounding Qin Shan's supposed illness. The cause of his ailment remains unknown. He refused our attempts to seek medical help, and he passed away with alarming speed, insisting that we must conduct a water burial. Once we cast his body into the river, we could no longer investigate further. You suspect he faked his death? Ling Chengji exclaimed. It is a possibility. The head of the Ling family nodded. Grandfather is extraordinary, and the grandson is equally enigmatic. There is much we cannot yet ascertain. But that seemingly frail body of Qin Lai is, in fact, remarkably strong. I believe that the physiques of Du Heng and Du Fei may not even surpass his. How is that possible? Du Fei is at the 5th level of body refinement, and Du Heng is at the 8th level. How could they be inferior to him? Ling Chengji exclaimed, astonished. It seems we must pay closer attention to Qin Lai in the future. Your conjecture may well be correct. The withering of the medicinal herbs on the mountain is likely connected to Qin Lai, the head of the Ling family remarked, his expression complex. Sister, what do you think about that man in white? What could his background be? Why would he attack a fool? Such shamelessness. Who knows? I hope father and third uncle can capture him. It is indeed quite strange that such a remote place as our Ling family town rarely sees skilled warriors. Ling Yusher furrowed her delicate brows, her hands gripping Qin Lai's legs as her gaze turned peculiar. The tall and graceful Ling Yusher, 2 years older than Qin Lai and slightly taller, was at the 7th level of body refinement. Logically, carrying the slender Qin Lai should have been effortless, yet she alone knew that it was somewhat taxing. This only deepened her internal confusion, but she chose to remain silent, casually teasing her little sister beside her. You haven't disappointed me at all. When that man in white attacked Qin Lai, you immediately joined me in pursuit. Haha, I thought you would stand by and hope that he would kill Qin Lai, thus solving your troubles directly. Honestly, I am displeased with father's actions, but I also know it has nothing to do with this fool. This fool is rather pitiable. I am not so malicious and shameless, Ling Xianxian replied playfully. The 2 sisters continued their lively conversation as they approached Ling family town, with Ling Xianxian never once acknowledging Qin Lai, and Ling Yusher, after her initial glance, did not turn back, focusing instead on her conversation with her sister and the rugged mountain path beneath their feet. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Lai, whom they had overlooked, had opened his eyes at some point, his gaze bright as stars, clear and lucid, no longer bearing the slightest trace of emptiness or confusion. After 2 long years, Qin Lai awakened once more from deep meditation. The last time he was roused was by Qin Shan before his departure, but this time, it was the attack from Ling Chengji that had startled him awake. Listening to the sister's gentle murmurs and inhaling the delicate fragrance from Ling Yusher's neck, Qin Lai gradually withdrew the brilliance from his eyes, assessing his physical condition before closing them again, with his eyes shut. A series of images began to flit through his mind, as memories from the past 2 years surged forth like a tidal wave. He and his grandfather, Qin Shan, had relied on one another for companionship, and he could only recall memories from after the age of 10, as those from before had been sealed within the soul-restraining pearl at his brow. According to Qin Shan, those memories were beyond his reach, and it was only through his own efforts that Qin Lai could gradually uncover them. Qin Shan had informed him that when he found him, his memories had already been sealed. Regarding his identity, origins, and parents, Qin Shan had never divulged anything, merely stating that those secrets were locked within his own mind, to be unraveled by him in due course. 5 years ago, Qin Shan brought him to Ling Family Town, imparting the heavenly thunder strike to him, utilizing the unique properties of the medicinal mountain to aid in his training. The soul-restraining pearl embedded in his brow, aside from sealing 10 years of his memories, also possessed extraordinary benefits, enabling him to maintain an optimal state for cultivation, an existence devoid of thought. The so-called state of being devoid of thought refers to a special realm one enters during cultivation. It is said that warriors who achieve this state have their spirits detached from their bodies, allowing them to observe their physical forms from a peculiar space, i.e. in that moment, the body, freed from the constraints of the spirit, perfectly embodies the martial arts it has practiced, while the spirit, what the warriors refer to as consciousness, observes the cultivation process, i.e. in that mysterious state, cultivation becomes exponentially more effective, a dream state coveted by all warriors. The realm of being devoid of thought also possesses a remarkable aspect. It significantly enhances a warrior's capacity to endure pain. Heavenly Thunder Strike is an exceedingly formidable and terrifying spiritual technique that summons the thunderbolts of the heavens to temper and refine the flesh. Those who attempt to cultivate Heavenly Thunder Strike often find themselves overwhelmed by excruciating pain, either resulting in shattered souls or rendering them imbeciles. Even those with great willpower find it challenging to persist in their training. Almost no one can endure the torment of lightning strikes for an extended period, especially nascent warriors, who are even less equipped to bear it. Additionally, Heavenly Thunder Strike must be cultivated from the body refinement stage, which has led to the notion of its cultivation remaining an unattainable ideal. Because novice warriors possess frail bodies, they cannot withstand the torturous pain of lightning strikes, which is why no one has ever successfully cultivated Heavenly Thunder Strike. However, the wondrous state of being devoid of thought allows a warrior's spirit and soul to detach from the body, greatly diminishing the nerve sensitivity to pain. When Heavenly Thunder Strike is practiced in conjunction with the state of being devoid of thought, the once tyrannical technique finally has a chance for successful refinement. As for Qin Lai, due to the peculiar effects of the soul-restraining pearl, he has been practicing Heavenly Thunder Strike for a full 5 years. Throughout these 5 years, he has remained in the extraordinary state of being devoid of thought, with his consciousness separated from his body, allowing his physical form to follow the subconscious habits he had developed while diligently training Heavenly Thunder Strike. The cultivation of Heavenly Thunder Strike requires the guidance of spiritual energy to summon thunder and lightning, repeatedly refining the flesh, tendons, and bones. The spiritual energy he has accumulated over the years has merged with the lightning's essence, permeating his bones and tendons. Even when not actively cultivating, his body, subjected to lightning strikes, requires the nurturing and soothing of spiritual energy to heal its painful wounds. Thus, whenever he generates a portion of spiritual energy, it dissipates before long. When he emerged from the cave earlier, he had already exhausted his spiritual energy, which is why Ling Qingye and his daughter could not detect any traces of it within him. Due to the inability to retain spiritual energy for long periods, he remains unaware of his current level of body refinement. During this time, the detachment of his soul had rendered him with a vacant, dazed expression, akin to that of a fool, leading everyone to overlook him, even harboring disdain. For 5 years, he had awakened only twice. The first time was 2 years ago when Qin Shan roused him, stating he needed to leave for a while, possibly for a long duration, and perhaps never to return. This marked his second awakening. It's almost time. In 3 months, the foundation for the thunderous calamity will be truly established, and I won't have to continue hiding in the medicinal mountains cavern to cultivate. I must surpass my grandfather's expected pace. It's a pity that he has been gone for 2 years now, and I have no idea how he is faring. With his eyes closed, he lay on the soft, ample back of Ling Yushi, silently contemplating. Sisters, how did you return from the direction of the medicinal mountain? Oh, Yushi, why are you carrying Qin Lai? At the entrance of Ling family town, Du Hong and several martial artists arranged by Du Haitian were idly standing. The moment Du Hong spotted the foolish Qin Lai sprawled on the graceful form of Ling Yushi, a dark cloud suddenly overshadowed his otherwise handsome face. He had long known that his biological father was Du Haitian, not the deceased Ling Qinghui, and thus was aware that he shared no blood relation with the Ling sisters. Since childhood, Ling Yushi had always been stunningly beautiful, and as she matured, her allure only intensified, igniting within him a secret desire. Upon seeing Ling Yushi carrying Qin Lai, he felt as if he had swallowed a fly, wishing to smash that fool into pieces. We went to the medicinal mountain to gather herbs, and on the way, we encountered an attack on Qin Lai, resulting in his injury. We brought him back first. Ling Yushi had never addressed Du Hong as brother and offered a brief explanation, intending to pass by without further interaction. How amusing! Who would dare to attack a fool? Du Hong said with a stern face. Raising his voice, since it seems burdensome for you to carry him, allow me to assist you in bringing this fool back. Without waiting for Ling Yushi's response, he swiftly approached her side and began to tug at Qin Lai. With his eyes still shut, Qin Lai scoffed inwardly, and when Du Hong attempted to grasp him, he leaned in slightly, making the task even more challenging. Ugh! Upon lifting Qin Lai, Du Hong let out a cry of dismay. He had not anticipated that Qin Lai would be so heavy. It felt as though a mountain had suddenly descended upon him. Caught off guard, he stumbled, dizzy and disheveled, his splendid garments now dust-laden. Du Fei and the surrounding martial artists, aware of Du Heng's capabilities, had initially expected to witness a spectacle, but were now rendered speechless. No need for your assistance. Quick-witted, Ling Yushi swiftly reclaimed Qin Lai from Du Heng's bewildered grasp. Exchanging a knowing glance with Ling Xianxian, and the two sisters hurriedly made their way past the crowd. Brother, what on earth are you doing? After a moment, Du Fei asked in astonishment. Du Hong finally regained his composure and gazed at the retreating figures of Ling Yushi and the burden she bore. Suddenly, he exclaimed, that fool is outrageously heavy. He must possess something of great weight. For 5 years, he has been in the medicinal mountains cavern. Could it be that he has discovered something? That must be the case. Otherwise, the Ling sisters wouldn't be so attentive. He likely carries a treasure. The moment these words escaped his lips, Du Fei and the surrounding martial artists looked increasingly astonished. Is Qin Lai all right? In the hall of the Ling family, the patriarch inquired of his 2 daughters, with Ling Qingji standing nearby. The man in white did not resort to lethal force today. The spiritual energy he infused into Qin Lai's chest has nearly dissipated, and he should recover in a few days, Ling Yushi replied, then asked, Father, did you engage with that man in white? Were you able to discern his identity? Ling Qingye shook his head. I couldn't catch up. His realm likely rivals mine. It's strange. I don't understand why he would target Qin Lai. Father, when I carried Qin Lai back today, I noticed he is exceedingly heavy. Ling Xianxian finally voiced her concerns. Heavy? He is significantly heavier than an ordinary person? Ling Qingye's expression shifted, indicating his newfound seriousness. At least 5 times heavier than the average person. Ling Yushi exclaimed. He must possess something remarkably weighty. Ling Xianxian scoffed. Indeed, he likely has something heavy on him, but due to the difference in genders, I couldn't examine him thoroughly. Of course, there is another possibility, but it sounds too far-fetched for me to even believe. Ling Yushi shook her head, her bright eyes filled with doubt. Ling Qingye and Ling Qingji exchanged glances, both recognizing the surprise in each other's eyes. Their thoughts converged on the second possibility Ling Yushi had mentioned, leaving them momentarily speechless. Father, I will never marry that fool. If you insist, I will eventually run away from home and never return to the Ling family. At that moment, Ling Xuanxuan's pent-up fury erupted. Her fists clenched, She glared at Ling Qingye like a small tigress. Waving his hand, Ling Qingye replied, I would never truly allow you to marry Qin Lai. After all, Qin Shan has rendered great service to our family, and I promise to care for Qin Lai until he turns 17. Yes, you and Qin Lai are merely entering into an engagement for formality's sake. In 2 years, I will annul the betrothal, and you will have no further ties to him. So that's how it is that I thought my father would be cruel enough to sacrifice my sister's lifelong happiness. Ling Yushi sighed with relief. Smiling, you can now rest easy, my dear sister. An engagement sounds quite unappealing. Ling Xianxian pouted, huffing. To be engaged means enduring the gossip of others for 2 entire years, and I cannot bear it if my cultivation stagnates during that time. Don't blame me for not being diligent. With that, Ling Xianxian stormed off in a huff. The moment her words fell, Ling Qingye and Ling Qingji's expressions shifted simultaneously, struck at a painful truth. They had placed immense hope on Ling Xianxian, eagerly anticipating that her extraordinary talent in cultivation would lead the Ling family to resurgence and fulfill their aspirations. All of this relied on Ling Xuanxuan's continuous breakthroughs. If she failed to reach the opening Yuan realm before turning 20, all their efforts would be in vain. The 2 brothers wore expressions of worry, sighing in despair, filled with helpless bitterness. Ling Yushi observed it all, internally struggling, her heart aching with sorrow. After a long while, she suddenly spoke softly, let me take my sister's place and get engaged to Qin Lai. My talents do not match those of my younger sister. Before I turn 20, it seems unlikely that I will step into the realm of Kaiyuan. My sister will be the hope of our family, as the elder sister. I must take on more responsibilities for the sake of our family and for her. The 2 brothers were taken aback by Ling Yushi's unexpected willingness to shoulder the burden. Their expressions turned somber as they too felt a pang of sorrow, unsure of what to say. Ling Yushi forced a smile, but that smile only deepened the brothers' heartache and made them feel even more ashamed. Father, third uncle, you need not feel burdened. After all, I am a bit older than my sister. I can be more open-minded, can bear it. I understand the sacrifices you have made for the family and how difficult it has been to endure. I am no longer a child, and I should take on some responsibilities. Ah, I have wronged you, the head of the Ling family said, his eyes glistening with moisture, bowing his head with a sigh. It has nothing to do with you. Father, did I know you are also distressed? Please arrange everything, Ling Yushi gently reassured. The 2 brothers sighed, and it was in this hall that the date for Ling Yushi and Qin Lai's engagement was set. Confirming the matter, in another hall of Ling family town, luxurious furs adorned the floor of an opulently decorated room, where Du Jiaolan lazily reclined in an exquisite chaise longue, a wine glass in hand. Though this woman possessed a cruel cunning, she exuded a mature and captivating charm, her beauty striking and unparalleled. Otherwise, Du Haitian from Xingyun Pavilion would not have been so bewitched as to devote himself to her every whim. That fool must be burdened with something heavy. Over the years, that grandfather and grandson duo have been in the mine, tinkering with some secret. Ling Qingye has strictly forbidden us from going to the Yaoshan mine. Perhaps he is secretly colluding with them. Today, the entire Ling family went to Yaoshan, and Ling Yushi even carried Qin Lai back. Something must have happened, Du Heng said with a dark expression, articulating his deduction firmly before his mother. Mother, perhaps they have unearthed some extraordinary spirit stones in the Yaoshan mine. Du Jiaolan's expression shifted slightly. After pondering for a moment, she replied, you make a valid point. We have indeed overlooked those mines and must remain vigilant. Keep a close watch on that fool, and seize the opportunity to enter the mine and uncover what the Ling family is up to. I understand. Mother. Haha, Ling family town will inevitably become Du family town. If there are truly spirit stones in the Yaoshan mine, they should belong to our Du family. We cannot allow them to be secretly taken by the Lings, Du Jiaolan said with a satisfied smile. Hee hee. Those 2 daughters of that old fool will eventually become playthings for me and my brother. Du Heng grinned wickedly. The next day, Qin Lai rose on time. He refrained from using the soul-calling pearl to enter the state of meditation without thought. And before leaving, he took out a bronze mirror to adjust his gaze. After a while, as he observed himself in the mirror, his eyes became as hollow and expressionless as usual, and only then did he step out of the stone house. At the precise moment, he entered the Ling family's dining hall, where Ling Qingye and his family were astonished to see him arrive punctually, scrutinizing him with wide eyes. Qin Lai's heart remained undisturbed as he silently began to eat. Behaving no differently than usual, he merely wished to establish a solid foundation for Tianlai Ji, and once he no longer relied on the Yaoshan mind to channel thunder and lightning for body tempering, he might choose to leave the Ling family and seek out Qin Mountain. Soon, having finished his meal, he rose in a daze and walked towards Yao Zhenai in the dining hall. The Ling family members appeared somewhat silent, and Du Jiaolan and her two sons unusually focused on Qin Lai. Only after he exited the dining hall did they divert their gazes from his retreating figure. Elder brother, word has come from Xingyun Pavilion requesting that we send a batch of medicinal herbs over soon, Du Jiaolan said casually, wiping the crumbs from her mouth. Ling Qingye's heart tightened, and he frowned, replying, "We may need to postpone. The recent thunderstorm season has affected the yield of the spirit herbs. Haha, I will convey that to them." Hoping they can be patient, Du Jiaolan replied, somewhat surprised. Over the years, the Ling family had never once delayed the supply of spirit herbs to Xingyun Pavilion. Ling Qingye's suggestion to delay raised her suspicions, and after a moment's contemplation, her eyes turned cold as she said, "The Ling family relies on Xingyun Pavilion. If it's merely a few days' delay, it should be manageable. However, if there are any issues with the supply of spirit herbs, things may not be so easily resolved. Surely, elder brother understands this as well? I know my limits. No need for you to teach me." Ling Qingye snapped irritably, his mood sour. "That's good, a mere woman. I cannot manage many affairs of the clan. I just wanted to remind elder brother not to let the Ling family fall into a perilous situation. Elder brother surely knows that without the protection of Xingyun Pavilion, Ling family town will not remain peaceful for long." Du Jiaolan's expression turned icy, her tone severe. "Enough," Ling Qingye barked, rising with a grim face and leaving the dining hall, followed by the rest of the Ling family. It seems something truly happened at Yaoshan. Hunger, you and Du Qishan must keep a close watch on that area. Seize any opportunity to enter the mountain or the mines within. Du Jiaolan's eyes glimmered coldly, like a venomous snake poised to strike. As Qin Lai walked along the rocky path leading to the mine, the weather was erratic due to the transition from spring to summer. Unbeknownst to him, the sky had darkened and the mountain winds howled. Rumble. Amidst the thunder, lightning flickered in and out of view, swirling through the sky like serpents, as the thunder roared. Qin Lai felt a jolt of exhilaration coursing through him, his previously dull eyes now sparkling like stars, filled with the imprint of thunder and lightning, shining with a terrifying brilliance. This season is indeed the most suitable for my Tianlai Ji cultivation. I am lucky today, he murmured, striding towards Yaoshan, his pace noticeably quicker than before. If someone were beside him at that moment, they would see the lightning gathering above him and faintly hear the rumbling of thunder emanating from within his body. The raging thunder and lightning seemed to share a peculiar and intimate connection with him, responding to his presence. In the Yaoshan cave, for Ling Qingye, the strange and complex labyrinth of rocky paths was filled with mystery and peril. His exploration the previous day had left him dizzy and on the verge of losing his wits, unable to delve deeper into the heart of the mountain. However, Qin Lai entered the cave as if he were a fish in water, effortlessly navigating the winding paths and heading straight for the innermost depths of the mountain. Throughout his journey, he did not falter, clearly unaffected by the labyrinthine formations within the cave. Soon, he reached the central chamber of the mountain, where the previously dim rocky path suddenly brightened. It was a vast cavern, about the size of a football field, with the ceiling towering 10 meters above the ground. 8 stone pillars, as thick as a person's waist, stood majestically in an octagonal formation. The pillars, conical in shape, seemed to hold up the cavern itself, creating a grand and awe-inspiring sight. Wrapped around the 8 stone pillars were silver metal threads as thick as fingers, which connected to other pillars in the expansive cavern. The silver threads crisscrossed among the octagonal pillars, resembling a colossal spider's web. Boom, crackle, accompanied by the thunderous roar. Astonishing currents of electricity surged down from the fissures in the rocky ceiling, flowing into the 8 conical pillars and coursing through the intricate web of silver threads, causing flashes of lightning that illuminated the cave. Meanwhile, outside, the skies over Yaoshan rumbled with thunder, deafening as lightning dragons ravaged the heavens. The dense bolts of lightning struck down, as if drawn by some mysterious force, plunging into the protruding rocks of the mountain, flashing and vanishing in an instant. Come on, unleash even more fury. In the spacious cavern, Qin Lai's youthful face was alive with excitement as he dashed into the center of the dense electric web formed by the 8 stone pillars. Crackle! The currents within the interwoven silver threads surged towards his seemingly frail body. Ack! Countless bolts of fine lightning struck him. And in his state of meditation, Qin Lai felt as if his soul were pierced by 1,000 steel needles, unable to suppress a heart-wrenching scream, in the midst of excruciating pain that no ordinary person could withstand. Qin Lai's body convulsed, yet his eyes revealed a wild and fierce determination, resembling a fierce beast cornered. Enduring agony beyond human comprehension, he gritted his teeth and activated the Tianlei Ji technique, guiding the chaotic thunderbolts that surged into his body. These bolts, initially erratic and frenzied, suddenly seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand, swiftly coursing through his resilient veins, permeating his flesh and bones. A trickle of lightning energy raced through his veins, directed by his will, gradually moving towards his chest and abdomen. As the thunderstorm raged on, every sinew, bone, and muscle was engulfed in a torment so profound that it threatened to render him unconscious. Yet, amidst the excruciating pain, he was acutely aware that the very lightning was gradually tempering and forging his flesh and bones, allowing his body to acclimate to the more formidable trials of the heavenly thunder cultivation. Over the past 5 years, through the power of the 9 heavens lightning, he had meticulously refined his meridians, skin, and limbs, slowly shifting his focus towards the more crucial internal organs. During these years, his sinews, muscles, arms, and legs had gradually adapted to the influx of lightning. Once he succeeded in refining his internal organs, the solid foundation for enduring the heavenly thunder's relentless forging would truly be established, enabling his entire being to withstand the violent onslaught of the thunder's tempering. At that moment, the practice of heavenly thunder would ascend to unprecedented heights and intensities. The delicate tendrils of lightning finally coursed through the meridians of his limbs, penetrating into his internal organs. Qin Lai's body convulsed instantaneously, curling up like a shrimp struck by an electric shock, emitting a series of anguished cries. The torrential rain poured down, and the thunderous power atop the medicinal mountain grew increasingly ferocious, with bolts of lightning diving down like giant dragons, ruthlessly crashing into the cave. Suddenly, 8 stone pillars blazed with brilliance, each silver wire emanating a terrifying current, within the intricate web of silver lines. Qin Lai's body was charred black, trembling and howling in agony. His cries, once high-pitched and fervent, gradually sank into a low, weakened timbre, eventually fading into silence as his electricity-laden body ceased its writhing. After the tempest of lightning, the rain did not relent. Instead, it intensified. The heavens, having calmed their wrath, no longer poured thunder into the cave, rendering the stone pillars dim and the silver lines devoid of their former luster. Time passed without measure until the charred Qin Lai slowly regained consciousness, lying motionless on the web of silver lines, silently assessing the state of his body. His spirit delved deep within, and he envisioned the faint currents still lingering within his chest. Those currents tenaciously coursing through his internal organs and flesh, continuously refining them to gradually withstand the impending onslaught of lightning. And no longer in a state of mindless cultivation, the torment I must endure is indeed beyond what ordinary individuals can fathom. Thankfully, I have been training for 5 years now, and both my body and soul have long since adapted. Otherwise, even if my body could endure, my soul would not withstand such piercing pain, leading to a complete collapse, transforming me into a fool. Only the refinement of my internal organs remains. At this pace, in no more than 2 or 3 months, I will lay a solid foundation for the most arduous initial phase of heavenly thunder cultivation. After resting for a while and regaining some strength, Qin Lai staggered out from the web of silver lines and approached one of the stone pillars. 2 years ago, before he departed, Grandfather mentioned that I should look for the things he left behind when I next awakened behind the pillar. There lay a square wooden box, unlocked and easily opened by Qin Lai. Inside the box, he found a letter, exquisitely illustrated maps, and a lifelike wooden sculpture that bore the likeness of his grandfather. Liar, grandfather will do his utmost to return to find you before your 17th birthday. If I have not returned by then, something may have happened to me. In that case, do not come looking for me. Instead, focus on your cultivation and live your own life. When the day comes that your realm has reached a sufficient height, shattering the memory seal of the soul-preserving pearl, you will naturally understand what transpired 10 years ago. The maps detail the peculiar locations within the extreme cold mountain range, with precise markings indicating the distribution of spiritual herbs, spiritual stones, and the activity ranges of various spiritual beasts. I have highlighted the locations of useful spiritual beasts and herbs for your cultivation. You may venture forth to gather them at your discretion upon awakening. Over the years, Grandfather has frequently traversed the extreme cold mountain range, establishing some rapport with certain spiritual beasts. Should you ever need to delve deeper or cross the extreme cold mountain range, remember to take that sculpture with you. Some spiritual beasts recognize it, and upon its presentation, they will not trouble you. I have also specifically marked the territories of spiritual beasts that will surely recognize the sculpture. So pay attention. The spiritual herbs and medicines of the Ling family's medicinal mountain cannot withstand the devastation wrought by the excess lightning. When I was present, I diverted the overflow of your cultivation's lightning elsewhere, ensuring it would not affect the growth of the medicinal herbs. Although I rearranged things before my departure, I could not address every detail due to the haste of my exit. Over time, the excess lightning from your cultivation will still damage the growth of those herbs, and it is likely to attract the Ling family's attention sooner or later. Be mindful of this. The soul-preserving pearl is a treasured artifact, the only spiritual tool left to you by your parents. It is not merely a seal on your memories. It contains many profound mysteries that even I cannot unravel. You must safeguard that pearl diligently and never allow another to see it, lest it invite immense trouble. Remember this. The contents of the letter were not extensive, and Qinlai quickly read through it, contemplating for a moment before retrieving the stack of maps and studying them intently. The topmost map was merely 30 miles from the medicinal mountain, with several prominent locations circled. One of these locations was home to the shadow electric eagle. Spiritual beasts are classified into tiers based on their strength, with the first tier being the weakest, comparable to the power of a body-refining realm martial artist, and the 10th tier being the most formidable, rumored to rival the ultimate martial artists of the domain initiation realm. The shadow electric eagle is only a first-tier beast, known for its gregarious nature, possessing low defensive capabilities and excelling in offense. They often appear in flocks, moving swiftly and striking with lightning before closing in to tear apart their prey with sharp claws. The reason Qinlai emphasized the shadow electric eagle was entirely due to the lightning spiritual power contained within its beast core. However, the lightning power of those beast cores could not compare to the currents of the 9 heavens, thus failing to aid Qinlai in refining his flesh. Nevertheless, the beast core of the shadow electric eagle still possessed certain benefits. After absorbing its lightning power, Qinlai could easily convert it into spiritual power. Spiritual power is the core source of strength for martial artists and serves as the fundamental metric for assessing their prowess and realm. Generally, the more refined and abundant a martial artist's spiritual power, the more formidable their realm tends to be. This is the reason Qinlai would mark the shadow electric eagle so prominently. The beast core could assist him in rapidly accumulating spiritual power. Shadow electric eagle. After securely stowing the letter, maps, and wooden sculpture, Qinlai deliberated for a time and concluded that now that he had awakened, the days of lightning strikes would not persist indefinitely. It would be wise to venture into the extreme cold mountain range, hoping to hunt some shadow electric eagles to amass spiritual power and ascertain his true realm. Amidst the torrential rain, Qinlai departed the medicinal mountain cave, heading deeper into the extreme cold mountain range alone. Atop the mountain, brothers Ling Chengye and Ling Chengji stood beneath their umbrellas, drenched in the downpour, gazing at the withering spiritual herbs with tears unshed. Upon noticing the sudden change in weather, leading to a tempest of thunder and lightning, the brothers hurried to the medicinal mountain. They had only begun their cultivation within the stone cavern when they arrived at the medicinal mountain. On this occasion, Ling Chengye carefully observed the dense lightning in the sky and its flow, confirming the secret connection between the storm and the mountain's depths, ultimately validating his brother's suspicions. As the thunder gradually subsided, they noted with alarm the accelerated rate of the spiritual herb's decay, leading to the conclusion that the withering was indeed linked to the stone cavern. Brother, we are currently in the transitional season of spring and summer, rife with thunderstorms. If this situation continues, it appears we may reap nothing from this batch of spiritual herbs. The Nebula Pavilion will be in for a disappointment, Ling Chengji lamented, shaking his head in despair. Whether Qin Lai is truly foolish or merely feigning ignorance, I intend to have a serious talk with him this time, Ling Chengye declared, his face stern, suppressing the resentment within as he settled quietly at the entrance of a cave, awaiting Qin Lai's emergence. Little did he know, the compliant Qin Lai, who had adhered to routine for 5 years, would today break that unchanging pattern for the first time. Instead of leaving the cave before nightfall, Qin Lai had ventured into the depths of the extreme cold mountain range shortly before his arrival, braving the torrential downpour. To be continued, Chapter 7. The Silent Ridge. The Ling family's medicinal mountain is merely a branch of the vast extreme cold mountain range. Situated at its edge, the true extreme cold mountain range is expansive, winding for miles, with many peripheral areas not particularly cold. Some unique valleys even enjoy a perpetual spring-like climate, making them ideal for cultivating spiritual herbs. However, as one ventures deeper into the extreme cold mountain range, the chill becomes increasingly oppressive. This is due to several towering snow peaks and glaciers deep within the mountains, which remain perpetually frozen, continuously emitting a frigid aura that extends its chill to the surrounding mountains. The snow peaks and glaciers, found in the depths, are among the forbidden zones of the world, rumored to yield rare spiritual herbs and cold crystals, which are coveted treasures sought by martial artists. Historically, wherever rare spiritual herbs flourish, fierce creatures often reign. The snow peaks and glaciers are no exception, harboring numerous high-tier ferocious spiritual beasts, which even the most formidable martial artists seldom approach. When traversing the extreme cold mountain range, they actively choose to avoid provoking these powerful beasts. The edges and outer regions of the extreme cold mountain range also host a variety of spiritual herbs, with some spiritual beasts present, albeit of lower tiers and scattered distributions. Seeking out spiritual herbs and hunting spiritual beasts requires considerable effort and is heavily reliant on one's fortune. The realms where warriors frequently roam are marked by the presence of the martial artists from the Nebula Pavilion, alongside numerous smaller factions, such as the Ling family, that are affiliated with it. These groups engage in their activities almost annually in areas far from the Snow Peak Glacier. Following a heavy downpour, the mountain paths became muddy and slippery, while the air was refreshingly crisp. Departing from the medicinal mountain, Qin Lai ventured deeper into the mountains, his pant legs splattered with muck, yet his youthful face bore a hint of exhilaration. Over the years, he had devoted all his time to mastering the heavenly thunder strike, never once breaking his rigorous routine, remaining exceptionally reclusive. After enduring years of monotonous training, the prospect of soaring through the woods filled him with uncontainable joy, rendering even the fatigue from his exertions seemingly non-existent. I must be nearing the Silent Ridge. The first-tier Shadow Lightning Eagle should not disappoint. As he surveyed the winding mountain path, recalling the map etched in his mind, he noticed that he was drawing closer to the Silent Ridge, where the Shadow Lightning Eagles were known to dwell. Gradually, Qin Lai tempered his excitement, focusing his attention and proceeding with utmost caution. The Shadow Lightning Eagle, a mere first-tier spirit beast, possessed strength comparable to that of a martial artist in the body refinement realm. Depending on the size and strength of the eagle, there could be variations in power, however. Even the most formidable Shadow Lightning Eagle would not reach the strength of a martial artist at the opening Yuan realm. Tio Qin Lai, the Shadow Lightning Eagle, whose lethal weapon was its lightning power, posed no threat, regardless of its might. After years of arduous training in heavenly thunderstrike, how could a body capable of channeling the 9 heavens thunderous might fear the lightning power of a first-tier spirit beast? His caution stemmed from the possibility of encountering other types of spirit beasts. Half an hour later, a mountain ridge adorned with ancient trees slowly came into view. The towering trees, each reaching heights of over 10 meters, formed a dense canopy that obscured the brilliance of the sky, rendering the slope somewhat shadowy. This was indeed the Silent Ridge. Suddenly, the sharp cries of birds slicing through the forest echoed from deep within the ridge, intermittently accompanied by the startled shouts and curses of young men. Qin Lai raised an eyebrow, instantly realizing that a battle was underway between martial artists and Shadow Lightning Eagles deeper within the ridge. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickened his pace, charging up the slope. Beneath the shade of ancient trees, a group of 7 young martial artists formed a defensive circle, their backs pressed together, weapons drawn, swords, bows, silver hammers, clad in tattered garments. their arms and chests stained with blood, valiantly wielding their weapons as they engaged in a desperate struggle against the circling shadow lightning eagles above. The 7 warriors, a mix of men and women, all in the body refinement realm, appeared youthful yet battle-hardened, their exquisite attire and enchanted weapons indicating noble origins. The leader, a robust young man with broad shoulders wielding a crimson long sword, had tousled black hair that danced in the wind, his weapon casting dazzling arcs of red light, exuding an imposing presence. Over 30 shadow lightning eagles, each measuring over 2 meters in length, sported grayish-brown plumage, hooked beaks, short wedge-shaped tails, and talons resembling anchors. Each bore a green crystalline core on their foreheads, crackling with electric energy, continuously unleashing bursts of ethereal lightning. The shadow lightning eagles swooped through the air with agility, using the electric power from their cores to strike at the warriors below. Once the warriors were paralyzed by the electric shocks, the eagles would dive in to tear their prey apart with their hook-like beaks and anchor-like claws, eliciting cries of agony as they shredded flesh and sinew. Among the 7, 5 shadow lightning eagles had already fallen, their bodies pierced and bloodied on the ground, while the warriors bore numerous wounds, indicating that this battle had persisted for some time. United in purpose, if one among them were to be struck, the others would immediately rally to protect, even at the cost of their own safety. Thus, the shadow lightning eagles could not swiftly dispatch a single warrior, suggesting that this skirmish would likely endure. Damn it! Zhe spat out a feather from the corner of his mouth, swinging his long sword to create arcs of light, cursing, "What a stroke of bad luck to encounter these pack-hunting feathered beasts. Everyone, huddle closer. Do not disperse. If anyone dares to abandon their comrade, I swear I will flay them alive. Rest assured, brother too. We will prioritize saving our comrade." The young warriors gritted their teeth in agreement, their breaths steady, indicating that they had undergone the trials of battle and were no mere novices. Concealed behind an ancient tree, Qinlai squinted, observing the fierce clash between the 7 youths and the shadow lightning eagles. After a moment's contemplation, he discerned that the 7 were in dire straits. The vengeful nature of the pack-hunting shadow lightning eagles would not allow them to relent once one of their own was slain. They would pursue relentlessly. With 5 eagle corpses on the ground, this conflict could not conclude favorably. Either the 7 would be torn to shreds, or the 30-plus shadow lightning eagles would be annihilated. The balance of power between the eagles and the 7 warriors was precarious. Prolonged engagement could lead to mutual destruction, leaving only 1 or 2 survivors, or perhaps a few eagles. A hauntingly powerful eagle cry suddenly resonated from deeper within the silent ridge, and soon thereafter, another 10 or so shadow lightning eagles screamed in anger, joining the fray. Damn it! Zhe's expression shifted drastically. It seems this cursed place is the lair of those feathered beasts. We cannot linger here any longer. We must break through swiftly. If those beasts continue to gather, we will be in real trouble. If we remain still, we can maintain our formation. But once we attempt to break through, we may not withstand the onslaught of the shadow lightning eagles, a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Her figure alluring and clad in sleek black leather armor, quipped, her quiver on her back and bow in hand, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with determination. "Shuashi, we have no choice. If we do not break through, we will be worn down to death. Who knows if more beasts are approaching? The longer we wait, the more perilous our situation becomes," Zhe shouted, his expression resolute. "Everyone, prepare to break through with me." "Understood." The group, including Zhuashi, responded in unison, ready to risk their lives to escape the silent ridge. At that moment, Qinlai, sensing the precariousness of the situation, stepped forth from behind the tree, silently moving towards the 7. "Little brother, do not approach. It's far too dangerous here. Hurry and distance yourself as much as possible. The shadow lightning eagles are solely focused on us 7 and may not target you. Leave quickly." Zhe, who was about to break through, suddenly noticed the stranger approaching, and after a brief moment of surprise, he urgently shouted to prevent Qinlai from coming closer. Ignoring Zhe, Qinlai merely smiled at him, continuing to walk steadily forward. "Are you out of your mind? Are you seeking death? Fool! What do you intend to do?" Amidst the exclamations of disbelief, Qinlai reached a slain shadow lightning eagle, extending his hand to pry the crystalline core from its forehead. And disregarding the astonishment of Zhe and Zhuashi, He swiftly moved on to extract the cores from 4 other spirit beasts. The 7 stood aghast, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief, as they regarded Qin Lai as if he were a lunatic. What kind of avaricious fool would risk their life to seize the cores of a mere first-tier spirit beast? In the presence of over 40 shadow lightning eagles, removing the cores from their fallen kin would surely incite their wrath, sending them into a frenzy. Where did this fool come from? He was doomed. The 7 simultaneously wore expressions of horror, certain that Qin Lai would soon be torn to shreds, devoured utterly by the shadow lightning eagles. With a resounding whoosh, the shadow lightning eagles went berserk, abandoning Tu Zhe and the others to swarm toward Qin Lai, intent on tearing him apart. He's sacrificing himself to buy us time? What a brave little fellow. We should thank him. What are we waiting for? Let us break through, Shushi suddenly cried out sharply. The others immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, realizing that it was indeed the woman who remained calm and decisive in this critical moment. Without a second thought, they swiftly moved, no longer glancing back at Qin Lai, who was now encircled by a storm of shadow lightning eagles, making their escape from the silent ridge with all haste. Convinced that Qin Lai was as good as dead, they understood that even after the eagles shredded him, they would still pursue. Thus, they pressed on, striving to distance themselves from the lair of the beasts. Seeking a sliver of hope for survival, amidst the tumult of eagles, the oppressive storm of blue-green lightning crackled ominously. Alone, Qin Lai braced himself against the onslaught. Chapter 8. A trial of skill as the bolts of blue-green lightning descended upon him. Qin Lai's expression hardened. Suddenly, he drew in a deep breath, channeling all his energy into the heavenly thunder strike. With a series of crackling sounds, the surging currents of electricity surged into his body like ribbons of azure fire. Racing through his veins with a ferocious intensity, Qin Lai's eyes brightened, and a smile of exhilaration spread across his face. The once chaotic and violent currents transformed into a gentle flow, seamlessly integrating into his very bones. A delightful sense of euphoria cascaded through him, invigorating every fiber of his being. What would be life-threatening to an ordinary person was, for him, a potent elixir, invigorating rather than paralyzing him, leaving him brimming with energy. Excellent! Observing the shadow lightning eagles charging towards him, Qin Lai felt a surge of excitement. As the nearest eagle approached, he swiftly extended his hand to seize it. As the spectral electric eagle descended, its iron claws were deftly seized by his hands. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Qin Lai forcefully tore the most aggressive eagle in two, blood and flesh splattering in the air. With this successful strike, Qin Lai's spirits soared. He laughed heartily as he deftly maneuvered. Each time the electric eagle neared the ground, he would launch a sudden assault, precisely grasping its descending claws and ripping it apart. Previously, when the electric eagle attacked Tu Zhe and the 7 others, it had waited for the lightning to strike before they rushed in. Tu Zhe and Zhuo Qian were at an advanced stage of body refinement. Yet their bodies could not withstand the power of lightning like the freakish Qin Lai. Once struck, they would immediately suffer from weakness and numbness, their combat effectiveness plummeting in their battles against the electric eagle. Their greatest fear was the electric shock. Even when attempting to rescue others, they were exceedingly cautious, terrified of being struck by lightning, and thus could never gain the upper hand. Qin Lai's fighting style, however, was entirely different. He disregarded the lightning strikes. Conversely, what was lethal to Tu Zhe and Zhuo Qian was harmless to him, even enhancing his combat prowess, filling him with vitality and boundless strength. Moreover, his robust physique rendered the electric eagle's beak and claws incapable of inflicting fatal injuries. This tier of spirit beasts excelled in offense but lacked defensive capabilities, and with him entirely immune to their attacks. Any opportunity to strike would result in one being torn to shreds. His combat approach was simple, direct, and brutally effective. In a brief span of time, amidst the anguished cries of the eagles, around a dozen electric eagles met their demise at his feet. Had it been any other spirit beasts, they might have recoiled in fear, retreating in droves. Yet the electric eagles, stubbornly resolute, despite sensing Qin Lai's peculiar dominance over them, descended into madness, heedless of their own safety as they charged relentlessly. The outcome had long been predetermined. As the electric eagles fell one by one beneath Qin Lai, the battle lost all semblance of suspense. Before long, the brutal conflict concluded, and Qin Lai, drenched in blood, stood amidst a sea of eagle corpses, feathers swirling around him. Even in absolute dominance, he bore numerous wounds, yet his formidable physique allowed him to endure. He understood well that had the electric eagles not encountered him, they would have been the nightmare of any low-tier martial artist. If Tu Ze and his 7 companions had truly stayed to fight, it would not have been the electric eagles that faced annihilation. Not rushing to collect the beast cores, he stood still, squinting his eyes, silently attuning to his internal state. Within his meridians, currents of electricity surged, gradually converging towards his dantian, a warm sensation blossoming from his core. A smile gracing Qin Lai's lips. At this moment, the lightning that struck him was peculiarly absorbed, and as the thunderous energy coursed through him, it slowly transformed into his own spiritual power. Indeed. As I thought, Qin Lai mused, feeling that this journey was well worth it. Glancing at the corpses strewn about him, his smile grew even brighter. Meanwhile, Tu Ze and Zhuoqian, hastily fleeing from the silent ridge, felt their hearts suspended in trepidation, their expressions grave as they readied themselves for an imminent battle. The combat prowess of over 40 electric eagles was enough to make even an average martial artist of the opening origin realm wary. Young Qin Lai was clearly bait for the eagles. Once he perished, would the electric eagles not swiftly pursue them? Thus, they dared not relax their vigilance, anticipating that at any moment the eagle swarm would descend upon them, plunging them into another arduous conflict. However, after waiting in vain, they saw no sign of the eagles, and the 7 of them began to grow increasingly suspicious. Halt! Just as they were about to breach the silent ridge, Tu Ze finally sensed something amiss. He signaled the group to form a defensive formation and turned to observe the sky behind them. Not a single eagle was in sight. Even the usually composed and sharp-witted Zhuoqian wore a perplexed expression. Wiping the sweat from her neck, her enchanting eyes flickering, I heard the anguished cries of the electric eagles earlier. A battle must have ensued, that much is certain. Tu Ze, rugged and wild in appearance, yet with an astute mind, leaned on his long knife, regulating his breath and seizing every opportunity to restore his spiritual power, speaking gravely. The electric eagles have yet to arrive, indicating but one possibility, that young man has become a significant thorn in their side. How could this be possible? The portly Kongji exclaimed. If they do not tear him apart, the electric eagles won't come after us. Their absence suggests that the feathered beasts have failed to easily dispose of him. Tu Ze pondered this deeply, then suddenly gritted his teeth, declaring, "Let us head back and take a look." "Brother Tu?" Kongji grimaced, shaking his head. "We just barely escaped. Why venture back? Regardless of whether that young man is alive or dead, we made it out. Why risk ourselves again?" Indeed, several others echoed, clearly intimidated by the fierce electric eagles. Reluctant to remain in peril. "Zhuoqian, what are your thoughts?" Tu Ze inquired, tilting his head, shrugging. Zhuoqian wore an expression of keen interest. "I'm indifferent. If we go, we go. The fact that those beasts haven't pursued us indicates they've encountered trouble. I am genuinely curious whether that reckless young man is still alive. If he isn't dead, we should really thank him. Regardless of whether he lives or dies, we ought to express our gratitude to that young brother. Without his interference, it would have been exceedingly difficult for the 7 of us to survive against over 40 electric eagles," Tu Ze stated earnestly. "Then what are we waiting for?" Zhuoqian, flicking her chestnut locks, became the first to pivot and dash back towards the silent ridge, her movements as agile as a leopard. "Each moment we delay brings him closer to death. Once resolved, let us not dither or act like cowards." Her words ignited a fire within her previously timid companions, who, filled with shame, howled as they followed her back. Tu Ze scratched his nose, observing the frenzied enthusiasm of the group, muttering a curse. "Damn it, in critical moments, only Zhuoqian can rein you rascals in. Many women possess a calm ferocity surpassing that of men, and Zhuoqian was one such woman. Previously, when she witnessed Qin Lai provoking the electric eagles, inciting their mad charge, even Tu Ze had been momentarily stunned, unable to react. However, Zhuoqian seized upon a fleeting opportunity for escape, urgently calling for everyone to abandon Qin Lai and swiftly break free from the silent ridge. At that moment, she had believed Qin Lai was doomed. even if the 7 of them exerted their utmost to rescue him. They could not alter his fate and would likely perish alongside him. Thus, she decisively urged the group to leave. Viewed from any angle, her judgment had been wise and correct. After all, she had no way of knowing that Qin was precisely the nemesis of the Electric Eagles. Now, with the Electric Eagles still absent, Zhuqian began to suspect her assessment might have been mistaken. Believing that perhaps Qin had not fallen victim after all, she sought to remedy this. And therefore she was the first to resolutely turn back, racing into the depths of the silent ridge. I hope it's not too late, as she neared the perilous domain once more. Zhuqian thought anxiously, her spirit suddenly taut, her slender fingers tightening around her bowstring. Navigating through a dense forest, Zhuqian ventured deep into the silent ridge, her beautiful eyes anxiously scanning the area where they had previously fled. Ah! Zhuqian suddenly screamed. Tu Zhe and the others, following closely behind, upon hearing her cry, their expressions shifted in unison, racing frantically towards her. Then they too began to scream in panic. Beside Qin lay a ground strewn with eagle feathers and corpses. Not a single electric eagle was intact. All torn asunder, evidently meeting a gruesome end. Qin, with only minor injuries, crouched down, currently prying the beast cores from the foreheads of the electric eagles. The 7 stood agape, utterly incredulous, mouths agape as if they were witnessing a spectacle beyond belief. Am I seeing things? The stout Kongji rubbed his eyes, staring at Qin as though he were a monster. Over 40 electric eagles, all dead, and in such a horrific manner. Qin looked up, seeing the group return, smiled, and said, I possess a certain spiritual artifact that grants immunity to lightning strikes. It's not merely because of my formidable strength. Damn it! Why didn't you say so earlier? Tu Zhe laughed heartily as he approached, playfully thumping Qin on the back. Had you mentioned it sooner, we could have assisted you in the slaughter, making us feel guilty and returning to rescue you. Do you think we snatch your beast cores? You're not wrong, Qin muttered, having initially thought they wouldn't return. Intending to claim all the beast cores for himself after defeating the electric eagles, he indeed preferred not to engage with Tu Zhe and the others. No, I was merely concerned that the artifact might malfunction, putting you at risk, which is why I didn't elaborate. Qin explained, his demeanor relaxed, revealing no pretense. His eyes, devoid of any dullness, sparkled with a remarkable vivacity, enhancing his already strikingly handsome visage to the point of seeming almost ethereal. The little guy is still somewhat naive, his lies lacking sophistication. If you truly feared the artifact would fail, would you dare to come and face death? Zhuqian cast him a sidelong glance, teasing, you immediately went to pry for the beast cores upon arrival. Admit your greed, and spare us the useless justifications. Do you think we're like you, squabbling over a first-tier spirit beast's core? Ha ha ha, we are members of the Nebula Pavilion, and my name is Tu Zhe, and this is my sister Zhuxi. And over there is Kongji. Tu Zhe laughed heartily as he briefly introduced those around him, adding, we heard there is starry essence iron nearby, so we came to try our luck. Little did we expect to encounter a pack of shadow electric eagles. Hee hee, we truly do not covet the beast cores of first-tier spirit beasts. Rest assured, we won't compete with you for that. Qin heart stirred. Indeed, the beast cores of first-tier spirit beasts are not considered precious, however. For the majority of body refinement realm warriors, they are far from mundane items, at the very least. He knew that the warriors of the Ling family would never regard such beast cores with such indifference. Although Tu Zhe and his companions hailed from the Nebula Pavilion, they are still body refinement realm cultivators. Their youthful disregard for first-tier beast cores speaks volumes about the significant standing of the 7 within the Nebula Pavilion. Chapter 9. Absorption in the Desolate Ridge. Qin harvested 47 diamond-shaped beast cores from the foreheads of the 47 shadow electric eagles. Tu Zhe and his companions truly did not covet those beast cores. They simply watched him collect them into a pouch. Sharing light-hearted banter, as dusk settled, the group did not depart from the desolate ridge, but rather found a dry spot nearby to sit together. Had it solely been Tu Zhe and his 6 companions, they would not have dared to stay overnight, but with Qin, it was a different matter. The fact that Qin could single-handedly hunt numerous shadow electric eagles allowed them to relax. Unafraid of further encounters with the formidable eagles, they even hoped for new shadow electric eagles to appear, eager to witness Qin Lai's prowess firsthand and discover the extraordinary spirit artifacts he possessed. They built a fire, set up a simple tent, and gathered around to roast a dozen wild rabbits and mountain chickens, taking out strong liquor to drink and share laughter. Far from Ling family town and having left the medicinal mountains behind, Qin Lai no longer restrained his true self. His lively nature allowed him to quickly bond with Tu Zhe and the others. After several sips of alcohol, everyone gradually loosened up. Qin Lai revealed that he hailed from Ling family town and was named Ling Lai, also venturing to the extreme cold mountain range to hone his martial path. Upon hearing he was from Ling family town, Tu Zhe became even more enthusiastic, repeatedly exclaiming, "Ha ha, we are all fellow travelers." The other 6 also truly lowered their guard. The extreme cold mountain range stretches for 1,000 miles. With numerous surrounding forces, the Nebula Pavilion is merely one among many. If they were to encounter warriors from a rival faction, they could not afford to be overly familiar with Qin Lai. Different factions often clash over spirit mines, territories, and cultivation grounds, leading to relentless bloodshed year-round. Some factions harbor deep-seated enmities, where encounters result in an end without resolution, making camaraderie impossible. Although this area has always belonged to the influence of the Nebula Pavilion, one cannot guarantee that warriors from outside factions will not intrude. Thus, as they settled down, Tu Zhe's primary concern was Qin Lai's identity. Upon learning he was from the Ling family, he felt completely at ease. The Nebula Pavilion is a Blue-Stone-level martial faction. Any faction rated at this level possesses a certain foundation and remarkable strength. In the realm of spirits, martial factions are classified into Blue Stone, Black Iron, Red Copper, Silver, and Legendary Golden levels, with each tier exhibiting considerable enhancement and strict hierarchy. The disparity in strength between different levels is immense. Most warriors within Blue Stone-level factions are of the body refinement and initiation realms, with few lingering in the myriad forms realm for extended periods. Generally, once one breaks through to the myriad forms realm, they gain the favor of Black Iron-level factions and can directly enter a new realm of martial cultivation. Black Iron-level factions predominantly consist of warriors in the myriad forms and ethereal passage realms. Once someone breaks through to the wishful realm, they can swiftly leave Black Iron-level factions to enter Red Copper-level factions for cultivation, gaining access to greater resources and faster advancement. Similarly, Red Copper, Silver, and the Legendary Golden-level factions correspond to different martial cultivation realms. Red Copper-level factions primarily engage warriors in the wishful and shattered realms, while Silver-level factions serve as the domain for Nirvana and indestructible realm warriors. The Legendary Golden-level factions are the utmost sanctuaries for those in the Void and Domain Inception realms. These various factions often rely on higher-level backing while providing subordinate factions with support, creating a hierarchical structure akin to a pyramid with mutual checks and balances. For instance, the Nebula Pavilion is dependent on other powers, subject to the constraints and maneuvers of stronger factions, yet it also possesses its own dependence. The insignificant Ling family and several other minor factions rely on it, subjected to its influence and governance, obligated to pay tribute annually. After feasting and drinking, the group of youths lounged lazily, gazing at the starlit night sky through the dense foliage. We've been out for 3 months. If we still can't find Starry Essence Iron, we'll have to go back, Tu Zhe sighed. Without Starry Essence Iron, I won't be able to forge that spirit artifact. Sigh. Such matters can only be left to chance. Just because others have found Starry Essence Iron nearby doesn't mean we will, Shuoshi said, taking a hearty swig from her liquor pouch, a hint of helplessness in her tone. The strong liquor brought a faint blush to her beautiful face, her bright eyes becoming slightly glazed, enhancing her alluring charm, causing Kang Ji and the other young men to steal glances at her. Perhaps due to the effects of the drink, Shuoshi was unconcerned about her demeanor. The exquisite armor encasing her ample bosom split slightly, revealing a glimpse of her fair and delicate skin, quickening the breaths of Kang Ji and the others. Starry Essence Iron. Qin Lai also took a sip of liquor and murmured, recalling from memory, beyond this desolate ridge, about 40 miles ahead, there is a valley with a pond at its bottom. There may be Starry Essence Iron there. Who told you that? Tu Zhe suddenly sprang to his feet, excitement radiating from him. Is that true? My grandfather mentioned it. It should be accurate, but I've never been there, so I can't guarantee it 100%, Qin Lai replied. That's certainly better than aimlessly wandering without direction. Zhuoxi's expression brightened as she tossed her liquor pouch to Qin Lai, saying nonchalantly, "I'll treat you to a drink first. If we truly find starry essence iron, Brother Tu will surely reward you." "That's only natural." Tu Zhe clapped Qin Lai on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "Brother Lai is our lucky star. Drink up. Drink up." Kang Ji and the others cheered. Qin Lai, surprised, held the liquor pouch that Zhuoxi had tossed him, glancing at her teasing eyes and chuckling. He boldly brought the pouch to his lips and drank deeply, faintly catching a whiff of a fragrance not belonging to the liquor, stirring something within him and causing his heart to flutter. Observing the thoughtful expression on Qin Lai's face, Zhuoxi couldn't help but laugh. Her voice playful, "You little rascal, you're quite amusing. Ha, once we find the starry essence iron, I'll treat you to another drink." "Sounds good," Qin Lai replied with nonchalance, as night deepened and silence enveloped them. Tu Zhe, Kang Ji, and the others fell into a deep slumber, their snores gradually rising. Qin Lai remained by the campfire, pondering for a moment before retrieving a beast core, examining it closely. The beast core of the first-tier spirit beast, Shadow Electric Eagle, was diamond-shaped, roughly the size of a thumb, and a translucent azure hue. Upon closer inspection, he could faintly see currents of electricity flowing within. Squinting his eyes, Qin Lai secretly circulated the heavenly thunder strike, a surge of attraction emanating from his palm. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The finely dispersed electric currents within the azure beast core suddenly surged chaotically, rushing toward the meridians in his palm. A slightly tingling sensation radiated from his hand as he distinctly felt the delicate currents sliding down his arm, gathering like a stream toward his Dantian's spirit sea. Qin Lai's heart leaped with joy, his spirit invigorated, a smile breaking across his face. The Dantian spirit sea, located in the abdomen, serves as the core for warriors to store spiritual energy, akin to the beast core of spirit beasts, serving as the source of power. The cultivation of warriors involves absorbing the spirit energy of heaven and earth, gradually funneling it into the Dantian spirit sea, refining the body, and continuously expanding the capacity of the spirit sea to store more energy, thereby granting the warrior greater strength. Over the years, Qin Lai had also amassed a considerable amount of spiritual energy. While tempering his body with the 9 heavens thunder strike, he had previously opened his spirit sea. However, the spiritual energy he painstakingly accumulated often depleted during a single cultivation session, leaving his Dantian spirit sea in a state of exhaustion, devoid of usable energy. The purity and richness of the energy within the spirit sea serve as a gauge for measuring a warrior's realm. To discern his true level, the simplest method for Qin Lai would be to fill his spirit sea with energy and then use specific measuring stones to gauge it, providing a rough estimation of his realm. The accumulation of spiritual energy typically requires the refining of heaven and earth's essence for gradual buildup, which is not an overnight endeavor, of course. Nothing is absolute. In this wondrous world, certain rare items can significantly shorten the process of gathering spiritual energy and replenishing the spirit sea. Spirit stones, spirit crystals, spirit pills, spirit herbs, and suitable beast cores can expedite the gathering of spiritual energy, allowing warriors to cultivate at an accelerated pace. Focusing intently, Qin Lai absorbed the electrical currents from the beast core in his palm, guiding them through his meridians, allowing them to gradually flow into his Dantian spirit sea, replenishing the depleted spirit sea. Crack! As the energy was exhausted, the beast core shattered in his palm, startling Qin Lai awake. After quietly assessing for a moment, he discovered that the energy contained within a single beast core was far from sufficient to fill his spirit sea. The energy that is transmitted, guided, and transformed experiences varying degrees of loss. In truth, the power that can merge into the spiritual sea and manifest as spiritual energy ultimately amounts to merely 1/10 or 1/12 of its original form. Raising his gaze to the sky, he noticed that, unbeknownst to him, the daylight had gradually brightened. Absorbing the energy from the beast core takes so much time, and this is only a first-tier spirit beast core. Given the light of day, it seems I cannot continue my cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Lai narrowed his eyes and took a brief rest. Following a night of recuperation, the next day, everyone appeared invigorated. "Ling Lai, you seem to be in good spirits. After slaying so many shadow electric eagles yesterday, I didn't expect you to recover so swiftly. You have quite the resilience, Kangji exclaimed. As everyone observed closely, they indeed found that Qin Lai's eyes sparkled with brightness, exuding an aura of vitality. Even the wounds inflicted by the shadow electric eagles had surprisingly scabbed over, making it hard to believe he had endured a bloody battle the previous day. Is that so? Qin Lai chuckled. Perhaps it's due to having a bit of wine and sleeping comfortably through the night. You all appear to be in good spirits as well. He understood that this was certainly related to the replenishment of his depleted spiritual sea. Let us head to the valley that Qin Lai mentioned. I hope we can truly find the starry iron. We are running out of time. If we delay any longer, our families will surely start to worry, Tuze said eagerly. Yes, if we cannot find it this time. We must return, Zhuoqia nodded. While combing through her slightly curly long hair, she smiled at Qin Lai and said, everything depends on how accurate your information is. I too hope the information is precise, Qin Lai replied with a slight frown. Adding, however, that place is not particularly safe. If fortune does not favor us and we encounter something we should not, it could lead to significant trouble. Chapter 10. The sixth level of body refinement. Encounter something we should not? What do you mean? On the way to the valley's water pool, Kangji turned his head, a wry smile appearing on his chubby face, clearly worried. The ice soul python. Qin Lai frowned and said, there are ice soul pythons active near the water pool. Sometimes they come to wash off the dirt in the pool. If we are particularly unlucky and run into an ice soul python, it could spell trouble. The ice soul python is a second-tier spirit beast, comparable to a martial artist at the opening origin stage. And its individual lethality far surpasses that of the shadow electric eagles. A single breath of its chilling aura is something that body-refining martial artists find difficult to withstand in the past. Ling Feng from the Ling family encountered an ice soul python in the extreme cold mountain range alongside Ling Qingji and others. After being hit by its icy breath, had it not been for the timely aid of the fire cloud hammer, he would have likely succumbed to the frostbite. As a result, he survived, but the spiritual weapon, the fire cloud hammer, was rendered useless, and had it not been for Qin Shan's assistance in repairing it, that weapon would have been completely destroyed. This illustrates the formidable nature of the ice soul python. He carried a statue of his grandfather, which, according to his grandfather, would be effective in certain areas inhabited by specific spirit beasts. However, the water pool was not among those locations, and the ice soul python had not been mentioned by his grandfather, making the statue evidently of no use. Upon hearing about the ice soul python, the others' expressions shifted, filled with silent apprehension. Except for Tuze and Zhuoqia, everyone appeared troubled. At this moment, Zhuoqia coldly interjected, the ice soul python is indeed more formidable than the shadow electric eagles. But this spirit beast never congregates. They always act alone, which poses a greater threat. One ice soul python or over 30 shadow electric eagles. With the 7 of us, plus Qin Lai, can we truly not handle a single ice soul python? Besides, it's not certain we will even encounter one. Look at how scared you all appear. I see that rather embarrassing. Her words prompted awkward chuckles from the group, and they realized their reactions had been somewhat unbecoming. Brother Lai, this matter doesn't concern you. You need not accompany us. Tuze contemplated for a moment before suddenly stating, we are already grateful for your guidance. There is no reason for you to take risks alongside us. We can part ways here. No, I will join you. Qin Lai shook his head, his youthful face radiating composure and tranquility. You need my guidance, and I also need to search for something at that water pool. The starry iron is a 7th-tier material of the mundane grade, said to be fragments that fell to the mortal realm after the stars in the heavens exploded. When refined and integrated into a spiritual weapon, it significantly enhances the weapon's resilience, making it a rather rare treasure. However, the reason his grandfather specifically marked that water pool was not for the starry iron, but rather for the ice stem grass found among the water algae in the crevices of the stones beside the pool. The ice stem grass is a 5th-tier spiritual herb of the mundane grade, vital for concocting the 100-vein pill, which can enhance the toughness of the meridians, allowing for a swifter flow of spiritual energy, thereby accelerating the refining process of spiritual stones and beast cores. Directly ingesting the ice stem grass can yield similar benefits, aiding Qin Lai in rapidly refining the lightning energy within the beast core and hastening his accumulation of spiritual energy. His willingness to accompany them to the water pool was not solely due to the depth of his friendship with Tuze and Zhuoqia, but rather for the ice stem grass. After all, if he ventured alone to the water pool and encountered an ice soul python, he would undoubtedly find himself in a dire predicament, facing a life-and-death situation. Without Zhe and the others, he would never have dared to take such risks at this stage. Now that he had the company of 7, he naturally wished to seize the opportunity. Zhe and the others were quite moved by his declaration, and the gazes they cast towards him grew increasingly friendly. Engaging in conversation, under his guidance, the group of 8 finally arrived at the valley he had mentioned by noon. There were countless valleys like this in the extreme cold mountain range, and this valley lacked a name. Perhaps due to its proximity to the snowy peaks and glaciers, the valley was filled with biting winds, far colder than the silent ridge. The group tightened their garments, observing the knee-high underbrush within the valley, and cleared a path with their weapons to enter the interior. True to expectations, a water pool suddenly appeared in the center of the valley, surrounded by dense aquatic plants. With a light mist swirling above its surface, at first glance, the fog enveloping the valley presented a uniquely beautiful and ethereal scene. "Is the starry iron at the bottom of the pool?" Zhe asked excitedly, looking at Qinlai for confirmation. Qinlai nodded. Zhe let out a cheer, disregarding the water's depth and temperature, and dove headfirst into the pool. "Ah, the water is indeed a bit cold." He suddenly emerged with a wet head. Laughing heartily, "Come on in. Let us all have a good wash. After being in the mountains for so long, it's the first time I've seen such a clean water pool. We must not miss it." It is a woman's nature to appreciate cleanliness and purity. And even Zhuoqie, usually bold and unrestrained, could not contain herself at this moment, giggling as she gracefully leapt into the pool. The remaining 6, laughing heartily, followed suit, first rinsing themselves and then diving beneath the surface. Qinlai observed for a while. Seeing they had begun searching for the starry iron, he started to roam along the stone crevices and aquatic plants by the pool. The ice stem grass is only about the length of half an arm, often with one half wedged within the rocks, making the exposed portion above the water quite minimal and frequently entangled among other weeds and algae, rendering it difficult to detect. Had Qinlai not obtained his grandfather's map indicating the presence of ice stem grass in this area, he would have found it exceedingly challenging to discover it even while moving about nearby without taking meticulous care to excavate. Of course, knowing that ice stem grass was indeed present here significantly altered the situation. As he circled the edge of the pool, Qinlai remained unhurried, maintaining a composed demeanor as he searched meticulously. Before long, an unassuming little plant suddenly caught his eye. Qinlai's expression brightened, and he quickly approached, carefully uprooting the ice stem grass from among the weeds and algae. The entire plant measured barely half a meter in length, with a stem no thicker than 2 fingers. The leaves of the ice stem grass were a brownish green, feeling slightly cold to the touch, and the stem was adorned with fine, intricate lines reminiscent of the meridians coursing through the human body, imbued with some mysterious essence. 5th tier of the mundane grade. Qinlai murmured to himself, securing the ice stem grass tightly before stowing it in his waist pouch and continuing his search. "Ha ha ha! I found it. I've discovered a piece of starry iron. It truly exists." The exuberant laughter of the plump Kangji echoed from one corner of the pool as he brandished a piece of silvery stone no larger than a fingernail. Shaking it excitedly, the bright silver fragment resembled a rare metal, gleaming in the sunlight like a fallen star. Those at the bottom of the pool, including Zhe and Zhuoqie, heard the raucous laughter from above. Emerging from the water's surface to see Kangji proudly boasting about being destined by heaven and the darling of the earth, among other shameless claims. Zhe, Zhuoqie, and the others ignored Kangji's obnoxious demeanor. Their eager gazes fixated on the small piece of bright silver stone, and soon they all erupted into cheers, each filled with renewed vigor as they dove back into the depths of the pool. With the confirmation of starry iron at the bottom, the 7 of them, as if invigorated by a potent elixir, busily scoured the water pool, surfacing only occasionally to catch their breath. Qinlai paid them no mind, focusing intently on searching for ice stem grass while also keeping an eye out for any potential dangers. 5 days swiftly passed. During this time, Qinlai harvested over a dozen ice stem grass plants, swallowing them each night to refine the power from the Shadow Electric Eagle's beast core. With the aid of the ice stem grass, his refining speed indeed increased significantly. Over the span of 5 days, he successfully refined more than 20 beast cores, gradually filling his spiritual sea within his dantian with spiritual energy. The sensation of the surging energy within his spiritual sea, akin to harboring immense power, greatly bolstered his confidence. Over the course of 5 days, Tu Zhe, Zhuoxi, and 5 others dedicated all their efforts to the search for stellar essence iron. However, their fortunes seemed to be rather unfavorable, yielding only a meager collection of a mere 10 small fragments of the precious metal, insufficient to meet Tu Zhe's requirements for weapon forging. That night, Qin Lai borrowed a boundary stone from Tu Zhe, discreetly testing his true realm while avoiding the other 7. The boundary stone, rhombohedral polyhedron, glimmered faintly under the moonlight, designed specifically to assess a warrior's level of mastery. Holding his breath and focusing his mind, Qin Lai gradually channeled the spiritual energy from his spirit sea into the smooth surface of the boundary stone. As he did so, a clear blue light began to manifest on its most polished side. Each blue line represented a layer of mastery, and as Qin Lai's spiritual power intensified, more lines appeared, one after another. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 6th layer of body refinement, he thought, exhaling softly as he ceased his infusion of energy. His eyes gradually brightened, filled with confidence and anticipation for the future. On the 6th day, while Tu Zhe and the others continued their search for stellar essence iron, Qin Lai resumed his quest for frost stem grass. And everything proceeded as usual. Suddenly, from the distant thicket, the peculiar hissing sound of a snake-like creature flickering its tongue broke the silence. Qin Lai, who was rummaging through a patch of algae, felt a chill wash over him, his expression shifting dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the largest stone beside him and hurled it toward the center of the pond, shouting, "The ice soul python is coming!" As he yelled, Qin Lai swiftly moved away from the direction of the eerie sound, striving to avoid a direct encounter with the creature. The commotion startled Tu Zhe and the others, prompting them to surface from the water with remarkable speed, rushing toward Qin Lai's beckoning. The ice soul python, an amphibious spirit beast, possessed formidable combat prowess both in water and on land, and it could unleash its full strength within the pond, unaffected by the currents. The same could not be said for Tu Zhe and his companions. Fighting in the water would significantly hinder their abilities, diminishing the effectiveness of their powerful attacks. Thus, upon hearing of the approaching ice soul python, they decisively emerged from the water. The underbrush crackled as they moved, the sounds of splintering wood and scattering stones mingling with the python's hissing cries. Soon, a massive serpent, nearly 9 meters long and as thick as a barrel, materialized before them. Its pearlescent white body bore cloud-like patterns, while its triangular head exhaled a chilling mist that sent shivers down the spine. The creature moved with astonishing speed, its deep emerald eyes gleaming with a sinister light that captivated all who beheld it. "It's coming!" Kangji screamed. "Then let us slay it," Zhuoxi responded, adjusting her stance. Her athletic legs formed a bow as she nocked an arrow, drawing her longbow to its utmost tension. Ready for battle. Chapter 11. The Shattered Ice Manor, whoosh. A silver arrow shot through the air, darting toward the ice soul python. Just as the arrow was about to pierce its forehead, a brilliant silver light erupted, overwhelming the creature's deep emerald gaze and momentarily blinding it. However, in that instant, it unleashed a torrent of icy mist, laced with shards of ice, directly onto the arrowhead. Crack, crack, crack. The arrow, seemingly frozen in mid-flight, emitted a chilling sound as its speed abruptly diminished. With a powerful shake of its head, the ice soul python sent the arrow plummeting to the ground, utterly ineffectual against it. Enraged, the serpent's green eyes glinted with malice as it barreled forward, obliterating the underbrush in its path. "Watch out!" Zhuoxi shouted, loosing another silver arrow. "Let us strike together." Tu Zhe, Kangji, and the others sprang into action. A flurry of crimson blade light erupted from Tu Zhe's long knife, crashing toward the advancing ice soul python. Kangji let out a roar, his golden spear radiating piercing force as golden spear shadows darted toward the creature's eyes. The remaining 4 focused intently, channeling their spiritual energy to unleash wind blades, light waves, and fireballs from the flanks, coordinating their attacks with Tu Zhe and Kangji. Only Qin Lai remained still, observing the battle. From their conversations over the past few days, he understood that Tu Zhe was at the 9th layer of body refinement. only a step away from breaking into the open origin realm, while Zhuoxi and Kangji were at the 8th layer, both highly skilled and experienced in combat. The remaining 4 were also at the 7th layer, marking them as outstanding juniors of the Xingyun Pavilion. With 1 at the 9th layer, 2 at the 8th, and 4 at the 7th, this formidable group was capable of taking down a second-tier spirit beast like the Ice Soul Python, provided they exercised caution. This battle, unlike his previous encounter with the Shadow Electric Eagle, was Qin Lai's first true test of combat. He wished to observe Tu Zhe and the others' fighting methods before joining in. Tu Zhe and Kangji engaged the Ice Soul Python head-on, while Zhuoxi maintained her distance, shooting arrows with precision, assisted by the flanking attacks of the others. The Ice Soul Python found itself under considerable duress, forced only to expel icy mist mixed with shards of ice to defend itself against the onslaught. The Python's most potent attack was its icy mist. If a warrior were struck, they would be instantly frozen and rendered powerless, and should the cold poison infiltrate, it could even threaten their life. Aware of the Python's deadly capabilities, Tu Zhe and his companions maintained a safe distance, evading its icy breath and ensuring that its strongest attack could not take effect. In the meantime, Zhuoxi and the others seized the opportunity to strike, landing numerous hits with arrows, wind blades, fireballs, and light waves. Gradually, the serpent's body bore wounds, and its agility diminished as it succumbed to its injuries. Qin Lai, observing the battle intently, learned much from Tu Zhe and the others. It was evident that they had fought side by side for quite some time. Their coordination seamless, with clear roles and a strong sense of unity in their attacks. Together, they systematically wore down the Ice Soul Python, inflicting more and more wounds until it could no longer resist. The battle soon lost all suspense. As the 7 warriors methodically wore down the creature, its injuries became too severe, and it eventually succumbed to their relentless efforts. What a shame to waste such fine python skin. The hide of a second-tier spirit beast holds considerable value, Kangji lamented as he approached. Holding a small vial, he and Tu Zhe poured a liquid from the vial evenly over the corpse of the Ice Soul Python. FZZ, FZZ, FZZ. The body of the Ice Soul Python emitted thick smoke as its flesh rapidly dissolved, leaving Qin Lai astonished. Before long, the 9-meter-long serpent had melted into a pool of blood, leaving behind only a tattered hide, a segment of its bone, and a few sharp teeth. Clearly, the parts that remained unconsumed were the truly valuable materials. Have you been slacking off? While we fought so fiercely, you merely stood by and watched. Tu Zhe chuckled, his tone devoid of reproach. Did you think that since we were unscathed and easily dispatched the Ice Soul Python, there was no need for you to intervene? Given Qin Lai's previous solo battle against over 40 Shadow Electric Eagles, none of them suspected he was timid. They merely assumed he was observing because he felt confident in their victory. My experience is too limited. I wanted to learn from your fighting methods. Your coordination is so remarkable that I feared my participation might hinder you. Qin Lai replied casually. Haha, you are far too modest. Having slain over 40 Shadow Electric Eagles, how could your combat experience be lacking? Tu Zhe beckoned him closer, gesturing to the materials on the ground. As I promised, if we truly found stellar essence iron, I would reward you handsomely. You may choose freely from the python skin, bones, teeth, and beast core. Zhuoxi, Kangji, and the others smiled, showing no objection to Tu Zhe's decision. Qin Lai glanced down, shaking his head with a smile. No need. I see nothing here that I require. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The piercing sound of arrows slicing through the air suddenly erupted from the thicket. A volley aimed directly at Tu Zhe and his companions. Thud. Before Chu Peng, standing beside Kangji, could react, he was struck by an arrow in his left shoulder, sent staggering back with a cry of pain. Tu Zhe and Zhuoxi, unable to gather the spiritual materials from the Ice Soul Python in time, were instantly filled with rage, shouting as they prepared to fight back. Qin Lai's expression turned pale as he saw the arrows hurtling toward them. He quickly retreated, seeking cover behind a pile of stones. Fortunately, having wandered near the pond for several days, he was intimately familiar with the terrain and promptly found a suitable hiding spot, calling out for Tu Zhe and the others to join him. As Tu Zhe and Zhuoxi wielded their weapons to deflect the arrows, they shielded the injured Chu Peng and another wounded comrade, Han Feng, hastily making their way toward Qin Lai's position. Just then, A group of over 10 warriors clad in deep brown garments emerged from the thicket. Among them, several individuals wielded longbows, their gazes sharp as they moved swiftly, relentlessly loosing arrows, exuding an air of intent to slay the onlookers on the spot. Behind the archers stood a silver-haired youth with a stern expression, his eyes coldly surveying the crowd. Clad in a deep brown robe adorned with a pattern resembling shattered ice on the left breast. He appeared to be a representative of a certain powerful faction. Shattered Ice Manor. Yin Ziqian. At last, with the stone pile as her refuge, Zhuqian, her silver teeth clenching audibly, revealed an expression of overwhelming fury on her enchanting face. Indeed, they are the rabble from Shattered Ice Manor. After arranging for the injured Chu Peng, Han Feng, and the others, Tu Zai's countenance turned grim as he unsheathed his long knife, ready to charge into battle. Brother Tu, do not act impulsively. Wait until they draw closer. The distance is too great, and we remain within the lethal range of their arrows. Zhuqian hurriedly interjected. Tu Zai quickly regained his composure, inhaling deeply as he crouched behind the stone pile with the others, gradually steadying his breath in preparation for the impending bloodshed. Upon hearing the name Shattered Ice Manor, Qin Lai understood that conflict was inevitable. Even in a state of mind devoid of thought, he could still overhear the conversations around him. Throughout the years in the Ling family's dining hall, he had frequently heard of Shattered Ice Manor and was well aware of its formidable strength. Like the Nebula Pavilion, Shattered Ice Manor was a force of the Qingshi level, and both resided in Ice Rock City. The entire Ice Rock City was dominated by the two factions, Nebula Pavilion and Shattered Ice Manor, both of which were subordinate to the Black Iron level force known as Senluo Hall. Logically, Nebula Pavilion and Shattered Ice Manor should coexist peacefully under the constraints of Senluo Hall. However, the reality was far from that. For reasons unknown, these two factions were locked in a bitter feud within Ice Rock City, their hostilities never ceasing, although they would restrain their subordinates from being overly reckless within the city limits. Yet, once outside the confines of Ice Rock City, their encounters would inevitably erupt into bloody battles, resulting in numerous casualties. Gradually, the animosity between the two factions deepened, and had it not been for several stern warnings from Sanluo Hall, a large-scale massacre would have likely already occurred within Ice Rock City. Shattered Ice Manor was not far from the extreme cold mountains, where martial artists often ventured to hone their skills. Every time the warriors from Shattered Ice Manor and Nebula Pavilion crossed paths, bloodshed ensued. Even the smaller factions affiliated with them frequently clashed due to the enmity of their superiors, resulting in further fatalities. Tu Zai, stop cowering like a frightened dog and come out. The cold, silver-haired youth stepped forward, his tone laced with malice as he coldly declared, "We have pursued this ice soul python for 6 days, expending considerable effort. Have you even considered my ice chi sword before attempting to seize it?" As he spoke, he drew forth a frost-white long sword, its width akin to 2 fingers, shimmering with a chilling brilliance. A bright silver ice thread within the sword twisted and coiled with its movement, resembling a sealed dragon at first glance. Beside him, a young warrior from Shattered Ice Manor respectfully gathered the python's skin, bones, teeth, and beast core, presenting them to him. Young Manor Master, aside from a few holes in the skin, everything else is intact. It seems we owe them our gratitude. Yin Ziqian nodded, glancing at the spoils before gesturing for him to collect them. Tu Zai and the others, hidden behind the stone pile, could only watch as the warriors from Shattered Ice Manor collected their plunder while hurling insults at them, their anger simmering dangerously close to the edge of madness. However, the archers from Shattered Ice Manor remained poised, their arrows trained on them, preventing any rash movements. Wait until they approach, until their bows lose their effectiveness. Zhuqian spoke calmly. The group gritted their teeth, nodding in understanding as they tightened their grips on their weapons, awaiting the arrival of their formidable foes. The weather during the thunderstorm season was peculiar. The previously blazing sun had gradually succumbed to thick, ominous clouds, casting a shadow over them, much like the pressure exerted by Shattered Ice Manor, causing a sense of suffocation and unease among the group. When the moment arises, act accordingly if the situation becomes truly dire. You should break through if you can, without worrying about us, Tu Zai whispered. Qin Lai looked at him in surprise, a smile breaking across his face as he replied, "The Ling family and Nebula Pavilion are united. Upon hearing this, the others visibly brightened, and Tu Zhe's eyes gleamed with newfound vigor. Before the impending battle, he clenched his fist and struck Qin Lai's chest with a heavy blow. Everything was left unspoken. Chapter 12. The wrath of thunder. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and the wind howled, creating a stifling atmosphere. At Yin Ziqian's signal, the warriors from Shattered Ice Manor did not rush in recklessly, but instead spread out methodically in a semicircular formation, slowly closing in on the stone pile where the group was hidden. Zhuqian's expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, "This is bad." Tu Zhe and the others were equally alarmed, having discerned Yin Ziqian's intent, silently cursing their misfortune. With the archers aiming at them, attempting to break through now would render them sitting ducks. Yin Ziqian recognized their disadvantage, refraining from a direct charge and opting instead for a strategic encirclement. This maneuver aimed to capture them all in one fell swoop. Once the encirclement was complete, the 7 would be outnumbered, and with injured companions among them, their fate in this battle seemed grim, likely leading to total annihilation. The archers have not closed in. It's too late to break through now. This battle is fraught with peril. Tu Zhe suddenly inhaled deeply, his expression turning ferocious, his eyes resembling those of a cornered beast as he growled, "We can't escape. If we can take down one more, then it's worth it. If we can kill 8, we'll have profited." Kang Ji, Zhuqian, Chu Peng, and the others, upon hearing this, felt their eyes blaze with fury, preparing to fight to the death. The forces from Shattered Ice Manor numbered 17 or 18, significantly outnumbering them, and Yin Ziqian's formidable aura matched that of Tu Zhe. The warriors beside him emanated a deep, oppressive energy, revealing that each had been through the crucible of bloodshed. Tu Zhe, Kang Ji, and the others had already expended considerable energy battling the Ice Soul Python and had sustained injuries from a surprise attack. Qin Lai's brow furrowed, his eyes flickering with electric intensity as he sought a glimmer of hope for victory amidst the despair surrounding Tu Zhe and the others. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the thick clouds. Qin Lai's eyes suddenly shone with a remarkable brilliance. "In a moment, you all stay as far away from me as possible. Do not approach." Taking a deep breath, an awe-inspiring aura surged from Qin Lai, akin to a long-sealed blade poised to reveal its unparalleled sharpness. The 7 of them gazed at him in bewilderment. "Leave none alive, kill." Yin Ziqian's icy command suddenly pierced the air as the warriors from Shattered Ice Manor, who had been poised for action, roared and charged from 3 directions. Yin Ziqian, at the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement, surged forward without hesitation, his ice chi sword shimmering as it unleashed a cold radiance like a dormant dragon pouncing towards Tu Zhe. "Come on!" Tu Zhe roared, his crimson long knife radiating a brilliant glow as he stepped forward, engaging Yin Ziqian in fierce combat. Zhuqian had already discarded her bow, gripping a dark red dragonbone whip tightly in her right hand. With a flick of her jade arm, the whip danced through the air like a serpent, emitting a piercing screech. Kang Ji, along with the injured Chu Peng and Han Feng, also displayed a frenzied determination. Recklessly charging forward, on the periphery, several archers from Shattered Ice Manor were adjusting their aim, hesitant to shoot for fear of hitting their own. One of the archers suddenly gasped, spotting Qin Lai behind the stone pile. With a sinister smile, he raised his bow and aimed at Qin Lai, exclaiming, "There's a lone target." Whoosh whoosh. 2 arrows shot mercilessly towards Qin Lie. He summoned the power of thunder. Qin Lai's mind erupted with a surge of energy, igniting his blood and filling his limbs with a frenzied strength. Boom! The divine thunder from the heavens resonated with him, as bolts of lightning roared across the sky, twisting and writhing, breaking through the thick clouds to descend upon the world like a cleansing storm. Accompanying the wrath of thunder, Qin Lai bellowed, resembling a blinding flash of lightning that tore through the firmament in an instant. Where is he? The archer, momentarily blinded by the lightning, regained his senses only to find Qin Lai had vanished, and the 2 arrows he had loosed had also disappeared. "Behind you." Yes, right behind you." Another archer, terrified, screamed in panic as he saw Qin Lai materialize, his body crackling with electric energy, serpentine lightning coiling around him, while thicker bolts of thunder swirled above his head like a dragon. At this moment, Qin Lai appeared to embody the very essence of the thunder god. First one. Qin Lai roared, his electrified hands suddenly gripping the neck of this archer, tightening with ferocity. Crack! The chilling sound of a neck being shattered rang out, and the archer fell lifelessly to the ground. In his first act of killing, Qin Lai felt no fear. His hands did not tremble, and an unsettling excitement flickered across his handsome face, his eyes gleaming with a wild fervor. It seems that the long-hidden elements of madness and violence within his nature have been thoroughly unleashed by today's battle. You are the second. He glanced at the archer across from him, suddenly breaking into a grin. The archer, who had previously called out to warn his companion, felt a chill run down his spine at that smile, a sense of despair washing over him as if he were being targeted by a primordial beast. Crack! Bolts of lightning descended from the billowing dark clouds, striking down around Qin Lai as if carrying the weight of thunderous wrath. He suddenly charged toward the archer, and amidst the roar of thunder, the archer's eyes glazed over, overwhelmed by the true sound of thunderclaps exploding in his mind, rendering him dizzy and disoriented. Snap! Employing the same method, Qin Lai crushed the man's neck, leaving him lifeless before he collapsed, his neck charred and blackened like charcoal. Having slain two, the ferocious blood within Qin Lai ignited completely. Rather than joining the fray with Tu Zhe and Yan Ziqian, he focused on the archers from the shattered ice mansion. As he passed through, thunder roared, and thick bolts of lightning twisted and coiled around him like gigantic chains under his command. In that moment, the archers from the shattered ice mansion cried out in terror. Once he approached them, they would be struck down by the thunder without him needing to lift a finger. Ah! Zhua, she suddenly exclaimed, gripping her dragon bone whip, her leather armor torn, blood oozing from her fair skin, and a long, narrow wound marring her muscular left leg. Look over there at Qin Lai. Realizing the dire situation, her beautiful eyes sparkled with an intense light as she frantically shouted at Tu Zhe and the others. Tu Zhe, his long hair frosted and teeth chattering, felt the chill of the ice chi sword seeping into him, his body gradually stiffening. Kangji, with a gaping wound in his abdomen, bled profusely, his plump face contorted in agony as he cried out. Chu Peng, Han Feng, and the others were similarly battered, gritting their teeth, prepared to drag a few more down with them in a desperate bid for survival. Hearing Zhuoxi's cries, they instinctively turned to face Qin Lai. To their horror, the archers who had once sent chills down their spines now lay charred and lifeless among the underbrush, their eyes bulging in death, clearly having been executed. The instigator, Qin Lai, stood like a deity wielding the thunder of the heavens. The ceaseless detonations of thunder above him accompanied by thick bolts of lightning that danced around him like chains binding the sky. The remaining three archers were forced to jump and dodge, continuously bombarded by the thunder, their bodies smoking, on the brink of annihilation. In the midst of despair, Tu Zhe and Zhuoxi, upon witnessing such a bizarre scene, felt a resurgence of strength. Their spirits lifted as they joined the fray against the warriors of the shattered ice mansion. Who is this person? Yan Ziqian's expression darkened as he coldly commanded, "Two of you, go over there." The two warriors who had been attacking Tu Zhe swiftly retreated toward Qin Lai. Tu Zhe felt a sudden release of pressure. Two are not enough, send more. Qin Lai grinned maniacally amid the rolling thunder, suddenly bellowing, "Boom! Keep it coming." Torrential rain began to pour, and the storm clouds above the valley responded to his command, converging ominously toward his position. Everyone looked up, witnessing the serpentine flashes of lightning gathering above Qin Lai. A sight so eerie and terrifying that it instilled a sense of defeat in all who beheld it. The two warriors who had left Yan Ziqian's side barely approached Qin Lai before being struck by the thunderous bolts, staggering as if intoxicated, smoke rising from their hair. Didn't I say it was insufficient? Qin Lai laughed heartily, stepping forward. Right before Yan Ziqian, Tu Zhe, and Zhuoxi, he seized a cold sword he had picked up and pierced it into the two men, creating several gaping wounds. One of them was the very one who had previously attempted to seize spoils, who let out a blood-curdling scream as he fell, his leather pouch falling loose, spilling out the beast core of the ice soul python. Without even sparing a glance at the beast core, Qin Lai's eyes blazed with ferocity as he strode toward Yan Ziqian and the others with an imposing presence. With numerous archers slain and two high-ranking warriors dead, combined with Qin Lai's thunderous and fierce demeanor, The warriors of the shattered ice mansion turned pale. Under the torrential rain, they felt an overwhelming fear of facing Qin Lai, instinctively retreating as he approached. In contrast, Tu Zhe and the others, having narrowly escaped death, found their spirits renewed, howling in excitement. Retreat. With no other choice, Yin Ziqian gritted his teeth and signaled for everyone to withdraw. The warriors of the shattered ice mansion seemed to have been waiting for this command. As soon as it was uttered, they scattered in a frenzy, their figures darting through the underbrush, soon disappearing from sight. Tu Zhe and the others dared not pursue, quickly gathering around Qin Lai, their expressions filled with exhilaration. "Don't come any closer," Qin Lai shouted urgently. "The lightning above cannot be contained." Upon hearing this, Zhuo Shi and the others turned pale, halting in their tracks, casting him strange looks. Once he ceased channeling the heavenly thunder, Qin Lai felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, his body aching and dizziness setting in as the residual electricity coursed through him, leaving him in a disheveled state as the storm abated. The lightning that had gathered above him mysteriously dissipated. Lin Lai, as long as I, Tu Zhe, draw breath, you shall forever be my dear brother. And I, Kong Ji, count me in. The others echoed in agreement. Chapter 13. Windfall. Qin Lai collapsed onto the ground, feeling sore and numb, the remnants of electricity still coursing through his veins. His true cultivation level was merely at the 6th layer of body refinement. Without the aid of the power of the 9 heavens thunder, such astounding achievements would have been beyond his reach. Just the 2 warriors who had charged at him from Yin Ziqian's side would have posed a significant threat, and he would have found it exceedingly difficult to prevail against either had they truly aimed to kill him. As the fierce battle concluded and the thunder faded, he felt utterly drained, his spirit flagging from the exertion combined with the thunderous bombardment. Tu Zhe and the others gathered around him, marveling at his prowess, their gazes revealing a mix of admiration and trepidation. "Brother Lai, what just transpired?" Kong Ji's round face contorted in a smile, exuding an overly fawning demeanor. "It seems you can summon the lightning from the heavens. How on earth did you achieve that? You look like a delicate flower most of the time, but in battle, you transform into a fierce warrior. Your murderous intent is truly fearsome." "It's all thanks to the spirit artifacts," Qin Lai replied weakly, dismissing their curiosity as he took out a beast core from a shadowy electric carving, squinting his eyes to recuperate. Seeing his exhausted state, Tu Zhe and the others ceased their inquiries, settling beside him to take recovery pills. After a considerable time, Qin Lai felt his strength gradually returning, and upon hearing Tu Zhe and the others conversing, he slowly opened his eyes. "You woke up just in time," Tu Zhe grinned widely, tossing him a jade token as he spoke. "Here, take this jade token. With it, you can join the Star Cloud Pavilion as a core member at any time." As Qin Lai picked up the jade token and saw the starry nebula depicted upon it, he was momentarily taken aback. He understood that becoming a core member of the Star Cloud Pavilion, a force of the Qingshi level, was an exceedingly challenging feat. The sons of the Ling family and other factions had devoted themselves to rigorous training in hopes of breaking through to the opening origin realm before the age of 20 to gain the pavilion's favor. Ling Qingji and Ling Qingya had reached the opening origin realm, yet due to their age, they could not enter the pavilion, relegated to the status of vassal warriors. Among the vast Ling family, only Ling Xianxian had a chance to enter the opening origin realm before 20 and subsequently join the Star Cloud Pavilion for training. Tu Zhe's offering of the token, granting immediate access to core membership, struck Qin Lai with a profound sense of shock. "The token is just one aspect," Zhuo Shi chimed in with a radiant smile, tossing him a wine pouch. "I promised to treat you to a drink if we found the star iron." Before Qin Lai could respond, she continued, "We just tallied up your contributions. You single-handedly eliminated 7 archers from the shattered ice mansion, all at the 5th layer of body refinement. Additionally, among the 2 you later killed, one was at the 7th layer and the other at the 8th. Thus, the 7 5th layer archers count for 50 contribution points, the 7th layer for 80, and the 8th for 100. Plus, you've reclaimed the materials from the Ice Soul Python, adding up to 350 contribution points." She paused, her smile growing even more radiant. "Before you even join the Star Cloud Pavilion, you've already amassed 880 contribution points. With such a wealth of points, you can exchange for numerous items as soon as you arrive. Tu Ze and the others laughed in delight. Qin Lai, however, was left feeling somewhat bewildered. Contribution points? Do we earn points for killing? Contribution points are a universal currency for core members of the Star Cloud Pavilion, allowing exchange for spirit techniques, spirit skills, spirit artifacts, spirit pills, and other cultivation resources. There are various ways to earn contribution points. As long as you make a contribution to the pavilion, you will receive corresponding points. Slaying spirit beasts and submitting their materials can earn you contributions. Assisting the sect in locating specific items will also yield rewards. Naturally, eliminating the enemies of the Xingyun sect will earn you contribution points as well. Tu Ze grinned and elaborated. The fractured ice mansion and the Xingyun sect have been embroiled in continuous bloodshed. Due to the constraints imposed by the Senluo Hall, killing warriors from the fractured ice mansion will, on the surface, not earn you contribution points. However, behind the scenes, the sect compensates for these points. Today, you have slain 9 individuals. We have already tallied your contributions and will report them, along with the materials from the Ice Soul Python. You haven't even arrived at the Xingyun sect yet you've already struck a fortune. The Ice Soul Python was hunted by you all. It should rightfully be your contribution. Not mine, Qin Lai remarked in astonishment. We couldn't secure it. It was ultimately you who seized it back, so it naturally counts as yours. Indeed, none of the 7 of us dispute this. What's yours is yours. Tu Ze waved dismissively. Qin Lai nodded, feeling no need for further politeness. Then I thank you. Haha, good brother. Tu Ze laughed heartily. Moreover, the portly Kangji grinned, tossing a bulging pouch to Qin Lai. We just meticulously scavenged through the belongings of the 9 warriors you killed from the fractured ice mansion, and we've gathered some materials that may aid your cultivation. Just some elixirs, spirit stones, and other miscellaneous items. Their weapons and spirit artifacts were of low quality and cumbersome to carry, thus we did not sort them for you. However, once we return to the sect, we will assist you in exchanging them for the corresponding contribution points, Kangji explained. Qin Lai weighed the pouch in his hand, his eyes lighting up with surprise, and he expressed his gratitude profusely. In the subsequent 3 days, the group first recuperated by the water pool. Once Qin Lai felt his spiritual energy replenished, he engaged in a brief spar with Chu Peng, who was at the 7th level of body refinement, without the aid of the 9 heavens thunder. Despite being at the 6th level of body refinement, Qin Lai did not find himself at a distinct disadvantage during their duel. Although his realm was slightly lower, his robust physique and the thunderous energy within his attacks kept Chu Peng at bay. Despite being at a higher level, Chu Peng found it difficult to gain the upper hand against him. Your cultivation technique is quite peculiar. With the right spirit artifacts, its power would be even more formidable, Tu Ze remarked after observing their battle, stroking his chin. Upon our return, I will search the sect's spirit artifact repository for something that can enhance your combat prowess. Qin Lai smiled. Knowing that he had not used his full strength due to Chu Peng's injuries, he felt that his physical resilience might surpass Chu Peng's significantly. Of course, he did not fully disclose this. Privately, he believed that if he were to unleash his full power without relying on the thunder's strength, he could contend with Kangji, who was at the 8th level of body refinement. Yin Ziqian cannot bring too many people to the extreme cold mountains. He has already suffered losses this time. Given his cautious nature, he is unlikely to take risks without absolute certainty. Let us stay a few more days and see if we can gather more starry iron. Little Lai, will you return to the Xingyun sect with us? No, I must return to the Ling family. Qin Lai declined at present. With the frequent thunderstorms, he needed to rely on the unique environment within Yaoshan to continue his cultivation of the heavenly thunderstrike. Thus, he apologized, Brother Tu, since you are all nearly recovered, I shall take my leave first, until we meet again. Despite Tu Ze and Zhua Qi's attempts to retain him, Qin Lai was resolute in his decision to depart. The 7 could do nothing but watch him leave with regret. After Qin Lai's departure, Tu Ze and the others remained by the water pool, continuing their efforts to gather starry iron. In Lingjia Town, at dusk, it has been nearly half a month since Qin Lai has last appeared. It seems he has truly encountered misfortune, Ling Qingji mused as he sat in the viewing platform of the martial arts arena. Observing the Ling family youths below, his brow furrowed. Beside him were the Ling family head, Ling Qingye, and Ling Yushi. Ling Xianxian, clad in a short skirt adorned with fiery clouds, stood in the center of the arena. commanding the Ling family warriors with an air of authority. Her small face was filled with pride, her fair legs and arms exposed, radiating a dazzling whiteness that captivated many spirited young men, whose attentions were utterly ensnared. To ease her mind and allow her to focus on her cultivation, Ling Chengya had previously promised her that she and Qinlai would no longer be bound by any engagement. With Qinlai's prolonged absence, Ling Xianxian gradually forgot that such a person existed within the Ling family. Brother, over the past 5 years, Qinlai has never displayed any unusual behavior. His absence for half a month may mean he has perished in the mine, Ling Chengji murmured, lowering his voice. During this half-month, there has been no thunder and lightning at Yaoshan, and the previously deteriorating medicinal herbs have shown marked improvement. Although we still cannot gather enough spirit herbs to settle our debts with the Xingyun sect, we should not be overly affected in the future. Alas, I promised Qin Shan I would look after him. But I cannot enter that mine. Ling Qingye shook his head, letting out a soft sigh. He glanced at Ling Yushi beside him, secretly relieved. If he were to truly meet with an accident, Yushi would be spared from a calamity and would not have to marry him. But what if he returns? Ling Yushi asked. Her brow furrowed, her voice gentle. For some reason, she felt that Qinlai was not so easily met with misfortune. She could not articulate why she thought this. She simply felt he was not as simple as others perceived. Yet, she currently had no means to confirm this or ascertain whether something extraordinary truly surrounded Qinlai. If he does return, alas, that would be unfortunate for you. Father would have no choice but to honor the agreement made with Qin Shan and expedite your engagement, Ling Qingye replied with a helpless expression. Alas. It is not that I wish for him to face misfortune, but his very presence complicates matters for our Ling family. An engagement is a cumbersome affair, and the spirit herbs on Yaoshan are the foundation of our family. We still do not know how to deal with the Xingyun sect. That wretched woman has been pressing us repeatedly. My patience is wearing thin. Ling Chengji's expression darkened as he inhaled deeply, saying, Brother, what shall we do? Enough talk. The timing is not right. Ling Qingye admonished, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Upon ensuring there were no spies from the Du family, he spoke in a hushed tone, Soon, I shall personally lead a team to the extreme cold mountains, hoping to find spirit herbs to compensate for the losses at Yaoshan and provide an explanation to the Xingyun sect. Once again to the extreme cold mountains? Ling Yushi's beautiful face paled slightly, fear flickering in her heart. Last time, we suffered significant losses, sacrificing several clan members. For our Ling family's strength, venturing deep into the extreme cold mountains is exceedingly perilous. Father, you must consider this carefully. We have no choice. Ling Qingye retorted. Here comes the fool. The fool is back in town. So he hasn't died after all? At that moment, a cacophony of voices erupted from the town entrance. Upon hearing those voices, Ling Qingye and the others on the viewing platform exchanged perplexed glances, their expressions darkening. To the two brothers. Qinlai's return felt akin to a misfortune compounding upon an already unfortunate situation, only bringing new troubles to the Ling family. Ling Yushi's serene countenance also revealed a hint of helpless bitterness as she sighed inwardly. Such is fate. Perhaps. P.S. Please support by collecting and voting. Chapter 14. The life of being served. Qinlai walked down the stone path at the town entrance with a blank expression. Just like half a month ago. His gaze was hollow, devoid of spirit, his clothes stained with mud, appearing quite disheveled. Following him was Ling Ying, clad in colorful garments, her voluptuous figure and bright eyes reflecting intense curiosity, trailing him leisurely, half a month prior. After Qinlai departed from Yaoshan, the Ling family head had been anxious to see him, believing he was still within the mountain. He had arranged for people to guard the entrance of the Yaoshan mine day and night. Awaiting his return. At night, Ling Feng took the watch while Ling Ying held the fort during the day, both taking turns to report to the Ling family head the moment he appeared. Due to this, Du Hong, filled with curiosity about the interior of Yaoshan, had not found an opportunity to delve deeper. Meanwhile, Ling Feng and Ling Ying were instructed by Ling Qingye to remain at the mine entrance, strictly forbidden from venturing into the mountain, leaving them unaware of the protective formations within Yaoshan. This evening, Ling Ying was at her usual post by the mine entrance, nearly dozing off from boredom, when she suddenly spotted Qinlai returning from the direction of the extreme cold mountains. Ling Ying was so startled she nearly cried out. She followed Qinlai closely, her suspicious gaze lingering on him. Yet she could not discern any clues, deepening her confusion. This fool has not been in the mine but has instead spent half a month in the extreme cold mountains. What on earth was he doing? How did he survive alone in such a perilous place? Ling Ying pondered, growing increasingly perplexed, her enchanting face filled with astonishment as curiosity towards Qinlai blossomed for the first time. Qinlai was well aware that Ling Ying was scrutinizing him from behind. Yet he felt no stirrings within. By the time he neared Yaoshan, he had discreetly concealed 2 pouches, lest the clutter of his belongings attract unnecessary trouble. Now feeling unencumbered, he was not concerned that the Ling family might glean anything from his possessions. His sentiments towards the Ling family were neutral. He bore no ill will, viewing the relationship between himself and the Ling family as a mere transactional arrangement. Grandfather repaired the spirit tools for the Ling family in exchange for the right to access the medicinal mountains, aiding him in his cultivation of the heavenly thunder strike. Nothing more than that, as was customary, he entered the town, disregarding the gazes and whispers of those around him, and made his way directly to his stone dwelling. The cacophony of voices calling him a fool returned, was effortlessly filtered out by him, as he had grown accustomed to it, and it no longer affected him in the slightest. Before long, he arrived at the 3 stone houses, which had evidently been cleaned, immaculate in appearance. Qinlai paid it no mind. He shut the door and began to rest. His return to the town left many curious souls puzzled, such as the brothers Ling Qingye and the members of the Du family. Yet others remained indifferent, like Ling Xianxian, who continued to shout in the training grounds, not sparing even a glance at Qinlai. Master. Ling Ying set aside her thoughts of Qinlai and, her attire fluttering, hurried to Ling Qingye's side, her charming face filled with confusion as she whispered, "He didn't emerge from the mine, but rather, he came from the direction of the extreme cold mountains. He hasn't been in the mines for a full half-month." Upon hearing this, the 3 members of the Ling family were taken aback, their curiosity piqued regarding Qinlai's whereabouts over the past month. Understood. Speak of this matter to no one else, Ling family patriarch commanded after a moment of contemplation. Instructing Ling Ying to hold her tongue, and gestured for her to depart, he then exchanged a knowing glance with Ling Chengji, prompting the 3 siblings, including Ling Yushi, to rise and head towards Qinlai's stone house. They soon arrived at the entrance, where Ling Qingye knocked on the door. "Qinlai, I am your Uncle Ling, please open the door." Inside, Qinlai opened his eyes, slightly furrowing his brow. He quickly adjusted his expression to one of feigned bewilderment and opened the stone door, allowing the 3 members of the Ling family to enter. Over the past 5 years, Ling Qingye had occasionally visited, seeking out Qin Shan for repairs to spirit tools. However, since grandfather's passing, he had not graced the abode for the past 2 years. This sudden visit left Qinlai shrouded in uncertainty, unable to discern the intentions of the Ling family. Once inside, the 3 noted Qinlai seated on a stone bench, staring blankly at the cup upon the stone table. As though it held far more intrigue than the 3 of them combined, Ling Qingye scrutinized him closely for a moment before speaking. "Qinlai, I do not know if you can hear me, nor am I certain if you will remain in this state forever. I simply wish to express that the spiritual herbs and medicines atop the medicinal mountain are of utmost importance to the Ling family. In recent years, those herbs have begun to wither in large numbers, which has already begun to impact the foundation of the Ling family." Pausing, he gazed deeply into Qinlai's eyes, finding no signs of abnormality. With a sense of resignation, he continued, If you can hear me, if you possess any means, I implore you to halt the decay of the herbs on the medicinal mountain. The Ling family cannot bear such a crushing loss. Please pay genuine heed to this matter." Qinlai remained silent, continuing to fixate on the cup. "There is one more thing," Ling Qingye hesitated, his tone laden with increasing helplessness. "I promised your grandfather that I would look after you until you reach 17. One of the ways I intended to do so was through your engagement to my daughter. According to the agreement between your grandfather and me, the ceremony should be held soon. I am notifying you now. It is. Between you and Yushi, I will arrange it promptly. The ceremony will take place within this time frame." Qinlai remained expressionless, betraying no change in demeanor, while Ling Yushi's face flushed crimson, a look of embarrassment crossing her features. "However, I must clarify in advance that this engagement is merely a means of protection and will only last for 2 years. After that, Regardless of the circumstances, I will dissolve the engagement. I hope you can prepare yourself for this. Ling Qingye added, contemplating for a moment before continuing, your grandfather has done our family a great favor, and we have enjoyed a fruitful partnership over the years. I hope it remains so in the future. Regardless of your true condition, I will not meddle in your affairs, and we shall strive to coexist harmoniously. With that, Ling Qingye rose, signaling for his brother and daughter to join him in departing. Father, I would like to speak with him privately for a moment. You may leave first, Ling Yushi said softly, her head bowed. Ling Qingye, feeling a pang of guilt towards her, sighed internally, nodded without further comment, and departed alongside his brother. The room fell into sudden silence, the atmosphere growing somewhat peculiar. Qinlai remained impassive, displaying no acknowledgement of the beautiful young woman still present. Ling Yushi bit her lip. Her cheeks slightly flushed and suddenly stood, saying, You must not have bathed in quite some time. Allow me to draw you a bath. With that, she gracefully rose, rolled up the sleeves of her robe to reveal her delicate white wrists, and, slightly flustered, proceeded to the washroom to fill a tub for Qinlai. Once the tub was filled and towels set out, she returned. Through this series of actions, she sought to compose herself, and by this point, she had gradually regained her composure. A hint of self-pity and resignation graced her exquisite features as she spoke. My Ling family owes a debt of gratitude to grandfather Qin Shan, and I will repay it over these 2 years. After our engagement, I shall frequently come to care for you. Alas, all I can do is clean and draw your bath. I hope you can understand. As she spoke, Ling Yushi busily wiped down surfaces with a damp cloth. Seemingly unfazed by Qinlai's reaction as she moved about the room with practiced ease, Qinlai, his gaze vacant, was acutely aware that the tidiness of the room over the past month was likely the handiwork of this gentle and lovely woman before him. Ah, you are rather unfortunate. Ever since grandfather Qin Shan passed, you have been all alone, and your mind does not seem to function well. My father originally intended for you to be engaged to my younger sister, as she is of a similar age to you. However, my sister is the future hope of the Ling family, and my father feared that the engagement would hinder her cultivation and future marital prospects. So, I have taken her place. Though I am the elder sister, my younger sister possesses far greater talent for cultivation. I am already 17 this year, and it seems unlikely I will break through to the opening realm before I turn 20. The core members of the Xingyun Pavilion are quite selective. If one does not break through to the opening realm before the age of 20, they will never receive their approval. My father and third uncle have spent their lives aspiring to join the Xingyun Pavilion. But alas, fate has not favored them, and they were unable to achieve this during their lifetimes, placing all their hopes on my sister. Sigh, due to the withering herbs and the Du family having found leverage against us. We have been troubled by them of late. That woman is intent on claiming the medicinal mountain for herself, and her recent aggression is quite concerning. I do not know if we will be able to withstand it. Perhaps because the engagement with Qinlai was imminent, or perhaps because she felt he was oblivious to her words. Ling Yushi spoke without reservation, her chatter providing Qinlai with a deeper understanding of the Ling family's current plight. It also shifted his perception of her, leading him to view this woman in a new light. Once her tasks were complete, Ling Yushi did not linger any longer, informing Qinlai that the water was ready and reminding him to wash up promptly before she quietly exited the room. After listening for a moment to ensure she had gone far enough away, Qinlai made his way to the washroom. Observing the puddles of water beside the tub and the haphazardly stacked towels, he shook his head with an amused smile. It was evident that Ling Yushi was not accustomed to such chores, and her flustered state had led to this disarray. Rubbing his nose, Qinlai paid it no mind, undressed and stepped into the wooden tub, only to be jolted by the shock of ice-cold water. The next day, Qinlai entered the Ling family dining hall, his expression vacant and a stream of mucus trailing from his nose. The bashful Ling Yushi, upon seeing him enter in such a state, quickly suppressed her laughter and lowered her head, daring not to look at him. Soon, Ling Qingye and the Du family's Du Jiaolan found themselves at odds over the matter of the spiritual herbs. The tension thick enough to suggest that a confrontation could erupt at the dining table. After the meal, he continued his journey to the medicinal mountain mines to cultivate. Being not in a state of complete detachment, he exercised caution in controlling the heavenly thunder power during his practice, wary of inadvertently unleashing currents that could obliterate the spiritual herbs and medicines. Ling Qingye's words had indeed struck a chord. He had no desire to jeopardize the Ling family's foundation and invite endless troubles. With his normalcy restored, neither Ling Feng nor Ling Ying remained at the mines, and one night, Du Hong finally found an opportunity to enter the cavern. After a dizzying exploration, Du Hong was left in shock. Just as Ling Changji had been, by the transformations within the cave. While he was relaying the findings to his mother, Ling Chengye was also making arrangements. He instructed Ling Xianxian and Ling Qingji to temporarily depart for Ice Rock City. He understood that once Ling Xianxian learned that her sister was to be engaged to Qin Lai in her stead, she would undoubtedly erupt in fury, obstructing the engagement ceremony between Qin Lai and Ling Yushi. The directive to send them to Ice Rock City was one of many reasons, but primarily, it was to ensure they could establish contact with the Xingyun Pavilion. Ling Xianxian's extraordinary talent had not gone unnoticed by the Xingyun Pavilion, and Ling Qingye hoped that they would grant the Ling family an extension on their herb payments, considering Ling Xuanquan's potential. In the days that followed, Ling Yushi indeed heeded his words and frequently visited Qin Lai's stone house. During the day, when Qin Lai was absent, she would take away his soiled clothes to wash them, and in the evenings, upon his return, she would bring back the dried garments, drawing water for his bath and tidying the space. The kind of awkward incident where cold water was mistakenly poured has not recurred since, though her habits remain unchanged, as she incessantly engages in her own musings. After an initial period of discomfort, Qin Lai gradually acclimatized to the life of being attended to. Once Ling Yushi had set the water, he no longer waited for her to leave. He would head straight to the washroom for a cleansing. Each time he immersed himself in the wooden tub, listening through the door to Ling Yushi's soft murmurs of complaint, he would raise an eyebrow slightly, occasionally revealing a peculiar smile at the corners of his mouth. "I will take my leave now. You may wash at your leisure," came her gentle, dulcet voice from outside. Just as Qin Lai thought she was about to depart, he heard her breath become slightly erratic, accompanied by a whisper as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Tomorrow is the day my father has arranged." It was not until much later, after Ling Yushi had left, that Qin Lai came to his senses, sitting in the tub, staring blankly at the beams of the ceiling, lost in thought for quite a while. Chapter 15. The engagement ceremony before dawn had broken. Qin Lai stealthily made his way to the Medicine Mountain, returning with 2 leather bags filled with treasures from the extreme cold mountains, which he had already placed back in his cultivation cave. One bag contained the beast core of the shadow lightning sculpture and a dozen ice stem grasses. The other held various spiritual stones, elixirs, and miscellaneous items, remnants of the martial artists from the shattered ice manor whom he had slain. Recently, he had been utilizing the beast core and ice stem grasses for his cultivation, finding them immensely beneficial for condensing his spiritual power, allowing him to distinctly feel the surge of energy within his spiritual sea. The spiritual stones and elixirs did not occupy his thoughts much, partly because he was unaware of their true worth, and partly because the ice stem grasses and the shadow lightning sculpture's beast core were currently far more effective for his training. The engagement ceremony. Qin Lai selected some visually appealing elixirs and stones, placing them into a smaller cloth bag to conceal within his garments. When he heard Ling Yushi mention the engagement, his first instinct was to refuse, as he did not wish to entangle himself further with the Ling family. Nor did he want to harm Ling Yushi. After much contemplation, he realized this was a matter his grandfather had arranged long ago, which lessened his internal resistance considerably. Furthermore, the head of the Ling family had made it clear that this engagement was not to be taken seriously. It was merely a ceremonial formality that would be dissolved in 2 years. To him, a fabricated ceremony was inconsequential, and he was willing to go through the motions. In recent times, Ling Yushi had frequently come to attend to him, and he had slowly grown accustomed to it. After all, he was merely a 15-year-old boy who had been reclusive for so long. Having a beautiful young woman akin to an older sister assisting him with water and laundry was quite enjoyable. Being engaged to Ling Yushi meant she would continue to serve him for 2 years, and he would not wish to forfeit such treatment. After careful consideration, Qin Lai no longer resisted and prepared to partake in the ceremony. Although he often feigned foolishness, he felt a twinge of anxiety regarding the engagement, which prompted him to gather some items from Medicine Mountain for contingency. Generally, prior to the engagement ceremony, the male party must not only prepare a betrothal gift but also bring along elder family members and perform ancestral rites. Lacking relatives and knowledge of his ancestors' whereabouts, he was able to forego this step. After gathering his belongings, he hastily returned to the stone house before dawn, tidied himself with some effort, and awaited the arrival of the Ling family's representatives. In the grand hall of the Ling family, whispers filled the air. "Oh, how unfortunate for the eldest miss to be engaged to that fool. Weren't they speaking of the second miss before? The second miss has great talent and is destined to enter the Star Cloud Pavilion. She cannot afford to have any blemishes on her record." Alas, since Elder Qin had previously aided the Ling family, the head has already made a commitment. They cannot go back on their word. Why not? Elder Qin has passed away. What does that fool understand? The eldest miss is so beautiful. How can she be wasted on a fool? It's truly unfair. Indeed. Many of the Ling family's members, scattered throughout the hall, whispered among themselves, lamenting Ling Yusher's predicament and her sacrifice. Following Ling Qingji and Ling Xuanxuan's departure to Ice Rock City, the head of the Ling family suddenly announced the engagement between Qin Lai and Ling Yusher. And before anyone could react, preparations were hastily made for the ceremony. Ling Qingya had neither notified nor invited nearby allied forces, merely mentioning it in town, evidently intending to keep the event low-key. At this moment, many members of the Ling family had gathered in the hall, including the only invited elder, Ling Qinggan. Among the three elders, Ling Qinggan, Ling Xiang, and Ling Bo, who were all of the older generation of martial artists. Ling Qinggan was the sole one present. The Ling family, being adjacent to the extreme cold mountains, faced numerous challenges in the development of their martial arts power. At times, they needed to venture deep into the mountains to hunt spirit beasts or seek spirit herbs, while at other times, they had to engage in conflicts orchestrated by the Star Cloud Pavilion and rival factions. Thus, achieving a peaceful resolution was no simple task. The previous head of the Ling family, Ling Qingya's father, had perished in a battle against rival forces. The three elders, Ling Qinggan, Ling Xiang, and Ling Bo, had all suffered grave injuries, some losing their cultivation entirely, while others experienced a decline in their realms. They generally remained at home to recuperate, seldom participating in family affairs. Logically, for such a significant event as Ling Yusher's engagement, both Ling Qingji and Ling Xianxian should be present, as well as the three elders. However, from the outset, Ling Qingya harbored a rejection of the matter, having already prepared for a future annulment, so he did not arrange for the other two elders to attend, only bringing Ling Qinggan along for appearances. The Du family has not come. The head must not have invited them. This will certainly make things less crowded. Humph, they aren't even residents of our Ling town. Why invite them? Just seeing that mother and her two children fills me with rage. Many of the Ling family's youth, gathered in a corner, spoke of Du Jiaolan and her kin with faces flushed with indignation and cold glints of resentment in their eyes. An elderly matron from the Ling family led Qin Lai toward the grand hall. Saying little along the way, uncertain whether Qin Lai could comprehend her words, she simply instructed, "Just follow me. Everything will be arranged by us. The head is meticulous and has prepared everything for you. Even the betrothal gifts." The old matron waved the wooden box in her hand. Qin Lai was taken aback, pondering briefly before breaking into a foolish grin, retrieving the cloth bag from his bosom and placing it atop the wooden box, indicating that was his betrothal gift. The old matron was visibly taken aback, staring at Qin Lai with a strange expression for a moment. Then, expertly, she felt the cloth bag, discreetly weighing it in her hands. Upon discovering it was filled with stones or similar hard objects, a self-deprecating smile spread across her face. She shook her head, refraining from opening the bag for inspection, merely thinking, "I thought I was clever. But it seems a fool is still a fool. Even picking up stones can be seen as treasure." Before long, amidst the sounds of firecrackers, the old matron brought Qin Lai to the entrance of the grand hall. She presented her wooden box along with Qin Lai's cloth bag, emphasizing that the wooden box had been prearranged while shaking her head with a smile regarding the cloth bag before ushering Qin Lai inside. The raucous hall fell silent upon his arrival. Everyone turned to gaze at the expressionless Qin Lai, their brows furrowing in discontent, shaking their heads and sighing, all feeling a sense of injustice for Ling Yusher. Qin Lai's eyes landed on Ling Yusher, who had evidently undergone meticulous preparation. Dressed in a vibrant, form-fitting red gown, her figure appeared graceful and elongated, her cheeks adorned with a subtle rosy hue, rendering her extraordinarily radiant. The delicate crystal ornaments accentuated her playful charm. Her skin, as fair as jade, her exquisite visage, clear and luminous eyes, combined with her elegant demeanor, made her resemble a celestial maiden from the moon palace. Captivating the hearts of all who beheld her, however, the more enchanting she appeared, the more sympathy and pity she garnered from the onlookers. They compared the ethereal Ling Yushi with the vacant-eyed Qin Lai. They felt a profound sense of discomfort, their sighs growing more pronounced. Of course, not everyone was kind. Some Ling family women, who had not seen eye to eye with Ling Yushi and envied her beauty, whispered unkindly, their eyes betraying scorn and derision. Ling Chengya observed his beautiful and serene daughter beside him, listening to the murmurs of the crowd, feeling a deep sense of guilt. He wished for the ceremony to conclude swiftly. Casting discreet glances at the old matron, urging her to expedite the proceedings and bring this farce he had orchestrated to a close. The old matron understood his intent, loudly directing Qin Lai and Ling Yushi through the tedious rituals. Enduring the murmurs of criticism and the piercing gazes of pity and derision, Ling Yushi could only feign indifference, occasionally managing a smile. The bitterness and heartache within her were hers alone to bear. This is fate. I cannot blame others. My father and the family have sacrificed so much, and now it is my turn to make sacrifices for the family. Though Qin Lai is as he is, there are merits to his foolishness. He will not mistreat me, nor will he meddle in my affairs. He looks good even with his eyes closed. If only he were not foolish, if only he were normal, even if just an ordinary person, it would be easier to accept. Ling Yushi reassured herself quietly, but as her thoughts wandered, she could not help but indulge in self-pity. Every woman nurtures a fantasy of her other half being remarkable and capable of safeguarding and cherishing her. At merely 17, she is no exception, having once indulged in such daydreams. Yet, the harshness of reality can be unforgiving. Suddenly, a hand clasped hers tightly, causing Ling Yushi to tense up in surprise. Then, she heard the old woman's voice calling out, and it dawned on her that the ceremony had reached this point, and she and Qin Lai were meant to hold hands and proceed. She realized that Qin Lai's hand was likely pulled over by the old woman's assistance. Having never experienced physical contact with a man before, a sense of panic welled up within her. She quickly noted that Qin Lai's hand was long and soft, seemingly more comfortable to hold than her sister's, which took her aback, prompting her to glance at him. To her astonishment, she perceived a glimmering light deep within his seemingly vacant eyes, a subtle radiance that could only be discerned at such close proximity. That light inexplicably soothed her troubled heart, gradually calming her inner turmoil. How peculiar, she muttered to herself, instinctively tightening her grip on Qin Lai's hand, feeling an increasing sense of comfort. Brother, what do you mean by this? At that moment, Du Jiaolan's characteristic sharp tone suddenly pierced through the air. Then, she saw the 3 members of the Du family, accompanied by the warriors arranged by Du Haitian, along with 2 elders from the Ling family. Storming into the hall, all eyes were drawn to them. Du Jiaolan's face darkened as she coldly remarked, "Such a significant event as my niece's engagement, and my brother didn't he even bother to inform me? Do you hold me in such disregard, or do you consider me no longer a member of the Ling family?" Before Ling Chengya could explain, she pointed at the 2 Ling family elders seated in wheelchairs behind her, her tone biting. What about these 2 elders, who once fought valiantly for the Ling family and now bear disabilities as a result? They weren't even invited. Ling Chengya, what do you intend to convey? Chengya, what on earth is going on? One of the elders, Ling Xiang, said with a stern expression, being pushed forward in his wheelchair by the Du family's warriors. We, these 2 old fellows, have dedicated our lives to the Ling family. Yet now we lack the qualification to attend the engagement ceremony of the younger generation? You are completely disregarding us. The other elder, Ling Bo, slammed his hand against the armrest of his wheelchair. His face flushed with anger as he rebuked, "Do not forget, we 3 elders possess the authority to dismiss the clan leader." At these words, not only did Ling Chengya's expression change dramatically, but the entire assembly of Ling family members was also gripped by terror. Chapter 16. A coup. A significant event is about to unfold. As Ling Bo and Ling Xiang, the 2 elders long absent from public life, aligned themselves with Du Jiaolan, all Ling family members felt a tightening in their chests. Realizing that something momentous was imminent, having discerned the secrets of the Yaoshan mind, Du Jiaolan had been biding her time, waiting for this very day. She intended to confront the Ling family in front of all their elders and youth. Executing her plan for a coup, Ling Qingye suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Ling Xiang and Ling Bo were both veteran warriors of the Ling family, having made remarkable contributions in their youth. Yet due to severe injuries, they had secluded themselves in recent years, seldom involving themselves in family matters. Thus, he had gradually overlooked them, unaware that they had secretly allied with Du Jiaolan. No wonder the grandsons of the two elders have recently acquired spiritual artifacts and enhanced their cultivation. It appears that the two elders have accepted benefits from others for the sake of their grandsons' futures. A low voice from the crowd spoke, belonging to Ling Feng, cutting through the sudden silence of the hall. His words, characterized by his upright nature, undoubtedly alleviated the suspicions of the crowd. The unkind glances from Du Jiaolan and her sons now turned towards Ling Feng, coldly fixing upon him. Ling Feng scoffed, "What business is it of yours? Keep your nose out of it." Beside him, Ling Ying urgently whispered, tugging at his sleeve, urging him to refrain from attracting unnecessary attention and inciting the wrath of the Du family. Dismissing the clan leader is not a trivial matter. One of the elders, Ling Qinggan, who had always supported Ling Qingye, knowing his dedication to the family, spoke up, "Only if the clan leader has made grave errors that endanger the family or has exploited his power for personal gain, thereby bringing shame to the family, can the elders convene to discuss his dismissal." He cast a cold glance at the other two elders, snorting, "You two brothers have always had poor health, which is understandable. But has your reasoning also deteriorated? Can you truly not see the efforts Qingye has made for the family over the years?" Ling Xiang and Ling Bo, their consciences pricked, averted their gazes, unable to meet his eyes. "Then I must clearly explain myself." Du Jiaolan interrupted with a cold laugh. Drawing everyone's attention back to her, she approached Ling Qingye, standing face to face, her aura unwavering as she coldly declared, "The spiritual herbs on Yaoshan have always been of utmost importance to the Ling family. The Ling family has been annually supplying herbs to the Xingyun Pavilion in exchange for its protection. The responsibility for the Yaoshan area has always fallen to my uncle, as per your arrangement. Yet now, the spiritual herbs are wilting, and Xingyun Pavilion has been pressuring us repeatedly. The Ling family has failed to meet its obligations, and Xingyun Pavilion is gradually losing its patience." Many within the Ling family were unaware of the situation regarding the spiritual herbs on Yaoshan, and Du Jiaolan's explanation caused their expressions to shift. The Ling family was a vassal force of the Xingyun Pavilion, and failure to supply spiritual herb tributes for an extended period could result in losing their protection and potentially invite retribution from the Xingyun Pavilion, bringing enormous trouble to the entire Ling family. Du Jiaolan's words silenced many, prompting them to contemplate the ramifications. This is just one aspect. As doubts regarding Ling Qingye's capabilities began to surface among the crowd, Du Jiaolan spoke again, "Brother, I wish to clarify, what is the situation with the mine inside Yaoshan? Hunger went in to investigate a few nights ago. Can you guess what he found?" As Ling Qingye's face paled, she coldly reprimanded, "There are actually hundreds of stone pathways inside Yaoshan. The number of mines is increasing, indicating that excavation has never ceased. Over the years, you have certainly invested considerable manpower and resources into that mine. Yet why have I not seen a single mineral appear in our Ling family's storeroom?" Her words stirred up a storm of speculation among the Ling family, deepening their astonishment. If there is nothing in the mine, then why are there so many newly excavated pathways? If minerals have been discovered, where are they? Have you, brother, been hoarding them? Du Jiaolan sneered. "It seems that you have long arranged for the Qin family to oversee the mine while preventing any other Ling family members from entering. What exactly are you trying to conceal? I believe everyone can figure it out. Changya, regarding the situation within Yaoshan, could you provide some clarification?" Elder Ling Xiang raised his head, joining Du Jiaolan in her accusations. He too had thoughts about the spiritual stones within the mine, fearing they might all be hoarded by Ling Qingye. The other Ling family members, who had initially leaned towards Ling Qingye, were now filled with doubt, casting uncertain glances in his direction. "I have only recently become aware of the situation in the mine. Indeed, many pathways have emerged, and I am currently investigating but have yet to reach a conclusion." His admission seemed to confirm Du Jiaolan's claims. And as the crowd erupted in murmurs, Ling Qingye continued, 5 years ago, After entrusting the mine to the Qin family, I have not entered since and do not know the specifics. I too am quite puzzled. As he spoke, he cast a deep glance at Qin Lai, prompting the crowd to follow suit, though they found no indication of anything unusual about him. Who do you think you're fooling? Du Jiaolan's expression darkened. If you had no involvement, how could they have excavated so many pathways? The Ling family has only managed to uncover a few dozen pathways in decades, yet they have multiplied their count several times in just 5 years. Moreover, Qin Shan passed away 2 years ago. Who would believe you? Ling Qingye surveyed the crowd, noticing the shaking heads of the family members, evidently unable to accept his explanation. If Qin Shan had attained the Broken Realm, he indeed possessed the capability to accomplish such feats. For a master of the Broken Realm, demolishing Yaoshan would be a trivial task, Ling Qingye lamented. Ha! What a ridiculous notion. Would a master of the Broken Realm hide within our Ling family? Du Jiaolan mocked to the utmost, and the others shook their heads in disbelief. Furthermore, I cannot fathom why you arranged for Xiaoshi to become engaged to Qin Lai. Have you lost your senses? Our Xiaoshi is pure and beautiful like a flower. Why must she be wed to this fool? Seizing the opportunity, Du Jiaolan pressed on. Are you involved in some clandestine dealings with Qin Shan, forcing such a sacrifice upon Xiaoshi? What can this fool provide her? I am genuinely curious about what bridal gifts he has prepared. Fu Shu, please unveil the bridal gifts for us to examine. Du Jiaolan turned her gaze towards Ling Fu, who was responsible for receiving gifts, her eyes brimming with derision and mockery, eager to embarrass Ling Qingye. This woman, with her cunning and malevolence, had schemed for the position of clan leader for quite some time. Today, she first sought to highlight Ling Qingye's shortcomings regarding the spiritual herbs, which had brought trouble to the Ling family, and then used the situation of the Yaoshan mine to insinuate that he had abused his power for personal gain, hoarding resources. In recent times, the engagement of Ling Yushi to Qin Lai has been wielded as a weapon against Ling Qingye, accusing him of disregarding his daughter's future in pursuit of undisclosed objectives, sacrificing Ling Yushi's lifelong happiness in the process. The intent is to utterly dismantle Ling Qingye's reputation within the Ling family, igniting discontent among the family members, both rationally and emotionally, towards their patriarch. I merely wish to see what price you have set for selling off Xiaoshi, Uncle Fu. Why not unveil the betrothal gifts for all to scrutinize? Du Jiaolan scoffed. Ling Fu, holding the betrothal gifts, appeared troubled, uncertain of how to proceed. Ling Fu, Elder Ling Bo barked, his expression stern as he commanded, reveal it for everyone to see. Let us ascertain whether this affair has been orchestrated by someone, so that all may have a clear understanding. Suddenly, all gazes converged upon the betrothal gifts, and under the piercing stares of the Ling family members, Ling Fu succumbed, reluctantly opening the wooden box to reveal its contents of gold, silver, and other valuables. Lo and behold, a trove of gold and jewels. In the eyes of a mundane family, these treasures may hold some worth, yet for us warriors, they are utterly worthless. Du Jiaolan disregarded Ling Qingye's visibly distressed demeanor. Casting a glance at the wooden box before continuing, I believe everyone can discern that these offerings could not possibly have come from Qin Li. Seems evident that there is more to this engagement than meets the eye. What of that cloth bag? Ling Qinggan inquired, directing his attention to the bag that had previously rested atop the wooden box, harboring a flicker of hope as he suggested, let us see what lies within. Let us unveil everything and discern what treasures await us. If that fool truly possesses anything of value as a betrothal gift, I shall have no further words. Du Jiaolan raised her chin. Thoroughly pleased with Ling Qingye's ashen face, she felt invigorated, as if she had decisively crushed Ling Qingye, envisioning herself soon grasping the reins of power within the Ling family, dictating terms under the Du surname henceforth. Ling Qingye, realizing he was ill-equipped to withstand Du Jiaolan's ferocious assault, observed those once loyal to him now harboring expressions of reproach and doubt. A sense of despair washed over him. Despite exhausting his mind for a countermeasure, he found himself bereft of effective means to retaliate. Ling Yushi bit her lip, witnessing her father's twisted visage of despair, the skepticism of the assembled crowd, and the mocking triumph of Du Jiaolan and her ilk. Her heart gradually sank into the abyss. She tightened her grip on Qin Lai's hand, unconsciously applying increasing pressure. oblivious to the pain of her nails piercing his palm. In that moment, Ling Fu, left with no choice under the scrutinizing eyes of the assembly, untied the string of the cloth bag, extracting the first stone, his voice laden with dejection. It is merely some jade. A crystal-clear, faceted stone emerged from the bag, exhibiting a serene azure hue and emanating a faint, ethereal glow, a distinct aura of spiritual energy rippling from within. A spirit stone, at least a 6th-grade mortal spirit stone? Suddenly, a voice erupted in astonishment. Ah, how can this be? Am I mistaken? Could it truly be a 6th-grade mortal spirit stone? Heavens! Another voice shrieked. The expressions of Du Jiaolan and her companion shifted. To think it is indeed a 6th-grade mortal spirit stone. The family head has truly gone to great lengths to orchestrate this event. Laying bare his resources, she remarked coldly. Ling Qingye, taken aback, recognized the precarious state of his family. The spirit stones possessed by the Ling family were primarily acquired through the surplus of spiritual herbs and medicinal plants from the medicinal mountain, mostly beneath the 3rd-grade level. All along, these spirit stones had been reserved for Ling Xianxian's cultivation, as their scarcity rendered it a challenge to even support her training. Thus he, as the family head, refrained from utilizing them for his own practice. Had he possessed a 6th-grade mortal spirit stone, he would have long surrendered it to the Xingyun Pavilion to resolve recent troubles, instead of allowing the situation to escalate to this point. Ling Yusher's dimmed eyes suddenly glimmered with a hint of brightness, her face adorned with a trace of unexpected radiance, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Ling Fu's hand. She beheld the 6th-grade mortal spirit stone. Is there more? Is there more? Continue. Uncle Fu, please proceed. Many young members of the Ling family, unable to contain their excitement, urged eagerly, their curiosity piqued about the contents of the cloth bag. Ling Fu resumed his excavation. Another 6th-grade mortal spirit stone. Oh, another one. That makes 3. Ah, recovery pills. A dozen or so recovery pills. 100 meridians pill. Am I seeing correctly? Is that truly a 5th-grade 100 meridians pill? That is a pill capable of refining the meridians for both the body refining and opening essence realms. A rarity only held by the Xingyun Pavilion and the Swaibing Manor. 100 meridians pill is worth 8 6th-grade mortal spirit stones. Good heavens! How could there be 100 meridians pill? And what is that? A sea opening pill. A 6th-grade mortal sea opening pill. It is a pill that facilitates the opening of the spiritual sea during the transition from the body refining to the opening essence realm. Possessing a sea opening pill greatly enhances the likelihood of a successful breakthrough. If all these are for my daughter's betrothal gifts, then even if Qin Lai were merely a fool, or even a corpse, I would still compel my daughter to marry him. P.S. Seeking tomorrow's recommendation votes, aiming to make a push for next week's weekly rankings. Updates will be posted at midnight. Please show your support. I beg of you. Chapter 17. Resolution in the Grand Hall of the Ling family, as Ling Fu unveiled the spirit pills, spirit stones, and other items from the cloth bag, laying them out upon the wooden box lid. The rich aroma of medicinal herbs gradually filled the AIRT that moment. All Ling family members erupted in excitement, many flushed with enthusiasm, their eyes gleaming with a thrilling light as they greedily gazed upon the spirit stones and pills displayed atop the wooden box. These items, the Ling family could never possess. Elder Ling Kangan's voice trembled with disbelief. It was evident to all that the cultivation materials extracted from that cloth bag were beyond the reach of the Ling family. This was indisputable. Several 6th-grade mortal spirit stones, a dozen recovery pills, a 5th-grade 100 meridians pill, and a 6th-grade sea opening pill. The items drawn from the bag left the Ling family members utterly astounded. The warriors of the Swaibing Manor, slain by Qin Lai, were core figures in the retinue of the young manor lord, Yan Ziqian. Some were even scions of influential families, their forebears holding significant positions within the manor. The rare cultivation materials they had meticulously collected were treasures within the Swaibing Manor, procured by their elders through great effort, with the hope of aiding their breakthroughs into the opening essence realm. The sudden appearance of such rare spirit pills among the Ling family's modest faction naturally stirred a considerable uproar. The combined value of these spirit stones and pills should suffice to cultivate a warrior of the opening essence realm. Ling Qinggan inhaled deeply, addressing the fervent gazes of the assembly, his voice brimming with excitement as he declared, Changya. Yusher's innate talent was never particularly remarkable. I had believed it unlikely she would break through to the opening essence realm before the age of 20. However, with these spirit stones and pills, the situation has changed. If all goes well, she should be able to step into the opening essence realm before her 20th birthday with the aid of these cultivation materials. The many members of the Ling family, upon hearing this, found their eyes alight with newfound hope, their gazes toward Ling Yusher transformed, filled with envy, admiration, and a myriad of other emotions. Ling Qingya's spirits soared as if he had ascended from the depths of despair to the heights of ecstasy. His face flushed with excitement, nodding vigorously, momentarily at a loss for words. Du Jiaolon and her kin, however, stared in disbelief, their eyes fixated on the spirit stones and pills laid out before them, struggling to accept the reality of what they beheld. A betrothal gift capable of cultivating a warrior of the opening essence realm. Our Ling family could never afford such a thing. Does anyone still have anything to say? Do you still believe Qingya's actions were misguided? Ling Kangan's voice rose, his gaze penetrating as he surveyed the crowd. Observing that the Ling family members were nodding in agreement, seemingly acknowledging the legitimacy of this engagement ceremony. Let them be foolish. To acquire such a wealth of cultivation materials through a mere marriage contract, I find it worth it. If it were me, I would accept it without hesitation. Is it not merely an engagement to a fool? Sister Yusher, if you are unwilling, let me take your place in marrying him. As long as I can have those items to assist me in breaking through to the opening essence realm before 20, I would not hesitate to marry him right away, one boldly declared. Qinlai is only 15. And you are nearing 19. Do you have no shame? Sister Yusher, I am merely 16. If you feel wronged, allow me to bear the burden. Another younger voice chimed in. Hearing the enthusiastic calls of the young maidens, Ling Yusher's beautiful eyes sparkled with an enchanting light. She turned her gaze toward Qinlai, whose previously troubled face now radiated a captivating glow. She understood that the spirit pills and stones that had mysteriously emerged from the bag not only delivered a resounding slap to the Du family, but also resolved two of her father's significant dilemmas. The substantial betrothal gifts were sufficient to dispel the doubts of many Ling family members, alleviating the crisis of trust surrounding her father. That was one. Secondly, the spirit stones could substitute the medicinal herbs from the medicinal mountain, ensuring that the Xingyun Pavilion would no longer pursue inquiries, thereby silencing Du Jiaolon's doubts regarding her father's capabilities. Drip? The sound of a drop of blood falling to the ground caught Ling Yusher's attention. She glanced down, suddenly realizing that the drop of blood came from the left hand she held with Qinlai. She possessed the realm of the 7th level of body refinement, and her recent cultivation techniques were related to sharp nails. Moreover, the palm was one of the softest areas of the human body. Ling Yusher was momentarily taken aback and quickly realized that her previous tension and despair had caused her to grip Qinlai's hand too tightly, to the point where she was unaware that her nails had pierced his palm. Drip? Another drop of blood fell to the ground. She looked up at Qinlai and found that he remained expressionless, showing no sign of pain throughout the ordeal, nor did he utter a single word of warning, nor did he struggle even once. His eyes, seemingly forever devoid of emotion, at that moment appeared to her as if they were suddenly brimming with boundless enchantment. Her heart, like a sharp stab, felt as though a shadow had quietly imprinted itself within. I believe. These betrothal gifts have been prepared ever since the contract was established between Senior Qin Shan and me. Senior Qin Shan, in his humility, chose the medicinal mountain to treat Qinlai. I have heard him mention this before. Ling Chengya, being the head of the Ling family, quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of disarray. Pointing to his own head, he indicated that Senior Qin Shan's efforts in the medicinal mountain cave were all for the purpose of healing Qinlai's mind. Before Senior Qin Shan passed away, I had a conversation with him, and he mentioned that Qinlai's current issues would gradually improve, with the possibility of complete recovery in the future. Ling Qingya's thoughts became more fluid, and his lies flowed more smoothly. However, I did not anticipate that Senior Qin Shan was so formidable. It was only after I entered the medicinal mountain recently that I was astonished by his grand designs. I believe he must possess an incredibly profound realm. Otherwise, he could not have excavated so many stone paths or devised such intricate formations. To be honest, I also entered the cave for the first time recently and was equally struck by the stone paths within. I attempted to venture deep into the mountain's core, but was rendered dizzy by the peculiar formations, ultimately forced to retreat. Ling Qingye looked at the crowd, mixing truth with lies. As for whether there are spirit stones within the mountain's core, I personally do not believe there are. If anyone still harbors doubts, they may attempt to delve deeper in the future. The formations will not harm anyone, only hinder them. If someone manages to enter and discover something, it will be a blessing for all of the Ling family. He deflected all questions towards the absent Qin Shan, guiding the crowd's doubts towards the medicinal mountain, then spoke earnestly. As for Xingyun Pavilion, I have already arranged for my third brother and Xin to go there. They did not participate in this ceremony specifically for this matter. Rest assured, I will handle everything and will not bring trouble to the Ling family. As he explained, the doubts of the Ling family members gradually dissipated, and they quickly shifted their focus, questioning Du Jiaolan and mocking Ling Xiang and Ling Bo for their betrayal, accusing them of being foolishly swayed by others' slander. Lamenting that they had become increasingly confused with age, Du Jiaolan and her sons turned pale, listening to the cold jeers of the crowd, realizing that their meticulously planned coup had ended in utter failure. Since elder brother does not welcome us, we shall not impose further, let us depart, Du Jiaolan said coldly, casting a frigid glance at Qin Lai before leaving indignantly with her family. To have our scheme for the family headship thwarted by a fool. This wretched being. She seethed with anger, inwardly cursing, finally confronting Qin Lai. Ling Xiang and Ling Bo, aware of their own shortcomings, did not dare to linger either and were pushed away in shame by the Du family. The ceremony continues. Ling Chengye cast a profound glance at Qin Lai, his expression laden with significance, before suddenly calling out. Under the arrangement of the old matriarch, amidst the odd gazes of the crowd, the interrupted engagement ceremony resumed, and when the firecrackers sounded once again, the engagement ceremony of Qin Lai and Ling Yushi was officially concluded. The crowd gradually dispersed. When only the core members of the Ling family remained, Qin Lai, having released Ling Yushi's hand, disregarded the astonishment of the Ling family and Ling Yushi's delicate call, and without even tending to the wound on his palm, walked outside as usual. Qin Lai, regardless of your true circumstances or whether you can hear me, this time, I must express my gratitude. Just before he exited the hall, the head of the Ling family suddenly raised his voice, earnestly thanking him. Qin Lai did not pause his steps, continuing towards the medicinal mountain, soon disappearing from sight. Chengye, do you think this fellow Qin Lai is pretending to be foolish? The elder Ling Qinggan felt a stirring in his heart. Looking astonished, pretending for 5 years straight. Why? I find it hard to believe. He shook his head. Father, do you think Qin Lai is not truly foolish? Ling Yushi suddenly became agitated, her delicate body trembling slightly. He can't be really foolish. I do not know, Ling Qingye replied with a bitter smile. I am increasingly unable to see through him, and I truly cannot comprehend where he obtained these elixirs and spirit stones. It is all so strange, utterly bizarre. Could it not be that they were left to him by Qin Shan? Ling Qinggan was taken aback. Ling Qingye shook his head. What I just said was merely to reassure the clan members. I have had no real communication with Qin Shan and know nothing about him. However, it cannot be wrong to say that Qin Shan is extraordinary. As for the depth of his realm, I cannot speculate. Without those elixirs and spirit stones, we truly would not have been able to deal with Du Jiaolan's coup. I never expected Ling Xiang and Ling Bo to be swayed by her. We were in a perilous situation. Ling Qinggan now felt a lingering fear. In any case, Qin Lai has helped us immensely this time, resolving 2 significant troubles in one fell swoop. It seems we must temporarily inconvenience Yushi for 2 years, or else we cannot repay this kindness. Not an inconvenience. Ling Yushi felt ripples in her heart as she gazed at the bloodstains on her right hand, recalling how Qin Lai had remained silent, allowing her nails to pierce his palm. She suddenly felt a pang of compassion, truly no longer feeling any sense of grievance. Yushi, regardless of whether he is truly foolish or merely pretending, you must take good care of him for 2 years. This is what our Ling family owes him, Ling Qingye sighed. Ling Yushi nodded obediently, a hint of delight flickering in her beautiful eyes, as if she was quite willing to accept this arrangement. P.S. On Monday, I humbly request all brothers and sisters to support with recommendation votes. Seeking recommendation votes. Chapter 17. Resolution. Seeking recommendation votes. Within the Ling family hall, As Ling Fu began to produce the elixirs, spirit stones, and other items from the cloth bag, laying them one by one upon the lid of the wooden box. The rich aroma of medicinal herbs gradually permeated the art. This moment, all members of the Ling family were stirred into a frenzy, many flushed with excitement, their eyes gleaming with a terrifying light, greedily gazing at the spirit stones and elixirs displayed on the wooden box's lid. These items, the Ling family could never possess. The elder Ling Kangan's voice trembled with disbelief. It was evident to all that the cultivation materials extracted from that cloth bag were beyond the means of the Ling family. Beyond any doubt, several spirit stones of the 6th grade, a dozen or so recovery pills, a 5th grade 100 meridians pill, a 6th grade sea-opening pill, the items drawn from the bag completely stunned the members of the Ling family. The martial artists slain by Qin Lai from the Shattered Ice Mansion were core members close to the young master Yin Ziqian, some of whom were young scions with their forebears holding high positions within the Shattered Ice Mansion. Notably, the last 2 martial artists at the 7th and 8th levels of body refinement had ancestors who were high-ranking officials in the Shattered Ice Mansion. The cultivation materials hoarded by these individuals were rare within the Shattered Ice Mansion, acquired through the painstaking efforts of their elders to help them break into the opening Yuan realm. The sudden appearance of such rare elixirs within a small force like the Ling family naturally caused an uproar. These spirit stones and elixirs combined should be sufficient to cultivate a martial artist in the opening Yuan realm. Ling Kangan took a deep breath. Speaking excitedly under the fervent gazes of the crowd, Chengye, Yusher's talent was not originally too promising. I once thought it would be difficult for her to break into the opening Yuan realm before the age of 20. However, with these spirit stones and elixirs, it is entirely different. If all goes well, she should be able to use these cultivation materials to enter the opening Yuan realm before she turns 20. Many Ling family members, upon hearing this, had their eyes light up, their expressions towards Ling Yusher shifting dramatically, filled with envy, jealousy, and admiration. Ling Qingye's mood soared as if he had ascended from the depths of hell to the heights of paradise. He was so excited that his face flushed red. Nodding incessantly, momentarily at a loss for words, Du Jiaolan and the other members of the Du family, however, stared wide-eyed, their gazes fixated on the spirit stones and elixirs atop the wooden box, unable to fathom the reality of what they beheld. A betrothal gift capable of cultivating a martial artist in the opening Yuan realm. Our Ling family could never afford. Does anyone still have anything to say? Do you still believe there is a problem with Chengye's actions? Ling Kangan's voice rose, his gaze piercing as he looked at the crowd. Noticing the Ling family members gently nodding, seemingly in agreement with this engagement ceremony. Foolishness may be foolish, but if through this marriage, one can obtain such an immense amount of cultivation materials, I see it as worthwhile. If it were me, I would be willing as well. What is it to be engaged to a fool? Yusher, if you do not wish for it, I can engage him instead. As long as I can acquire those materials to help me break into the opening Yuan realm before 20, I would have no issue marrying him immediately. Someone boldly declared. Qin Lai is only 15. You are nearly 19. Have you no shame? Sister Ling Yusher, I am merely 16. If you feel aggrieved, allow me to bear the burden. A delicate voice, slightly younger, called out. Listening to the cries of those young maidens, Ling Yusher's enchanting eyes sparkled with a mesmerizing brilliance. She turned her head, fixating her serious gaze upon the side of Qin Lai, whose previously clouded expression now radiated a captivating glow. Deep within her heart, she understood that the mystical elixirs and spirit stones that had bizarrely emerged from the cloth bag not only dealt a resounding blow to the Du family but also resolved 2 of her father's significant predicaments. The substantial betrothal gifts were sufficient to dispel the doubts of numerous members of the Ling family, alleviating the crisis of trust regarding her father. This was one aspect. The second was that those spirit stones could replace the medicinal herbs from the medicinal mountain, ensuring that the Xingyun Pavilion would no longer seek retribution, thus preventing Du Jiaolan from questioning her father's capabilities. Drip? The sound of a drop of blood falling caught Ling Yusher's attention. She glanced down and suddenly realized that the droplet of blood originated from the left hand she held with Qin Lai. Possessing the cultivation of the 7th layer of body refinement, she had recently practiced a technique related to her sharp nails, and the palm was one of the softest parts of the human body. Ling Yushi was momentarily stunned, then quickly recognized that it was due to her earlier anxiety and despair that she had gripped Qin Lai's hand too tightly, to the extent that her nails had pierced into his palm without her awareness. Drip? Another drop of blood fell to the ground. She looked up at Qin Lai, only to find him still expressionless, never displaying a hint of pain nor offering a word of caution, and he did not even struggle for a moment. His eyes, seemingly eternally devoid of emotion, at that moment appeared to her as if they were suddenly imbued with boundless enchantment. Her heart felt as if it had been sharply pierced, an image silently branded within. I believe these betrothal gifts were prepared long ago when Senior Qin Shan and I arranged our engagement. Senior Qin Shan humbly joined our Ling family, choosing the medicinal mountain to treat Qin Lai's ailment. I have heard him mention this. Ling Chengya, as the patriarch of the Ling family, swiftly regained his composure after a brief lapse. Indicating his head, he signaled that Senior Qin Shan had ventured into the medicinal mountain's cavern solely for the purpose of treating Qin Lai's condition. Before Senior Qin Shan passed, I had a conversation with him. He mentioned that Qin Lai's current mental affliction would gradually improve, and there existed a possibility of complete recovery in the future. Ling Chengya's thoughts flowed freely, his fabrications becoming increasingly smooth. I simply did not anticipate how formidable Senior Qin Shan truly was. It was only recently, upon entering the medicinal mountain, that I was astonished by his grand endeavors. I surmised that he must possess an extraordinarily profound level of cultivation. Otherwise, he would not have been able to excavate so many stone pathways or construct such intricate formations. To be honest, I also recently entered the interior of the mine for the first time, and was equally awestruck by the stone pathways within. I attempted to delve deeper into the mountain's core, but was rendered dizzy by the peculiar formations. Ultimately forced to retreat, Ling Chengya addressed the crowd, weaving truths amid his deceptions. As for whether there are spirit stones within the mountain's depths, I personally believe there are none. If anyone still harbors doubts, they may attempt to explore further in the future. Those formations will not harm anyone, only obstruct them. Should anyone manage to enter and discover something, it would indeed be a blessing for all members of the Ling family. He shifted all inquiries towards the elusive Qin Shan, guiding the crowd's suspicions toward the medicinal mountain, then solemnly stated, "As for the Xingyun Pavilion, I have already arranged for my third brother and Xian to go there. They did not participate in this ceremony precisely for this matter. Rest assured, I will handle everything and will not bring trouble to the Ling family." With his explanation, the Ling family members gradually dispelled their doubts, soon redirecting their ire towards Du Jiaolan, deriding Ling Xiang and Ling Bo for their apparent betrayal, accusing them of being foolish in their old age for believing in other slanders and causing unnecessary turmoil. Du Jiaolan and her sons turned pale, listening to the cold taunts of the crowd, knowing that their meticulously plotted palace coup had come to naught. Since elder brother does not welcome us, we shall not be a source of annoyance any longer. We shall take our leave, Du Jiaolan remarked icily, casting a frosty glance at Qin Lai as she departed with the Du family in indignation. To have our plan to usurp the family headship thwarted by a fool, this detestable creature, she seethed inwardly, finally confronting the reality of Qin Lai. Ling Xiang and Ling Bo, aware of their own shortcomings, did not dare linger either and were similarly pushed away in shame by the Du family. The ceremony continues. Ling Chengya cast a deep, contemplative gaze at Qin Lai, his eyes filled with enigmatic meaning before suddenly exclaiming. Under the old matriarch's arrangement, amidst the peculiar glances from the crowd, the interrupted engagement ceremony resumed, and when the firecrackers resounded once more, the betrothal ceremony of Qin Lai and Ling Yushi was officially concluded. As the crowd gradually dispersed, only the core individuals of the Ling family remained. Qin Lai, having released Ling Yushi's hand, disregarded the astonished expressions of the Ling family and Ling Yushi's delicate protests, leaving his palm wound unbandaged, walking out as he always did. Qin Lai, regardless of your true nature or whether you can hear me, this time, I must express my gratitude. Before he exited the hall, the head of the Ling family suddenly raised his voice, solemnly thanking his retreating figure. Qin Lai did not pause, continuing towards the medicinal mountain, swiftly disappearing from sight. Chengya, do you think this fellow is merely pretending to be foolish? Elder Ling Kong's heart stirred. his expression one of surprise. Pretending for 5 consecutive years. Why? I find it hard to believe. He shook his head. Father, do you think Qin Lai is not truly foolish? Ling Yushi suddenly grew excited, her delicate frame trembling. He is not really foolish. I do not know. Ling Qingye chuckled wryly. I am increasingly unable to see through him, and I truly cannot fathom where he obtained those elixirs and spirit stones. It is all so strange, exceedingly strange. Could they not be left to him by Qin Shan? Ling Kong pondered, momentarily taken aback. Ling Qingye shook his head. What I just said was merely to placate the clan members. I have had no real communication with Qin Shan and know nothing about him. However, it is certain that Qin Shan was no ordinary figure. As for the depth of his cultivation, I cannot speculate. Without those elixirs and spirit stones, we would have truly struggled to counter Du Jiaolan's palace coup. I never anticipated that Ling Xiang and Ling Bo would be so easily swayed by her. This has indeed been a perilous situation. Ling Kong reflected, feeling a wave of trepidation. Regardless, Qin Lai has helped us tremendously this time. Resolving 2 major issues in one fell swoop, seems we truly must impose on little Yushi for another 2 years, or else we cannot repay this favor. It is no imposition. Ling Yushi felt ripples in her heart as she gazed at the bloodstains on her right hand. Recalling how Qin Lai had remained silent, allowing her nails to pierce his palm, she suddenly felt a pang of sorrow, no longer feeling any sense of grievance. Yushi, regardless of whether he is truly foolish or merely feigning ignorance, you must take good care of him for 2 years. This is a debt our Ling family owes him. Ling Qingye sighed. Ling Yushi nodded obediently, a glimmer of delight surfacing in her beautiful eyes. As if she were more than willing to accept this arrangement, P.S. On Monday, I earnestly request all brothers and sisters to support with recommendation votes. I seek your recommendations. For the latest chapter of the rapidly updating Great Ruler, Chapter 18, The Face of Ling Lai. Crash. Du Jiaolan smashed the teacups and lids in the hall into smithereens. Her expression as dark as water, her eyes radiating a venomous, icy glare. A meticulously crafted plan, ruined by a fool. I will make him disappear from this world. Du Qishan, Du Hong, and several other members of the Du family wore similarly grim expressions. Scattered throughout the hall. Madam, how could that fool possess so many spirit stones and elixirs? Du Qishan questioned, puzzled. Like Du Jiaolan, he was also at the initial stage of the opening Yuan realm, having been dispatched by Du Haitian primarily to assist Du Jiaolan in controlling the Ling family. The formations within the medicinal mountain are quite marvelous. I cannot discern their mysteries. If they were truly set by Qin Shan, then Qin Shan is indeed no simple figure. Is there even a need to inquire? Those spirit stones and elixirs must have been left by Qin Shan. After all, he was a refiner, and possessing those materials is not surprising. Du Jiaolan snorted coldly. Regardless of whether Qin Shan is simple or not, he has been dead for 2 years. A dead man cannot trouble us. I await your orders. Madam, Du Qishan replied respectfully. Quickly contact Haitian and inform him of the situation within the medicinal mountain. Ensure he makes arrangements at Xingyun Pavilion to prevent Ling Qingji and Ling Xianxian from meeting Elder Han. As long as they do not meet Elder Han, we can still arrange for the Ling family's medicinal herbs to be withheld, and we can continue to pressure Ling Qingye, claiming that Xingyun Pavilion only requires the jade handflower and other spirit herbs from the medicinal mountain. Placing the blame on him for inadequate handling, Du Jiaolan commanded. She then turned to Du Hong and said, you keep an eye on the medicinal mountain lately. Once Ling Qingye opens the medicinal mountain, many members of the Ling family will surely go to investigate, and they may discover something. There must be something amiss within that medicinal mountain. Otherwise, the spirit herbs above would not wither for no reason. And the Qin Shan grandfather and grandson would not be so steadfast. Rest assured, mother. I will watch that area closely. Du Hong nodded. Turning her gaze to the youngest, Du Fei, Du Jiaolan furrowed her brow. You pay attention to that fool. If he finds himself alone, notify me immediately. Du Fei nodded in agreement. Ice Rock City. The Nebula Pavilion is situated in the southern part of the city, where towering edifices rise majestically, interspersed with numerous stone towers. Each tower is guarded by martial artists clad in garments adorned with nebula patterns, who survey their surroundings from their lofty perches. Please convey a message to Elder Han, stating that Ling Qingji of the Ling family seeks an audience, Ling Qingji said, a smile gracing his face as he addressed the sentinels at the southern entrance of the Nebula Pavilion. Beside him, Ling Xianxian donned an eye-catching orange-red mini-skirt, her fair arms adorned with numerous silver rings. Her charming visage illuminated by an adorable smile in the Ling family, she held the esteemed position of the second young lady and was accustomed to being willful and capricious. However, such behavior was not tolerated here. During their journey, Ling Qingji had cautioned her to temper her temperament upon entering Ice Rock City to avoid inciting unnecessary troubles. We've already informed you that Elder Han is not present. You may return another time, the sentinel at the entrance stated coldly, his demeanor unyielding. You are not the head of the Ling family, and even if Elder Han were here, he may not deign to meet with you. How can you treat us this way? We have come all the way from the Ling family, and you haven't even inquired about Elder Han's whereabouts. Ling Xianxian exclaimed through gritted teeth, directing her ire at the two sentinels. The fact that the guards of the Nebula Pavilion dared to treat them with such disdain illustrated the Ling family's insignificance in their eyes. Ling Xianxian felt a profound sense of humiliation, realizing that as a vassal force, they indeed received no favorable treatment. We are aware he is not here. That is our reason, one of the sentinels replied, his gaze lingering on her with a lewd smile. Little sister, it's not that I don't wish to assist you, but I truly cannot. How about this? You settle in Ice Rock City for now? And when Elder Han returns, I will notify you. However, I am only on duty during the day and will be free at night. I'm curious if you are available then? The youthful and striking Ling Xianxian evidently piqued the interest of the two sentinels, who exchanged flirtatious remarks, yet remained resolute regarding the matter of meeting Elder Han. After prolonged debate at the entrance, Ling Qingji and Ling Xianxian found themselves hoarse and without recourse. Numerous martial artists from the Nebula Pavilion passed by the entrance, displaying indifference upon learning that the visitors hailed from a vassal family, casting only a few lingering glances at Ling Xuanxuan's beauty. While some exchanged jests with the sentinels before departing with laughter, none regarded the Ling family with any respect. You might as well stay here until nightfall. You will still not see Elder Han. It would be wiser to return to the Ling family and have your patriarch come in person. One of the sentinels, growing impatient, remarked brusquely, do not block the entrance, or we shall not hesitate to be uncivil. Oh, young Master Ji, are you off to indulge in some libations? You look particularly spirited today. Haha, tonight's escapades will surely be legendary. Suddenly, another sentinel exclaimed upon spotting a chubby young man emerging from within. Immediately donning a sycophantic smile, he waved his arms dismissively at Ling Qingji and Ling Xianxian as if swatting away flies, stepping aside to allow the young man passage. Yes, clear the way quickly. Young Master Ji has an engagement at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, and I cannot afford to waste any more time. Kangji, clad in a resplendent yellow robe, sauntered forward, feigning nonchalance as he waved a fan. Several martial artists who were about to enter also stepped aside to let him pass. Those two from the Ling family. Step aside, do not obstruct young Master Ji's path, barked the sentinel. Ling Qingji and Ling Xuanxuan's expressions soured at the sentinel's reprimand. They dared not protest further, merely stepping aside. After lingering for a time without witnessing the sentinels treating anyone else with such disdain, they quickly surmised that the rotund young man in yellow must possess a notable background. Ling family? Kangji paused mid-stride as he passed through the southern entrance, suddenly turning back to regard Ling Qingji and Ling Xianxian with a puzzled expression. Are you from the Ling family located in the southwestern region of the extreme cold mountain range? You have a medicinal mountain, is that you? Ling Qingji lowered his head slightly, feeling an unexplainable sensation, and replied with a smile, Indeed, we hail from that Ling family. Smack! Kangji abruptly approached and delivered a resounding slap to the face of the sentinel, who had earlier ordered Ling Qingji to step aside, causing blood to spatter from the sentinel's mouth. He then delivered a fierce kick to the other sentinel, who doubled over in agony, clutching his stomach as cold sweat formed on his brow. A few martial artists who had intended to enter the pavilion momentarily froze, halting to observe the scene. Ling Qingji and Ling Xianxian were equally stunned, uncertain of the chubby young man's sudden explosion of fury. Yet they felt a sense of vindication witnessing the two lascivious sentinels being so thoroughly punished. Let that be a lesson for your foul mouths. After delivering the blows, Kang Ji's face broke into a smile. His demeanor completely transformed. What brings you two to the Nebula Pavilion? We seek Elder Han to discuss the supply of spirit herbs. They informed us that Elder Han is not present and asked us to. Ling Chengji explained. Upon hearing this, Kang Ji's expression hardened, and he turned back to the two sentinels, launching into another round of strikes while cursing. Have you two lost your minds? Elder Han is clearly within the pavilion. Are your eyes blind? The two sentinels dared not evade, cowering against the wall as they endured Kang Ji's onslaught, mentally cursing the messenger who had relayed the orders from Du Haitian. Han Yu. Kang Ji called out to a young man within the pavilion, instructing, take them to see your uncle. Certainly, young Master Ji. The young man replied with a smile as he stepped forward. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you, Kang Ji said with a beaming grin. Suddenly inquiring, how is Ling Lai faring? Ling Lai? Ling Qingji was taken aback, nodding vacantly. He is well, quite well. Ha. When you see him, tell him to come to the Nebula Pavilion soon. The brothers have been thinking of him, the chubby young man said cheerfully, waving his hand before departing. Han Yu led the bewildered Ling Chengji and Ling Xianxian into the pavilion, while the two previously arrogant sentinels, now bruised and battered, cowered in a corner, heads bowed in fear. May I ask, what is the status of young Master Ji? Ling Chengji suddenly inquired. He is the son of our deputy pavilion master, Han Yu replied with a wry smile, seemingly accustomed to Kang Ji's temperament. Gaining young Master Ji's favor is no small feat. He has quite an eccentric disposition. When you meet my uncle, it would be wise to mention this. As long as your request is not excessively burdensome, my uncle will surely assist you. Ling Chengji and Ling Xianxian exchanged glances, both registering the astonishment in Han Yu's eyes. The Nebula Pavilion is structured with positions such as Pavilion Master, Deputy Pavilion Master, Elders, and Hall Masters. There is only one Pavilion Master, and only two Deputy Pavilion Masters. The authority wielded by the Deputy Pavilion Masters within the Nebula Pavilion is substantial, and as the son of Deputy Pavilion Master Kang Hui, Kang Ji naturally possesses the privilege to act with impunity. Du Haitian, who suppresses the Ling family, is merely an elder of the Nebula Pavilion, ranking slightly lower among the 5 elders, and his status pales in comparison to that of Deputy Pavilion Master Kang Hui. Even if Kang Ji were aware that the sentinels had been instructed by Du Haitian, he would hardly feel compelled to heed their orders. Shortly thereafter, Han Yu escorted the two into a chamber lined with bookshelves. Elder Han Qingrui, responsible for overseeing the vassal force's tributes, was preparing to depart when he noted the arrival of guests, initially displaying impatience. However, upon learning they were from the Ling family, his demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. What brings you here? Han Qingrui gestured for Han Yu to step aside, personally brewing 2 cups of tea, smiling as he inquired. Ling Chengji appeared taken aback, expressing his gratitude and explaining their situation with trepidation. The spirit herbs from Medicinal Mountain have recently ceased to wither. If we could have a bit more time, we will surely fulfill our family's contributions. I was expecting something more serious. Han Qingrui waved his hand dismissively, motioning for them to sit and enjoy their tea. He then laughed heartily, declaring, I am pleased to inform you that henceforth, for the next 2 years, your Ling family need not provide any spirit herbs. The revelation left both in shock, nearly causing them to leap from their seats, tea spilling from their cups. Ling Chengji quickly interjected, Elder Han, please do not say such things. We will certainly provide sufficient spirit herbs. You must have faith in us. Han Qingrui paused, quickly realizing their misunderstanding, and chuckled as he clarified, Ling Lai of your family has rendered significant contributions, which not only earned him ample merit points, but also exempted the Ling family from 2 years' worth of spirit herb tributes. This is a long-established rule of the Nebula Pavilion. If a martial artist from a vassal family accomplishes notable feats, their family is rewarded with a 2-year exemption from material contributions. Elder Han, a voice called from outside. Han Qingrui rose, smiling as he said, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not linger. Ling Lai's name has been added to the list of core members, with a total of 1,200 contribution points recorded. Upon your return, inform him that he may come to the Nebula Pavilion to register at any time. As Ling Qingji and Ling Xianxian stood in a state of shock, Han Qingrui added, "Also, please extend my gratitude to him. My son has been mentioning him frequently, saying that without Ling Lai, he might have perished at the hands of those from the shattered ice mansion." With that, Han Qingrui patted Ling Qingji on the shoulder, encouraging them to finish their tea and take a moment before he departed for his own affairs. Ling Lai, the only one in our family named Ling Lai, is not just an old man on the verge of death, is he? Lin Qingji felt as if he were caught in a hazy dream, enveloped by an unreal sensation. Core member, 1,200 contribution points. Surely they have mistaken the person. A tempest of emotions surged within Lin Xinyan, leaving her in a state akin to intoxication, her mind swirling in disarray, unable to discern directions. Perhaps they have made an error, Lin Qingji murmured weakly. P.S. Gratitude for the emergence of the new alliance leader. I kindly request everyone, if convenient, to cast recommendation votes for this book. I would be immensely grateful for the latest chapters of the fastest updating Great Dominator. See Chapter 19. Seclusion. As Lin Qingya lifted the ban on clan members visiting the Medicine Mountain Cave, the stone caverns of Medicine Mountain suddenly became bustling with activity. Each day, numerous members of the Lin family, brimming with confidence and hope, ventured inside to explore, yet the outcome was invariably the same, returning empty-handed. Even those who had reached the open Yuan realm, like Lin Qingya and Du Qishan, found themselves lost within the peculiar formations, making it even more implausible for others to successfully navigate deep into the stone caves. With repeated failures, many began to change their strategy, viewing Qin Lai as a potential breakthrough. Consequently, a number of Lin family members would wait eagerly at dawn to accompany Qin Lai into Medicine Mountain, hoping to follow in his footsteps to successfully penetrate the depths of the cave. Alas, within the stone caverns, they would invariably become disoriented, unable to catch sight of Qin Lai, as the cave was clearly shrouded in illusionary and foggy formations that obscured the presence of those nearby. After several attempts, many gradually lost hope. Although curiosity about Qin Lai lingered, the inability to succeed through him led to a slow abandonment of their efforts. Aware of Du Jiaolan's narrow-mindedness, Lin Qingye feared she might secretly harm Qin Lai and thus instructed Lin Feng and Lin Ying to accompany him in and out of Medicine Mountain daily, to prevent any potential ambush along the way. This arrangement left Du Jiaolan increasingly frustrated, as she could find no opportunity, fostering a deeper resentment towards the Lin family, viewing Qin Lai as a thorn in her side. Following the engagement ceremony, Lin Yushi began to visit Qin Lai with increasing frequency, sometimes arriving early in the morning with meals, ensuring he no longer needed to dine in the Lin family cafeteria. In the evenings, upon his return, he would often find she had arrived ahead of him. Tasks like drawing water, making beds, and cleaning were becoming second nature to Lin Yushi, her habitual murmuring providing Qin Lai with insight into the myriad trivialities of the Lin family. Occasionally, Lin Yushi would fall silent, cradling her exquisite chin with her hands, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she seemed to peer into the secrets hidden within his heart. In those moments, Qin Lai would feel a rush of anxiety. Carefully maintaining a facade of indifference, Lin Yushi would sometimes sigh in disappointment or shake her head with a smile, leaving Qin Lai unable to decipher her true thoughts. Qin Lai's daily cultivation remained undeterred by the commotion surrounding the Medicine Mountain caves. He persevered diligently, never relenting. Another day passed. Deep within the expansive cavern of Medicine Mountain, Qin Lai sat against a stone pillar, holding his breath in concentration, utilizing the beast cores from the shadow electric sculpture for his cultivation. Surrounding him lay a carpet of gray powder, remnants of the beast cores that had been thoroughly absorbed and subsequently shattered. Unbeknownst to him, over 40 beast cores harvested from the Silent Ridge had dwindled to mere fragments, and the previously gathered ice stem grass had long been exhausted. After an unknown passage of time, he crushed another beast core into dust, his expression grave as he silently channeled his energy. A thread of spiritual power was summoned from his Dantian spirit sea, coursing slowly along his meridians, gradually converging in his left arm, whereupon it surged violently, akin to a tumultuous wave crashing towards his left index finger. Zhi zhi zhi! The sound of strange electric currents resonated within the pad of his finger, which throbbed painfully as the spiritual power surged within, turning a fiery red as if scorched by flames. Bang! The tumultuous spiritual energy collided with an invisible barrier, unable to break free from his fingertip, before suddenly recoiling back into his palm, leaving his left hand numb and devoid of sensation. Still not working, Qin Lai slowly opened his eyes. Shaking his left hand, a trace of anxiety and helplessness etched across his handsome face. Recently, he had relied on the beast cores to enrich the spiritual power within his Dantian spirit sea and had aimed to break through to the 7th level of body refinement. Yet his attempts had ended in failure time and again. The body refinement realm is divided into 9 levels, with the first 6 levels being relatively straightforward. They primarily involve gathering spiritual power, expanding the spirit sea, and continuously nourishing flesh and blood with spiritual energy to gradually strengthen the meridians. The breakthroughs in the first 6 levels are comparatively easier. During this period, warriors depend on their physical strength in combat and are unable to utilize spiritual techniques or unleash spiritual power to inflict damage. This is because warriors at this level cannot release spiritual power through their bodies, thus lacking the capacity for spiritual power overflow. Without the ability to release spiritual power from within, they possess no lethality and cannot infuse it into spiritual weapons to significantly enhance their combat capabilities. Only by breaking through to the 7th level of body refinement can a warrior unleash the spiritual power within their body, utilizing it to harm or kill opponents through various body parts, or channeling it into spiritual weapons to unleash their formidable might. Warriors at this level can also temper their bones, marrow, and organs with spiritual power, elevating their physical strength to new heights. Consequently, the distinction between the 6th and 7th levels of body refinement is a critical divide. Despite being merely 1 level apart, the difference is as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. When he clashed with warriors from the shattered ice mansion, he appeared enveloped in lightning. However, that lightning was not a true manifestation of spiritual power overflow, but rather a result of natural lightning striking him, directing his spiritual power. Without the falling thunder, he could not achieve this feat. In future battles, he could not always rely on tempestuous weather to encounter such phenomena. Thus, he must expedite his breakthrough to the 7th level of body refinement. The 7th level allows for the infiltration of spiritual power into bones, marrow, and organs, further aiding his cultivation of the heavenly thunder, in the eyes of many. Only those who have crossed into the 7th level of body refinement can truly be considered warriors. Those below the 6th level are merely referred to as martial practitioners. Lin Ying admired Lin Feng precisely because he had broken through to the 7th level of body refinement, making him one of the few true warriors among the younger generation of the Lin family. I must cross this threshold as swiftly as possible. After resting for a while, Qin Lai waited for the numbness in his left hand to subside slightly before retrieving another beast core from the shadow electric sculpture. Only 3 remain. I must pass through this stage soon. As the remaining spiritual herbs and stones brought back from the extreme cold mountains require the 7th level for utilization. The spiritual pills and stones acquired from the warriors of the shattered ice mansion were only partially used as betrothal gifts, with some retained for his own use within the cave. Crack, crack. Moments later, his fingers emitted a sound as though they might fracture, yet the influx of spiritual power felt as though it were blocked. Unable to break free from his fingertip, within the cavern, Qin Lai repeatedly attempted, each time failing. The efficiency is too low. This won't do. There must be a better method. Narrowing his eyes, Qin Lai frowned in contemplation, suddenly struck by inspiration as he exclaimed, "Soul-calming pearl, boundless and thoughtless." Without regard for whether he might remain unconscious for an extended period, he took a deep breath, concentrating his mental awareness, gradually feeling as though a fragment of his soul was drifting from his mind and flying into the soul-calming pearl. As time elapsed, he gathered more of his soul's consciousness, continually channeling it into the soul-calming pearl. The soul-calming pearl, hidden within his brow, began to glow faintly, resembling a pitch-black eye within the cavern. The pearl emitted a ghostly luminescence, flickering mysteriously and peculiarly. Slowly, the sensation of his soul departing once more enveloped him. His spirit seemed to reside within a chaotic space inside the soul-calming pearl, allowing him to observe his body's every movement and even providing a rudimentary control over it, enabling his body to instinctively engage in cultivation. In that wondrous space, he could distinctly perceive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the cavern, rapidly converging towards him as he cultivated. He could even see the ethereal spiritual energy, as thin as mist, seeping through the minuscule capillaries of his body. Under normal circumstances, these capillaries would be invisible. Yet in this state, they appeared magnified many times over. An astonishing sight. In the enigmatic and profound state of boundless thoughtlessness, his soul was in a state of departure, yet his understanding of his body was so profound it was beyond imagination. In this condition, it was as if he had harmonized with the universe, attracting an abundance of spiritual energy to converge upon him during his cultivation. With his soul hidden within the soul-calming pearl, Qin Lai observed his body, witnessing it engage in instinctual cultivation, watching his spiritual power flowed through his meridians, accelerating time and again, surging towards his fingertips. He noted that as his cultivation time increased, the barriers obstructing his breakthrough to the 7th level of body refinement seemed to weaken progressively. His heart brightened with clarity, gradually realizing that in the state of boundless thoughtlessness, the gathering of spiritual power occurred at an accelerated pace, and the flow within his meridians quickened significantly. This instinctual cultivation allowed his body to continually adjust, honing itself to an optimal state, a marvel that led him to feel that his soul's existence was utterly superfluous. An indescribable wonder. Crack. After an indeterminate duration, a bolt of azure lightning suddenly shot from his finger, flashing briefly before shattering a section of the stone wall ahead. The ethereal soul, witnessing the lightning, was overwhelmed with joy, then struggled fiercely, driven by excitement and exhilaration, relentlessly pounding against the pearl. Boom! His mind jolted violently, the sensation of his soul returning rushing through him. Qin Lai instantly awoke. For the first time in 5 years, he had managed to extricate himself from a state of emptiness and oblivion not through external stimulation, but solely through sheer willpower. He. Qin Lai chuckled foolishly as he sat there, grinning widely in that state of oblivion. He not only successfully broke through to the 7th level of body refinement, but also gained a profound understanding of the mystical nature of that state. Moreover, he discovered that he possessed the ability to break free, which greatly bolstered his confidence, allowing him to envision a magnificent and resplendent future. Gurgle, gurgle. The growl of hunger jolted him from his excitement, and he suddenly realized how emaciated he had become, unaware of how long it had been since he last ate. Having gone too long without sustenance, his steps felt unsteady as he leaned against the stone wall, his complexion pale as he sluggishly exited the cave. The cave's entrance, Ling Yushi appeared haggard. Her eyes clouded with a deep, unshakable worry, staring blankly into the distance, having leaned against the wall for an indeterminate amount of time. Pidas. I earnestly request your support for recommendations. I beg everyone to help Chapter 20. Who is that remarkable individual? Bathed in the evening sun, Ling Yushi stood facing the cave entrance, her emerald green gown flowing elegantly around her, yet her eyes were devoid of life, her face lacking luster. Qin Lai halted, gazing at her enchanting silhouette for a considerable moment, then deliberately intensified his footfalls. Ling Yushi, lost in thought, was suddenly roused. She turned abruptly, her dark eyes sparkling with newfound brightness. Why have you only just emerged? It's been almost 4 days. How have you survived without food or drink? She exclaimed, rushing towards Qin Lai, her face betraying concern. Quick, have some water. I brought some cooked meat. Let's fill your stomach first. She hurriedly handed him the water pouch. Starved and famished, Qin Lai seized the water pouch and drank greedily, regaining his breath before devouring the cooked beef she offered. After a considerable time, once he felt satiated, he turned to see Ling Yushi frowning, her face still etched with worry. You truly are something else. You isolated yourself in that cave for a full 4 days without a word. If you intended to do this, you ought to have informed me in advance so I could prepare ample provisions for you. You nearly frightened me to death. I thought you might starve to death. Ling Yushi muttered, gently brushing away the scraps of meat from his clothing. You should return and wash up. You really do smell quite foul. I can't imagine what you were doing in there. Qin Lai remained impassive, allowing her to tidy his clothes and wipe the dust from his face, a warm current flowing through his heart. Upon exiting the cave side by side with Ling Yushi, he noticed it was already dusk. There were no signs of Ling family members around the cave entrance, indicating that those individuals had gradually given up. Miss, we are over here. Ling called out, waving vigorously from beside a stone at the foot of the mountain, accompanied by Ling Feng. The two had recently been assigned to this area to prevent Qin Lai from falling victim to the Du family's covert schemes. As twilight descended, the sky blazed with crimson hues, the clouds appearing as if set ablaze, casting a fiery glow across the mountains. The four of them walked together along the mountain path, illuminated by the radiant sky. Qin Lai remained his usual stoic self, while Ling Ying was lively and cheerful, frequently glancing at Qin Lai with a smile, engaging in conversation with Ling Yushi, who appeared composed. Ling Feng maintained a calm demeanor, listening intently but refraining from interjecting his opinions. "Miss, have you taken the Baimaidan and Bihaidan? Was the effect truly miraculous?" Ling Ying suddenly inquired with keen interest, casting a discreet glance at Qin Lai, as if now questioning how he had acquired such precious cultivation elixirs. Even Ling Feng exhibited curiosity, turning to Ling Yushi, eagerly awaiting her response. Ling Yushi naturally looked towards Qin Lai, her eyes revealing a hint of gratitude, before casually stating, "I am currently preparing to take the Baimaidan. As for the Bihaidan, I plan to wait until I reach the 9th level before using it. It feels a bit premature at this stage. My cultivation talent is not on par with yours, and without the aid of elixirs, breaking through to the Kaiyuan realm seems rather challenging." She smiled self-deprecatingly. "Miss, you are too modest," Ling Feng interjected earnestly. "In my opinion, your cultivation talent is not inferior to that of the second Miss. It is merely that you have been more encumbered by family affairs, which has prevented you from dedicating your full attention to cultivation. Additionally, it is possible that the family head has leaned slightly more towards the second Miss in terms of cultivation resources, which is why your realms are similar. You need not comfort me. I am aware that my talent does not match hers," Ling Yushi replied with a smile. "In our Ling family, both of you possess exceptional talent. If you are willing to put in the effort, there is still a chance for you to enter the Xingyun Pavilion in the future." Upon mentioning the Xingyun Pavilion, both Ling Ying and Ling Feng's eyes sparkled with evident longing in their hearts. The Xingyun Pavilion represented the ultimate sanctuary for cultivation. Gaining entry there would be the fulfillment of their utmost dreams. The trio continued their conversation as they walked. As darkness approached, the four of them returned to Ling family town, only to learn that Ling Chengji and Ling Xianxian had returned. As soon as the third master returned, he went with the family head to the Ling Lai family at the east end of the town. Ling Lai is over 70 years old and has been bedridden for many years. "We are unsure why the family head would visit him," explained a member of the Ling family. Ling Yushi, Ling Feng, and Ling Ying were equally puzzled, while only Qin Lai appeared somewhat surprised, connecting Ling Qingji and Ling Xuanquan's purpose for visiting the Xingyun Pavilion with the possibility that they had encountered Tu Zhe and his companions. "I will go take a look." Ling Feng, Ling Ying, "You first escort Qin Lai home," Ling Yushi instructed, a note of concern in her voice, before hastening towards the eastern end of the town. Upon arriving at Qin Lai's home, she found Ling Chengya, Ling Chengji, and Ling Xianxian just exiting. The faces of the Cheng brothers were marked with disappointment as they shook their heads repeatedly. Seeing her approach, Ling Xianxian suddenly became agitated, on the verge of tears. "Father, you?" Ling Yushi exclaimed. "Let us discuss it later," Ling Qingya waved his hand. Moments later, the family gathered in the Ling family hall, where Ling Xuanquan's eyes brimmed with tears as she cried, "Sister, who told you to replace me and get engaged to that fool?" "I did so of my own accord," Ling Yushi replied calmly with a smile. "Who would willingly get engaged to him?" Ling Xianxian, having suppressed her emotions for too long, suddenly shouted, "He is merely a fool. Why must you demean yourself? Was it father who forced you?" "Be quiet," Ling Qingya barked. "You have also been to the Xingyun Pavilion. Did you not see how our Ling family is perceived there? Your sister understands the need to sacrifice for the family. What do you know? Just do not create further trouble for the family." Ling Xianxian had rarely seen him so furious and felt intimidated. Reflecting on her experiences at the Xingyun Pavilion, she lowered her head and began to sob quietly. It could either be a misunderstanding on the part of the Xingyun Pavilion, or this Ling Lai could be someone else entirely. Ling Chengji suddenly interjected. "What do you mean?" Ling Yushi inquired. "Your third uncle and others encountered something peculiar at the Xingyun Pavilion." The family head of the Ling clan explained the situation, then continued, "Elder Han Qingrui of the Xingyun Pavilion not only exempted our Ling family from 2 years' worth of spirit herb contributions, but also stated that this Ling Lai has achieved great merit. directly granting him a place among the core members of the Xingyun Pavilion, along with 1,200 contribution points. If it were not for this Ling Lai, your third uncle and sister might never have even entered the Xingyun Pavilion, and they could have faced further humiliation. Ling Yusher's delicate face displayed astonishment as she exclaimed, "Ah, directly becoming a core member and receiving so many contribution points. When did our Ling family produce such a remarkable individual? There is only one Ling Lai in Ling family town. We just visited him. He has been bedridden for nearly 2 years, yet has not passed away. That in itself is a miracle. He claims he hasn't left the Ling family town in 10 years, making it impossible for him to be the one, besides him. There is no one else named Ling Lai, not even anyone with Lai in their name," the family head of the Ling clan murmured, his brow furrowed in thought. "Brother, could it be possible that Qin Lai, his name also contains Lai?" Ling Chengji suddenly suggested. "That fool is indeed rather peculiar, but he bears no resemblance to a remarkable individual. How could it possibly be him?" Ling Xianxian, having wept for a while, scoffed, her tear-streaked face displaying disdain. If he were truly capable of becoming a core member of the Xingyun Pavilion and earning that many contribution points, then anyone from our Ling family could enter the Xingyun Pavilion at will. If he truly had such ability, I would have readily agreed to the engagement. Since learning that Ling Yusher had replaced her in the engagement with Qin Lai, she had developed a profound aversion to his name. Feeling a pang of discomfort at the mere mention of it, Ling Lai, Qin Lai, the family head of the Ling clan revealed a contemplative expression, gesturing for Ling Xianxian to step outside and cease her commotion. He then lowered his voice. There might indeed be a possibility. During that engagement ceremony, the betrothal gifts he presented delivered a resounding slap to the faces of the Du family. I am increasingly convinced that Qin Lai is not an ordinary person. If anyone is likely to be that Ling Lai, he is the prime suspect. I too believe that Qin Lai is no ordinary individual. Ling Qingji nodded in agreement. Many things cannot be accomplished by a mere fool. There are not that many coincidences. He may be concealing something, or perhaps his mind is occasionally unclear, but to say that he has always been foolish, I find it hard to believe. As Qin Lai's peculiarities continued to surface following his awakening, he gradually began to reveal his true nature. The Ling brothers were not foolish. They were slowly discerning the underlying intricacies, realizing that there was undoubtedly something extraordinary about Qin Lai. Ling Yusher listened to the conversation between the two, her beautiful eyes sparkling, a faint smile gracing her lips, and suddenly, her mood brightened. "Xiao Shi, pay close attention to him, and remember to inform us at the first opportunity if you discover anything," instructed Ling Chengji. "Ah." Ling Yusher, lost in her pleasant thoughts, was startled awake by his shout, and quickly nodded, whispering, "Got it, got it. What is this girl thinking?" Ling Chengji frowned. "It's nothing, nothing at all. I'll be going out now." Ling Yusher playfully stuck out her tongue, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she hurriedly left, fetching food from the dining hall before hastily making her way to Qin Lai's stone house. Inside the stone house, Qin Lai lay with his eyes closed on the bed, attempting to enter a state of no thoughts, no distractions. Perhaps due to his elevated realm, or perhaps his mental acuity had significantly strengthened, he found that entering this state was now much quicker than before. And even breaking free from it was not particularly difficult. The ability to easily navigate this profound state would greatly enhance his training efficiency, providing him with insurmountable benefits for breakthroughs in martial arts, which he valued immensely. Moreover, he subtly sensed that repeatedly entering and exiting this state seemed to refine his soul consciousness. This realization invigorated him even more. Mental acuity was the key force to unlocking the seal of the soul-restraining pearl. And whether he could recover the memories of a decade past depended on the strength of his mental focus in the future. Thus, he relished the attempts to navigate this state. Before Ling Yusher's arrival, he once again broke free from the state of no thoughts, no distractions. Hearing the light footsteps, Qin Lai was taken aback, wondering what had caused Ling Yusher to be in such high spirits upon entering. Her enchanting eyes fixated on him with a shimmering brilliance. This made Qin Lai's heart skip a beat. "We are already engaged, so there's no need to avoid certain matters." Today I'll help you with your back," Ling Yusher said. Gazing deeply at him, her bright eyes sparkling with a mischievous smile, reminiscent of a sly little fox, as if harboring some hidden intentions. Qin Lai's body suddenly stiffened. To be continued, Chapter 21. For spiritual arrays clad in a verdant long skirt, Ling Yushi, who earlier appeared pale and haggard at the cave entrance, now radiated a vibrant glow, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and the smile gracing her lips held profound significance, leaving others puzzled. "I've brought you some food. Let's eat well first," she said, setting the bowls and dishes neatly, retrieving the meal from her basket with a cheerful demeanor as she looked at Qin Lai, saying, "Take your time eating. I'll go prepare some hot water for you. Once you finish, come on in." She gracefully entered the washroom. Qin Lai stroked his chin, his gaze turning peculiar as he speculated that she must have connected the dots through the name Ling Lai mentioned by Ling Qingye, deliberately coming to test him, and indeed, that was the case. Ling Yushi gradually became aware of his unusual demeanor, and through the hints from the Ling Qingye brothers, she increasingly felt that Qin Lai might be feigning ignorance. Thus, she decided to come and test him, hoping to uncover any issues through closer contact. Before long, Qin Lai finished his meal, glanced at the washroom door, and forced a bitter smile as he stood up. In truth, he was not afraid of some of his secrets being exposed. For him, the reason he continued to play the fool was simply to avoid getting entangled in the troubles of the Ling family, to prevent them from approaching him with inquiries about the inner workings of the Medicine Mountain, about his grandfather, and even matters concerning himself. By maintaining this foolish facade, no one would disturb him, allowing him to concentrate on his training. However, given the current circumstances, he realized that maintaining the charade would become increasingly difficult, as the Ling family had begun to notice the signs, and with Ling Yushi now actively testing him, he knew it wouldn't be long before his ruse would be discovered. "Fortunately, I can freely navigate the state of no thoughts, no distractions now, or else I wouldn't have made it through today," Qin Lai thought to himself. Taking a deep breath as he entered the washroom with a blank expression, eyeing the steamy stone chamber, Ling Yushi stood demurely by the large wooden tub, her elegant face adorned with a gentle smile. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing arms as white as snow, accentuated by the thin mist, making her appear exceptionally charming. With one hand holding a towel and the other beckoning Qin Lai, she said, "The hot water is ready. Come over and take off your clothes. You should soak for a while." This situation made Qin Lai feel as though he was facing a formidable opponent. Before Ling Yushi could make a move, he proactively removed his outer shirt. And under her enchanting gaze, he stripped off his long pants, standing at the door in only his shorts. Observing his nearly bare form, Ling Yushi's bright eyes gleamed with an enchanting light, her heart fluttered, and a beautiful smile graced her lips, her cheeks slightly flushed as she exclaimed, "Wearing clothes makes you look slim, but without them, you're quite muscular, indeed. Not bad, quite a good physique." Having undergone years of rigorous training, Qin Lai appeared lean at first glance, yet when fully revealed, his finely honed and robust physique was unmistakable. The definition of his muscles was strikingly apparent, perfectly proportioned to his frame. It seemed that only such refined muscles could allow him to exhibit his strength, speed, and endurance in a harmonious balance, as though even a slight reduction in muscle would diminish his explosive power, while an increase would hinder his speed and reflexes. As the young lady of the Ling family, Ling Yushi often supervised at the training grounds and had seen numerous young men of the Ling family in various states of undress. After a private comparison, she felt that Qin Lai's physique was particularly suited for combat. She could not articulate why, but it simply appeared pleasing to her eyes, exuding a sense of balance and coordination. In her momentary distraction, Qin Lai suddenly leaped into the wooden tub with a splash, immediately entering the state of no thoughts, no distractions, allowing his soul to drift, to avoid revealing any signs to Ling Yushi. "Why haven't you taken everything off? Still shy?" Ling Yushi teased, biting her lip, though she felt a blush creeping into her heart as she spoke. After Qin Lai submerged in the large wooden tub, she approached him from behind with the towel and the mist. She gazed at Qin Lai's back, her cheeks burning as she struggled internally for a moment before biting her silver teeth and feigning calmness, saying, "Let me help you." With that, she dipped the towel into the tub, and after soaking it in hot water, she began to wipe Qin Lai's back. Her delicate palms and slender, smooth fingers occasionally brushed against Qin Lai's skin, sending ripples of sensation through his soul-drifting state. Splash, splash. Ling Yushi continued to wipe Qin Lai's back, and after a while, she turned to face him in the gentle mist, her cheeks flushed, and her bright eyes radiated a mesmerizing light as she shyly glanced up at Qin Lai. In this situation, the Qin Lai, in a state of no thoughts, no distractions, began to exhibit instinctive reactions. His soul concealed within the soul-restraining pearl could still perceive how his shorts formed a small tent. Completely submerged in the water, the wet fabric clinging to his abdomen, making the outline of the small tent exceedingly clear and quite prominent. Ling Yushi dared not gaze at Qin Lai for too long, and as she leaned over the edge of the tub, she inadvertently caught sight of that small tent. Her face suddenly turned crimson, as if she might bleed from embarrassment, and she covered her lips with a soft gasp. Her bright eyes seemingly clouded with mist. "Pa!" She lightly spat, not daring to look down any longer, instead raising her gaze to Qin Lai. She noticed that his expression remained blank, yet the veins on his neck were bulging, taut and slightly throbbing, as if he were struggling to repress something. Ling Yushi was startled and quickly turned her back to Qin Lai, hastily wiping his back once more before flusteredly exiting the washroom. Deep down, she sensed that continuing to test Qin Lai could lead to an unfavorable outcome for her. "For the time being, I won't be able to visit frequently. I need to take by maiden to improve my constitution," she called out, her voice trembling slightly before blushing and quietly slipping away. Upon exiting the stone house, the mountain breeze hit her, clearing her mind in an instant. With a look of astonishment, she covered her flushed face. Chuckling at herself, "What is wrong with me? Why am I afraid of him? I came here to confirm whether he is truly foolish, and at the critical moment, I hesitated. What a useless person I am." Inside the wooden tub, after a long while, Qin Lai emerged from the state of no thoughts, no distractions, gasping for breath as if he were on the verge of suffocation. Indeed, a body in its prime cannot withstand such stimulation. "I nearly exposed myself." He glanced towards the door, a look of lingering fear on his face, shaking his head with a wry smile. "You'd better not keep playing with fire. At this rate, I truly cannot bear it any longer." Earlier, in that drifting state, he experienced a terrifying sensation as if his body might explode, as if flames were raging within him, burning his very soul, nearly compelling him to revert to his original state. He knew that once he exited the state of no thoughts, no distractions, his breathing, heart rate, and muscle tension would immediately reveal his true mental state, allowing Ling Yushi to discern his real condition, leading her to conclude that he was certainly not foolish and was no different from a normal person. "You really shouldn't play with fire." After adjusting for a while, Qin Lai had an unusual expression, lying in the tub, still savoring the wonderful sensation of Ling Yushi's small hands gliding over his body. That sensation, akin to electric currents coursing through him, left him restless, unable to calm his heart. The next day, Ling Yushi did not come, and he was still escorted by Ling Feng and Linging in and out of the Medicine Mountain. Within the cavern, having recently transcended to the 7th level of body refinement, he immersed himself in relentless training, exploring a wondrous state of thoughtlessness and emptiness. He continuously struck various parts of his body with his fingers, striving to reach a level where he could unleash spiritual energy from every part of his being. The 10 fingers, palms, arms, shoulders, and other regions served as primary points of attack. The ability to unleash spiritual energy at will would significantly enhance a warrior's combat prowess, enabling them to inflict devastating force upon their enemies with merely a shoulder charge or an arm swing. Qin Lai's current endeavor was to activate all his body's attack points, enriching the outlets for his spiritual energy. In this state of thoughtlessness, his training efficiency noticeably improved, and with the freedom to enter and exit at will, he felt a tangible sense of progress with each passing day. On one particular day, feeling a considerable surge in his abilities, Qin Lai attempted once more to breach the seal of the soul-consolidating pearl at his forehead. Boom! To his astonishment, this time the assault of his consciousness shattered a seal with remarkable ease. It was as if he had opened a door, revealing for extraordinarily intricate and mysterious diagrams that suddenly manifested in a vast, nebulous space behind the seal. In this expansive and ethereal realm, the 4 diagrams floated majestically, each towering hundreds of feet high, resembling colossal mountains. Each diagram appeared to be woven from countless massive webs, with shimmering lines intersecting in a complex and ancient mystery. as if they contain the fundamental truths and principles of the universe. Beyond the 4 diagrams lay a chaotic region, still sealed. As Qin Lai's spiritual consciousness ventured closer, he sensed that it might be another realm. Perhaps the stronghold of his memories. The seals within the soul-consolidating pearl turned out to be layered. Upon breaking one, he discovered another layer blocking his path. It was akin to opening one door only to find another leading to an even more mysterious domain awaiting his exploration. Spiritual diagrams. 4 spiritual diagrams. In that vast expanse, after gazing intently at the 4 intricate diagrams, Qin Lai suddenly cried out in astonishment. His grandfather, Qin Shan, was a renowned artifact forger. Over the years, his grandfather often assisted the Ling family in repairing spiritual artifacts while Qin Lai trained in the cave. Aware that Qin Lai could hear him even in his thoughtless state, his grandfather would frequently elaborate on the principles of artifact forging and impart fundamental knowledge. According to his grandfather, the process of forging artifacts involved several meticulous steps: preparing spiritual materials, blending them, melting them down, fusing them, and gradually refining them into a tool. Only in the final step would the spiritual diagram be inscribed, a critical component of the forging process. The quality and power of a spiritual artifact depended not only on the materials used and the perfection of their fusion but, most importantly, on the spiritual diagram inscribed within. A complete and profound spiritual diagram could drastically transform an artifact, endowing it with unparalleled might. The spiritual diagram is the essence of forging. Mastering its formidable and wondrous nature signifies grasping the true quintessence of the craft. After a brief respite, he once again focused his spiritual energy, delving deeper into that vast space, scrutinizing the previously observed massive spiritual diagram, attempting to engrave it in his memory. His spiritual energy, akin to a faint glow, probed within the diagram, observing with meticulous attention. Gradually, he discerned that the lengthy lines, representing the flow of spiritual energy, corresponded with his grandfather's teachings regarding foundational spiritual diagrams. He came to realize that this particular diagram served the purpose of gathering spirit. As his grandfather had explained, there were 4 fundamental types of spiritual diagrams: gathering spirit, storing spirit, amplifying spirit, and fortifying. Gathering spirit allowed a tool to accumulate spiritual energy, enabling a warrior to infuse their energy into the artifact. Storing spirit permitted the tool to retain the infused energy, which could then be released in a formidable surge after multiple accumulations. Amplifying spirit enhanced the infused energy using the material properties of the tool itself, with certain special materials capable of doubling or even tripling the energy. There were also other forms of amplification, such as compressing the energy through cyclic refining, sharpening it to an extreme degree, akin to a steel needle. This was a form of amplification often found within sword and blade-type spiritual artifacts. Fortifying strengthened the tool's durability and resilience, allowing it to withstand greater amplification and accommodate more spiritual energy. Gathering spirit, storing spirit, amplifying spirit, and fortifying were essential foundational diagrams that every artifact forger must master. However, each forger's interpretation of these diagrams varied significantly. A simple amplifying spirit diagram could have numerous ways of being inscribed, each capable of achieving the amplification effect but with vastly differing power levels. Some diagrams might amplify energy by a mere 1%, while others could enhance it by double, triple, or even tens of times. Similarly, the interpretations of gathering spirit, storing spirit, and fortifying could differ widely among forgers, leading to unique diagrams and varying degrees of power. Naturally, as a forger's understanding of the principles of spiritual energy and the laws of the universe deepened, the diagrams they inscribed would become increasingly potent, more refined, and more attuned to the natural order, yielding effects that were nothing short of miraculous. Gathering spirit, indeed, this is gathering spirit. Let us examine the other 3 spiritual diagrams. Qin Lai concentrated his spiritual energy, temporarily setting aside the intricacies of the diagrams, relying instead on the forging knowledge his grandfather had instilled in him over the years to ascertain the functions of the remaining diagrams. Storing spirit, amplifying spirit, fortifying. Truly, these are the 3 other spiritual diagrams. But how could the most fundamental 4 diagrams be inscribed in such a convoluted and intricate manner? They resemble cryptic symbols, making it difficult to even comprehend one, let alone remember them. Soon, He withdrew a portion of his spiritual energy, having identified the names of the 4 diagrams, yet his curiosity deepened. During subsequent stormy days, he would utilize the electrical network within the cave to temper his body. Enduring the tribulations of heavenly thunder, after breaking through to the 7th level of body refinement, his training in enduring heavenly thunder progressed remarkably swiftly, allowing him to guide the lightning deep into his bones and organs. As the relentless thunderbolts tempered his internal organs, he sensed his physical strength advancing to a higher realm and a vague awareness. He felt that the foundation of his mastery over the heavenly thunder strike was on the verge of solidification. Mastering the heavenly thunder strike to the marrow of his bones would enable his organs to withstand the explosive force of thunder and lightning, thereby freeing him from reliance on the electrical grid within the cave, allowing him to draw upon external lightning for his cultivation. On days devoid of storms, he focused on consolidating his spiritual energy, simultaneously expanding his spiritual sea while striving to connect the 10 fingers, enabling the primary attack points of his body to exude spiritual power. Whenever his physical training left him utterly exhausted, he would gather his mental energy to examine the 4 intricate spiritual array diagrams within the soul-settling pearl. After a month, he had only managed to memorize a third of the spirit-gathering array diagram, while the other 3 remained dauntingly obscure. The mere act of contemplating the spirit-gathering array consumed vast amounts of his mental acuity, leaving him spiritually drained each time. Yet, upon recovery, he often sensed a slight enhancement in his mental power, as if the very act of scrutinizing the array diagrams inadvertently refined his mental prowess. This realization compelled him to endure this excruciatingly tedious endeavor. Mental strength was the key to unraveling the seal of the soul-settling pearl. His ability to uncover the mysteries of his lineage and recover a decade's worth of memories hinged on the robustness of his mental faculties. Thus, he resolved to persevere through any hardship, no matter how arduous, if it promised to augment his mental power. Time passed swiftly, and 2 more months slipped by. His relentless cultivation bore fruit, significantly enhancing his mental strength and firmly establishing the foundation of the heavenly thunder strike. Now, he could unleash torrents of spiritual power through his 10 fingers, palms, and shoulders, reaching a state of transcendence in his training. He sensed that he was nearing the threshold of the 8th layer of body refinement, a realization that underscored the rapid progression of his cultivation. Moreover, even the intricate spirit-gathering array had been indelibly etched in his memory. Though he had committed it to memory, he still lacked comprehension of the array's subtleties. Remaining uncertain of its practical applications. One evening, upon returning to his stone dwelling, he was surprised to find Ling Yusher, who had been absent for a considerable time, waiting for him with a smile. "It's been 3 months since we last met, and you're still the same as ever. Honestly, you don't even show a hint of joy at seeing me. I am your betrothed, after all." Dressed in a deep blue martial artist's attire, Ling Yusher appeared fresh and poised, her long black hair cascading like silk over her shoulders, her complexion rosy, and her radiant eyes sparkling with vigor, clearly indicative of her enhanced cultivation. "Thanks to you, I've broken through to the 8th layer of body refinement." Noticing Qin Lai's lack of reaction, she couldn't help but chuckle. "I initially aimed only to refine the 100 Meridians pill, but I didn't anticipate its efficacy would be so profound. With the aid of 2 ordinary 6th-grade spirit stones, I managed to break through in just 3 months. It's astonishing." Qin Lai felt a surge of joy for her. He knew that her innate talent, while slightly inferior to Ling Xuanxuan's, was nonetheless commendable. Having stagnated at the 7th layer for quite some time, her breakthrough after 3 months of diligent training, bolstered by the 100 Meridians pill and 6th-grade spirit stones, seemed entirely reasonable to him. "Come over here. I've brought you some delicious food, all made by my own hands." Ling Yusher waved cheerfully at him before setting out the spread, with 4 dishes and a soup that looked quite delectable. Qin Lai wasted no time in picking up his chopsticks and found the flavors to be remarkably delightful. The Xingyun Pavilion has discovered a fire crystal mine at Wolf Mountain. They issued a directive for the Ling, Feng, and Gao families to send 10 body refinement warriors each to assist in the excavation. The Xingyun Pavilion will compensate with lower-grade spirit stones. Having just broken through to the 8th layer, my father has tasked me with leading the team, along with Ling Feng and Ling Ying, to collaborate with the Feng and Gao families in mining the fire crystals. As Qin Lai ate, Ling Yusher remarked thoughtfully, My younger sister is still at the 7th layer, and our father has forbidden her from going out, insisting she focus on her training. Thus, it falls upon me to lead the team. Alas, I've just emerged from seclusion, and now I must leave again, without the time to care for you. I must go. Ling Feng and Ling Ying will accompany me. I'm not entirely at ease with you venturing into the medicinal mountains alone. Why don't you join me? Her captivating eyes sparkled as they turned to Qin Lai. Wolf Mountain. Qin Lai recalled the map meticulously drawn by his grandfather, a tremor of unease washing over him. If you remain silent, I shall take that as your agreement. I will come by to collect you tomorrow morning, and we shall depart at dawn. Rest assured, there will be no danger. The Xingyun Pavilion has personnel stationed there, and the Feng and Gao families will each send 10 individuals as well. This area seldom sees other spirit beasts, so we will be fine. Ling Yushi, beaming, rose from the stone bench and playfully watched Qin Lai devour his meal. With a soft giggle, she moved to draw water for him. Once she stepped away, Qin Lai lifted his gaze, his expression shifting to one of solemnity. The reason there are no other spirit beasts near Wolf Mountain is that it is the territory of the second-tier spirit beast, the silver-winged demon wolf. According to my grandfather's map, the silver-winged demon wolves embark on a pilgrimage to the icy peaks deep within the extreme cold mountains every year around May and June. Only returning to Wolf Mountain in July. It is nearly the end of June now. Qin Lai glanced toward the washroom door, listening to Ling Yushi hum a cheerful tune as she happily filled the bathwater for him, feeling a sense of unrest brewing within him. After Ling Yushi finished running the hot water, she left in high spirits, reminding Qin Lai that she would come to collect him early the next morning. Immersed in the steaming wooden tub, Qin Lai gazed up at the beams overhead, deep in thought. The second-tier spirit beast, the silver-winged demon wolf, possessed strength comparable to that of a martial artist at the opening origin realm. A single silver-winged demon wolf would have a greater chance of defeating an ice soul python in combat. Most critically, the silver-winged demon wolves were pack animals, and Wolf Mountain was precisely the den of the silver-winged demon wolf pack. Every year in May and June, the silver-winged demon wolves embark on a pilgrimage to the ice peaks to pay homage to the ice and snow wolf king, returning in July if they return and find human warriors occupying their den. In Qin Lai's mind, a gruesome image of Ling Yushi, Ling Feng, and Ling Ying being torn apart by the silver-winged demon wolf pack flashed vividly. For reasons unknown, the thought of Ling Yushi's delicate form being shredded into pieces filled him with agitation, shattering his focus. It seems I must first make a trip to the medicinal mountains tomorrow. I need to retrieve the statue that my grandfather carved. The location of Wolf Mountain has been clearly marked on his map. With newfound resolve, Qin Lai's restless spirit calmed, and he lay back in the tub, consolidating his mental energy to scrutinize the array diagram representing spirit storage within the soul-settling pearl. He had already memorized the spirit-gathering array diagram, and now he would gradually begin to engage with the other 3 array diagrams: spirit gathering, spirit storage, amplification, and fortification. On the following morning, Ling Yushi arrived early with Ling Feng, Ling Ying, Ling Xin, and other members of the Ling family at the entrance of Qin Lai's stone dwelling. Clad in form-fitting azure attire, Ling Yushi's graceful figure was accentuated, drawing the gazes of many young men from the Ling family who exchanged glances, wanting to steal more looks but feeling too shy to do so. Miss, are you truly bringing him along? Ling Xin, of similar age to Ling Feng and possessing a tall stature with thick brows and large eyes, expressed his reservations about Ling Yushi's decision to include Qin Lai. Ling Xin, spare me your prattle. Ling Feng chided with a frown. Ling Xin appeared somewhat intimidated by Ling Feng's demeanor, and upon hearing his words, he merely pouted and refrained from further comments. Arriving at Qin Lai's stone dwelling, Ling Yushi called out, "Qin Lai, we are setting off." After waiting for a moment without receiving a response, Ling Yushi looked momentarily taken aback and pushed the door open, only to find the interior empty. Devoid of Qin Lai's presence, a distinct disappointment flickered across Ling Yushi's fair face as she gently bit her lip and sighed softly. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. He probably didn't take my words to heart. Or maybe I'm just being overly sentimental, and he simply pretended not to hear me. Ling Yushi's expression turned bittersweet as she shook her head with a self-deprecating smile. Stepping out of the stone dwelling, she inhaled deeply and said calmly, "Let's go." Seeing that Qin Lai was absent, Ling Xin secretly rejoiced, thinking, with one less burden, there will be significantly fewer complications. Miss, you need not worry too much. The head of the family will arrange for someone else to look after him. Ling Feng mused thoughtfully, offering consolation. Indeed, the Du family has been considerably subdued lately. They should not dare to act recklessly. Linging added. Ling Yusher smiled and nodded, casually remarking, "Let's go. We will pass by the medicinal mountains. I will call out again. If he truly cannot hear me, then so be it." Upon hearing this, Ling Feng, Ling Ying, and Ling Xian exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by her persistence. Is she still holding out hope? Does she truly regard that fellow as her betrothed? Has she genuinely developed feelings for him? It's hard to comprehend. They silently shook their heads, their gazes toward Ling Yusher now tinged with suspicion. Unfazed by their strange looks, Ling Yusher remained composed, leading the way toward the medicinal mountains. As the sun gradually ascended, the group of 10 arrived at the foot of the medicinal mountain. Gazing at the various mine entrances scattered across the mountain, Ling Yusher took a deep breath and called out emphatically, "Qin Lai, we are about to depart. Are you coming or not? We shall wait for you for half an hour. If you do not arrive, we will leave without you. There is still time. Let everyone take a break," Ling Yusher responded calmly, smiling lightly as she found a clean stone to sit upon, indifferent to whether others might feel dissatisfied. Upon witnessing her striking this pose, the crowd found themselves at a loss, resigned to accompany her in waiting. As time slipped away, the cavern of Yaoshan remained devoid of any sign of life. The disappointment in Ling Yusher's beautiful eyes deepened with each passing moment, evidently weighing heavily upon her heart. It's hard to believe that fool could hear us. After waiting for quite a while, Ling Xian grew increasingly impatient, unable to refrain from muttering a comment. Ling Feng shot him a fierce glare. "Miss, the time has come. He likely won't be coming." Ling Ying gracefully rose, facing Ling Feng, stretching her slender waist languidly, her ample bosom accentuating an astonishing curve, and sweetly said, "Brother Ling, shall we set off?" Ling Feng, gazing at her flaunting her figure, nodded with a hint of exasperation, then replied, "Miss, what do you think?" "Let us depart," Ling Yusher replied in a low tone. Tianlang Mountain, nestled within the extreme cold mountain range, is the closest to the Gao family. Like the Ling and Feng families, the Gao family is also a vassal force of the Xingyun Pavilion. The fire crystal mining area resides along the cliffs of Tianlang Mountain, where it is exceedingly difficult for ordinary people to ascend. A single misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Fire crystals serve as a type of flame source for weapon forging. Being the most common and ordinary variety, a mere spark ignites the fire crystal, unleashing a blazing inferno that provides intense energy for smelting spiritual materials. Depending on their quality, fire crystals are ranked differently. The inferior ones are merely third-grade mortal materials, while the better quality ones are fifth-grade mortal materials, which are not particularly precious. Thus, it seems a waste for the high-ranking martial artists of Xingyun Pavilion to extract them. Consequently, Xingyun Pavilion has tasked the vassal families, the Gao, Feng, and Ling families, to jointly mine the crystals, subsequently tallying the quantity and grade of fire crystals each family extracts, offering a certain amount of spirit stones as compensation. The route toward Tianlang Mountain diverges entirely from that of Yujiling. As the Ling family of 10 gradually exited Yaoshan, Ling Yusher cast a backward glance, letting out a faint sigh of disappointment as she stepped onto the path leading to Tianlang Mountain. Everyone was aware of her low spirits and refrained from disturbing her. Even Ling Xian, who was usually talkative, remained silent upon not spotting Qin Lai. Underneath the towering ancient trees, the others began to engage in animated discussions about the mining at Tianlang Mountain. Ling Feng and Ling Ying soon joined in, each brimming with enthusiasm, calculating the potential spirit stone rewards from this venture. Ling Yusher, however, distanced herself from the group, walking alone ahead, her head bowed in contemplation. Occasionally glancing at the path, she gradually came to believe that Qin Lai was not foolish and should have heard her earlier words, which prompted her to invite him along to Tianlang Mountain. Yet, after this incident, her certainty wavered. As for the other possibility, she did not dwell on it. She would rather believe that Qin Lai had not heard her than accept the notion that he had intentionally stood her up. "You must not have heard me. Never mind, it was my assumption," Ling Yusher reassured herself, yet a tinge of bitterness lingered in her heart as she looked ahead again. Suddenly, her expression froze, and she instinctively rubbed her eyes. her gaze growing exceptionally bright. The once bitter curve of her lips blossomed into a dazzling smile. Beneath a large tree ahead, a slender figure stood motionless, his clothes speckled with dew, as if he had been waiting there for quite some time. Who other than Qinlai could it be? Ling Yusher's heart suddenly brimmed with sweet affection, and she could not help but let out a gentle laugh, her joyful sound carrying her like the wind to Qinlai's side. In front of others, she boldly grasped Qinlai's hand for the first time and turned to her astonished family members, saying, "So he has been waiting for us all along." Ling Feng, Ling Ying, Ling Xian, and the other Ling family members stood dumbfounded for a moment, exchanging bewildered glances, suddenly realizing they were struggling to keep up with their thoughts. When did this guy learn to wait for others? You all go ahead. Ling Yusher, disregarding their confusion and surprise, commanded playfully, urging them to move forward. As Ling Feng and the others passed by her and Qinlai, they scratched their heads, their expressions a mix of peculiarity and astonishment. While Ling Ying's bright eyes reflected a look of disbelief. One by one, they gradually moved past the two. You, really? You made me worry for quite a while. Once the others had walked away, Ling Yusher's cheeks flushed slightly. Her gaze filled with deep meaning as she looked at Qinlai, playfully punching his chest, then smiling gently. Thank goodness you came. Since you are here, it means you can hear me now. Ha! Let us see how long you can keep pretending. At this point, she could finally be certain that Qinlai was far from being the simpleton he appeared to be. At least, he was occasionally lucid. Qinlai did not immediately reveal anything, maintaining his blank expression. And after she spoke, he withdrew his hand from her grasp and walked toward Ling Feng and the others. Well, if you find this amusing, I shall indulge you. Ling Yusher chuckled softly, shaking her head as she followed him. Tianlang Mountain consists of two towering peaks. From a distance, they resemble two colossal wolves crouching face to face, both howling toward the heavens. Between the peaks lies a vast gorge, steep and treacherous, with fire crystals embedded within the cliffs on either side. To mine the fire crystals, one must scale those perilous cliffs. It is evidently unrealistic for ordinary people to undertake such a task. Only martial artists who have trained rigorously, possessing exceptional physical prowess, can be entrusted with the mining duties. Qinlai and Ling Yusher's group arrived at Tianlang Mountain one evening, immediately noticing numerous vines and ropes hanging from the rocky walls of the gorge. The warriors from the Gao and Feng families swung like monkeys on the cliffs, wielding shovels and pickaxes, diligently chipping away at the stone. Bathed in the glow of the evening sun, one could faintly see glimmers of crimson fire flickering on the rock face. Where the red flames flickered, small chunks of fire crystals were often visible, these stones displaying a reddish hue akin to a murky crystal, gleaming under the sunlight. Qinlai gazed at the flickering lights on the gorge's rock walls, murmuring to himself, "So this is fire crystal." He had heard his grandfather elaborate on weapon forging, understanding that every forge man must have a source of flame while smelting spiritual materials. This was easy to comprehend. Even mundane blacksmiths require intense heat to work iron. And naturally, weapon forging could not deviate from this fundamental step. Of course, the fire sources employed by forge masters differ from those ignited by ordinary blacksmiths. Typically, forge masters utilize three common types of fire sources. The first involves the forge master cultivating flame techniques, allowing them to convert spiritual energy into a flame source for forging. This method heavily relies on the forge master's cultivation level and is the most taxing on their spiritual energy and focus. His grandfather, while repairing spiritual artifacts, utilized this type of flame source for smelting. A forge master who has mastered flame techniques can forge anywhere at any time, making this flame source the most convenient for them, albeit the most draining on their spiritual energy and reliant on their cultivation level. The second type of flame source harnesses the Earth's core flames, typically from volcanic eruptions, which many forge masters use when forging large spiritual artifacts. Some specialized sects even choose volcanoes as their forging sites, channeling the volcanic flames into dedicated forging chambers for their disciples to utilize. This natural fire source cannot be employed at will, does not consume spiritual energy, but requires a fixed location, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. The third type of flame source involves utilizing fire crystals or similar fiery spiritual materials, igniting them to serve as the flame source for forging. This type does not deplete the forge master's spiritual energy and can be carried around, making it a favored method among most forge masters. However, this type of flame source is consumable. Using one diminishes the available supply. All three fire sources can achieve the goal of smelting spiritual materials, each with its own pros and cons, and Forge Masters may even combine them to maximize their advantages. Having reached the 7th level of body refinement, Qin Lai's spiritual energy could now overflow, signifying his ability to genuinely wield spiritual artifacts and unleash their power. Recently, he had been memorizing the spiritual formation diagrams within the soul-settling pearl, which had sparked some ideas regarding weapon forging. Though fire crystals were merely the most fundamental source of flame for forging, acquiring them was no trivial matter for him. Accompanying Ling Yushi to Tianlang Mountain was motivated by two concerns. Firstly, he worried for her safety, and secondly, he wished to obtain some fire crystals to experiment with. The Ling family has arrived, Ling Yushi announced in a bright voice. At the gorge below, a man clad in the robes of Xingyun lounged in a recliner. Lazily observing the evening sky, he turned his attention to Ling Yushi's group, gesturing for them to approach and said, I am Lu Yin, assigned to oversee this matter. Well, as night falls, from tomorrow morning, you will mine alongside the Feng and Gao families. Each day, you will submit the fire crystals you collect to me, and I will tally them. Upon completion of the task, Xingyun Pavilion will reward you with corresponding spirit stones. Lu Yin appeared to be in his 30s, slightly portly, with a beard and perpetually half-closed eyes, exuding an air of indifference. Brother Lu, here are the gains from the Feng family today. A handsome youth, agile and sprightly, leaped down from above, tossing a bag onto the table before Lu Yin. He then turned to the Ling family members with a radiant smile and said, Ling Feng, it's been a while. The young man, strikingly handsome and dressed in a white ensemble adorned with gilded edges, radiated an air of opulence. While he spoke to Ling Feng, his gaze was fixed upon Ling Yushi as he strode confidently forward, a sunny smile lighting up his face. Ling Yushi, haha, I see the Ling family has you leading the charge this time. It seems we've not crossed paths in quite a while. Haven't we? Indeed, it has been 2 years, Ling Yushi replied with a calm demeanor. Who is he? Inquired Ling Ying, turning to the person beside her. Feng Yi, the second young master of the Feng family. He reached the 7th layer of the body refining realm 2 years ago, and by now, he must have ascended to the 8th. His elder brother, Feng Kai, is now a core disciple of the Nebula Pavilion, and unless unforeseen circumstances arise, this fellow will likely break into the opening Yuan realm before he turns 20. Following closely in his brother's footsteps, Ling Xian, who bore a rugged appearance, regarded Feng Yi with a hint of admiration and whispered to Ling Ying, 2 years ago, I, along with the young lady and Ling Feng, formed a team to hunt spirit beasts in the extreme cold mountains. We share a certain camaraderie. Feng Yi harbored affections for the young lady back then, 9 pieces of 4th-grade fire crystal. Not bad, let's keep up the effort tomorrow, Lu Yin remarked, squinting as he calculated and nodded at Feng Yi. At that moment, the remaining 9 warriors of the Feng family descended from the rocky outcrop. They gathered around Feng Yi, laughing and exchanging tips on the mining of fire crystals while casting glances at the Ling family. Their focus particularly on Ling Yushi and Ling Ying, occasionally chuckling and whispering to one another. The 10 warriors of the Feng family were all at the body refining level, most in the 5th, 6th, or 7th layers, and notably, all were male. Having arrived slightly earlier, they were invigorated upon spotting the radiant Ling Yushi and Ling Ying after days of monotonous mining work. Lu Gu. This is the Gao family. Another young man descended gracefully, clad in black martial attire, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, his expression dark and sinister, his eyes reflecting a chilling malevolence. This is Gao Yu, the young master of the Gao family. Both of his sisters have entered the Nebula Pavilion. The head of the Gao family dotes on him excessively. He himself is somewhat peculiar. He should only be 16, a year younger than Feng Yi, and recently, it's rumored he has also broken through to the 8th layer of the body refining realm. Before Ling Ying could inquire further, Ling Xian lowered his voice to explain the background of this individual. After a moment's thought, Ling Xian's expression turned serious as he added, You should be cautious around Gao Yu. There are whispers that he has committed heinous acts, having tortured several young girls. Be careful not to provoke him, lest you invite endless trouble. Upon hearing Ling Xian's warning, Ling Ying, who often sought to impress Ling Feng, felt a shiver run down her spine. Casting a glance at Gao Yu, whose pallid visage and cold, malevolent gaze sent a chill through her, she instinctively stepped back, drawing closer to Ling Feng, betraying a hint of trepidation. 5 pieces of 4th grade, 6 pieces of 3rd grade, and 1 piece of 5th grade. A commendable haul. Lu Yin straightened his posture, meticulously tallying the results and smiling at Gao Yu. Qinlai noticed that Lu Yin, when addressing Gao Yu, no longer slouched in his seat but sat up straight, seemingly placing greater importance on this individual. Gao Yu's slightly frosty gaze swept over the Ling family before he departed with his kin towards the far end of the canyon to prepare a fire for their meal. Ling Feng, you sure? Why not join us for a meal? Feng Yi invited warmly. No need. We have brought our own provisions and have hunted plenty of small beasts along the way. No trouble required, Ling Yusher politely declined. Yusher, you are being too courteous. We haven't seen each other in 2 years. Let's share a drink and catch up. Surely, you wouldn't deny me this small favor? Feng Yi replied with a wry smile. Well, very well then, Ling Yusher relented, leading her family towards the Feng family's encampment. The Feng warriors quickly lit a fire, retrieved a jar of wine, and produced prepared meats, inviting the Ling family to sit. Ling Feng, Ling Xian, and the others, familiar with some of the Feng family members, accepted the invitation without hesitation, laying out their hunted hares and mountain chickens to roast over the flames, engaging in cheerful banter with the Feng warriors as they expertly tended to the barbecue. Qinlai, come sit beside me, Ling Yusher said, unabashed as she pulled Qinlai to her side, then took the roasted meat offered by Feng Yi and pressed it into his hands, gently saying, after such a long journey, you must be famished. Have a bite first. I'll roast some mountain chickens for you shortly. Feng Yi, eager to impress the young lady, had not even tasted the roasted meat himself, offering it to Ling Yusher instead. To his surprise, she passed it directly to Qinlai, leaving him momentarily stunned and his face flushed with embarrassment. And who might this young brother be? Feng Yi inquired with a smile. Qinlai, expressionless, accepted the meat without pretense, consuming it in a rather unrefined manner. My fiancé, Ling Yusher stated matter-of-factly. Feng Yi's smile faltered, his eyes darkening as he forced a laugh. When did you become engaged? Why wasn't the Feng family informed by your father? I truly had no inkling. The Feng warriors exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Qinlai with newfound interest. Upon closer inspection, they noted his blank expression, sensing something amiss, which piqued their curiosity further. It is merely an engagement. Nothing of great significance, so my father deemed it unnecessary to make a grand announcement to those around us. Ling Yusher replied with a slight smile, observing Qinlai's exaggerated chewing and realizing he was likely doing it on purpose. She shot him a playful glare, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement, silently thinking, you rascal, you must be reveling in this, deliberately making me look foolish. Ling Xian, who is this fellow? I don't recall seeing him before. Is he somewhat off? A Feng warrior ventured tentatively. Ling Xian scoffed, disdain dripping from his tone. He is not one of us. This fellow is a simpleton, a fool, really. Who knows why the head of the family allowed the young lady to become engaged to him? I knew it. He looks utterly daft, and indeed, he is just a fool. The man chuckled derisively. With a swift motion, Ling Yusher wielded a roasting stick, still bearing a greasy mountain chicken, and struck the man squarely in the chest. The impact caused him to grunt as he stood abruptly, hastily patting down the sparks that threatened to ignite his clothing, his expression now filled with anger as he glared at Ling Yusher. Mind your words, Ling Yusher exclaimed sharply, her bright eyes glinting with fury as she rose to her feet, turning to Feng Yi with a curt, thank you for your hospitality. She grasped Qinlai's hand and swiftly departed. Both Feng Yi and the Ling family wore expressions of awkwardness, and Feng Yi hastily reprimanded the offending clan member. Seeing the situation escalate, Ling Feng and Ling Ying had no choice but to rise and bid farewell, following Ling Yusher as they exited. As Ling Yusher and Qinlai reached the far end of the canyon, her beautiful countenance turned cold. When Ling Feng and the others caught up, she shot a stern look at Ling Xian, stating, in front of family, I can overlook certain remarks, but should you dare to speak out of turn in front of outsiders again, do not expect me to be gracious. Typically gentle and refined. Her sudden display of severity left Ling Xian feeling somewhat unsettled, his face flushed with embarrassment, and he dared not speak further. Qinlai remained impassive, yet warmth blossomed within him. Chapter 25. High-grade spirit materials in the subsequent days. The Ling family, alongside the Gao and Feng warriors, continued to mine fire crystals. Each evening, they would present their findings to Lu Yin for tallying, before capturing small beasts, setting up tents, and preparing meals, followed by a period of cultivation before retiring for the night. Gao Yu and the Gao family warriors kept their distance from the Ling and Feng families, consistently resting at their own encampment after completing their tasks. Lu Yin, overseeing the operation, would often visit the Gao camp for provisions, forging a closer rapport with Gao Yu. Conversely, the Ling and Feng warriors grew increasingly familiar with one another, often interacting during this time. Ling Yushi found it difficult to impose restrictions in this regard, ultimately choosing to let things unfold naturally. Following the earlier incident, Ling Yushi refrained from gathering with the Feng family, opting instead to bring Qin Lai and a few unfamiliar warriors along to prepare their meals. Feng Yi seemed to have brushed off the earlier conflict, seeking opportunities daily to converse with Ling Yushi about the distribution of fire crystals and share insights on mining techniques. Occasionally, he would greet Qin Lai amicably upon seeing him, and Ling Yushi, noticing his pleasant demeanor, found it difficult to maintain a stern countenance, occasionally responding with a smile. Qin Lai did not participate in the Ling family's mining efforts. During the day, he often wandered alone through the nearby mountains and forests, seeking secluded spots to practice his techniques. He would only appear in the canyon at mealtime to join the Ling family for their meals. Regarding the presence of a simpleton accompanying the Ling family for mining, Lu Yin remained non-committal, clearly viewing Qin Lai as inconsequential, offering no acknowledgement when he crossed paths with him. Most of the time, Lu Yin appeared half asleep, only intervening to mediate minor disputes between the Ling, Feng, and Gao families regarding mining issues. The three families were positioned along the canyon's rocky walls, occasionally clashing over territory. The Ling and Feng families, being well acquainted, rarely faced conflicts, while minor misunderstandings occasionally arose with the Gao family, all of which Lu Yin managed to control effectively, ensuring the mining operations continued smoothly. On this particular day, Qin Lai returned to the canyon entrance just as dinner time approached. He discovered that the warriors of the Ling family, the Feng family, and the Gao family were unusually persistent in their mining endeavors today. Numerous warriors from the Gao family had congregated at a particular rock face, which had been hewn open to reveal a deep cave. Beside the cave entrance, several members of the Gao family dangled from ropes, their expressions animated as they whispered excitedly amongst themselves. The warriors from the Ling and Feng families, sensing the Gao family's peculiar behavior, approached with a sense of intrigue. Gao Yu, his face slightly pale, trembled slightly as he fervently waved at Lu Yin, exclaiming, "Brother Lu, over here, come and see." Under the radiant sunlight, the cave entrance where Gao Yu stood emanated a magnificent orange glow. Yinyang Jade. It's Yinyang Jade, a third-tier spiritual material of the Xin grade. Before Lu Yin could reach the cave entrance, he instinctively deduced the significance of the find and couldn't help but shout in delight, his plump face alight with excitement. Yinyang Jade, a Xin grade material, could be used to refine fire attribute Xin grade spiritual weapons, providing ample energy for such items. Moreover, warriors who cultivated fire-based techniques could directly absorb the fiery essence within, making it far more effective than spirit stones. The value of third-tier Yinyang Jade was incomparable to the fourth or fifth-tier fire crystal stones, while fire crystal stones were merely basic sources of fire. Yinyang Jade was a spiritual material suitable for formidable warriors in the Wanxiang and Tongyu realms. It would not be an exaggeration to say that a piece of Yinyang Jade of equivalent size was worth more than dozens of fifth-tier fire crystal stones. In areas rich with Yinyang Jade, the temperature would be exceedingly high, which explained the presence of fire crystal stones nearby. It seemed that the emergence of fire crystal stones from this rock face was indeed due to the Yinyang Jade. Lu Yin grinned broadly and said, "This time, our Xingyan pavilion has truly struck gold. Who knows how much Yinyang Jade lies on both sides? Yinyang Jade is a valuable commodity that can be exchanged for resources with the Sanluo Hall." Gao Yu, who typically wore a cold expression, also broke into a smile, feeling equally elated. Upon hearing of the existence of Yinyang Jade, the members of the Feng and Ling families were overjoyed, knowing that those present for the mining expedition would undoubtedly receive commendations. Gao Yu, Yinyang Jade is unlike fire crystal stones. We must immediately report this to the higher-ups and have them send experts. Lu Yin took a deep breath and instructed, "Since your Gao family is closest, arrange for someone to return to inform your father, so he can notify Xingyun Pavilion for further arrangements." Understood. Without hesitation, Gao Yu commanded, Gao Yuan, return immediately and ensure the news reaches home within 2 days. A warrior from the Gao family promptly descended from the cliff and hurried away towards the Gao family residence. As the day is drawing to a close, let us all enjoy some game and drink heartily to celebrate. Lu Yin cheerfully encouraged everyone. Starting tomorrow, we'll temporarily halt the mining of fire crystal stones and focus all our efforts on this yin-yang jade. Rest assured, all 3 families will share in the glory. None will be overlooked. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic agreement. The warriors of the Gao, Ling, and Feng families quickly dispersed into groups, excitedly heading into the nearby mountains to hunt for game. Eager to celebrate their fortunate find that evening. What incredible luck! Yin-yang jade is worth a fortune, a rare treasure for Xingyun Pavilion. We truly chose the right time to participate in this mining expedition. After it concludes, the spirit stones we collect will far exceed our expectations. Perhaps I might even use this opportunity to break through to the 7th heaven. Ling Xian clenched his fists and chuckled. Ling Feng, Ling Ying, and the others wore beaming smiles, while Ling Yusher's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation, lost in delightful daydreams. The next day, the 3 families eagerly set out to mine the yin-yang jade. Qin Lai, however, finished his meal and departed the valley. He retreated to a secluded forest to cultivate. Fortune favored him today, as the weather shifted from sunny to overcast by afternoon, soon accompanied by thunderous storms. Beneath a grand tree, Qin Lai sat cross-legged, concentrating on his technique. Tian Lei Ji. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Strands of fine electrical arcs danced at his fingertips, like nimble electric serpents. As he delved deeper into his technique and his spiritual power gradually permeated his bones. He could vaguely hear a low rumbling sound within his chest, resonating with the booming thunder above. Boom! The thunderclaps were deafening as bolts of lightning began to intertwine, wreaking havoc across the sky. These bolts circled above the forest and, after a while, seemed to be drawn towards him, converging upon his position. Boom! Thunder occasionally struck around him, and bolts of lightning shot down, landing directly on him. Ugh! As the lightning struck him, Qin Lai couldn't help but cry out in pain. His hair singed, and his body quaked uncontrollably. The violent currents surged into his body, rampaging through his veins like wild stallions. Every sinew in his body felt a searing pain. As the lightning flowed towards his chest, intensifying his agony to unbearable levels, nearly causing him to writhe on the ground. This is terrifying. I might not withstand this. I must proceed slowly. Qin Lai soon realized that despite the solid foundation of his physique, enduring such a thunderous assault was still overwhelming, instilling a fear that he could perish at any moment. Within the medicinal mountain, the intricate formations could mitigate the thunder's intensity, allowing the lightning to dissipate across the electric nets, making it easier to endure. However, outside those formations, he found direct confrontation excessively taxing, compelling him to adjust his approach and minimize the amount of lightning he attracted. As he intermittently practiced Tian Lei Ji, the accumulation of lightning in the sky noticeably diminished, and the bolts that descended were relatively weaker, making his cultivation more manageable. The stronger my cultivation, the more potent and refined my spiritual power. Thus, when I practice Tian Lei Ji, wouldn't that mean the lightning I attract becomes increasingly ferocious? If that's the case, as my realm advances, I can continue to cultivate in this manner, consistently drawing in stronger thunderous power to temper my ever-strengthening flesh. According to my grandfather, through relentless practice of Tian Lei Ji, harnessing the power of the 9 heavens thunder to refine my flesh, meridians, bones, and organs, once my body reaches a certain level of robustness, I can form the heavenly thunder sacred body. Upon achieving the heavenly thunder sacred body, my body undergoes a qualitative change. With a mere thought, thunder will erupt endlessly within me. Even under the scorching sun, I can directly summon the lightning from the depths of the 9 heavens, wreaking havoc upon the world. As he recalled his grandfather Qin Shan's description of the heavenly thunder sacred body, he felt a surge of yearning, intensifying his resolve to attract lightning and refine himself, causing the surrounding area to crackle with electricity and thunder, with bolts of lightning occasionally crashing down. After an indeterminate period, the storm subsided and heavy rain began to fall. After enduring a lengthy session of arduous training in the rain, He suddenly heard the joyful sounds of small beasts nearby, accompanied by a strong scent of blood. Intrigued, Qin Lai paused his cultivation and furrowed his brow, heading towards the direction of the small beasts' cries. Underneath a dense tree, he found several wild wolves tearing into something, their actions leaving the ground smeared with blood and flesh. The wild wolves, lacking the ability to absorb the world's spiritual energy, were not spirit beasts and posed no threat to Qin Lai. As he approached, crackling with residual electricity, the wolves scattered in fright. This is Gao Yuan. Upon closer inspection, Qin Lai's expression shifted in horror as he involuntarily gasped. It was a bloodied corpse. From the clothing and disfigured visage, he immediately recognized the identity of the deceased, Gao Yuan, a warrior from the Gao family. He had been the one who returned to report last night, possessing the cultivation of the sixth heaven, making it improbable for him to have been slain by wild wolves. Upon closer examination, he noticed the surrounding soil was soft, revealing a small pit after the heavy rain. With traces of thunder strikes nearby, it dawned on him that Gao Yuan had been murdered yesterday and had been skillfully buried. It was likely that while he was cultivating, he inadvertently attracted a lightning strike that happened to strike this area, and the subsequent rain had washed away the evidence, allowing the wild wolves to detect the scent of blood and come to feast. He was killed last night, but why target him? He was merely going to report back to the Gao family. Who could have done this? Is there another force lurking nearby? Qin Lai furrowed his brows, a wave of unease washing over him. He realized that this mission for the Ling family might be far more perilous than he had anticipated, as they would not only have to contend with the silver-winged demon wolves potentially en route, but also face another unknown force. Please consider casting your recommendation votes. Chapter 26. Undercurrents. Qin Lai reburied Gao Yuan's corpse, erasing any traces around the area. After contemplating for a moment and noticing that dusk was approaching, he made his way back to the canyon. The rain had gradually ceased. Upon returning to the canyon, he observed that the warriors of the Ling, Feng, and Gao families were still mining at the rock face. Each of them drenched and resembling wet chickens, yet their spirits remained high, seemingly invigorated by the presence of yin-yang jade. Even Lu Yin, instead of lounging in the valley as he typically did, had come to the area with yin-yang jade, watching the members of the Gao, Ling, and Feng families bustling about with keen interest, particularly vigilant against any attempts to hoard the yin-yang jade. While he had always been indifferent towards fire crystal stones due to their low value, knowing that none of the three families possessed any weapon refiners who would attempt to abscond with them, yin-yang jade was an entirely different matter. The value of Xin-grade spiritual materials was extraordinarily high. Should any of the three families attempt to hoard yin-yang jade, they could directly sell it at the auction house in Ice Rock City for a significant profit. Therefore, Lu Yin had to keep a close watch to prevent any clandestine hoarding of the yin-yang jade by the three families. Stowinger, how about sharing a few drinks with your elder brother in a while? Feng Luan grinned widely, his eyes glinting with an unabashed lust as he fixated on Ling Ying not far away. Elder brother is much stronger than Ling Feng and can take better care of you. Heh. Drenched by the rain, Ling Ying's alluring figure was unmistakably revealed. Her ample curves undeniably provoking thoughts of desire. One hand grasped the rope while her feet pressed against the rock wall. Her voluptuous rear slightly elevated, causing many from the Gao and Feng families nearby to swallow hard, their gazes unabashedly lingering upon her. However, only Feng Luan dared to directly tease her, while the warriors from the Gao family remained silent. Feng Luan, a cousin of Feng Yi, possessed a cultivation level at the 7th layer of body refinement, and it was he who had earlier provoked Qin Lai, inciting Ling Yusher's ire. After being reprimanded by Ling Yusher and scolded by Feng Yi, Feng Luan had been unusually well-behaved for quite some time, but today, for reasons unknown, he had once again become audacious. Go take care of your mother. Ling Ying, a rose with thorns, glared with her beautiful eyes and retorted without reservation. Feng Luan, mind your language. Ling Feng, frowning beside her, could not help but snort disdainfully. Heh, your little mouth is quite fierce, I like it. A hint of malice flickered in Feng Luan's eyes as he chuckled sinisterly. I hope you can stay this fierce. It would be much more entertaining. Shut your mouth. Feng Yi barked coldly. Feng Luan, clearly intimidated by him, shrank back and ceased his banter. At this moment, the Feng family warriors surrounding him exhibited a peculiar glint in their eyes. as if they were all anticipating something, a stark contrast to their usual demeanor. "All right, enough with the bickering, let us call it a day," Lu Yin interjected with narrowed eyes. "Indeed, together the three families have acquired 11 pieces of Sunfire Jade today, a value that far exceeds our previous efforts. Rest assured, the pavilion will not treat you poorly this time." Under Lu Yan's directive, the warriors from the three families gradually descended from the rock wall and, upon reaching the canyon, many began to change into dry clothes inside the tents. Ling Yusher, clad in a sleek green outfit, was also soaked, her graceful form becoming evident, drawing Ling Yi's glances from a distance. Upon seeing Qinlai return, Ling Yusher smiled charmingly, brushing aside her damp hair. "I'll change clothes with Linging first, and then prepare something for you to eat." She and Linging shared a tent, and as the two squeezed inside to change, many warriors nearby found their thoughts wandering, their gazes covetously sweeping over the tent, wishing to catch a glimpse of the enchanting scene within. Shortly, they emerged in dry garments, and Ling Feng and the others followed suit, soon gathering together. "Damn it, those bastards from the Feng family have suddenly become so foul-mouthed. Just a few days ago, everything was fine, and now they dare to tease Ling Ying." Ling Xian's face darkened as he glared at the Feng family's warriors in the distance. "Yesterday, one of them claimed to be unwell and wanted to return to the Feng family for treatment, but he looked nothing like someone who was sick. He must have discovered the Sunfire Jade and rushed back to inform the Feng family." Qinlai's heart stirred, and he too cast a glance towards the Feng family. "Heh, look at that fool." Over in the Feng family's area, Feng Luan spotted his gaze and grinned maliciously. "Is he the one?" Engaged to the woman favored by the young master. The head of the Ling family must have been infected by that fool. His brain must be malfunctioning. I've heard that the Ling family has been oppressed by a woman named Du, and Ling Chenghui was killed without daring to utter a word. Another voice chimed in, lowering their tone while mocking the Ling family's disgrace, eliciting a series of exasperating laughs. Although the two families were separated by some distance, snippets of their conversation occasionally drifted over, causing the Ling family's members to wear expressions of displeasure. "Have those bastards from the Feng family taken some wrong medicine these past few days?" Ling Xun suddenly stood up, shouting angrily, "Miss, should I go over and teach them a lesson?" "Forget it. Let them gossip behind our backs. There's no need to concern ourselves with them." Ling Yusher wearily waved her hand, signaling him to sit down, then added with a hint of confusion, "The Feng family members have indeed been acting strangely since yesterday. Feng Yi's gaze towards me today has also become increasingly brazen. Could there be an issue with the Feng family?" Ling Feng spoke in a low voice. "What issue could there be?" Ling Yusher shook her head, with Lu Yin from the Star Cloud Pavilion present. "What could they possibly do? The Feng family, like us, is merely a vassal of the Star Cloud Pavilion. It would be a trivial matter for the pavilion to wipe out the Feng family if they desired. Moreover, with Feng Kai within the Star Cloud Pavilion, what could the Feng family stir up?" "That does make sense." Hearing her explanation, Ling Feng nodded, refraining from further comments. Qinlai listened silently, his heart stirred as he subtly grasped a thread of insight. He gazed blankly at the Feng family across the way, growing increasingly cautious, aware that Gao Yuan's death was likely related to the individual who had left the Feng family. Logically, as a vassal force, the Feng family should not dare to act under Lu Yan's watchful eye at the Star Cloud Pavilion. However, this time was different. The Sunfire Jade was exceedingly precious, and this was a mining site for it. Its value immeasurable. It was entirely worth some individuals taking the risk. Contemplating this line of thought, Qinlai suddenly found his mind becoming exceptionally agile, as if he had been familiar with such matters for a decade. Adept at analysis and deduction. If I were the Feng family, having resolved to offend the Star Cloud Pavilion to seize this immeasurable treasure of Sunfire Jade, what would I do? Qinlai inwardly questioned himself, and his heart quaked, growing increasingly uneasy. His conclusion was, eliminate all knowledgeable parties within the canyon. Gao family, Ling family, and Lu Yin. Leave no one alive. Only by completely removing them could the news of the Sunfire Jade remain concealed. Allowing them to seize the mining site and extract the Sunfire Jade before the Star Cloud Pavilion discovered anything, making further arrangements thereafter. Upon reaching this conclusion, he glanced at the Feng family warriors opposite him and noticed an unmistakable glint of malice in their eyes. If this were the case, and they had already regarded the Ling family as lambs to the slaughter, it would naturally reflect in their demeanor, leading them to abandon their usual restraint regarding Ling Ying and Ling Yushi. Gradually spiraling out of control, the night passed without incident. The next day, Qin Lai, unusually, did not venture out to train. Instead, he remained below the canyon, listlessly observing the individuals on the rock wall, watching as the three families collaborated to mine the Sunfire Jade. He meticulously scrutinized the expressions and subtle movements of the Feng family members, realizing that they appeared less dedicated and enthusiastic than the Gao and Ling family members at times. While the warriors of the Ling and Gao families were engrossed in mining, he noticed the Feng family members casting glances at them filled with latent hostility. Qin Lai gradually comprehended that the reason the Feng family warriors were biding their time was that their current strength was insufficient. The Feng family warriors were waiting, anticipating the arrival of reinforcements to eradicate the Ling family, Gao family warriors, and Lu Yin in the canyon. Having roughly discerned the Feng family's intentions, Qin Lai resumed his usual demeanor, continuing to wander in the mountainous forest outside the canyon while the three families mined. However, he refrained from training martial arts again, instead discreetly keeping an eye on the surrounding situation. It's already July. If grandfather hasn't misspoken, the silver-winged demon wolf will soon return. If the silver-winged demon wolf isn't here, it would be best to immediately notify Ling Yushi to evacuate from Tianlang Mountain, lest they be surrounded and slaughtered by the Feng family's reinforcements. However, with the arrival of the silver-winged demon wolf, there will be many variables. Qin Lai silently plotted, carefully lingering nearby each day, hiding in the shadows to observe the situation. 3 more days passed. During these 3 days, the Feng family's warriors frequently clashed with those of the Ling and Gao families, leading Lu Yin to lose patience, sternly reprimanding Feng Yi once, stating that the Feng family's warriors were becoming increasingly brazen. However, everyone attributed the Feng family's warriors' heightened demeanor to being overly stimulated by the Sunfire Jade and did not delve deeper into the matter. Now, Qin Lai not only observed discreetly during the day, but even at night, he would quietly leave while the Ling family members were asleep, patrolling the surrounding mountains and forests with caution. He calculated the time, knowing that the Feng family's awaited reinforcements could appear at any moment. Compelling him to remain exceedingly vigilant, that night, he concealed himself within the dense foliage of an ancient tree, resting his eyes when he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Parting the branches that concealed his head, he peered toward the source of the sound under the moonlight, his expression abruptly changing as he inwardly shouted, "It's the Shattered Ice Manor!" He saw around 50 to 60 warriors adorned with the emblem of shattered ice on their chests. All dressed uniformly, advancing unhurriedly. They deliberately softened their steps and refrained from loud communication, clearly preparing for a surprise attack to strike down the unsuspecting individuals within the canyon while they slumbered. The leader, a gaunt figure with a cold gaze, appeared to be an elder of the Shattered Ice Manor, undoubtedly possessing mid-level cultivation in the opening Yuan realm. After observing for just a few seconds, Qin Lai's spine chilled, and he quickly descended stealthily from the tree. He cautiously made his way toward the canyon, careful not to make a sound, and only dared to increase his pace to flee once he had put a considerable distance between himself and them. Chapter 27. An Imminent Crisis. The Shattered Ice Manor. It's actually the Shattered Ice Manor. Qin Lai furrowed his brow, burdened by a heavy heart, upon seeing the arrival of individuals from the ice-shattering mansion. The last vestige of his doubt was dispelled. The Feng family had colluded with the ice-shattering mansion, thus rendering them unafraid of retribution from the Starry Cloud Pavilion. Once their plot succeeded, the Feng family would be able to join the ice-shattering mansion, completely severing ties with the Starry Cloud Pavilion. Perhaps the Feng family and the ice-shattering mansion had been secretly communicating for some time, their dealings merely concealed from view. The value of a mine rich in sunlight jade was simply too great to resist, compelling the Feng family to directly expose themselves in order to assist the ice-shattering mansion in seizing the mine. A flurry of thoughts raced through Qin Lai's mind as he dashed towards the canyon, the howling wind at his ears oddly calming him. Much like the Starry Cloud Pavilion, the warriors of the ice-shattering mansion were composed of hall masters, elders, and the mansion lord. Typically, hall masters were early-stage practitioners of the opening origin realm, while elders were all mid-stage practitioners. An elder often commanded 2 or 3 hall masters. This time, The elders dispatched by the ice-shattering mansion would undoubtedly bring their subordinate hall masters, accompanied by 50 to 60 warriors at the body refinement stage. Even without the assistance of the Feng family, they would be more than capable of overwhelming the Ling family, the Gao family, and Lu Yin. The imposing nature of the ice-shattering mansion indicated their resolute intent to claim the Sunlight Jade Mine, leaving no room for information to leak. This signified that upon their arrival, a bloodbath would ensue, with no one allowed to escape. The alliance of the Ling family, Gao family, and Lu Yin held no hope of victory. Their only chance of survival lay in fleeing the canyon before the warriors of the ice-shattering mansion arrived. En route, Qin Lai's mind raced as he resolved not to feign madness any longer. Ready to confront this calamity with all his might, a bitter smile crossed his lips as he realized that had he suspected the Feng family's reinforcements were from the ice-shattering mansion, he would have surely warned Ling Yushe to flee with her family days ago. Alas, human plans often fall short of the heavens' designs. Not only had formidable warriors from the ice-shattering mansion arrived, but they were also led by an elder, forcing them into a dire situation. Within the canyon, the warriors of the Feng family, Ling family, and Gao family were scattered in 3 directions, all deep in slumber under the night sky. This remote location, devoid of spirit beasts, had led to a lack of vigilance during the night, with only a few traps set up for precaution. Skillfully avoiding the traps, Qin Lai reached the area where the Ling family's tents were pitched. The warriors of the Ling family shared tents in pairs, while he occupied a tent alone. The remaining tents of the Ling family were clustered together, with Ling Yushe and Ling Ying's tent situated a bit farther away due to their gender. He quietly approached their tent, creating a slight noise. "Who?" Ling Yushe exclaimed softly, her vigilance piqued. She tugged at Ling Ying, and the two, clad in thin cotton garments, sleepily peered out. Upon seeing Qin Lai, they were momentarily taken aback, their beautiful eyes shimmering with astonishment. In the moonlight, Qin Lai stood alone outside the tent, raising a hand in a gesture for silence, signaling them not to make a sound. His eyes, which often seemed void and bewildered, now sparkled with clarity, shining like cold stars under the moonlight, complementing his already handsome features with an almost uncanny allure, leaving Ling Yushe and Ling Ying Agape feeling a sense of unreality. "I must still be dreaming," Ling Ying murmured, rubbing her eyes, trying to awaken fully. Ling Yushe, having already suspected Qin Lai's extraordinary nature, quickly regained her composure after a brief moment of distraction, her beautiful eyes glowing as she smiled lightly. "What do you want at this late hour?" "Let me in, and I will explain," Qin Lai replied, scanning the surroundings and noting that everyone remained asleep. He spoke in a hushed yet earnest tone. "The warriors from the ice-shattering mansion will arrive within half an hour. If we do not respond swiftly, every member of the Ling family in the canyon will meet a grim fate." At his words, Ling Yushe's face paled, and Ling Ying gasped, finally fully awakened. She regarded Qin Lai as if he were a monster, for at that moment, he appeared so unfamiliar to her, as though he were an entirely different person from the Qin Lai she once knew. "Come in," Ling Yushe decisively urged, pulling him inside the tent and hastily securing it. "What on earth is happening?" Inside the tent, she and Ling Ying leaned together, their hair tousled and their eyes filled with confusion. "The messenger from the Gao family, Gao Yuan, has already been killed. I stumbled upon his corpse. If my assumptions are correct, it was the doing of the Feng family's defector. The Sunlight Jade is far too precious. The Feng family likely intends to sell you all out. I just observed 5 to 60 warriors from the ice-shattering mansion slowly closing in, with an elder at the helm." Qin Lai disregarded their astonished expressions and quickly provided an explanation, then urged, "Time is of the essence. We must retreat immediately if we wait for the warriors from the ice-shattering mansion to arrive. Not a single one of us will survive." Ling Ying was still reeling from shock, unable to immediately process the gravity of Qin Lai's words. Meanwhile, Ling Yushe had already surmised that Qin Lai was no ordinary individual. Having adjusted to the situation, she gazed at him, her eyes filled with fear and dread, and asked urgently, "Is there any solid evidence to prove the Feng family's involvement?" Qin Lai shook his head. "Without concrete evidence, we cannot expose the Feng family just yet. If we speak carelessly, we risk provoking them, which could lead to suspicions from the Gao family and Lu Yin against us." Ling Yushe felt a rising sense of panic, each second feeling as if it drew her closer to death. She exclaimed, What do you suggest we do? If you wish to prevent the Ling family from being utterly annihilated, we must evacuate immediately. If you fear that the Feng family, Gao family, or Lu Yin might become suspicious, we can alter our story. Just say that I went missing in the canyon ahead, and you should lead the Ling family to search for me. Qinlai laid bare his intentions, resolutely stating, the return route is already under the control of the ice-shattering mansion. Our only option is to traverse the canyon and head deeper into the extreme cold mountain range. The silver-winged demon wolf would return to the Wolf Mountain through the depths of the extreme cold mountain range, and heading that way would greatly increase their chances of encountering it, which was precisely what he needed. What about notifying the Gao family and Lu Yin? Ling Ying finally regained her composure, her gaze fixed intently on Qinlai, as if she were seeing him anew. If your suspicions prove true, won't they be led to their doom if we don't inform them? Even if we notify them, they may not believe us, and it could alert the Feng family, potentially dragging us down with them and preventing our immediate escape from the canyon. Qinlai frowned, his voice low and somber. Besides, with them providing cover, our chances of survival increase. At the very least, they can delay the pursuit of the ice-shattering mansion. How ruthless. Ling Yushi and Ling Ying felt a chill in their hearts at his words, their gazes towards Qinlai taking on an odd quality. Qinlai, I need you to head deeper into the extreme cold mountain range right now. Once you leave, I will awaken Ling Feng and the others and lead them to find you. Ling Yushi gritted her teeth, understanding the need for decisive action at this critical moment. As she spoke, she took out paper and a pen, swiftly jotting something down. All right, Qinlai nodded, not wasting any time. He lifted the tent flap and stepped outside. Miss, you are quite the schemer, deceiving us all. Ling Ying exclaimed softly, her eyes sparkling. When Qinlai's eyes sparkled, he seemed like a completely different person, so strikingly handsome, and so, what? Ling Yushi looked up at her impatiently. So incredibly charming. Ling Ying finally found the right word, speaking with a playful tone. How can this be? He is only 15. You foolish girl. Even with disaster looming, you still have the time to ponder this? Ling Yushi shot her a glare, issuing a few quick commands before stepping out of the tent to rouse Ling Feng, Ling Xian, and the others, informing them that Qinlai was missing and urging everyone to join her in the search. Ling Xian and the others, still in a deep slumber, were grumpy when awakened, especially when told they had to search for that fool Qinlai in the middle of the night. They all grumbled, their tempers flaring, and had it not been for Ling Yushi's presence, they would have surely erupted in curses. The commotion stirred Lu Yin, Gao Yu, and Feng Yi from their sleep. Upon learning the situation, they all cursed that fool for getting himself into trouble and urged each other to keep their voices down, lest they disturb the others' slumber. Gather your weapons as a precaution, Ling Yushi instructed, ignoring the complaints from her kin as she led the way into the depths of the canyon. The others, resigned, muttered curses about Qinlai under their breath as they followed suit, gradually departing their encampment. Follow Ling Ying and leave as swiftly as possible. Once they had distanced themselves from the Gao family and Feng family, Ling Yushi's delicate face suddenly turned grave, her voice stern as she commanded, Miss, what is going on? Ling Feng was the first to sense something amiss. Do not ask too many questions, Ling Feng. Take them along with Ling Ying and flee with all your strength towards the depths of the extreme cold mountain range. Ling Yushi ordered firmly. Brother Ling, hurry and bring the others over. I will explain in a moment. Ling Ying beckoned. Ling Feng and Ling Xian, along with the other members of the Ling family, exchanged puzzled glances but quickly obeyed the command to flee the canyon. Ling Yushi lagged behind, and after they had retreated a fair distance, she took out a bow and arrow she had long prepared, aiming at Lu Yan's tent and loosing an arrow, which was tied with a message. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow slicing through the air startled Lu Yan, who had not yet fully awakened. He flung open the tent flap and stepped outside. Thud! The arrow lodged itself firmly in the ground before him. Lu Yan's expression darkened momentarily, only to be swiftly drawn to the note affixed to the arrow. He seized it and read, but upon merely glancing at its contents, his countenance shifted dramatically, and he barked, Gao Yu. Gao Yu, who was stationed relatively close to his tent, immediately approached, his gaze icy and demanding, I heard the sound of arrows. Who shot them? Brother Lu. "What is happening on your side?" inquired Feng Yi from a distance, having faintly heard the arrows whistling, though he was uncertain. "It's nothing. The Ling family disturbed my rest, and I found it hard to sleep. So I decided to stretch a bit," Lu Yin replied cryptically, his eyes betraying an unusual intensity. He gestured to Gao Yu, and the two men slipped into the tent. Lu Yin handed the letter sent by Ling Yushi to Gao Yu directly. "Gao Yuan is dead. The Feng family is colluding with the Frost Ice Manor to plot against the Yin-Yang Jade Mine. The envoy from Frost Ice Manor is led by an elder and is already en route. They will reach the canyon in half an hour." Gao Yu's gaze turned frigid as he read the letter, his already cold eyes now radiating a chilling menace. Gao Yu's hand trembled slightly as he held the note, feeling a rush of blood to his head, his eyes brimming with a fierce murderous intent. "What do you think, young Master Gao?" Lu Yin asked, his own hands icy with apprehension. The complete withdrawal of the Ling family is a clear indication that the people from Frost Ice Manor are approaching swiftly. They chose to communicate this indirectly, suggesting they lack concrete evidence against the Feng family and fear we might not believe them, which would hinder their escape. Gao Yu replied, his face stern. "Their retreat has sent us the most explicit signal, highlighting the gravity of the situation." "Indeed," Lu Yin nodded gravely. "We may not have much time left. I will inform the clan members to retreat deep into the extreme cold mountains immediately. It is best if we do not alert the Feng family." Though that may prove difficult, Gao Yu thought to himself, fully aware that the Ling family's sudden departure would undoubtedly raise suspicions with Feng Yi and his kin. Their subsequent retreat would certainly not go unnoticed. If the Feng family truly conspired with Frost Ice Manor, they would likely act against them. The Ling family moved swiftly and decisively. We lag behind, and it seems our path will not be so easy now, Lu Yin sighed. The Ling family has been with us all this time. No one departed. Where could they have obtained such information? That fellow named Qin Lai. He has been the only one moving freely. Gao Yu scoffed. That fool? Lu Yin exclaimed in astonishment. Fool? Gao Yu's eyes narrowed with cold fury, and he inhaled deeply, exclaiming, he is the true mastermind behind the Ling family. By decisively retreating ahead of us, they have forced us to endure the assault from Frost Ice Manor and the Feng family, granting themselves precious time to escape. What a cunning little devil. Upon reflection, Lu Yin realized that aside from Qin Lai, no other members of the Ling family had left their sight, and thus he too confirmed that the figure behind the Ling family's machinations was indeed Qin Lai. They intend to sacrifice us to buy themselves time. How truly ruthless. Lu Yin lamented. Damn Qin Lai. Gao Yu cursed, hastily departing Lu Yin's tent to quietly alert the Gao clan members, urging them to retreat towards the canyon without causing a stir. Brother Lu, Brother Gao, what is happening here? In the dead of night? Have any of you gone missing? Feng Yi, having sensed something amiss, noticed the Gao family preparing for a discreet departure. A realization struck him. Their plan must have encountered a problem. Though he was unclear about the specifics of the well-laid scheme that had gone awry, he understood that the situation had been compromised. Gao Yu paid him no mind, his chilling gaze slicing through Feng Yi as he led the Gao clan into the depths of the canyon. He recognized that the people from Frost Ice Manor were approaching rapidly, and confronting Feng Yi at this juncture would be tantamount to courting death. Thus he suppressed his rage, urging his kin to flee with all haste. Young master. As he watched the Ling and Gao families depart in succession, Feng Luan's eyes glinted with murderous intent. How could they have discovered our plans? Feng Yi, observing the Gao family rushing towards the canyon, furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend the situation. After a moment's hesitation, he produced a peculiar conch and began to blow a low, resonant note. Suddenly, a similar sound echoed from behind them, leaving Feng Yi momentarily stunned before the realization dawned upon him. The people from Frost Ice Manor are coming. I do not know how they discovered us, but our plan has changed. Regaining his composure, Feng Yi resumed blowing the conch, this time with a more urgent and piercing tone. I in the woods, the elder from Frost Ice Manor, upon hearing the conch's call, darkened his expression and hissed, useless fools. How could they have sensed our approach? Brats, stop hiding and pursue them with all your might. Not a single person from the Ling or Gao families is to be spared. At his command, the warriors of Frost Ice Manor let out a spine-chilling cry, charging full force towards the canyon. Simultaneously, Feng Yi issued his own orders, Engage immediately. The expressions of Feng Luan and the other Feng family warriors shifted dramatically, their eyes glinting with a fierce resolve. Noticing that the Gao family had yet to completely vanish from sight, they swiftly armed themselves with bows, arrows, spears, and other ranged weapons, launching a relentless barrage against their fleeing adversaries. Amid the cacophony of shrieks, a flurry of icy blades arced above the canyon, hurtling straight towards the Gao family warriors. Feng Yi, the Feng family shall face annihilation for your actions today, Lu Yin bellowed, his portly figure surging with sudden energy. Spirals of spiritual power erupted from his sleeves, coalescing into protective barriers that deflected the oncoming arrows and spears, thwarting their deadly trajectory. Lu Yan's furious shout echoed. A flicker of unease crossed Feng Yi's handsome visage. Just then, a series of ominous shrieks echoed from behind him, but Feng Yi quickly steadied himself and replied to Lu Yin, "Brother Lu, if we eliminate you and the Ling family, we can concoct any excuse post factum. Who will ever know what role the Feng family played? Besides, with Frost Ice Manor's backing, even if you uncover the truth, the Feng family need not fear you. Keep firing. Hold them back." Upon hearing this, the Feng family warriors were invigorated, their spirits lifted as they readied for another offensive. A chorus of chilling shrieks resonated from behind the Feng family, and upon hearing these sounds, Lu Yin felt a chill creep into his heart. He called out, "Gao Yu, the Frost Ice Manor warriors are almost upon us. We must make haste to escape the canyon. Beyond it lies the vastness of the extreme cold mountains, where the terrain is far more accommodating and spirit beasts roam, creating countless variables." Without further prompting, Gao Yu and the members of the Gao clan channeled their spiritual power, sprinting forth with the agility of leopards. Racing towards the depths of the extreme cold mountains, the canyon of Tianlang Mountain was narrow and constricted, offering no refuge. Should they be caught, the Gao family would find it nearly impossible to survive. Only by escaping the canyon and entering the expansive depths of the extreme cold mountains could they hope to find cover, and the presence of spirit beasts might obscure their tracks, compelling Frost Ice Manor and the Feng family to exercise caution, significantly enhancing their chances of survival. The Feng family, seeking confirmation of Frost Ice Manor's arrival, refrained from attacking while the Gao family made their escape. Missing their optimal opportunity. As a result, the Gao family distanced themselves, and with Lu Yin, who was at the initial stage of the Kaiyuan realm, present, their attacks faltered, prompting them to give chase without further aggression. Thus, within the canyon, a peculiar tableau unfolded. The Gao family fled, the Feng family pursued, and in the distance, the warriors of Frost Ice Manor chased after the Feng family. If one were to extend this scene, they would observe the Ling family's warriors at the forefront, desperately fleeing. Having been the first to depart, Ling Yushir had taken a moment to release that arrow, allowing the Ling family to escape farthest. They had already exited the canyon and entered the vast forests of the extreme cold mountains. Beneath the luminous moonlight, Qinlai stood beneath a tree, awaiting the arrival of the Ling family warriors. While Ling Yushir was busy writing letters and rousing the Ling family members, he had already exited the canyon and had been waiting under the tree for nearly a quarter of an hour. The sound of warriors racing at high speed gradually approached, and Qinlai squinted, stealthily positioning himself behind the tree to avoid any unexpected encounters with non-Ling family members. Once he spotted Ling Feng's figure, he stepped out from behind the tree, positioning himself in front of the group. As Ling Ying, Ling Feng, Ling Xian, and the other Ling family members caught sight of him from a distance, they halted, casting him dubious glances, no longer seeing him as the fool he once pretended to be. "You fool, if you have made a mistake, you will doom the Ling family." Ling Xian scoffed. Ling Feng furrowed his brow, speaking in a grave tone. "Did you see the people from Frost Ice Manor with your own eyes?" Qinlai nodded, then asked, "What about her?" He did not mention her name, yet everyone understood he was inquiring about her. "The eldest miss is at the back. She wrote a letter to inform Lu Yin and the Gao family. She should be en route to join us now," Ling Ying replied, her gaze fixed intently upon him, as if suddenly filled with boundless interest. "How did you discover that Gao Yuan was killed? How did you deduce that someone was coming? Have you been keeping watch nearby these days?" Qinlai cast her a glance, but refrained from addressing any of her inquiries, remaining unresponsive and indifferent. During his state of unawareness, Ling Ying's attitude towards him had been rather unfriendly, and her words were often harsh. "What do you mean by that?" Ling Ying exclaimed, vexed. "When have I offended you?" "Oh, I see. It must have been when you were pretending to be foolish, right? You chose to feign ignorance, so does that mean others are not allowed to speak a few words?" Qin Lai continued to ignore her. "Such a brat. With quite the temper, aren't you?" Ling Exine glared and shouted, "You better not be mistaken. Otherwise, the Ling family will face grave trouble. You won't escape unscathed either." "Be quiet," Ling Feng reprimanded, since he witnessed it firsthand. "There must be no issue. If he hadn't informed us, we might be slaughtered by the people of the Shattered Ice Manor right now, one after another, and the fates of the young lady and Ling Ying would be far more tragic." Listening to Ling Feng's description, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Even Ling Ying, who had harbored some dissatisfaction towards Qin Lai, ceased her words, her bright eyes revealing a lingering fear. The group fell silent. After a short while, Ling Yushi appeared, rushing in alone, her fair forehead glistening with perspiration, clearly having exerted herself to the utmost. Noticing everyone waiting for her, she cried out, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and escape." "Young lady, after you shot an arrow, did you notice any commotion?" Ling Exine inquired. "I didn't dare to look too closely," Ling Yushi replied with a bittersweet smile, taking a moment to catch her breath. "While pursuing you, I faintly heard sounds of battle. It seems the Feng family has already made their move." Everyone's expressions changed drastically, confirming that Qin Lai's words were indeed truthful. "What are you still dawdling for?" Ling Yushi shouted anxiously. "If we don't take advantage of the night to escape further, by morning, the Shattered Ice Manor will quickly trace our footsteps." The group promptly set off, exerting all their strength to flee deeper into the extreme cold mountain range, their expressions heavy with the weight of fear. "Stay close to me," Qin Lai, who had been silent for a while, suddenly shot to the front like an arrow, commanding, "There are many spirit beast nests ahead. We must avoid them. Otherwise, before the Feng family catches up, we will be torn to shreds by the spirit beasts." The group was taken aback. Chapter 29. The meeting in the deep of night. Qin Lai led the Ling family members into the depths of the extreme cold mountain range, pausing occasionally to consult the map in his possession under the moonlight, ensuring their direction remained accurate. Often, he did not lead them in a straight line. When he suspected the presence of spirit beasts ahead, he chose to take a detour rather than risk unnecessary conflict. Consequently, their speed in traversing the extreme cold mountain range was not particularly swift. However, they had indeed encountered no ferocious spirit beasts along the way. Any they stumbled upon were of a lower level and posed no danger. After the death of Gao Yuan, he had secretly devised a plan, having researched the escape route in advance and even traversed it once, using the map provided by his grandfather to clearly identify the areas where spirit beasts congregated, allowing him to guide the Ling family safely. Yet, some members of the Ling family remained skeptical of him. Another detour? Ling Exine halted on a rise, his face filled with impatience as he exclaimed, "How many times have we diverted on this path? Without those detours, we would have long exited this forest and entered the so-called misty cold mountain you mentioned. Spirit beasts, we haven't encountered any formidable ones on the way. If we keep this up, we'll inevitably be caught. Who wouldn't prefer a straight path? If you want to proceed directly, feel free. My survival is of no concern to me," Qin Lai said, not even sparing him a glance as he continued on his determined course. "You think highly of yourself, don't you?" Ling Exine glared, indignation evident in his voice. "Silence," Ling Yushi interjected sharply. "Without Qin Lai's information, we might have already been slaughtered by the people of the Shattered Ice Manor. What more do you have to say?" "Young lady, I just believe there are no spirit beasts nearby, so we need not be so cautious. After all, the Feng family and Shattered Ice Manor are likely pursuing us relentlessly. If we keep taking detours, it won't be long before we are caught," Ling Exine complained. "Enough. Everyone, follow Qin Lai and let's get out of this forest as quickly as possible," Ling Feng commanded. Alongside Ling Exine, only a few others shared his confusion. While the majority trusted Ling Yushi and Ling Feng, following their lead. As Ling Yushi, Ling Feng, and Ling Ying dashed after Qin Lai, Ling Exine and his companions had no choice but to trail behind. A night passed in haste, and during the day, they continued their frantic flight through the forest. Throughout, Qin Lai guided the group on several detours to avoid areas where spirit beasts might be lurking, further delaying their time. Although Ling Xian and the others felt disgruntled, they had no choice but to comply under the scolding of Ling Yushi and Ling Feng. By noon, Qin Lai and the Ling family gathered by a stream within the forest, each panting heavily as they stopped. From the previous midnight until now, they had been racing, their spiritual energy severely depleted and bodies utterly fatigued, compounded by the lack of food, leading them to the brink of collapse, necessitating a pause for rest and nourishment. The group gathered by the stream, drinking deeply from the sweet spring water and consuming the dried meat they had brought along, sitting down to recuperate their energy. Exhausted, they understood the preciousness of this brief respite and spoke little, enveloped in silence. After quenching his thirst and eating the cooked meat handed to him by Ling Yushi, Qin Lai squinted his eyes, taking out a recovery pill to restore his energy. What level of cultivation do you possess? After such a long journey, everyone is nearly worn out. Even the young lady is drenched in sweat. Yet you appear rather sprightly? Ling Ying approached him, sitting beside him, her graceful figure also glistening with sweat, accentuating her alluring curves. With bright eyes, she asked, "You certainly conceal your true self quite well. I suspect your cultivation level is not low." Among the group, Qin Lai and she were indeed the youngest, and she had never paid him much attention before, often finding his words rather irksome. However, since the previous night when she noticed his sudden transformation, her interest in him had gradually intensified, even surpassing her interest in Ling Feng. There were not many outstanding youths in the Ling family. Aside from the Du brothers, the only one she had ever found appealing was Ling Feng, which is why she had always clung to him with great enthusiasm. Now, Qin Lai's changes had struck her like a revelation, akin to discovering a new world. Coupled with his mysterious background and concealed secrets, her curiosity grew, drawing her attention increasingly towards him. "You brat. Quite the pretender, aren't you?" Ling Xian observed this exchange, inwardly cursing. "If I can't compete with Ling Feng, must I even fall behind you? Why does Xiaoying have to gravitate towards you? Stop bothering him. You should focus on your own training." Ling Yushi, observing Ling Ying's proximity to Qin Lai, suddenly felt a pang of discomfort, snorting softly and furrowing her brow as she scolded. Ling Ying pouted, her face full of discontent, muttering to herself, "What is the fuss about? It's just an engagement, not a real marriage. Is it necessary to guard him so fiercely?" Meanwhile, as the Ling family members rested, those from the Shattered Ice Manor and the Feng family were relentlessly pursuing Gao family and Lu Yan. The three factions were unfamiliar with the forest, and after entering from the gorge, they frequently encountered beast packs, making their progress rather arduous. As the Gao family and Lu Yan fled, they unfortunately encountered a second-tier golden rock beast blocking their path. The golden rock beast was fiercely aggressive, launching a frenzied assault on them. Lu Yan and Gao Yu had no choice but to join forces to slay the beast, but the delay cost them dearly. During their pursuit, the Shattered Ice Manor and Feng family members stumbled into the territory of two second-tier dragon horn rhinos, and several were trampled to death in the chaos. It was only when the experts from the Shattered Ice Manor arrived that they swiftly dealt with the rampaging beasts. As the three factions advanced through the forest, unaware of the distribution of beast packs, they did not take detours, moving significantly faster than Qin Lai and the others, albeit still encountering spirit beasts sporadically, suffering casualties along the way. Due to having more experts, the Shattered Ice Manor, despite the losses, progressed relatively smoothly. There are fresh tracks here, unlike those of the Gao family. These should be the traces of the Ling family who fled first, an elder from the Shattered Ice Manor, not particularly high in rank but highly skilled in tracking, squatted at a junction for a moment before pointing in a direction and saying, "Based on the marks they left, they shouldn't be too far from us. Elder Yin, we can split off some people to pursue them." The leader of the Shattered Ice Manor, Yin Dewu, upon hearing this, immediately began to arrange a pursuit. At that moment, Feng Yi unexpectedly volunteered, saying, "Elder Yin, the Ling family is the weakest. Our Feng family can easily take care of them. Gao Yu and Lu Yin are the key. Lu Yin, in particular, possesses the cultivation of the opening source realm. We must not underestimate them. As for the Ling family, it would be better to leave their pursuit to us. I assure you we can handle them effectively." "Are you certain?" Yin Dewu asked, his expression grim. "Indeed, there shall be no issues," Feng Yi assured with a smile. Yin Du nodded and coldly remarked, Then the Feng family may pursue. Should they falter, they may summon us, and I shall naturally arrange for assistance. Thank you, Elder Yin. Feng Yi expressed his gratitude before departing with his kin, hastening in the direction of the Ling family's escape. Elder Yin, do you truly believe the Feng family can vanquish the Ling family? Inquired a skilled tracker from the Shattered Ice Mansion. That little brat from the Feng family has taken a fancy to the two girls of the Ling family. Let them pursue. That lad knows his limits and will undertake the necessary actions with diligence. If they suffer losses, they will have brought it upon themselves. With our speed and strength, dealing with Lu Yin and then turning to the Ling family will only delay us by a day at most, Yinda replied dismissively. Your words ring true. Elder, the tracker complimented. The Ling family was the first to retreat, yet they are not particularly far from you. It appears their speed is rather lacking. How peculiar, Feng Luan remarked with confusion after leaving the Shattered Ice Mansion. If you travel with a fool, your speed will not improve much. Moreover, with spirit beasts roaming the area, and with our own injuries, Feng Jie and the others have been hurt, and 7 from the Shattered Ice Mansion have fallen. Do you think the Ling family could escape unscathed? Feng Yi nonchalantly explained. That is indeed a valid point, Feng Luan nodded. Then grinned broadly. I've had my eye on that little vixen Linging for quite some time. She's quite enticing. When we meet, brothers, be sure to hold back a little. Do not kill her outright. Rest assured. Brother, I share your interest. You may have the first claim, but allow me a taste as well, Feng Jie chuckled mischievously. Injured yet still lecherous. Very well, should I not be able to kill her, I'll leave her to your indulgence. Feng Luan jested. I intend to capture Ling Yushi and bring her back, Feng Yi frowned and commanded. When the time comes to strike, be mindful and do not harm her. Hee, young master, unlike us, you are truly a connoisseur of beauty. Fear not, we shall ensure her safety, Feng Jie quickly affirmed. Remember, none of them must escape. This matter pertains to the safety of the Feng family, and we must eradicate them completely, Feng Yi sternly instructed. The members of the Feng family nodded in understanding. Half an hour later, the group stealthily approached the stream where Qin Lai, Ling Yushi, and the others rested. From the thicket, Feng Yi and his companions caught sight of the Ling family members. Their spirits lifted, and the murderous intent in their eyes began to coalesce. At Feng Yi's signal, the Feng family warriors quietly spread out, forming a semi-encircled formation as they closed in on Qin Lai and the others. At last, we have arrived. As the formation completed, Feng Yi smiled slightly, unabashedly calling out loudly as he and the Feng family members revealed themselves before Qin Lai and Ling Yushi. Chapter 30. Blood Battle. Damn it. Must we take the long way around? Now we've been caught up with. Are you satisfied now? Ling Xian suddenly sprang to his feet, brandishing a long knife, glaring furiously at the still meditative Qin Lai. Many of his fellow Ling family members, who had previously shared the same grievances, glared at Qin Lai with resentment, believing that his erroneous decision had cost them valuable time, leading to their current predicament with the Feng family. Qin Lai narrowed his eyes, his expression dark, remaining silent in response to Ling Xian's provocation. Be quiet. Is this really the time for bickering? Ling Feng scolded, swiftly drawing his spiritual weapon, the fire cloud hammer, igniting it with a blaze that turned his arm a vivid crimson, surrounding him with searing heat. Ling Yushi bit her lip, retrieving 2 intricately patterned silver rings from her waist, her delicate face etched with concern as she stood before Qin Lai. Softly advising, Feng Yi is at the 8th layer of body refinement, and many from the Feng family are at the 6th or 7th layers. Though we outnumber them, their true strength far surpasses ours. Linging lacks combat experience. I'm not entirely sure. Just be cautious and do not overreach. Upon finishing, she raised her gaze to Feng Yi, her brow furrowed, and in a somber tone, asked, I never expected it to be you. What is your purpose? Ling Xian, Ling Ying, and the others huddled together, their expressions serious as they readied their weapons to confront the ferocious onslaught of the Feng family. To be honest, the Feng family allied with the Shattered Ice Mansion 2 years ago. The reason for our silence was to secure a great achievement at a critical moment, Feng Yi stated, his remarkable visage brightening with a sunny smile. The Sunfire Jade is exceedingly precious. A single mining site is worth exposing the Feng family for. To prevent leaks, we must act decisively. Feng Luan and Feng Jie grinned broadly, their eyes brazenly scanning Ling Ying, the implications unmistakable. Feng Yi, we have fought side by side before. Must we resort to bloodshed? Ling Feng demanded sternly. I have no choice. If I do not eliminate you, the Shattered Ice Mansion will hold me accountable. For allowing you to escape the canyon, I am already guilty. I cannot afford to make any mistakes now, Feng Yi lamented, then earnestly added, You sure? Though this may not be the best time for such declarations. I must say, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I desired you. After today, I shall truly possess you. Rest assured, you may live, and I will take you back to the Feng family, where you will be confined, never to leave. It is either you kill me or I kill you. There is no other possibility, Ling Yushe replied coldly. Feng Yi chuckled softly, refraining from further words as he signaled Feng Luan and the others to attack. Kill! Feng Luan cackled. The Feng family warriors surged forward, brandishing their weapons, their spiritual energy surging within them, exuding an aura as fierce as a tiger descending a mountain. Among the 9 Feng family warriors, aside from Feng Yi, 2 others radiated spiritual energy, evidently at the 7th layer of body refinement. In contrast, the Ling family had only Ling Yushe at the 8th layer, while Ling Feng reached the 7th layer, with the remaining members at the 5th or 6th layers. Although they had one more person, their overall strength was lacking, which explained why Feng Yi dared to bring only Feng family warriors to confront the Ling family. Feng Luan, your opponent is me, Ling Feng declared gravely. He swung the fire cloud hammer and engaged Feng Luan, who was one of the 2 7th-layer body refinement practitioners, and they immediately became entangled in combat. Feng Yi smiled as he drew a brilliant yellow sword. With a flick of his wrist, the sword emitted a dazzling yellow blade of over a meter in length, sharp and fierce. Yushe, congratulations on reaching the 8th layer of body refinement as well, but I achieved this a year and a half earlier. This neon sword is a 5th-tier mundane grade, procured for me by my elder brother. If I recall correctly, your twin heart rings are merely 4th-tier mundane grade. Haha, you cannot possibly be my match. Then let us see. Ling Yushe retorted fiercely, her face cold as her long hair swirled around her. Suddenly, the 2 silver rings in her hands released a series of silver halos. Clang! The 2 rings collided, producing a crisp sound that resonated in Feng Yi's mind, causing him to flinch. Seizing the moment, Ling Yushe dashed toward Feng Yi like a bolt of cold lightning, her left hand flinging one of the silver rings, creating a silver curtain that descended upon Feng Yi's head. You have certainly improved significantly, Feng Yi remarked calmly, swinging the neon sword through the air to reveal 3 brilliant yellow rainbows that forcefully intercepted Ling Yushe's silver curtain. Ling Yushe pressed her lips together in silence, continuously gathering her spiritual energy. Maneuvering her twin heart rings to attack Feng Yi remained composed, effortlessly deflecting her assaults, seemingly preparing to exhaust her spiritual energy before capturing her alive. Meanwhile, Ling Feng and Feng Luan were evenly matched. But Feng Jie, a practitioner at the 7th layer of body refinement, was an adversary that none of the Ling family could contend with. Ling Xian and Ling Ying struggled together against Feng Jie, but were overwhelmed by his spear, leaving them in dire straits. This moment, Ling Xian's chest was already stained with blood. Even if Feng Jie ceased his assault, merely prolonging the conflict would see Ling Xian bleed out. The other warriors from both families were entangled in battle. From the situation, it was evident that the Feng family held a distinct advantage, with the Ling family members increasingly sustaining injuries, making their defeat merely a matter of time. Throughout the chaos, only Qinlai remained motionless, with no Feng family members approaching him. In the eyes of all the Feng warriors, Qinlai was still the fool. A fool standing idly by, who could be eliminated at any moment. Why waste time and energy on him? This was precisely what Qinlai hoped for. Unnoticed, the element of surprise would grant him a significant advantage. He was waiting for the opportune moment to strike and eliminate an enemy in an instant. Whoosh! A silver spear suddenly slipped from the grasp of a Ling family member, embedding itself half a meter in front of him. The Ling family warrior, pierced through the abdomen, let out a scream, desperately grasping the neck of a Feng family member, disregarding his grievous wound in an attempt to snap the man's neck. Alas, without a weapon and weakened by his injuries, he lacked the strength to succeed, and after several thrusts to his chest, he crumpled to the ground, a puddle of blood. His eyes remained wide open, unyielding even in death, as if he could not rest until he had exacted revenge. Ling Yang. Ling Xian's eyes turned bloodshot, blood trickling from his mouth as he roared in fury, nearly losing control in an instant. Are you anxious? Ah, I shall send you on your way now, to accompany your cousin. Feng Jie grinned, wielding a short spear that was evidently a spiritual weapon. Suddenly, it emitted a blinding radiance, causing Ling Ying and Ling Xian to be momentarily blinded in that fleeting moment. He even cast a lustful glance at Ling Ying's ample bosom before thrusting the spear toward Ling Xian's heart. At that very instant, Qin Lai, who had remained motionless, abruptly drew the silver spear before him, channeling the tempestuous power of thunder and lightning into it. The silver spear was not a spiritual weapon. It bore no inscribed spiritual formation and could not withstand such ferocious energy. A series of shattering sounds erupted. Qin Lai paid no heed, twisting his waist with force before launching the spear with all his might. Whoosh crash! The silver spear shot forth like a lightning bolt, its shaft crackling with electric energy, producing a cacophony of breaking sounds as it pierced through Feng Jie's back. Boom! The violent spiritual energy within erupted. The spear had exploded, unleashing a cataclysmic force that created a horrifying gaping hole in Feng Jie's back. With bone and flesh splattering gruesomely, Feng Jie met his demise in an instant, unable to even utter a groan. In that moment of confusion, Ling Ying and Ling Xian realized their fate was sealed, waiting in despair for the impending thrust of the spear. Then they heard a terrifying explosion, and when their vision cleared, they beheld Feng Jie's gruesome corpse sprawled at their feet, a shattered spear shaft protruding from his back. The two stood bewildered, unaware of what had transpired in that fleeting moment. As they regained their senses, they saw Qin Lai darting toward them, swiftly retrieving Feng Jie's spear. You brat! Are you still trying to take advantage of this situation? Ling Xian was momentarily stunned before reacting with fury, shouting, I truly wish to slay you first. His tirade was cut short as Qin Lai had already picked up the spear and turned towards Ling Feng. A sudden move, he unleashed a lightning-quick assault on Feng Jie. A series of actions occurring in the blink of an eye. Not only were Ling Ying and Ling Xian dazed, but even the members of the Feng and Ling families, engrossed in battle, failed to notice, leaving no one to inform Ling Ying and Ling Xian of the events that had just unfolded. How did Feng Jie die? Ling Ying asked, covering her mouth, her delicate face filled with astonishment. Who knows? Ling Xian retorted, his eyes red, panting heavily, and gritting his teeth. Regardless, I must avenge my cousin. I shall tear that scoundrel to pieces. Agreed. Ling Ying nodded emphatically, joining Ling Xian in aiding their kin against the Feng family's warriors. At that moment, Qin Lai charged towards Feng Luan, wielding the short spear used by Feng Jie. This ordinary grade 3rd-tier spiritual weapon was the first true spiritual item he had ever encountered, as he infused his spiritual energy into the spear. A thread of mental energy seeped into the low-tier spiritual weapon, and upon sensing it, a jolt of realization surged through his mind, revealing a peculiar expression in his eyes. With the infusion of mental energy, Qin Lai clearly discerned a rudimentary spiritual formation diagram within the spear, labeled Gathering Spirit. This diagram was worlds apart from the gathering spirit he was familiar with, lacking in intricacy, complexity, and scale by an overwhelming margin. He had painstakingly memorized the gathering spirit formation within the soul-settling pearl, thus his understanding of it was profound. Thus, upon glimpsing the diagram within the spear, he instantly recognized it. The formation within the spear seemed merely a fraction of what he knew as the gathering spirit formation, likely not even reaching 1/10 of the intricacy of the one within the soul-settling pearl, and its design appeared crude and simplistic, likely incapable of unleashing the full potential of the gathering spirit formation. A strange thought crossed Qin Lai's mind. If this could be deemed a spiritual weapon, what would occur if the intricately detailed true gathering spirit formation were inscribed within? Before he could ponder further, the spear suddenly crackled with electric energy. As his spiritual energy coursed through it, the spear flickered with lightning, akin to a bolt of thunder, radiating a brilliant light. Oh, this can work too? Qin Lai marveled silently, then continued to sense. He discovered that when the ferocious power of lightning surged through the rudimentary and incomplete gathering spirit diagram, It seemed to unleash the material properties of the spear itself, sharpening it and slightly enhancing the spiritual energy. He quickly grasped that even the simplest formation could amplify a weapon's combat efficacy if it could harness the material advantages of the spiritual weapon. "Qin Lai, don't come over here," Ling Feng suddenly shouted. As clusters of fiery clouds swirled around Feng Luan, emanating intense heat, resembling red lanterns encircling him. Both at the 7th level of cultivation, Feng Luan wielded a double-bladed axe, which, when swung, coalesced emerald halos. Occasionally, when the axe traced a circle, it could form a beautiful green wing, capable of not only blocking the fiery clouds, but also forcing Ling Feng to retreat. "Ling Feng, we're well acquainted. Your fire cloud hammer is a 2nd-tier spiritual weapon, while my azure wing axe is a 3rd-tier. Though our realms and spiritual energies are comparable, my weapon surpasses yours, thus you cannot defeat me," Feng Luan sneered, and as he brandished the azure wing axe, another splendid wing materialized, shattering the fiery clouds. With their realms aligned and spiritual energies nearly equal, it was only natural that the superior quality of a spiritual weapon would grant Feng Luan the upper hand. Confident, he kept Ling Feng entangled, preventing him from intervening in other battles, allowing the Feng family to systematically eliminate the Ling family members. His strategy was flawless, assuming Feng Jie remained alive. Once Feng Jie dispatched Ling Xian, he could swiftly deal with the remaining Ling family members. But now, "Qin Lai, I said don't come over here, huh?" Ling Feng suddenly exclaimed, his expression turning astonished as he spotted Qin Lai darting towards Feng Luan from behind. Feng Luan, not bothering to glance back, continued to chuckle. "Do you think such tricks are effective? A fool cannot distract me. Ling Feng, your petty tactics are laughably primitive." Zap, zap, zap. The sound of crackling electricity erupted from behind, and before Feng Luan could finish his taunt, his face paled in shock as he hastily turned to see Qin Lai charging towards him, wielding what appeared to be a blinding bolt of lightning, radiating an overwhelming force akin to a fierce beast. That fool? Feng Luan was momentarily stunned, instinctively swinging the azure wing axe to conjure another green wing, which he unleashed towards Qin Lai. A torrent of formidable spiritual energy surged forth with the green wing, causing Qin Lai to grimace in concentration. Yet he did not flinch, gripping the lightning-wreathed spear as he charged forward with determination. Clang! The spear, crackling with electrical energy, collided with the green wing, erupting in a violent shower of sparks. Clang! The spear tore through the green wing, crashing into Feng Luan's double-bladed axe, producing a deafening clang as Qin Lai's seemingly frail frame slammed into Feng Luan's chest. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering bones echoed from Feng Luan's chest. Contorting his face in agony, a sensation akin to being struck by a colossal ship overwhelmed him, and in an instant, his body was propelled into the air, tracing an awkward parabolic arc before crashing to the ground. "This." Ling Feng gaped, staring at Qin Lai as though witnessing a ghost in broad daylight, his mind blank. Qin Lai, who was nearly half the size of Feng Luan, had delivered an unfathomable force that sent Feng Luan flying. What manner of primordial beast lurked within that seemingly frail body? Before Ling Feng could process this revelation, Qin Lai, appearing undeterred, lunged toward Feng Luan with the ferocity of a striking sword. At this moment, Feng Luan, bloodied and unable to rise, could only retreat in terror. "From the very first night by the campfire, your mouth was the most contemptible. I wanted to slay you then, and now I finally get to fulfill that wish," Qin Lai muttered under his breath, then propelled himself forward, crashing down like a bolt of lightning. Thud! The spear, wielded with ferocity, was driven into Feng Luan's chest, pinning him to the ground. In an instant, Feng Luan resembled a frog cruelly impaled by a steel nail, his visage one of utter misery. Gurgle! Blood foam bubbled from Feng Luan's lips as his body trembled, the light in his eyes fading. Bang! At that moment, a thunderous explosion resonated from the spear, as the internal formation appeared to be irreparably damaged. Qin Lai was taken aback, reaching to inspect the spear, discovering charred markings within its material. The thunderous force unleashed not only lightning but the very power of thunder. The tempestuous nature of thunder was too violent and domineering. No material could withstand its might for long. Feng Jie's spear simply could not endure the wrath of lightning for an extended period, leading to its swift demise. Such incompetence. Qin Lai shook his head, murmuring softly to himself as he tightened his grip on the deceased Feng Luan's azure wing axe. He then noticed that the sounds of the fierce battle that had previously filled the air had abruptly ceased. Confused, he glanced around and suddenly froze in place. At this moment, members of the Ling family, Ling Yushi, Ling Feng, Ling Ying, Ling Xian, among others, along with a group of Feng family warriors, directed their astonished gazes and expressions of utter disbelief towards him. They appeared as if they had just stumbled upon a malevolent creature, their faces etched with fear and shock. Is it him? The one who just killed Feng Jie? Ling Ying's beautiful eyes sparkled as she suddenly exclaimed, "Yay! I knew it had to be him." Ling Xian's expression was complex. He suddenly looked down, feeling a mix of shame and embarrassment, seemingly unable to face Qin Lai. "You really hid yourself well. Even your own people were deceived by you," Ling Feng said with a wry smile, a myriad of emotions flooding his face. Ling Yushi's exquisite countenance radiated an astonishing brilliance, her eyes shimmering with colors that made Qin Lai feel a twinge of unease. "So it was you. How could it be you?" Feng Yi's handsome face twisted slightly, rendering him eerily ominous. "I wondered why the Ling family suddenly retreated. No one has left the canyon in days. It seems you were the one pulling the strings in the shadows." Qin Lai chose not to respond to Feng Yi immediately, but instead turned to Ling Feng, Ling Ying, and Ling Xian, asking in astonishment, "What are you all staring at? Feng Jie and Feng Luan are dead. What are you waiting for?" He gestured towards the remaining Feng family members, indicating for them to eliminate the rest of the Feng clan. Ling Feng quickly snapped out of his daze, feeling a pang of guilt, and shouted, "Stop dawdling. Let's deal with the Feng family members first." Ling Ying, Ling Xian, and the others responded with explosive roars, charging towards the remaining Feng family members with the ferocity of wolves. Intent on slaughter, the Ling family, initially at a disadvantage, had completely turned the tide after the deaths of Feng Jie and Feng Luan, and with Ling Feng freed, they launched a counterattack with overwhelming force. "Retreat. We must retreat temporarily. We will seek revenge once we regroup at the Shattered Ice Manor." Feng Yi, sensing the dire situation, dared not utter another word to Qin Lai and urgently called out. As he spoke, his icy gaze flickered towards Qin Lai, barely glancing at Ling Yushi, before being the first to withdraw. "Kill with all your might. Everyone we can take down is a victory," Qin Lai shouted in unison, channeling his fierce power into the azure wing axe, and as the axe crackled with electric fervor, he hurled it forward with force. Boom! Under the blazing sun, a thunderous explosion erupted, and the axe soared like a frenzied lightning dragon, hurtling towards Feng Yi's back. Feng Yi's complexion shifted, and he hastily steadied himself. Swinging his rainbow sword, he conjured 5 beams of light to counter the axe's lethal strike. Bang, 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 bang. The 5 beams of light shattered in succession, forcing him to use the rainbow sword to fend off the axe's ferocious assault. In that instant of impact, his body jolted violently, and his flowing hair suddenly singed black. A surge of violent, thunderous energy coursed through the axe into the rainbow sword, then surged into his body, inflicting immediate injury. A mouthful of blood surged to his throat, which he stubbornly withheld, and as he saw Qin Lai charging towards him with murderous intent, for the first time in his life, Feng Yi did not dare to utter a single harsh word, instead retreating in a frantic panic. P.S. A new week, seeking your support with recommendation tickets. A new week. I ask for a recommendation ticket. The main text has been updated. This week, I am striving to climb the rankings, so I implore all the brothers and sisters who love Ling Yu to cast your recommendation tickets in support. We aim to storm the weekly recommendation ticket list, and I ask for everyone's firepower support. Thank you. I seek recommendation tickets. Recommendation tickets. Chapter 32. Dual forces with Feng Yi's retreat. The Feng family's collapse became irreversible. As Ling Yushi, Ling Feng, and Ling Xian fought valiantly. Those Feng family members unable to escape quickly were soon slain on the spot. Qin Lai did not continue to engage in battle. Instead, he walked over to retrieve the azure wing axe. Sensing that it had not been completely destroyed and could still be used for a while, feeling a sense of quiet relief, Feng Yi of the 8th level of body refinement isn't particularly formidable in a head-on confrontation. I can't see him being any stronger than me, he pondered, reflecting on the earlier battle, and as he circulated his power to assess his physical condition, his eyes suddenly brightened. He realized that when he channeled his spiritual energy, it surged from his Dantian's spiritual sea, flowing through his meridians into his arms, and was then released from his palms and fingertips into the spiritual weapon. However, this was not the entirety of his power. As that spiritual energy flowed, strands of thunderous energy coursed through his meridians, flesh, bones, and even internal organs, enhancing the ferocity and might of his spiritual energy, imbuing it with the power of thunder. He suddenly understood. For 5 years, he had been refining his physique with the 9 heavens thunder, and the thunderous energy that had seeped into his body had not vanished completely. Rather, it lay hidden within his corporeal form. Becoming an additional force alongside his spiritual energy, this thunderous power could erupt during battle, significantly boosting his combat capabilities. Initially at the 7th level, with the addition of this thunderous energy during combat, his true strength escalated, allowing him to hold his own against Feng Yi in their confrontation. Likewise, Feng Jie and Feng Luan, who were of the same realm, could not compete with him at all. So that's how it is. It seems that these years of arduous refinement have not been in vain. The thunderous might not only greatly enhance his physical strength, but also grants me additional thunderous energy. Indeed, overwhelming and ferocious. Qinlai mused, a smile of satisfaction curling at his lips. He then attempted to manipulate the spiritual energy within his spiritual sea without channeling the thunderous might. The relatively tranquil spiritual energy flowed forth, entering his palm and finally infusing into the azure wing axe. Whoosh! The azure wing axe suddenly emitted a faint azure glow. Upon closer inspection, he immediately discerned that there was no additional thunderous energy permeating the axe. Indeed, without channeling the thunderous might, the energy that surged forth was merely normal spiritual energy, which would not compromise the structure of the spiritual weapon. Another low-grade spiritual weapon, a simple gathering formation, not much different from a spear. With a slight probe of his mental energy, Qinlai felt disappointment wash over him. He promptly withdrew his spiritual energy and approached the Ling family members. Qinlai, before Ling you sure could speak. Ling exclaimed, her small face glowing with an inexplicable excitement. You are such a rascal, to have deceived us for so long. Tell me, were you always pretending to be foolish while enjoying our plight? I never expected Qinlai to be this powerful, Ling Xiao declared. Exhilarated. You little rascal. Ling Feng stepped forward, playfully punching him in the chest, his face brimming with joy. This time, we truly owe it all to you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have escaped this disaster. Ling Yushi's bright eyes sparkled as she spoke. Ling Yang is dead. Ling Xian was the only one who had not joined the others. He stood at the back, his head bowed, speaking in a low voice. Qinlai glanced at him from a distance, then walked closer, calmly stating, then live well and avenge him by eliminating the Feng family. Ling Xian abruptly raised his head, gazing deeply at him, his fierce eyes revealing complex emotions, and he solemnly declared, I, Ling Xian, owe you a life. One day, I will repay you. Qinlai was taken aback, shaking his head as he replied, You don't owe me anything. I killed Feng Jie for everyone, and for myself. Alone, I could not contend with the Feng family. Had it not been for all of you, I would have perished at their hands. Regardless, I owe you a life. Ling Xian insisted stubbornly. Including Feng Yi. 3 members of the Feng family have escaped. Once they find the people at the Shattered Ice Manor, they will surely return to seek revenge. Qinlai inhaled deeply, a wry smile forming. Thus, we remain in peril. Let's not linger and quickly depart from here. The others nodded in understanding. As he continued to lead the group forward, avoiding areas where spiritual beasts might gather, none questioned his decisions any longer. As darkness fell, Qinlai and his companions gathered in a valley surrounded by towering shrubs. The foliage within the valley was taller than a person, providing natural concealment. Even the Shattered Ice Manor would find it nearly impossible to approach undetected. If all goes well, we should be able to enter the Cold Mist Mountains the day after tomorrow. Once we reach the Cold Mist Mountains, we can change our route back to the Ling family, where the Star Cloud Pavilion's warriors frequently operate, if we are fortunate enough to encounter some. We might just evade this calamity. Qinlai looked back, pointing towards the faintly visible cold mist mountains as he explained to the group. They gathered together, munching on some dried meat to quell their hunger. Attentively listening to him. Qinlai, how come you are so familiar with the extreme cold mountain range? You've been inside the medicine mountain all these years. How do you know so much about the extreme cold mountain range? Ling Feng asked, sipping water with a smile. The others also looked on in curiosity. My grandfather is quite familiar with the extreme cold mountain range. He has shared some insights with me. Qinlai deflected the question with a vague response. Then added, tonight will be the most challenging night. Everyone should rest well and gather your strength to travel through the night. All right, everyone disperse. Ling Feng noticed that he did not wish to elaborate further, smiled lightly without pressing the matter, and gestured for everyone to take a rest. Gradually, the crowd dispersed, each choosing a spot to sit and recuperate. Ling Ying, feeling utterly exhausted, refrained from continuing to bother him, which allowed Qinlai to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. I truly owe you my gratitude. Without your presence during this ordeal, Ling Ying and I would have faced a dire fate, and our kin would have been slaughtered. After everyone had departed, Ling Yushi lingered behind, her eyes glimmering as she hesitated to gaze too long at Qinlai, instead directing her attention towards Ling Ying's direction. That girl is quite curious about you. I had thought she would cling to you once more. Yet it appears she is genuinely fatigued. She does tend to be rather talkative, Qinlai acknowledged with a nod. I have grown weary of her incessant questions. Her absence is indeed a relief. Upon witnessing his expression, tinged with apprehension, Ling Yushi couldn't help but chuckle softly, and after a moment's contemplation, she asked gently, I have often observed a certain emptiness in your gaze, a look of bewilderment. Surely, you haven't been feigning ignorance all these 5 years? Indeed. There have been times when I was genuinely lost in a daze, a state induced by the cultivation of a particular technique. It is only recently that I have truly awakened. Given the circumstances, there was little reason to conceal certain truths any longer, so he offered a brief explanation to Ling Yushi. Last time, when I assisted you with your bath, what was your state? Ling Yushi suddenly lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed and shyly whispered, assist me with my bath? When did that happen? I cannot recall. I must have still been in the midst of my training. Qinlai's heart raced, and he quickly feigned ignorance. Ling Yushi, upon hearing his words, felt a tumult of emotions, sensing his insincerity but unable to grasp any evidence against him. Overcome with embarrassment herself, her face aflame, she stammered, I shall go recover now. With that, she hurriedly made her exit, keeping her head down as she distanced herself from him. Qinlai touched his face, suddenly realizing his own audacity. Observing Ling Yushi's flustered demeanor from afar, he couldn't help but smirk, finding the situation amusing. Despite being 2 years his senior, her bashfulness surpassed his own. What that scoundrel said, was it true? If so, I certainly reacted at the time. Meanwhile, Ling Yushi, with her back turned to Qinlai, found her heart still in turmoil, unable to calm herself. Suddenly, half an hour later, while the Ling family members continued to recuperate, the sound of snapping branches echoed ominously. Ling Yushi, Ling Feng, and the others' expressions shifted dramatically, urgently whispering for everyone to take cover, hastily drawing their weapons in preparation for the impending conflict. None dared to act recklessly or flee, for such movements would surely betray their location. They huddled low within the thick underbrush, hardly daring to breathe, hoping the approaching presence would not come their way. Yet, the more they feared, the closer the danger drew. From the sounds of the breaking branches, it was evident that the source was heading directly toward them. Ling Feng maintained a stern countenance, silently signaling the others to prepare for battle, instructing them to strike when the enemy was unprepared. Even Qinlai gripped his Qingyi axe tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of the sound, silently cursing his misfortune. Suddenly, a blood-soaked figure staggered into view before them. Lu Yin. The Ling family members were momentarily stunned, only to see Gao Yu accompanied by 2 members of the Gao family, both equally drenched in blood, emerging behind Lu Yin. Upon recognizing Lu Yin and the others from the Gao family, Ling Yushi, Ling Feng, and the rest quickly rushed out, calling out in excitement. However, Qinlai's expression changed, realizing the gravity of the situation. The appearance of Lu Yin and his companions indicated that the forces from the shattered ice manor were likely nearby. Meeting with Lu Yin would offer them no advantage, but rather increase their peril. In contrast, upon seeing the Ling family members, Lu Yin and Gao Yu's eyes brightened as if they had found hope. "What brings you here?" Lu Yin questioned sharply, scanning the Ling family members before finally fixing his gaze on Qin Lai, saying with emphasis, "Qin Lai, well done. You have truly excelled." Gao Yu also glared at Qin Lai, his expression dark and frigid, remarking, "We have not been wiped out. I trust you are not disappointed?" Qin Lai could only manage a bitter smile, fully aware that both Lu Yin and Gao Yu had deduced his involvement in devising strategies for the Ling family. And they had seen through his intentions. Chapter 33. Mental invasion. Gao Yu's demeanor was menacing, his gaze icy, imbued with a palpable aura of bloodlust as he advanced toward Qin Lai, blood soaked his shoulders. His garments tattered and grim, presenting a woeful figure, evidently having endured significant hardships. The Gao family warriors accompanying him bore similar signs of battle, their bodies marred by bloodshed. Of the 9 Gao family members, only 3 remained, including Gao Yu, a testament to their severe losses, which explained his furious reaction upon seeing Qin Lai. "Let us draw their fire from behind, to afford you the time to escape. Your scheming is rather clever." Gao Yu ground his teeth, dark smoke swirling ominously from his palms, the sinister haze reminiscent of wandering spirits. "What are you planning?" Ling Xian bellowed, stepping protectively in front of Qin Lai, glaring fiercely at Gao Yu. "Your failure to escape is your own doing. Had our young lady not informed you, you would have perished by now. Step aside." Gao Yu waved his arms, and the swirling black smoke lunged toward Ling Xian like a specter. Ling Xian, possessing only the cultivation of 6 levels, stood no chance against Gao Yu, who had reached the 8th level. Instantly engulfed by the inky smoke, he felt an icy chill envelop him, as if possessed by a malevolent spirit. Horrific illusions invaded his mind, filling his eyes with terror as he staggered backward in fright. Qin Lai observed that Gao Yu wore a pair of ghostly face rings on his hands, the black smoke emanating from these peculiar artifacts. Clearly, those rings were an exceedingly rare spiritual weapon. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared before Qin Lai. Before he could react, Ling Yushi spoke sweetly, "Gao Yu, the decision was mine. If you seek someone to blame, direct your ire at me." "You?" Gao Yu scoffed, his eyes filled with derision. "With your temperament, absent external influence, you would never make such a cruel and vicious decision. The Ling family would not dare to recklessly sacrifice the members of Xingyun Pavilion." As he spoke, more of the dark smoke poured forth from Gao Yu's ghostly rings, coalescing into a chilling, spectral form that drifted towards Ling Yu's eerie, frigid aura permeated the air, and one could almost hear the wails of tormented spirits. As though phantoms lurked in the shadows, this unnerved Ling Yushi, who, like Ling Xian, began to see horrifying visions, causing her to furrow her brow in anguish as she battled against the onslaught of illusions. Gao Yu had stumbled upon the ghostly rings by chance, which contained a malevolent technique, and it was through the cultivation of this sinister method that he had rapidly advanced, gradually unlocking the ring's formidable power. To this day, Gao Yu and the Gao family had yet to ascertain the rank of the ghostly rings. Gao Yu had been exploring their capabilities, discovering that by employing his spiritual technique in conjunction with the rings, he could manifest a ghastly black mist capable of invading the minds of his foes, making it exceedingly difficult for even those of slightly higher cultivation to break free. Ling Yushi shared his level of cultivation. She too fell victim to the encroaching black mist, displaying signs of confusion and struggle. Gao Yu let out a chilling snort as he bypassed Ling Xian and Ling Yushi, advancing toward Qin Lai with contempt. Taunting, "Are you content to cower behind women?" Ling Ying, Ling Feng, and the others, sensing the dire situation, rushed forward in an attempt to assist Qin Lai. Unfortunately, they were too distant, having underestimated how quickly Ling Xian and Ling Yushi would falter, leaving them unable to provide timely aid. Hoo! A series of swirling black mists enveloped the area, gradually taking the shape of ghostly visages that drifted ominously toward Qin Lai. Not far off, Lu Yin had remained silent throughout, secretly irritated by Qin Lai's scheming, wishing for Gao Yu to teach him a lesson, thus merely observing with narrowed eyes. The chilling black mist encroached, Qin Lai felt a profound coldness envelop him, a sense of impending doom from the lurking specters. Simultaneously, it seemed another malevolent force was subtly infiltrating his mind, mental energy. Qin Lai sensed this invasion, quickly realizing that the sudden confusion experienced by Ling Xian and Ling Yushi stemmed from this very intrusion of mental energy. As it seeped into his consciousness, it morphed into countless vengeful spirits and demons, relentlessly assaulting him. Horrific scenes flashed before his eyes, causing his heart to quake, and like Ling Xian and Ling Yushi, he found himself desperately resisting the invasion of his mind. Suddenly, a refreshing sensation emanated from the soul-settling pearl at his brow, and just as he was on the verge of losing himself, he snapped back to clarity. In the next moment, he discovered that the invasive mental energy had vanished completely, and all illusions had been swept away. Qin Lai's expression jolted, and he activated the heavenly thunder strike, enveloping himself in the power of lightning. Boom! Crackle. The thunderous sound of lightning erupted, as the chilling black mist surging toward him was swiftly shattered by the force of the thunder, dissipating entirely in the blink of an eye. Even Ling Yushi and Ling Xian, upon his approach, found the dense mist around them dissipating rapidly. What just happened? Ling Xian suddenly awoke, casting a bewildered glance around. Ling Yushi remained silent, her bright eyes revealing a hint of confusion as she gazed forward. Gao Yu's complexion grew increasingly pallid, and a terrifying glimmer flickered in his eyes as he fixed a piercing stare upon Qin Lai, exclaiming, "You, how could you possibly unravel my attack? Gao Xiao, enough." At that moment, Lu Yin finally approached, gently patting Gao Yu's shoulder to calm him down, and then, with some astonishment, turned his gaze towards Qin Lai, remarking, "It is quite rare to encounter someone who cultivates the power of thunder. The mastery of thunder can vanquish all malevolent spirits, and Gao Xiao's invincible technique may falter in your hands. Truly, it is not unjust at all." Upon hearing this, Gao Yu's expression further darkened, as he recollected the words of the spirit technique contained within his ghostly face ring. It had warned that the 9 nether floating souls record was immensely powerful, filled with sinister and bizarre energies, capable of gathering wraiths and vengeful spirits as one's cultivation advanced, penetrating the minds of enemies to destroy them both physically and mentally. However, it also cautioned that this technique was most afraid of encountering warriors who wielded the power of lightning. Such warriors were the natural nemesis of the 9 nether floating souls record, as the power of lightning specifically annihilated vengeful spirits. Thus, it was best not to confront them with this technique, lest one invite self-inflicted suffering. Setting aside past matters, once we return to the Xingyun Pavilion, I shall report to the higher-ups and await their judgment, Lu Yin said. Looking towards Ling Yushi and Qin Lai, our immediate priority is to unite our efforts to confront the pursuit from the Shattered Ice Manor and the Feng family. Ling Yushi, what do you think? The Ling family will naturally heed the directives of the Xingyun Pavilion. Ling Yushi nodded slightly, casting a glance at Gao Yu before adding, I hope you can restrain the Gao family members more promptly next time to prevent further chaos. Seeing Gao Yu's anger simmering again, Lu Yin quickly patted his shoulder. Urging him to remain calm, he then continued, As long as you are willing to follow my guidance, that is sufficient. We have traversed the forest at a hurried pace, suffering significant losses along the way. Unfortunately, we encountered a few spirit beasts, resulting in several brothers being slain by their attacks, while fewer perished at the hands of the Shattered Ice Manor. Not just us. The Shattered Ice Manor has suffered similarly, losing 7 or 8 members, all due to spirit beast attacks. This forest is rife with formidable spirit beasts. A single misstep can lead to dire consequences. After a brief pause, he gazed intently at the Ling family members, asking, I am curious as to why you have only lost one person. Did you encounter a spirit beast horde only once? Lu Yin and Gao Yu had fled, with only 2 casualties from the Shattered Ice Manor, the majority having fallen victim to spirit beasts. Consequently, the spirit beasts in the forest posed a greater threat than the Shattered Ice Manor. Observing the Ling family's minimal losses, he felt perplexed and sought to understand the reason behind it. However, after Lu Yin concluded his statement, he noticed the expressions of the Ling family were rather peculiar. What is the matter? Lu Yin inquired again. I apologize. It was my recklessness that led me to wrongfully accuse you, Ling Xian said, glancing at Qin Lai and lowering his head in contrition. My apologies. It is our own foolishness. Qinlai, please do not take it to heart. The Ling family members, who had previously mocked Qinlai, now wore expressions of shame. Through Lu Yan's words, they finally recognized how fortunate they were to have Qinlai guiding them. It was laughable to think that they had once berated him for wasting their time, causing them to be pursued by the Feng family. Now, they felt utterly embarrassed. Qinlai chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further to spare them from further awkwardness. It is good that everyone is safe, Ling Yushe reassured the group. Then, with a serene smile, addressed Lu Yin, we did not encounter any formidable spirit beast hordes, and not a single person was injured by their attacks. The one clan member who perished was at the hands of the Feng family. However, we have slain even more members of the Feng family, allowing only Feng Yi to escape with 2 of his clan. As she spoke, Ling Yushe cast a proud glance at Qinlai. Impossible! Gao Yu shouted in disbelief. How can this be? Lu Yin echoed, equally perplexed. The forest is vast, filled with powerful spirit beasts. How could you possibly navigate without encountering any? He paused, then added, and you claim to have killed many members of the Feng family? How did you achieve that? Upon uttering these words, he noticed that all the Ling family members involuntarily turned their gazes toward Qinlai. Lu Yin was taken aback, and after a moment of realization, he nodded and remarked, it seems the young brother is even more remarkable than I had previously imagined. Your spirit weapon appears to be damaged, Qinlai observed, looking at the hexagonal shield in Lu Yan's hand. The shield was bronze-colored, hexagonal in shape, with 6 sharp corners, each as keen as a blade, and stained with blood, indicating its dual purpose as both a weapon and a shield. However, the surface of the shield bore strange patterns resembling a severed serpent, disjointed and unable to connect. Moreover, numerous dents marred its surface, suggesting that the internal spirit array had been significantly compromised. Yes, it was damaged during battle. I am currently unable to infuse it with spiritual energy, rendering it no longer a true spirit weapon, Lu Yin replied, his expression bittersweet. I have used it for a long time, and I am so accustomed to it that switching weapons now feels quite awkward. So I intend to continue using it. Alas, my hexagonal shield is of the 5th rank in the mortal category. Its damage truly pains me. May I take a look? Qinlai suddenly asked after a moment of contemplation. You wish to see this damaged hexagonal shield? Lu Yin said, puzzled. The internal spirit array has been destroyed, and I cannot even infuse spiritual energy. What is there to see? Not only Lu Yin, but also Ling Yushe, Ling Feng, and the other members of the Ling family looked at him with curiosity. Unsure of why, he suddenly expressed interest in Lu Yan's damaged spirit weapon. Just my curiosity, Qinlai replied calmly amidst their confused gazes. Lu Yin was taken aback, studying Qinlai's youthful face intently before nonchalantly nodding and handing over the 1-meter-tall hexagonal shield. It is already damaged. So if you wish to see it, go ahead. This shield was exchanged with 2,000 contribution points from the pavilion, which represents 3 years of my savings. Now that it is damaged, it truly hurts to think about it. As Qinlai accepted the hexagonal shield amid the astonished gazes of others, its weighty presence conveyed a sense of solidity and simplicity. After placing the shield down, he traced his fingers over the unusual patterns on its surface, feeling the texture as he quietly released spiritual energy along with a thread of mental energy to investigate its internal condition. As his mental energy seeped into the shield, the damaged spirit array suddenly materialized in his mind. It was a combination of gathering spirit and amplification arrays. These 2 arrays were vastly inferior in complexity compared to the gathering spirit and amplification arrays within the soul-settling pearl that he had been memorizing during his training. Now, having nearly committed the amplification array to memory, he instantly recognized that the arrays within the shield were a rudimentary version of what he had learned. The shield's internal gathering spirit and amplification arrays occupied most of its area, with amplification embedded within gathering spirit. Upon careful examination, he realized that only the gathering spirit array was damaged. Some lines had become intertwined due to a powerful attack, obstructing the flow of spiritual energy, which was why Lu Yin was unable to infuse it. With the gathering spirit array inoperative, the inability to channel spiritual energy rendered the internal amplification array ineffective, resulting in the complete failure of the spirit weapon. To him, both arrays appeared quite simple, seemingly just fragments of the gathering spirit and amplification he remembered. However, they still possessed the functions of gathering and amplifying. If he could untangle the knotted pathways, the gathering spirit array could be reactivated, and this spirit weapon could be restored to functionality. As he traced the shield's surface, a slight frown creased his brow, and his expression became one of intense focus as he pondered the situation. Lu Yin and the others observed him with confusion, sensing that his actions did not resemble those of someone merely examining a hexagonal shield. Lu Gu. The people from the Shattered Ice Manor are still tracking us. Although they will be considerably slower at night, we cannot afford to waste too much time, Gao Yu interjected coldly. I believe we should continue moving. Lu Yin nodded in agreement, replying, Indeed, we cannot linger in one place for too long. Qinlai, please lead the way. We shall follow you, Ling Exine stated, taking the initiative. Awakened from his reverie by Ling Exine's words, Qinlai returned the hexagonal shield to Lu Yin, saying, Let us depart. We must find a safer location. Why should he lead? A member of the Gao family voiced his discontent. Because under his guidance, although we took a longer route, we did not encounter a single spirit beast horde, and not a single member was lost. Ling Exine retorted. Upon hearing this, both Lu Yin and Gao Yu appeared astonished, exchanging glances before Lu Yin spoke up. Very well. We shall all follow Qinlai. Then let us be on our way, Qinlai said, furrowing his brow as he took the lead once more, occasionally retrieving the map from his possession to reassess their direction. The Ling family members followed closely behind, while Lu Yin and Gao Yu quickly dressed their wounds before joining the group. This Qinlai is quite extraordinary, Lu Yin whispered in a low voice. Gao Yu wore a stern expression, snorted softly, and remained silent. For now, let's avoid conflict with the Ling family. Some matters should be set aside. Our immediate priority is to unite and survive, Lu Yin advised. I know what to do, Gao Yu replied impatiently. Lu Yin nodded in understanding as Qinlai traveled alongside them. He contemplated quietly, the intricate formation of the spirit-gathering array frequently surfacing in his mind. He pondered how he might go about repairing that formation. It wasn't that he held any particular fondness for Lu Yin. He merely wished to experiment, to see if he could apply the two spirit array diagrams he had memorized during this time to ascertain whether they would yield the effects he envisioned. This way, his arduous memorization would not go to waste, and he would be better positioned to decide whether to invest further effort into the subsequent spirit storage and solidification array diagrams. 2 hours later, in the dead of night, he led the group to a grove of ancient trees, stating, Everyone, let's take a moment to rest here, and you should tend to your wounds. He glanced at Lu Yin and Gao Yu, noticing the blood seeping from their wounds. Lu Yin and Gao Yu fell silent, each choosing a spot to sit down and retrieve their healing powders, expertly applying them to their injuries. Throughout the 2 hours, they encountered not a single spirit beast. Reinforcing their belief in the Ling family's claims, Qinlai could indeed guide them away from the spirit beast hordes. I can attempt to repair your hexagonal shield, though I cannot guarantee success. Qinlai quietly approached Lu Yin and said thoughtfully, Ah. Lu Yin suddenly looked up, his eyes sparkling with excitement, his shoulders trembling slightly as he exclaimed, Are you serious? You're not joking, are you? The hexagonal shield was a grade 5 spirit artifact, something he had exchanged 3 years' worth of contribution points for. Capable of enhancing his strength in conjunction with his spirit techniques, he regarded it as his most cherished possession. Its damage had pained him greatly, and hearing that Qinlai could potentially repair it filled him with exhilaration. I can't promise anything. I can only say I can give it a try. There's a chance I might accidentally ruin it beyond repair, Qinlai cautioned, trying to temper Lu Yin's enthusiasm. Unlike the short spear previously destroyed by his thunderous power, which had been irreparably damaged, the hexagonal shield's issue lay solely within the array diagram, making it feasible for him to attempt to repair. However, having never done such a thing before, he felt uncertain and did not dare to guarantee success. Qinlai, please don't act recklessly. The hexagonal shield is a grade 5 spirit artifact. If you ruin it beyond repair. Ling Yushir had been attentively observing Qinlai and, upon hearing his intent to help Lu Yin repair the artifact, hurried over to caution him, fearing he might completely destroy the shield and earn Lu Yin's resentment, jeopardizing his future. I was just saying, it is indeed possible to completely ruin such an artifact. Perhaps, it's best to let it go. Qinlai hesitated, influenced by Ling Yushir's warning, as he had never attempted such a task and was genuinely concerned about ruining the artifact. Bang! Lu Yin unexpectedly threw the hexagonal shield at Qin Lai's feet. Abruptly standing up, he gazed deeply into Qin Lai's eyes, a wry smile on his face as he said, "Little brother, don't listen to your fiancé. If you think you can try, then go for it. Don't be afraid. If it breaks, I won't hold it against you. Our current situation is too dire. We may not even survive. If you have a 1 in 10 chance, I believe it's worth a shot. If the artifact is truly repaired, my chances of survival will greatly improve." "You can't be serious, can you?" Ling Yusher exclaimed, astonished as she looked at Lu Yin. "A hexagonal shield that cannot channel spiritual power offers me no enhancement in strength. When facing opponents of the same level from the Shattered Ice Mansion, I find it exceedingly difficult to contend." Lu Yin spread his hands helplessly and said, "If it weren't for that relentless group pursuing us, I might have waited to return to the pavilion and consult a craftsman, but now, it's uncertain whether we can even go back. What other options do we have?" "I understand." Qin Lai took a deep breath, crouching beside the hexagonal shield, and said, "Find me some fire crystal stones." "Here." Lu Yin directly handed him a beast hide bag containing at least a dozen fire crystal stones, each the size of a fist, radiating a bright crimson hue, all of the finest quality. "Qin Lai," Ling Yusher exclaimed, her expression tinged with urgency, "are you really going to do this? How confident are you? Even your grandfather could only repair artifacts below grade 5. And this hexagonal shield is grade 5. Are you certain you want to attempt this? Your grandfather is a craftsman?" Lu Yan's spirit surged, growing increasingly eager. Qin Lai offered no further response, retrieving the fire stones and igniting them. The moment 3 fire crystals touched a spark, they blazed to life with a fiery red flame, emanating intense heat. To repair the internal array diagram of the artifact, it was necessary to first soften the material, which could be achieved by burning the fire crystals for a while. Once softened, he could channel spiritual energy into it, meticulously untangling the lines of the array, and upon completion, cease the flames and allow the artifact to cool slowly. This process would also solidify the internal array's spiritual patterns, ultimately achieving the goal of repairing the artifact. "What? Qin Lai is going to help Lu Yin repair the artifact? I must be hearing things. Is this a joke? How could he possibly understand crafting? Is he some kind of prodigy?" Lu Yin's hexagonal shield is a grade 5 artifact. Back when grandfather Qin Shan was alive, he wouldn't he have dared to repair an artifact of this caliber. What if he completely ruins the internal array? What then? Has he lost his mind? The Ling family members, upon hearing that Qin Lai intended to repair an artifact, were left in shock, clamoring together. Gao Yu, hearing the commotion, approached in disbelief and whispered to Lu Yin, "Lu, what are you thinking?" Handing a grade 5 hexagonal shield to him. "What on earth are you doing?" Chapter 35. Repairing the artifact uncertain whether it was the proximity to the fire crystals or some other reason. Beads of sweat adorned Lu Yan's forehead. He watched as Qin Lai crouched down, observing the hexagonal shield being scorched by the fire crystals, turning a fiery red. Anxiety seized him, and he clenched his fists tightly. "It's already damaged. We may not survive this." "Let him give it a try." Lu Yin feigned calmness. "You've gone mad." Gao Yu's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Qin Lai. "Have you ever met a craftsman this young? Someone who can repair grade 5 artifacts? There's no way someone so young could possibly have that kind of skill. I don't understand why you take such a risk, sacrificing an artifact earned with 2,000 contribution points. It's utterly nonsensical." Hearing this, Lu Yin felt a bitter smile cross his face, realizing the recklessness of his decision, and inwardly regretted it. The growth of any craftsman is fraught with challenges. Only powerful factions can cultivate them, as the practice of crafting consumes vast amounts of spiritual materials, which smaller factions cannot afford. For a craftsman to mature, full dedication, time, and countless materials are necessary. The Ling family clearly did not possess the means for this, and Qin Lai seemed too young for such responsibility. Regardless of how one viewed it, Qin Lai could not possibly be an exceptional craftsman, which explained Gao Yu's disbelief. "Everyone, please quiet down." Ling Yusher furrowed her brows, the fiery glow of the crystals casting a crimson hue across her face. Hearing the ruckus around her, She feared it would distract Qin Lai and could not help but raise her voice. The crowd fell silent, their eyes fixated on Qin Lai, expressions of astonishment etched across their faces. Hoo. The flames of the fire crystals surged fiercely, transforming the hexagonal shield into a vibrant crimson hue. The exquisite tortoise-shaped patterns on its surface glimmered under the heat, appearing extraordinarily resplendent. Sizzle. A thread of white spiritual energy emanated from Qin Lai's right index finger. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he extended his finger toward the tortoise-shaped patterns on the shield surface, a beam of white spiritual light piercing through to the patterns above. Intertwined with a strand of mental energy, he instantaneously established a connection with the shield surface. Without needing to touch the artifact, he could perceive the two array diagrams within through the infusion of spiritual and mental energy. His mental energy spread gradually, like a web unfurling, gradually enveloping the two array diagrams within the shield. Locking onto the tangled points of the lines, swiftly, spiritual energy surged forth, gathering at the clogged junctions. Qin Lai closed his eyes, his focus unprecedentedly sharp as he sensed the damaged knots within the array diagram. Steadily increasing the input of spiritual energy, directing it toward the critical points with deliberate slowness, he did not rush. Instead, he immersed himself fully, attuning to the minute conditions of the internal material. The fire crystals continued to blaze intensely, the hexagonal shield propped up by 4 stones, with the inner side being scorched, while the outward-facing side gradually took on a crimson hue. Qin Lai leaned closer to the fire crystals and the shield, his index finger channeling spiritual energy like a white carving knife, resting atop the tortoise-shaped patterns. Maintaining this posture, he was drenched in sweat, as though he had just been pulled from a river. His clothes thoroughly soaked, time flows inexorably, moment by moment. His mental consciousness coalesces within the very essence of the shield's material, daring not to relax even for an instant, with all his focus attuned to the subtle changes in the texture. Under the relentless burning of the fire crystal, the once unyielding interior of the shield gradually begins to soften, as if it were on the verge of melting. Now is the moment. The long-suppressed spiritual energy surges forth like a torrent unleashed by a suddenly opened dam. Rushing toward the tangled pathways of spiritual veins, guided by his mental force, his spiritual energy follows the preordained routes in his mind, diverging to impact different directions, instantaneously unraveling the knotted spiritual threads. The previously obstructed spiritual gathering array now flows freely. The energy no longer encounters a trace of stagnation, moving swiftly within the array. It surges into the amplification array embedded within the gathering formation, whereupon it is divided into 6 streams, each hurtling toward one of the 6 corners of the shield. Sizzle. 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 6 beams of bright silver light suddenly erupt from the 6 corners of the hexagonal shield, startling the nearby members of the Ling family, who recoil in alarm. Lu Yin, continuously wiping the sweat from his brow, witnesses the familiar beams of silver light erupting and feels his body quake with an indescribable excitement, exclaiming, "It worked! He succeeded! Qin Lai actually succeeded!" All the members of the Ling family are struck with disbelief, gazing at Qin Lai in astonishment, their hearts overwhelmed with shock. Heavens, he actually, truly succeeded. Ling Yusher's beautiful eyes shimmer with brilliance, her rosy lips curving into a radiant smile, leaving her at a loss for words. The fire of the fire crystal can now be extinguished. Qin Lai, utterly exhausted, sinks down like a puddle of mud and remarks, "Once the shield cools from its high temperature, it should be usable again. I'm too tired. I'll rest now." He had never anticipated that repairing a spiritual artifact would be so taxing on both spiritual energy and mental focus, proving to be even more arduous than cultivating the heavenly thunder strike in such a short span of time. He had nearly exhausted himself. He not only depleted a significant amount of spiritual energy, but also lost a great deal of mental force. The intense concentration straining his nerves to the brink of collapse, evoking a haunting sense of imminent breakdown. This experience in artifact forging was profoundly impactful, more exhausting than any technique he had ever practiced. No more words are needed. "Take this bottle of spirit recovery pills and use them to recuperate," Lu Yin said as he stepped forward, offering a whole vial of pills, his eyes sparkling as he turned to Qin Lai, adding, I have completely forgotten the matters of the past. I owe you a favor, as long as I can return alive this time. Should the Ling family encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall not refuse any assistance I can provide. Thank you, Brother Liu. Before Qin Lai could respond, Ling Yushi suddenly beamed with gratitude, her lovely face radiating exuberance. She understood that Liu Yin held a certain standing within the Xingyun pavilion. With his words, their previous quiet departure from the canyon would not be pursued. And perhaps many future matters of the Ling family could find convenience through Liu Yin, granting them additional support and confidence in their confrontation with Du Haitian. You need not thank me. You should express your gratitude to Qin Lai, Liu Yin replied with a warm smile, then suddenly slapped his forehead in realization, chuckling, how could I forget that you two are family? His good-natured teasing caused Ling Yushi's cheeks to flush, and she bit her lip, casting a glance filled with affection at Qin Lai. Qin Lai accepted the spirit recovery pills without hesitation, consuming 3 of them, closing his eyes to focus on recuperation, seemingly oblivious to their conversation. Are you all just going to stand there? Do you have all the time in the world? Go on and recover your energy. Ling Yushi abruptly turned her head, smilingly scolding the Ling family members who had gathered to witness Qin Lai's artifact repair. It seemed that only then did the members of the Ling family awaken from their astonishment, gazing at Qin Lai for a prolonged moment before returning to their previous positions to cultivate. Gao Yu and 2 other family members, after witnessing Qin Lai successfully restore the hexagonal shield, exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they remained silent. Hearing Liu Yin and Ling Yushi's words, Gao Yu understood that Liu Yin no longer intended to pursue the Ling family's unilateral departure. Seething with anger, he wore a cold expression, ignoring Liu Yin as he silently walked away with his kin. Right here. They must have lingered in this very spot. A martial artist skilled in tracking from the Shattered Ice Manor led the group to the thicket where Qin Lai and his companions had previously stayed. Narrowing his eyes, he suddenly chuckled. The Ling family members should also be here. Judging by the traces, they have indeed gathered together. That is excellent. It saves us from expending too much energy. It will be most convenient to take them all at once. The elder Yin Du from the Shattered Ice Manor chuckled ominously, glancing at Feng Yi beside him and reassured, Feng Yi, you need not worry. Not a single one of them will escape. The other martial artists from the Shattered Ice Manor displayed expressions of schadenfreude. Casting peculiar glances at Feng's trio, Feng Yi had grown increasingly silent, the radiant smile that often adorned his face now absent, replaced by a deep-seated resentment and murderous intent. I will eradicate them all to provide an explanation for my family, he muttered softly. As for those 2 young ladies from the Ling family, I will leave it to you for 3 days and 3 days. I expect to see their corpses. Yin Du chuckled sinisterly. Feng Yi nodded silently, his fists clenched tightly. Qin Lai, Ling Yushi, just you wait. We shouldn't be able to catch up tonight. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should find them by tomorrow. The elderly tracker furrowed his brow and spoke. Had it not been for our chance encounter with the spirit beast horde last time, Liu Yin and the others would have surely perished. This time, our luck should not be so dire. Indeed, we can no longer afford to waste time. Yin Du nodded. The sooner we handle this, the sooner we can return to Tianling Mountain to mine the Sunfire Jade. If we delay and alert the Xingyun Pavilion, extracting the Sunfire Jade will become exceedingly difficult. Gradually, Qin Lai awakened from his cultivation. Upon opening his eyes, he found that everyone except him was already prepared and waiting, all gazing at him as if anticipating his lead. Even Gao Yu was no exception, appearing to have waited patiently for some time. Upon seeing him awaken, he snorted, If you don't hurry, the sky will brighten. If you're in such a rush, you can leave first, Ling Xian teased. Just be wary of stumbling into the spirit beast gathering area. A careless misstep could cost you your life, without needing the Shattered Ice Manor to lift a finger. Gao Yu gritted his teeth, his expression cold, refraining from retorting. Let us depart. Qin Lai nodded and resumed leading the group. As he circulated his spiritual energy, his eyes suddenly brightened, keenly noticing that the spiritual energy within his dantian had become more refined and pure than before. This revelation left him astonished, and when he sensed his mental force, he discovered a refreshing clarity, even noting a significant increase in his mental capacity, which filled him with joy. During the repair of the spiritual artifact, My focus was unprecedentedly sharp, and my vitality was at its peak. Clearly, the process of expending spiritual energy and mental force to adjust the formation was, in itself, a remarkable cultivation experience. Through the restoration of the artifact, both my spiritual and mental forces have been enhanced. It seems this could serve as an excellent method of cultivation. Qin Lai mused quietly, gradually harnessing his power, feeling the spiritual energy circulating within his body. Each passed through the myriad acupoints, producing sensations of soreness, numbness, and pressure. The connection of spiritual energy through the acupoints can unleash force. This is the threshold to the 8th layer of body refinement. The sensations of soreness and pressure within the acupoints indicate, am I nearing a breakthrough to the 8th layer of body refinement? Qin Lai savored the experience earnestly, his spirit invigorated, his eyes gleaming with joy. P.S. Please cast your recommendation votes, and do not forget to bookmark. Thank you. Chapter 36. Silverwinged Demon Wolf in Martial Cultivation. The first 6 layers require merely the accumulation of spiritual energy and gradual tempering of the body, making advancement relatively simple. From the 7th layer onward, the threshold becomes significantly higher, and each layer's ascension becomes considerably more arduous. Generally speaking, only those with extraordinary talent, abundant spiritual stones and materials, combined with diligent practice, possess the hope of breaking through to the Kaiyuan realm before the age of 20. Qin Lai, now merely 15, achieving the 7th layer of body refinement is already an astonishing feat. At this moment, feeling the soreness within his acupoints, he immediately realized that after more than half a year of arduous training, he was gradually approaching the barrier for breaking through to the 8th layer. The human body contains 720 acupoints. If even one acupoint can channel spiritual energy, allowing the energy to be released through it, it signifies entering the 8th layer. The 8th layer of body refinement revolves around the mastery of the acupoints. Once he grasps the key to this, enabling even one acupoint to contain and release spiritual energy, the cultivation of the remaining acupoints would become remarkably easier. The first step from the 7th layer to the 8th layer is to ensure that one acupoint can accommodate spiritual energy and release it outward. Once his acupoints can channel spiritual energy, he can ascend to another tier and truly step into the 8th layer of body refinement. Progressing forward, he felt elated as he quietly attempted to concentrate his power to impact the acupoints. Spiritual energy flowed like a gentle stream within him, as he focused a thread of mental force, perceiving the trajectory of the energy's movement, faintly glimpsing it traversing through the meridians and acupoints. He could sense the distinct nature of each acupoint, yet due to the sheer number of them, he could not name them all. Gradually gathering his spiritual energy, he suddenly attempted to surge it into an unknown acupoint in his chest, aiming to force the energy inside. Sizzle, 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 boom. A peculiar sound of electric current, accompanied by a thunderous roar that struck directly into his mind, suddenly emanated from an unknown aperture. The spiritual energy he attempted to channel surged forth, yet it was as if obstructed by a barrier of lightning, unable to penetrate even the slightest fraction, firmly thwarted outside the aperture. This is... A jolt coursed through Qin Lai's heart, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded, his steps faltering, nearly causing him to stumble amidst their swift advance. What is wrong with you? Are you too fatigued? Do you need to rest a bit longer? Ling Yushi, standing closely behind him, noticed his unusual demeanor and hurried over to steady him. Her voice laced with concern. Shaking his head, Qin Lai regained his footing, signaling that he was fine. Relishing the exquisite sensation of her delicate hand, he found himself enjoying the moment, yet he understood it was not the time for such thoughts. Replying, I was just momentarily distracted. I will pay closer attention moving forward, no worries. With some reluctance, he gently withdrew his hand from hers and continued to lead the way. Lu Yin and the members of the Ling family halted, casting curious glances at the pair, and once they resumed their journey, they all followed suit. With dozens of apertures throughout my body, how is it possible that the power of lightning has already taken residence in one? I often wondered where the lightning energy came from during my spiritual energy circulation. It turns out it was hidden within the apertures. Does this mean that when heavenly thunder strikes during the tempering of my physique, it has already begun refining my apertures? Qin Lai pondered, bewildered, uncertain of how the presence of lightning energy within the apertures would affect his future training. and whether this situation was ultimately beneficial or detrimental. It seems I need to find time to investigate this thoroughly. To break through to the 8th level of body refinement, my apertures must be able to channel spiritual energy. Now that the lightning energy occupies the apertures, preventing spiritual energy from permeating, will it hinder my advancement to the 8th level? Lost in these thoughts, he dared not recklessly experiment further as they proceeded, focusing his energy on leading the way. After a night of travel, dawn gradually broke, and the group gazed into the distance, where a towering peak loomed, shrouded in mist. That is Hanwu Mountain. Lu Yin wiped the sweat from his brow, rallying the group. In that vicinity, there are occasionally martial artists from the pavilion. If we are fortunate enough to encounter a beast hunting team, we can significantly enhance our strength. At the very least, we can take a detour around Hanwu Mountain and avoid delving deeper into the extreme cold mountain range. Hearing this, everyone silently breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a glimmer of hope. Let us survive today. It will be the most arduous day yet. Only by emerging alive from the forest can we reach Hanwu Mountain, Gao Yu cautioned. Upon hearing his words, smiles vanished from their faces as they all understood the gravity of the situation. Now was not the time to lower their guard. The group continued on their way. Soon, the sun rose, its rays piercing through the dense foliage like spears of light striking the forest floor. Halt! Lu Yin suddenly called out, his expression grave. Ahead, a powerful spirit beast is approaching, and it's already here. Being at the opening Yuan stage, he was a level above everyone else and was naturally the first to sense the anomaly. Didn't they say we wouldn't encounter a pack of spirit beasts? A member of the Gao family exclaimed. Spirit beasts are not stationary. They do not remain in their lairs indefinitely. The absence of any beast dens along our route proves that Qin Lie's path was correct, Lu Yin retorted, glancing at the speaker. This is an unexpected occurrence. The spirit beasts are active, and no one can predict where they might appear. Lu, is there a way to avoid them? Ling Yushi, well aware of the fearsome nature of powerful spirit beasts, asked anxiously. Shaking his head, Lu Yin replied with a wry smile, There's no escaping. They are almost upon us. Let us hope it's not a group of beasts of too high a tier, or we will be in serious trouble. Gather by the roots of the large trees and form a defensive formation. Prepare to face them, Gao Yu commanded. Gritting his teeth, the group suddenly snapped to attention, regardless of whether they belonged to the Gao or Ling families, hastily congregating and forming a defensive stance, cautiously preparing for the impending onslaught of beasts. Let us hope our luck holds. We are so close to reaching Hanwu Mountain. We cannot afford any mishaps, Ling Ying whispered in prayer. Like her, everyone silently sought divine intervention, hoping that the approaching beasts were of the lowest tier. Suddenly, a nearly 2-meter-long silver wolf, adorned with broad wings on its back, emerged from the thicket. Silverwing Demon Wolf. It's the Silverwing Demon Wolf. We're doomed. Ling Xine gasped. Fear etched across his face as he uttered a despairing groan at the sight of the spirit beast. Lu Yin, Ling Yushi, Gao Yu, and all others present turned ashen, their eyes reflecting profound terror and despair, mirroring Ling Xine's desolation. The Silverwing Demon Wolf relished human flesh. Once it spotted humans, there was no chance of escape, as it would indulge in the exquisite taste of fresh human flesh. Just as we were about to escape the forest, we encountered the Silverwing Demon Wolf at the last moment. Is this truly fate's design? Ling Feng lamented. Alas, we are finished. The Silverwing Demon Wolf typically does not appear alone. We stand no chance, Ling Xiao stated hopelessly. Having narrowly survived the pursuit from the ice-shattering manor, only to be torn apart by the Silverwing Demon Wolf, what a bitter fate. Had I known this would happen, I would have fought back against the ice-shattering manor. Even taking one down would have been worth it, a member of the Gao family remarked. As their voices dripped with despair, one Silverwing Demon Wolf after another began to reveal themselves from the front, their growing numbers shattering their resolve, instilling further fear and dread. The Silverwing Demon Wolf was a second-tier spirit beast, comparable in strength to a martial artist at the opening Yuan stage. Among them, only Lu Yin was at the early stage of opening Yuan, and even he might not stand a chance against a single Silverwing Demon Wolf. Yet now, there were 11 before them. How could they not feel despair? Of all those present, The only one who did not succumb to hopelessness upon seeing the silver-winged demon wolves was Qin Lai. Not only did he remain unperturbed, but he also felt a thrill of excitement, licking his lips as he discreetly reached for the statue hidden within his robe, silently contemplating. To encounter them so soon is truly fortuitous. Alas, if only the ice-shattering Manor-s people had not yet arrived, it would have been perfect. Qin Lai. Just then, Ling Yushi suddenly drew close, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, her hand clasping his left hand tightly. Turning to offer him a beautiful smile filled with regret, "I'm sorry. I should not have called you to Tianling Mountain. If you hadn't come, you wouldn't be caught up in this mess. And we wouldn't end up dying here together." A gentle breeze tousled her loose strands, rendering her somewhat tragic and helpless in that moment. Her delicate hand gripped Qin Lai's firmly, as if she sought to fully grasp his existence. To feel the warmth of his palm, as if that alone could prepare her to face the impending death. To die here? Perhaps not, Qin Lai murmured softly. "What did you say?" Ling Yushi smiled, though her expression carried a hint of sadness. "It's all my fault for insisting that you come. I've drawn you into this calamity." "I chose to come myself," Qin Lai replied calmly. Hearing his words, Ling Yushi felt warmth spread through her heart, smiling softly. "You, my dear, are actually quite gentle and considerate, and you know how to protect others. On the day of our engagement, when we held hands, I should have realized it then, but now is not too late." Qin Lai was taken aback, recognizing that Ling Yushi believed their demise was inevitable, causing him to shed his usual facade of strength, revealing a more vulnerable side. Howl. A wolf's howl erupted as 11 robust, silver-winged demon wolves charged toward the group. Their silver wings unfurled, allowing them to glide through the air as they leaped, significantly enhancing their speed. Witnessing the astonishing velocity of the silver-winged demon wolves, even those who had held onto a flicker of hope for escape were now utterly disheartened. Including Lu Yin, everyone wore expressions of despair. Racking their brains to conceive a way to evade this calamity, resigned to huddle together, hoping to endure for just a moment longer. "I refuse to watch the silver-winged demon wolves tear me apart and devour my flesh piece by piece. I've heard that they do not consume the flesh of the dead." A Gao family martial artist, his spirit crushed, raised his blade in a daze, intending to take his own life to escape the fate of being devoured alive. "Wait before you end it," Qin Lai suddenly commanded in a deep voice. In the face of the fearful, despondent, confused, and astonished gazes of the crowd, he stepped to the forefront of the defensive formation, facing the oncoming silver-winged demon wolves, raising high the wooden sculpture he had received from his grandfather. Confronting the 11 silver-winged demon wolves, Qin Lai stood at the front of the formation, hoisting the wooden statue high. "It's time to halt," he silently urged, maintaining his composure as he awaited the silver-winged demon wolves to come to a stop. According to his grandfather's teachings, the silver-winged demon wolves recognized the statue, and by presenting it, they would cease their assault. He had no reason to doubt his grandfather, and thus he brimmed with confidence, believing that upon seeing the statue, the silver-winged demon wolves would instinctively relent. What is he doing? Offering himself as prey? Does he truly think that once the silver-winged demon wolves tear him apart, they will spare us? The Gao family warrior who had considered ending his life looked on in bewilderment, muttering to himself, "Qin Lai, what are you doing? Come back." Ling Yushi was in a state of panic and anxiety, urgently calling out, disregarding the formation of the defensive circle, as she approached him, holding the dual heart ring, an artifact of spiritual significance. "That wooden sculpture, it must be a formidable spiritual artifact. I firmly believe it to be so." Lu Yan's expression was one of astonishment, but he quickly regained his composure and asserted, "Qin Lai must possess some form of support. Let us see what surprises he can bring to everyone." Since their acquaintance with Qin Lai, he had sensed an aura of mystery surrounding him, leading him to naturally conclude that the elevated wooden sculpture was an extraordinarily powerful spiritual artifact capable of helping them fend off the silver-winged demon wolves' attacks. "Isn't that sculpture depicting Grandfather Qinshan?" Ling Feng exclaimed in disbelief. "What on earth is going on? How could a wooden carving withstand the onslaught of the silver-winged demon wolves? It seems implausible." Many members of the Ling family shared his bewilderment, their gazes reflecting a peculiar mix of skepticism and confusion. as they found Qin Lai's actions at that moment somewhat ludicrous. Why hasn't it stopped? Seconds later, witnessing the silver-winged demon wolves closing in with no sign of slowing down, Qin Lai too was taken aback. No way. It doesn't exhibit the effects grandfather mentioned at all. This is disastrous. Initially, the silver-winged demon wolves had been some distance away from the group, but after a brief yet furious sprint, they were now alarmingly close. The first of the demon wolves charged directly at Qin Lai, its eyes glinting with ferocity as it howled and lunged forward with deadly intent. An overwhelming aura emanated from the creature, its broad silver wings shimmering ominously, evoking an impression of razor sharpness. Qin Lai, don't just stand there. Ling Yushi shrieked, simultaneously hurling her dual heart rings, which coalesced into a shimmering barrier aimed at intercepting the swiftest of the demon wolves. Striving to shield Qin Lai from an initial blow. Howl! The silver-winged demon wolf let out a piercing cry, its claws striking fiercely against the dual heart rings. The rings collided with a metallic clang, propelled violently into the sky, while the barrier of spiritual energy disintegrated in an instant. Ling Yushi's delicate face paled. Without a moment's hesitation, she positioned herself in front of Qin Lai, gathering her spiritual energy to withstand the imminent charge of the furious silver-winged demon wolf. She was determined to protect Qin Lai from a fatal assault. The wolf's eyes glinted with a menacing light, seeming to mock Ling Yushi with an almost sentient malice as it flapped its powerful wings and soared into the air. Diving toward her, the allure of the tender flesh of a young woman only made her seem more delectable to the beast, prompting it to abandon Qin Lai as its target. Run! Ling Yushi urgently commanded. The wooden sculpture had failed to perform as expected, leaving Qin Lai feeling utterly defeated and momentarily dazed. By the time he snapped back to reality, he saw Ling Yushi charging selflessly in front of him, risking her life to shield him from the attack of the silver-winged demon wolf. Ling Yushi was merely at the 8th level of body refinement, while the silver-winged demon wolf was a second-tier beast. Equivalent to a martial artist of the opening origin realm, she stood no chance against the demon wolf's might, a fact evident from the way the dual heart rings had been sent flying. As she faced imminent peril, Qin Lai realized he had no time to retrieve his Qingyi axe for an attack. Instead, he swung the wooden sculpture with all his might as the power of thunder surged through him. He infused his spiritual energy with the formidable essence of lightning, recklessly channeling it into the wooden sculpture. Boom! An incredible force erupted from within the wooden sculpture. The head of the carving unleashed a barrage of dozens of finger-thick azure lightning bolts. The bolts intertwined like a fan unfurling, forming a searing electric net that engulfed at least a 4-meter radius in front of him. Crack boom! The lightning shot forth, accompanied by a thunderous roar, as the electric net released an overwhelming and terrifying aura. Thud! The silver-winged demon wolf showed visible signs of fear, but could not halt its momentum, crashing straight into the electric net. Oh, whoa! A chilling scream escaped the demon wolf's maw, its silver fur instantly singed and standing on end as if struck by divine lightning, its body contorting as it plummeted from the sky. Zzzzz. The seething electric net formed within the sculpture unleashed a frenzy of violent lightning. The azure bolts twisting together like serpents, exuding an aura of sheer ferocity. Clang! Even as the dual heart rings fell to the ground, Ling Yushi did not reach for them, her gaze fixed on Qin Lai, who stood resolutely before her, wielding the wooden sculpture that unleashed a terrifying electric net. Having narrowly escaped from the jaws of death, she was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. I told you, if that kid lacked assurance, would he dare to break through the defensive circle? Lu Yin nodded, gazing deeply at Qin Lai. This fellow is indeed as I suspected, shrouded in secrets, not so easily slain. Brother Lu is truly remarkable. Ling Xian sincerely praised. Lu Yin smiled faintly. Howl! The fallen silver-winged demon wolf cried out in agony, its body still crackling with residual electricity. Once it regained its footing, it retreated in terror, wary of the electric net emanating from Qin Lai's wooden sculpture. Hesitating to launch another attack, the other silver-winged demon wolves that had followed suit quickly halted, one after another, standing behind it, their eyes fixated on the area engulfed in the electric net, clearly apprehensive. Qin Lai stood in stunned silence. One hand held the legs of the sculpture, directing its head toward the pack of wolves, as he infused it with spiritual energy and the might of thunder. The lifelike hair of the sculpture's head continued to emit astonishing currents of electricity and spiritual energy, forming an electric web that filled the space before him. Could it truly be a spiritual artifact? He had never imagined that the sculpture left to him by his grandfather could be a spiritual artifact. Since acquiring it, he had never attempted to infuse it with spiritual energy to gauge its potential. In that critical moment, with no time to ponder, he had instinctively gathered all his strength to rescue Ling Yushe from the silver-winged demon wolf, unaware that the sculpture would yield such a tremendous surprise. Previously, he had not considered the possibility of the wooden sculpture being a spiritual artifact, hence he had not channeled even a trace of mental energy to inspect its internal condition. Now, as he witnessed the astonished silver-winged demon wolves cease their advance, he maintained his infusion of spiritual energy, finally finding the opportunity to probe the internal structure of the wooden sculpture with his mental energy. As a thread of mental energy entered, his expression transformed into one of sheer amazement, his heart exclaiming, "What a fascinating method of artifact refinement! This sculpture contains at least 6 distinct spiritual array diagrams. Among them are the fundamental arrays for gathering, amplifying, storing, and solidifying spiritual energy. However, compared to the 4 foundational spiritual arrays recorded in his soul pearl, the 4 basic arrays within the sculpture appeared relatively simplistic, yet still far more intricate and complex than those in the short spear, Qingyi axe, and hexagonal shield. The 4 foundational spiritual arrays within the sculpture were detailed and complex, with a clearly defined structure, seamlessly interlocking with one another. In addition to the 4 basic arrays, there were 2 more sophisticated spiritual array diagrams embedded within, suggesting they were of a higher tier and represented the true essence of the sculpture. 6 distinct spiritual array diagrams filled the interior of the sculpture, their intricate connections resembling the sprawling veins of the human body, leaving Qinlai utterly astounded. A sudden surge of perception gave him the illusion that the sculpture was a living entity, as if it possessed veins and flesh akin to that of a human being. The spiritual energy coursed through the array diagrams, akin to the techniques employed by martial artists to channel their spiritual energy. An extraordinary phenomenon. Though Qinlai was not yet a true artifact refiner, his rudimentary understanding of the craft led him to conclude that the spiritual array diagrams within the sculpture were undoubtedly the work of a master artisan. This was the most intricate and wondrous array he had ever encountered. The sculpture was surely an extraordinary spiritual artifact. In comparison, the simple spiritual array diagrams within the short spear, Qingyi axe, and hexagonal shield were akin to the work of a child compared to that of a master. Utterly incomparable, it was precisely due to the marvelously intricate spiritual arrays within the wooden sculpture that his infused power had been magnified several times over, resulting in an imposing aura so formidable that it temporarily quelled the silver-winged demon wolf's aggression. Qinlai, fall back. Do not exhaust your spiritual energy for too long, Lu Yin suddenly cautioned. Yes, let us retreat for now and conserve our strength, Ling Yushe echoed, hastily retrieving her dual heart rings. Sensing the formidable currents within the azure electric net, she felt a profound sense of awe, certain that the power now contained within the net was beyond the capabilities of a mere body refinement martial artist. What level of spiritual artifact could this be? She pondered. Aware that the sculpture had significantly amplified Qinlai's power, enabling him to unleash it with astonishing force. Qinlai, coming back to his senses, nodded and ceased the infusion of his spiritual energy. Remarkably, the electric net did not dissipate immediately upon the withdrawal of his power. Instead, it began to slowly contract. The sculpture must have been harboring a reservoir of spiritual energy all along, Qinlai realized. Noticing within the storage array diagram of the wooden sculpture a mass of luminous energy. This was the spiritual energy stored within it, and the reason he could unleash such an overwhelming display of power was due to the activation of that reservoir. The long-stored spiritual energy within the wooden sculpture, once triggered, still retained a ferocity that was astounding, and it had not been completely consumed in a single go. How robust and refined must that energy have been in its prime? Was it truly his grandfather who had crafted such a marvelous array of spiritual diagrams and left behind this astonishing reservoir of energy? If so, how many secrets had his grandfather kept from him? Qinlai's expression was one of profound astonishment, Observing the latest chapter of the rapidly updating Grand Ruler, Chapter 38, The Encirclement, Qinlai and Ling Yushi retreated to the defensive formation established by their comrades, standing shoulder to shoulder in battle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streams of brilliant silver light shot forth from the hexagonal shield in Lu Yan's hands, the 6 angles emanating beams of light that formed a protective circle. Lu Feng and Ling Yushi each summoned their spiritual weapons, channeling their spiritual energy into them to unleash their full potential. Gao Yu, with a grim expression, activated his ghost face ring towards the direction of the silver-winged demon wolves. A multitude of ghostly, face-like apparitions floated ominously before him, exuding a chilling aura accompanied by a disturbing psychic wave, thus forming another layer of defense. Qinlai tightened his grip on the statue, orienting its head toward the wolf pack, and amidst the crackling electric sparks, a net woven of lightning gradually unfurled. Howl! The previously injured silver-winged demon wolf let out a low growl, signaling the pack to spread out and encircle the group. Everyone be cautious. The silver-winged demon wolves possess intelligence. They understand how to exploit weaknesses in our formation. We must not allow them to breach our defenses. Lu Yin warned, his expression grave as he channeled his energy, urging the group to tighten their formation, leaving only Qinlai, Ling Yushi, Ling Feng, Gao Yu, and himself on the outer perimeter. Ling Ying, Ling Xian, and others held spears and bows, positioned in the inner layer of the defense, ready to strike in coordination with Qinlai and Gao Yu as the silver-winged demon wolves approached. They're coming, Lu Yin shouted, the 6 beams of light from his hexagonal shield surging forth. Releasing a fierce momentum from within his being, AS-11 silver-winged demon wolves launched a simultaneous assault from all directions. Qinlai, Ling Yushi, Gao Yu, and Ling Feng gathered their spiritual energy into their weapons. At that moment, their spiritual weapons radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, dazzling light causing the wolves' pupils to constrict. Whoosh, 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 bang, bang, bang. The rainbow beams, the electric net, the fiery clouds, clusters of ghostly faces, and sheets of silver light unleashed their might in unison, coalescing into layers of sturdy defenses to confront the onslaught of the wolf pack. Behind them, Ling Ying and Ling Feng, along with others, desperately drew their bows and hurled spears towards the approaching wolves. Oh, whoa! The silver-winged demon wolves, amidst their fierce howls, crashed into the defensive line formed by the spiritual weapons, only to be met by arrows and spears, their 2-meter-long bodies splattered with light as if ablaze. Each arrow and spear merely left shallow wounds on their forms, failing to inflict any significant damage. It was only the lightning nets, sharp beams, and ominous spirits conjured by Qinlai, Lu Yin, and Gao Yu that elicited piercing howls from the silver-winged demon wolves, forcing them to retreat in terror. Clearly, only the attacks from Lu Yin, Gao Yu, and Qinlai were capable of delivering lethal blows to the silver-winged demon wolves. The first wave of attacks did not immediately breach the group's defenses. As Qinlai, Lu Yin, and Gao Yu recklessly unleashed their spiritual powers to enhance their weapons, the wolves hastily withdrew, temporarily escaping the range of their attacks. The first wave of aggression came to a hasty end, leaving only a few superficial wounds on some of the silver-winged demon wolves. Howl! The previously engaged silver-winged demon wolf suddenly growled, its fierce gaze scanning the group before it slowly retreated. The other silver-winged demon wolves surprisingly followed suit, seemingly abandoning what had been a bountiful feast. No way! Ling Xian, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, his face pale as he remarked, I thought I would be torn to shreds. With our strength, it truly seemed impossible to win. Why are they retreating? This perplexity resonated within everyone's hearts. All 11 silver-winged demon wolves were second-tier spirit beasts, 4 martial artists of the opening Yuan realm. Defeating the group would undoubtedly not be a challenge. Just moments ago, their first wave of assault had nearly torn through the defenses of Ling Yushi and Ling Feng, threatening to breach into the inner circle and slaughter the members of the Ling and Gao families. Perhaps they perceive Lu Gu, Gao Yu, and Qinlai to be formidable adversaries. They might fear casualties, believing that tearing us apart would come at a certain cost. They may not wish to incur any losses, not wanting any of their companions to die. Hence their decision to retreat, Ling Feng speculated after careful consideration. Lu Yin, Ling Yushi, and the others nodded subtly, agreeing with his assessment. No. Gao Yu's heart raced as he gazed toward the departing silver-winged demon wolves, asserting, "When they attacked us, I heard howls from afar. If I'm not mistaken, they must have been summoned by their leader." At this revelation, the group turned pale, and Ling Feng exclaimed in horror, "Could there be another pack of wolves? If their leader is with another pack, that group will undoubtedly be far more formidable than the one we just encountered." The sense of narrowly avoiding disaster quickly shifted to a feeling of dread as everyone gazed towards the direction in which the silver-winged demon wolves had retreated. Qinlai looked at Gao Yu in astonishment, pondering for a moment before stating, "Though I hesitate to alarm everyone, I must confess that I also heard the howls from afar. I initially thought I might have misheard, but since Gao Yu has mentioned it, I certainly did not mishear." Pausing, he forced a smile and added, "Gao Yu is likely correct. There is indeed another pack of wolves in the forest, and that pack certainly includes a leader, making them far more terrifying than the one we just faced." The group's faces turned ashen. Gao Yu furrowed his brow, glancing at him before huffing softly and muttering, "The Ling family is not entirely composed of useless individuals." His words were barely audible, and the Ling family members, aware of his deep-seated resentment stemming from the loss of many kin, chose to feign ignorance. "What shall we do now?" Ling Feng looked to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression was grave as he contemplated before addressing Gao Yu and then Qinlai, inquiring, "What are your thoughts?" "We must flee," Gao Yu and Qinlai exclaimed almost in unison, and upon uttering the words, they both paused, quickly averting their gazes. "Then let us escape." Lu Yin, unsure why the wolf pack's leader had summoned them and unable to decipher the significance of the howls, felt a flicker of hope for survival and did not hesitate to urge Qinlai, "Lead the way. We will follow your lead." "Very well." Qinlai replied without further ado, taking a deep breath, recalibrating their direction, and swiftly leading the group onward. A quarter of an hour later, a chilling scream echoed from not far ahead. Right in the path where Qinlai was leading, a man clad in the attire of the Shattered Ice Manor emerged from the woods. His body a gruesome mess, his left arm completely missing, and terror etched across his face. A silver-winged demon wolf unfurled its silver wings, soaring through the air with ferocious intent, pouncing upon him and sinking its teeth into the nape of his neck. Crunch! His neck was crushed, blood gushing forth like a fountain as he was gruesomely slain before the eyes of Qinlai and the others. So, the other pack of wolves encountered the people from the Shattered Ice Manor. It went without saying that everyone understood why the wolves had suddenly retreated. "It seems our fortune is relatively intact. At least, we did not encounter the wolf pack led by their leader." Observing the gruesome scene of blood and flesh, Ling Feng's voice was hoarse, his eyes reflecting profound sorrow. The silver-winged demon wolf, before the group, tore the Shattered Ice Manor's martial artist to shreds, gnawing on the flesh while howling, summoning nearby kin to join in. This particular silver-winged demon wolf likely belonged to the other pack, mistaking Qinlai and his companions for allies of the Shattered Ice Manor, its cold eyes glinting with a cruel excitement. "This way. Retreat this way. Huh. Are those people from Xingyan Pavilion? The people from Xingyan Pavilion are over here." Another martial artist from the Shattered Ice Manor dashed through the adjacent woods, spotting Qinlai, Lu Yin, and the others, and immediately cried out. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of rustling garments quickly filled the air as many martial artists from the Shattered Ice Manor, upon hearing the call, shouted to one another, converging on the position of Qinlai and Lu Yin. "Damn it!" Ling Xian's eyes turned bloodshot as he erupted in anger, cursing at the man. "You bastard! I'll kill you." A martial artist from the Gao family, equally furious, vented his rage, cursing the man's lineage before storming forward. This martial artist from the Shattered Ice Manor had explicitly revealed the location of Qinlai and Lu Yin, clearly intending to draw the threat of the silver-winged demon wolves towards them, forcing the group to confront the wolves' onslaught, effectively leading Qinlai and his companions to their doom. It was no wonder Ling Xian and others were seething with rage. Indeed, at the sound of that man's shouts, numerous nearby martial artists from the Shattered Ice Manor began to gather around. Feng Yi and a member of the Feng family also emerged from the crowd, bloodied as they approached Qinlai and his group. "Should we break through?" Ling Xian shouted. With the howls of wolves echoing in the woods, "If we charge into the gathering of wolves, we will likely meet a swifter demise. Once we start running, our formation will scatter, and we cannot outrun the silver-winged demon wolves. We would only end up being bitten to death one after another. Only by maintaining our formation and holding our ground can we have a sliver of hope. We must not charge recklessly. Lu Yin bellowed, urging everyone to remain calm and swiftly re-establish their formation as before. However, the impulsive member of the Gao family, unable to hold back, was already rushing towards the shattered ice manor martial artist. Whoosh! A chilling arc of half a circle suddenly shot forth from the woods, striking the man with a swift precision. The member of the esteemed Gao family, who had been shouting about executing the instigator, fell lifeless to the ground, a gaping wound piercing his chest. Before he could reach his adversary, he succumbed to his rage and collapsed. "Who do you think you are to kill me?" The first to shout, a warrior from the shattered ice manor, spat upon the corpse of the Gao family member, then casually swung his sword, severing the head from the lifeless body before grinning maliciously as he stepped over it. "Yin Qingsong, I will ensure your body is torn to shreds." Gao Yu howled with the ferocity of a beast, madly attempting to charge forward, intent on torturing this man to death. "Heh, feel free to try. I shall cut off your head just as easily as I did with your kin," the young warrior from Shattered Ice Manor, known as Yin Qingsong, replied nonchalantly, gesturing to those behind him. "Gather around, draw, and those silver-winged demon wolves. Damn it, we won't let our deaths be in vain while they profit from it." At his summons, the nearby warriors from Shattered Ice Manor converged. Before long, even the leading elder, Yin Dewu, arrived with his subordinates. To everyone's surprise, he bore wounds on his chest as well, and his eyes were cold as he nodded at Lu Yin, saying, "The price we've paid to slay you has been substantial. You may die knowing you've paid the ultimate price." Upon seeing Yin Dewu appear, Gao Yu, who had nearly charged forward, bit his teeth and halted, refraining from further attack. "There's no escaping now," Lu Yin sighed bitterly, lamenting. "We are either to be slain by Shattered Ice Manor or devoured by the silver-winged demon wolves. In that case, we should take as many of those Shattered Ice Manor warriors with us as we can. Given the circumstances, even if we perish, the Shattered Ice Manor will hardly survive the onslaught of the silver-winged demon wolves. It will be worth it." Indeed, just as Lu Yan's words fell, a resounding wolf howl echoed from the perimeter. The sound of the howl, Yin Dewu's expression shifted dramatically. The thunderous rush of the silver-winged demon wolves soon followed, emerging from all directions one after another. These demon wolves moved with an unsettling discipline, and under the lead of their alpha's howl, they gradually spread out to form a surrounding circle, encircling both Shattered Ice Manor and the likes of Qin Lai, Lu Yin, and others. Thus, both factions found themselves in a tense standoff, flanked by the ferocious silver-winged demon wolves, who were watching with predatory eyes. Chapter 39. The Wolf King, both Shattered Ice Manor and Qin Lai's group found themselves encircled by the silver-winged demon wolves from a distance. As Qin Lai and his companions stood apart from the warriors of Shattered Ice Manor, their eyes met, each gaze icy with resolve. Yin Dewu is at the mid-stage of the opening Yuan realm, infamous within Shattered Ice Manor for his ruthless cunning. His three subordinates, known as the Tang brothers, Tang Mu, Tang Lin, and Tang Xin, are all at the initial stage of the opening Yuan realm and excel in coordinated attacks. It is said that, when the three brothers joined forces, they once killed a mid-stage opening Yuan warrior. After the arrival of Shattered Ice Manor's members, Lu Yin explained to Qin Lai and the others, Yin Qingsong is the cousin of the manor's young master, Yin Ziqian, possessing the strength of the 9th layer of body refinement, just a step away from the opening Yuan realm, making him a formidable foe. Listening to Lu Yan's explanation, Qin Lai's expression grew grave. His brow furrowing deeply, he had first noticed the Shattered Ice Manor's presence when they had approximately 60 members. Now, after the relentless pursuit, only around 40 remained. Most of the fallen had perished in the assault of spirit beasts, and it was likely that the majority had been slain by the silver-winged demon wolves. The strength of this group from Shattered Ice Manor was indeed formidable, with Yin Dewu and the Tang brothers leading. Alongside experts such as Yin Qingsong and Feng Yi.it, was no wonder that even the leader of the silver-winged demon wolves had summoned his subordinates to concentrate their strength against them. Generally speaking, second-tier spirit beasts possess strength comparable to opening Yuan realm warriors. However, If an opening Yuan warrior wields a powerful spiritual artifact, they can gain an upper hand. From this perspective, Yin Dewu and the Tang brothers should be superior to a solitary silver-winged demon wolf. Shattered Ice Manor's training was rigorous, and this contingent led by Yin Dewu consisted entirely of his trusted confidants, working in seamless coordination, wielding finely crafted weapons, and their numerical advantage made it plausible for them to withstand the silver-winged demon wolves. If not emerge victorious, especially now that they had identified Qin Lai and his companions, diverting the wolves' attention. Qin Lai's expression darkened as he contemplated the situation, realizing the hope of escaping was exceedingly slim. Qingsong. Well done. Upon his arrival, Yin Dewu issued commands relentlessly, instructing his warriors to form a defensive formation. He nodded at Yin Qingsong, praising him. With Lu Yin and his lot helping us bear the pressure. This time it will be considerably easier. Elder Yin, what about the Star Cloud Pavilion? Feng Yi inquired. From the moment he spotted Qin Lai and Ling Yushi, he struggled to suppress his inner fury. Feeling an overwhelming impulse to charge forth and execute Qin Lai, to eradicate the Ling family, and to ravage Ling Yushi mercilessly. Do not concern yourself with the Star Cloud Pavilion, Yin Dewu replied coldly. They will help us alleviate the pressure from the silver-winged demon wolves, allowing us to handle fewer of their attacks. Rest assured, they will undoubtedly be devoured by the silver-winged demon wolves. This is without question. Heh, Elder Yin sees through it all, knowing how to utilize those fools, Yin Qingsong remarked with a chuckle. There are a dozen or so from Lu Yan's side. I called everyone over to drag them into the fray, allowing them to help us fend off the wolves' assault. If we were to strike them now, it would be rather unwise, wasting our strength unnecessarily. Let us proceed according to Qingsong's plan. Yin Dewu paid little heed to Feng Yi, nodding to the Tang brothers beside him, instructing, hold this position and wait for the silver-winged demon wolves to charge. Prepare yourselves, the Wolf King should be arriving soon. Stay sharp, and let us slaughter those wretched wolves. Understood. With a resounding and powerful howl reverberating through the forest, the encircled silver-winged demon wolves, upon hearing their alpha's roar, echoed back with their own howls. With sharp teeth glimmering like blades and eyes glinting with a cruel, bloodthirsty light, they charged from all directions toward both Shattered Ice Manor and Qin Lai's group. Their presence terrifying. Let us first deal with the wolf pack. Lu Yin cursed under his breath, prompting the others to halt and prepare for the wolves' onslaught. Just moments ago, he had been explaining the troublesome figures from Shattered Ice Manor while instructing everyone to maintain their formation and slowly close in on the manor. Waiting to clash with them, in his view, survival was unlikely. They would either be torn to shreds by the wolf pack or slain by Shattered Ice Manor's forces. Rather than meet such a fate, it would be better to take a few of their enemies down with them, so that even in death, it would not be in vain. Unfortunately, the silver-winged demon wolves were upon them far too quickly. Before they could approach Shattered Ice Manor, the wolf pack launched a fierce assault, compelling Lu Yin to issue new orders. The group followed his command, with Qin Lai, Ling Yushi, Ling Feng, and Gao Yu positioned at the forefront, facing the oncoming swarm of demon wolves, while Ling Ying and Ling Xian coordinated their attacks from within the inner circle. Whoosh! 3 robust male wolves, their silver wings unfurled, glided through the air, their eyes cold and fierce. Leading the charge. They're coming. Qin Lai felt a shiver run through his body, gripping the statue left by his grandfather tightly, taking a deep breath and bracing himself for the battle. Beside him, Ling Yushi and the others, their foreheads glistening with sweat from anxiety, prepared to give their all, determined to hold out as long as possible. Let us fight. Fight to the death. Damn it, I refuse to die in the jaws of a wolf. I want to slay the scum of Shattered Ice Manor. I too refuse to accept this fate. The inner circle roared, their eyes ablaze with fury, teetering on the brink of madness. Oh, whoa. At that moment, an urgent and spirited wolf howl erupted from the nearby woods. The 3 silver-winged demon wolves closing in on Qin Lai and his group suddenly displayed an expression of confusion and bewilderment in their cold, vicious eyes. It seemed their leader had issued a peculiar command, leaving them perplexed and disoriented. Huh? What is happening? Ling Feng exclaimed, astonished. Qin Lai was equally stunned. He watched as the 3 silver-winged demon wolves, who had been charging toward them, abruptly changed their course, racing past Qin Lai's group and heading toward Shattered Ice Manor. Even the wolf pack behind them altered their trajectories, abandoning Qin Lai's side to pursue Shattered Ice Manor instead. Damn it! This is truly bizarre. Ling Xian groaned in disbelief. God, am I seeing things? Did they really just ignore us? Can they not see the crowd over there? Ling Xiao shrieked. What on earth is going on? Lu Yin asked, equally bewildered. After witnessing the wolf pack shift their direction, his taut nerves suddenly relaxed, and he sank down, murmuring in confusion. Huh, why hasn't the Star Cloud Pavilion been attacked? Are those wolves blind? Can they not see a throng of people right there? A strange voice suddenly cried out from the direction of Shattered Ice Manor. In the area of the Shattered Ice Manor, Yin Du, Yin Qingsong, Feng Yi, and others wore expressions of sheer astonishment. They gazed toward Qin Lai with an air of disbelief, utterly confounded, no matter how cunningly they schemed. They could never have foreseen that the silver-winged demon wolves would abandon their pursuit of Qin Lai and his companions mid-attack. This defies all logic. What on earth is happening? Why did those demon wolves spare us? Their earlier charge was clearly aimed at slaughtering us. I cannot have misjudged that. Ling Yusher pondered deeply, her brows furrowed in confusion, unable to grasp the situation. It was the howl of the wolf leader. Gao Yu suddenly exclaimed. The group turned their attention to him in unison. The three wolves that charged toward us first must have received a new command from their leader, which is why they spared us, Gao Yu said. His expression equally strange. Although I cannot fathom the reason, it is certain that it was the wolf leader who ordered our reprieve. Ah! The others exchanged bewildered glances, increasingly perplexed as to why the Wolf King had rescinded its attack order. At that moment, a massive wolf, its entire body gleaming silver and nearly 3 meters in length, strode majestically from the forest. This colossal wolf was evidently larger than the others, with a powerful aura emanating from its wings, as if it could soar through the heavens at any moment. Anyone witnessing its emergence would immediately recognize it as the leader, the king of the demon wolf pack. Upon its arrival, however, it did not even glance at the Shattered Ice Manor, which was actively under siege. Instead, it made a beeline for Qin Lai's location. This, the power of the Wolf King, must be, at least at the 3rd tier. Yin Du from the Shattered Ice Manor swallowed hard as the Wolf King truly manifested. His voice strained and laced with fear. Having encountered the demon wolf pack and fought fiercely until now, he had never laid eyes on the Wolf King before. Just a single glance at the Wolf King sent chills down his spine. And after a fleeting moment of sensing its presence, he was quick to surmise the Wolf King's true strength, a 3rd-tier spiritual beast equated to the prowess of a martial artist at the Wanxiang realm, capable of overwhelming any human present, including Yin Du himself. How could he not feel trepidation? Yet, astonishingly, the magnificent silver wolf paid no heed to him or the Shattered Ice Manor, instead proceeding directly towards the Xingyun Pavilion. Prompting a flicker of hope in Yin Du's heart, was the Wolf King intent on personally obliterating the Xingyun Pavilion? What had they done to provoke such wrath that warranted direct intervention? A terrifying 3rd-tier entity, Lu Yin, having overheard Yin Du's exclamation, turned pale with despair. It seems it intends to take matters into its own paws. By all that is holy, where did we anger it? At that moment, everyone from the Ling and Gao families felt a bone-chilling dread, as if their blood had frozen in their veins under an overwhelming aura of terror. Holding a wooden carving, Qin Lai gazed intently at the advancing Wolf King. A peculiar sensation washed over him. The Wolf King was approaching him. Indeed, as the Wolf King drew near, it advanced directly towards him. Its eyes radiated a complex intelligence, as if it were reflecting on something profound. Fixating solely on the wooden carving in Qin Lai's hand, the statue of Qin Shan, Qin Lai's heart raced, a jolt of electricity coursing through him, and in that instant, he finally understood. He comprehended why the 3 demon wolves that had charged at them had suddenly ceased their assault. And he grasped the true purpose behind the Wolf King's approach. Everyone, stay still. None of you move. Qin Lai's voice trembled with urgency as he implored the others to maintain their positions, stepping forward from the group. As astonished gazes bore into him, he lifted the statue high, reminiscent of their previous encounter. The silver giant wolf finally approached. Under the bewildered stares of all, the terrifying Wolf King crouched slightly, opening its mouth and cautiously extending its tongue to gently lick the statue. The crowd stood as if petrified. The Silver Wolf King, with an expression of reverence, regarded the statue of Qin Shan, licking it with careful tenderness. Qin Lai's eyes widened in realization. He understood that it was not merely any ordinary silver-winged demon wolf that recognized the statue, but rather its king. The tension that had gripped him began to ease, replaced by a profound sense of relief, as if he had escaped a dire fate. Ling Yushi, Ling Feng, Gao Yu, Lu Yin, and the others looked on with pale faces, stunned by the terrifying presence of the Wolf King so near, their minds momentarily short-circuited by the surreal spectacle. Ugh! The Silver Wolf King emitted a low growl, lingeringly gazing at the statue before slowly retreating. Oh, whoa! With a resounding howl, it turned and dashed toward the shattered ice manor like a bolt of silver lightning, with its expansive silver wings unfurling. Dazzling blades of light shot forth, raining down upon the defensive perimeter of the shattered ice manor. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds followed as the energy blades, solidified and condensed, nearly shattered the defensive line erected by the shattered ice manor. Numerous warriors from the manor were struck by the blades, their bodies torn apart in an instant, as if subjected to a brutal execution. Even Yen Du's face turned ashen, a chill creeping into his heart as he realized the Wolf King had joined the fray. He urgently shouted, "We cannot hold! Scatter and break away! Those who survive, survive!" All the warriors from the shattered ice manor turned pale with fear, immediately dispersing like headless chickens in a frantic scramble for escape. Before the Wolf King's involvement, the shattered ice manor's defenses had been able to withstand the demon wolves' onslaught, maintaining order without significant casualties. However, with the entry of this third-tier Wolf King, everything changed. Its combat prowess alone was enough to tear apart the shattered ice manor's defenses. Yen Du, at the mid-stage of the Kaiyuan realm, recognized he could not possibly contend with the Wolf King in such circumstances. Mere defense was a path to certain death. Only by separating and fleeing could they hope for survival. His command was not misguided. In this moment, the warriors of the shattered ice manor, under the relentless pursuit of the silver-winged demon wolves, scattered in their flight, and several were swiftly torn to shreds, their bodies rupturing and spilling forth precious fire crystal stones. Upon sighting those fire crystal stones, the silver-winged demon wolves became frenzied, their brutality intensifying as they pursued their quarry with renewed ferocity. The fire crystal stones. No wonder the silver-winged demon wolves are in a frenzy. It all makes sense now, Qin Lai mused, urgently whispering to Lu Yin, "If you possess any fire crystal stones or sunfire jade, do not reveal them under any circumstances. Keep them hidden from those silver-winged demon wolves." "Why?" Lu Yin, snapping back to reality, asked with a bewildered expression. After a moment, he added, "The fire crystal stones on the warriors from the shattered ice manor were mined by us. When we fled from Tianlang Mountain, I distributed those fire crystal stones among the Gao family warriors. After they were killed, the stones fell into the hands of the shattered ice manor. Tianlang Mountain is the den of the silver-winged demon wolves," Qin Lai answered. Lu Yin immediately grasped the situation, hastily signaling Gao Yu to exercise caution. Furrowing his brow, Gao Yu replied impatiently, "I'm not foolish." "Qin Lai, why did that Wolf King react so to the statue of Grandfather Qin Shan?" Ling Ying, her face flushed with excitement, inquired eagerly, "What is the secret behind your statue?" Qin Lai shrugged, nonchalantly stating, "I'm not entirely sure." "Humph, how stingy. You won't divulge anything, leaving us in suspense." Ling Ying pouted, feigning annoyance. "Regardless, our fortunate survival thus far is all thanks to Qin Lai." Lu Yin beamed, clapping Qin Lai on the shoulder amicably. "Rest assured, I have taken note of your contributions. Upon our return to the pavilion, I shall relay every detail. With the shattered ice manor's losses, you will undoubtedly earn great merit." Ling Yushi and the members of the Ling family, upon hearing this, felt their spirits lift, smiles adorning their faces. Gao Yu huffed, seemingly discontent, yet he refrained from voicing further objections. At present, as the shattered ice manor scattered in panic, it became evident that the number of survivors from this encounter would be tragically few. Qin Lai carefully observed the unfolding chaos at the shattered ice manor. Meanwhile, the silver-winged demon wolves, spurred on by their leader's howls, relentlessly pursued the warriors of the Shattered Ice Manor. The Silver Wolf King kept its eyes fixed on Yendu, having chased him deep into the dense underbrush with an intent to eradicate him entirely. Countless warriors from the Shattered Ice Manor fell victim to the ravenous silver-winged demon wolves, their gruesome fates playing out in a harrowing spectacle. As the Wolf King had commanded, none of the silver-winged demon wolves turned their attention toward Qin Lai's group. They instinctively avoided this area. Given his uncertainty about the wolves' ability to distinguish between humans, Qin Lai had cautioned everyone not to disperse in pursuit of the Shattered Ice Manor warriors, lest they be mistaken for prey themselves. Instead, they stood by, coldly observing the scene of horror before them. Watching as the warriors of the Shattered Ice Manor met their grisly ends, their cries echoing in the air, as they were mercilessly torn apart, the group, relentlessly pursued and in a state of disarray, witnessed the tragic demise of the warriors from the Shattered Ice Manor. Their faces reflected a sense of satisfaction. Half an hour later, the area was devoid of any silver-winged demon wolves, leaving only over 20 gruesome corpses scattered about. Alongside the gathered figures of Qin Lai and his companions, there should be quite a few valuable items on the Shattered Ice Manor warriors, Lu Yin remarked with a calm smile, suddenly adding, "It seems the silver-winged demon wolves won't be returning anytime soon. Well, everyone, feel free to search for yourselves. Any treasures you find need not be surrendered. You may keep them all, and I shall feign ignorance." Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in cheers, each person eagerly rushing towards their predetermined spots, disregarding the gruesome scene before them as they excitedly collected their spoils. The silver-winged demon wolves were only interested in fresh flesh, showing no desire for the weapons, elixirs, spiritual materials, or spirit stones on the deceased. Each warrior from the Shattered Ice Manor, being under Yen Dewu's command, possessed some form of cultivation materials, which held tremendous allure for lesser factions like the Ling and Gao families in the past. Small factions such as the Ling and Gao families were often dispatched by the Nebula Pavilion to engage in battles against enemies. However, after each victory, the spoils could not be privately claimed but had to be submitted to the Nebula Pavilion for tallying, after which rewards were distributed based on merit, casualties, and contributions. Such a situation, where the Nebula Pavilion took no part and allowed the seekers to keep what they found, was a rare occurrence. Thus, not only were Ling Xian and Ling Xiao ecstatic as they dashed out, but even Ling Yushi and Ling Ying, disregarding the chaotic scene of blood and gore, eagerly joined the fray to collect their share. Among the crowd, only Gao Yu and Qin Lai remained still, standing alongside Lu Yin. "Qin Lai, why aren't you joining?" Lu Yin inquired, a look of surprise crossing his face. Gao Yu, the young master of the Gao family, was relatively well off compared to the Ling family, and with both of his sisters affiliated with the Nebula Pavilion, he had amassed sufficient cultivation materials over the years, making Lu Yin unsurprised by his indifference. However, Qin Lai's lack of movement puzzled him. As the Ling family was the most destitute and struggling among the vassal forces of the Nebula Pavilion. "Since all the Ling family members have gone, I shall refrain from interfering. Besides, only one from the Gao family has ventured forth. Undoubtedly, the Ling family will reap the greatest rewards," Qin Lai replied nonchalantly, smiling before earnestly adding, "Brother Lu, the den of the silver-winged demon wolves is located in the Celestial Wolf Mountain. Each year, in May and June, they journey deep into the extreme cold mountain range to pay homage to the Ice Snow Wolf King, returning in July. If the Nebula Pavilion truly desires the Sunfire Jade, it would be prudent to wait until after their departure next year before proceeding with any extraction." The silver-winged demon wolves had, in a sense, saved the lives of the group. Moreover, the look the demon wolf king cast upon his grandfather's statue convinced Qin Lai of the deep respect and affection the creature held for his grandfather. Thus, he wished to prevent the silver-winged demon wolves from being systematically slaughtered during the Nebula Pavilion's extraction of the Sunfire Jade. "They go to pay homage to the Ice Snow Wolf King." Lu Yan's expression turned grave as he exclaimed, "Are you certain?" Qin Lai nodded in affirmation. Lu Yin inhaled sharply, furrowing his brow as he stated, "I will report this matter to the higher-ups. If what you say is indeed true, I believe the Nebula Pavilion must abandon its efforts to mine the Sunfire Jade. Even if the silver-winged demon wolves are absent in May and June, we shall not return to the Celestial Wolf Mountain." "Why?" Gao Yu, who had remained silent until now, inquired, his tone cold. Dealing with just this pack of silver-winged demon wolves is already a headache for the Nebula Pavilion. We must also report to the Sen Luo Hall and rely on their strength for safe extraction. Of course, if we mine after their departure next year, we wouldn't need to involve the Sen Luo Hall, Lu Yin elaborated. After a moment of silence, he shook his head with a wry smile. However, if they are indeed descendants of the Ice Snow Wolf King, then it would be better to let it be. Not only would we, the Nebula Pavilion, find ourselves in a precarious position, but even the Sen Luo Hall would likely refrain from provoking them. The Ice Snow Wolf King holds such influence. Gao Yu was taken aback. Lu Yin nodded, his expression laced with resignation. While I am not entirely certain of the specifics, it has been instructed from above that to traverse the extreme cold mountain range, we must circumvent the deep snow peaks and glaciers, ensuring not to disturb the cultivation of those formidable spiritual beasts. The Ice Snow Wolf King is one of the most powerful beasts residing deep within the extreme cold mountain range. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yin added, all I know is that this directive was relayed to us by the Sen Luo Hall, but they are not the ultimate authority behind such commands. Then who issues these orders? Qin Lai was equally astonished. The Sen Luo Hall is merely a black iron-level force. While it oversees the Nebula Pavilion, Shattered Ice Manor, and other factions, it too must align itself with others, much like how we, the Nebula Pavilion, rely on it for survival and cultivation. Lu Yan's smile turned bitter. The forces capable of commanding the Sen Luo Hall are far beyond our reach. Such powers are beyond our grasp. We need not overthink it. We must simply adhere to the orders from above, for it is the only way for us to survive. Otherwise, we risk being annihilated. Qin Lai and Gao Yu listened in silence, a sense of reverence welling within them, deepening their understanding of the harsh realities governing the various hierarchies in this world. By the flickering light of a roaring campfire, a group of Ling family members gathered, merrily indulging in wine and feasting on roasted meat. At this moment, they had long parted ways with Lu Yin and Gao Yu Dai in that forest. The emergence of the silver-winged demon wolves had thrown the Shattered Ice Manor into disarray, resulting in countless casualties, while they had effortlessly exited the forest and smoothly entered the Cold Mist Mountain. Upon reaching Cold Mist Mountain, Qin Lai and his companions diverged paths with Lu Yin and Gao Yu. Gao Yu returned to the Gao family. Lu Yin headed to the Nebula Pavilion to report on the Celestial Wolf Mountain incident, while Ling Yushi and the others made their way back to the Ling family. Each party took a different route. Brother Lu is truly generous, completely ignoring the spoils from the Shattered Ice Manor. It has really benefited us. Haha, I managed to gather around 10 third-grade spirit stones and a few scattered healing elixirs. But alas, I did not acquire a single spirit artifact. What a pity! Ling Xiao exclaimed, his mouth full of meat as he laughed broadly. Humph! Those from the Shattered Ice Manor were slaughtered by the silver-winged demon wolves. Lu Yin did not lift a finger. So why should he concern himself with their affairs? He certainly cannot shamelessly inquire. Ling Exine retorted with a cold expression, scolding, if it weren't for Qin Lai, Lu Yin and Gao Yu would have met with the same fate. You need not thank them. Indeed. Without Qin Lai, we would all have perished, Ling Xiao lamented. When they had set out from the Ling family, both Ling Exine and Ling Xiao had vehemently opposed Ling Yushi bringing Qin Lai along. They had viewed Qin Lai, who could potentially become a burden, with disdain, frequently mocking him during the journey. Ling Yushi had chastised them several times over this matter, but to no avail, however, now, as they returned home. They were the two who held Qin Lai in the highest esteem, their attitudes having undergone a complete transformation. Through his own transformation, Qin Lai had earned their respect, winning over the admiration of the Ling family youth. Ling Yushi observed all of this with a smile on her lips, feeling a sense of joy. I am full, Qin Lai nodded, rising to casually wipe the grease from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. I shall find a place to meditate. You all can continue drinking without worrying about me. Finish this bag of wine before you go, Ling Feng cheerfully called out, tossing a bag of wine over. Ling Feng, you rascal. Qin Lai is only 15 this year. Stop forcing him to drink. Do you think he is as much of a drunkard as you are? Ling Yushi shot a disapproving glance at Ling Feng before turning her gaze softly towards Qin Lai, gently saying, do not mind them. Oh, miss, you are quite protective. Both you and Ling Ying can hold your liquor well. Why underestimate Qin Lai? Ling Feng laughed heartily, glancing sideways at Qin Lai, provoking, isn't that right? Qin Lai, since Brother Ling has spoken, I must drink, Qin Lai said helplessly, raising the wine bag and taking a hearty swig. That's enough. You've already drunk far too much. You are not allowed to drink anymore. Ling Yushi frowned slightly, reaching out her delicate hand to snatch the wine bag away. She then glared at the others, exclaiming, "No more forcing him to drink." "Miss, we won't force him anymore, but we must finish the remaining wine," Ling Xiao chuckled mischievously. "Of course. If anyone is willing to take his place and finish it, we won't mind. Isn't that right, everyone?" The crowd, understanding Ling Xiao's intent, laughed and joined in the teasing, readily agreeing. Ling Ying, sitting beside Ling Feng, felt excited at the atmosphere and stood up with a beaming smile. "All right, I will drink for him." However, Ling Yushi swiftly interrupted Ling Ying, and under Qin Lai's astonished gaze, she blushed slightly, tilting her head to bring her luscious lips to the wine bag. Sipping delicately and gracefully, the crowd erupted in cheers, their smiles growing brighter as they looked at her and Qin Lai, their gazes filled with playful teasing. Ling Ying, seeing her seize the opportunity, felt a pang of regret and pouted in dissatisfaction. Watching Ling Yushi unabashedly drink from the wine she had just sipped, a ripple of emotion stirred within Qin Lai, making her seem even more enchanting in that moment, exuding an indescribable charm. "Is this satisfactory now?" "Finish the remaining wine," Ling Yushi said. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She cast a gentle glance at Qin Lai and said, "Don't pay any attention to these rascals. Go on. Attend to your own matters." Qin Lai nodded with a smile, acquiescing to her words as he stepped away from the group, making his way towards a distant pond. Before long, he arrived at the edge of the pond. Beneath a gnarled tree, he retrieved about 10 pieces of fire crystal gifted by Lu Yan, along with the Qingyi axe and a statue of Qin Shan, stroking his chin in contemplation. With a sudden burst, he ignited one of the fire crystals, its intense flames licking the air as he positioned the head of the lower-grade spiritual weapon, the Qingyi axe, above the vibrant inferno. After a considerable time, the axe's head began to glow a deep red. That moment, Qin Lai extended his right hand, pointing towards the axe's surface. Spiritual energy flowed forth, and mental power surged within him, establishing an immediate connection with the Qingyi axe. He sensed the rudimentary spirit-gathering formation within the axe's head while meticulously observing the flow of his mental energy, capturing the subtle shifts within the spiritual lines. Previously, after he had exerted himself to assist Lu Yin in repairing the hexagonal shield, his mental and spiritual energies had nearly been depleted. However, upon recovering with the aid of a spirit recovery pill, he found that both his mental and spiritual powers had experienced a noticeable enhancement. This piqued his interest, prompting him to employ the same technique again, hoping to see if repairing the Qingyi axe could similarly augment his strength. Only with enhanced cultivation and a breakthrough in realms can mental power be steadily elevated. Mental power is the key to unlocking the seals of memory. To recall the experiences of my childhood, I must continuously strengthen myself and strive for ongoing breakthroughs. What was I like before I turned 10? Who are my parents? Are they alive or dead? I must find answers to these questions. Qin Lai pondered silently, channeling his spiritual energy towards the intricate formation within the axe, preparing to commence the repair process. Suddenly, amidst the turmoil within his heart, a minuscule spiritual line was inadvertently severed. In an instant, the spirit-gathering formation collapsed. The delicate web of spiritual lines twisted into disarray, resulting in an imbalance of spiritual energy that caused the formation to shatter completely. The entire incident unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving him no time to remedy the situation. The Qingyi axe, already damaged by his thunderous power, could not regain its might even if the formation were repaired. His intention was not merely to restore the axe, but to use it as a means of cultivation. Now that the Qingyi axe was utterly ruined, he felt no sorrow, regarding it simply as a failed attempt at repair. It seems that when repairing spiritual weapons and inscribing spirit formations, one must not allow even the slightest distraction. Any trivial mistake can lead to a catastrophic failure, rendering a spiritual weapon entirely useless. Qin Lai's expression turned solemn, secretly grateful that he had successfully repaired the spiritual weapon for Lu Yin on the first attempt. With the Qingyi axe rendered useless, he turned his attention to the statue of Qin Shan, sensing with his mental power. To his astonishment, he found that the material of the statue had remained untouched. Previously, when the silver-winged demon wolf had charged at him, he had recklessly infused it with thunderous energy, fearing it might have caused damage. However, to his surprise, the statue exhibited no signs of deterioration, and every internal structure remained solid. Whether the statue was capable of withstanding the infusion of thunderous energy due to its inherent quality, or whether it was a high-grade artifact, the fact remained that it suffered no harm. If this statue was crafted by my grandfather, then his skills in artifact refinement must be extraordinarily remarkable. Qin Lai mused for a moment, realizing that he still could not fully comprehend the intricate spirit formation within the statue, and thus refrained from making any alterations. Carefully storing the wooden sculpture once more, he sat down, taking a deep breath, and began to circulate his thunderous energy, utilizing the spirit recovery pill to gather spiritual power. Time passed without his notice until he gradually awakened from his meditation. Lifting his gaze to the luminous moon, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "The thunderous energy fills my acupoints, preventing the flow of spiritual energy. If this continues, I will struggle to break through to the 8th level of body refinement." Moments ago, as he attempted to channel spiritual energy into his acupoints, he discovered that the thunderous energy within each acupoint quickly formed a barrier, impeding the influx of spiritual energy. After several attempts across various acupoints, he faced the same obstruction. This marked the first true bottleneck he had encountered in his cultivation journey. To ascend to a new level of mastery and elevate his power, he must shatter this barrier. Suddenly, a sound of splashing water resonated from the pond beside him. The tree where Qin Lai was situated stood at the water's edge, and as he had been focused on his cultivation, he had failed to notice the stirrings of the pond. Now, hearing the unusual noise, he peered from behind the tree to catch a glimpse of the pond. In an instant, he was taken aback. His entire body trembling as blood rushed to his head. Under the pristine moonlight, within the crystal-clear waters of the pond, a figure emerged, her skin as flawless and delicate as cream. The exquisite outline of her back was revealed to him, showcasing a slender waist, cascading hair like clouds, long legs that flowed gracefully, and curvaceous hips akin to ripe peaches. All of this captivated Qin Lai's attention, leaving him momentarily spellbound, his gaze ablaze and his breathing growing labored. Ling Yushi. Qin Lai's heart raced, recognizing her lithe figure at once. Having just emerged from the depths of the pond after her bath, Ling Yushi stood with her back to him, addressing the water's center. "I'm done washing. I'm heading up now. You can take your time." "I'm almost done too," came Ling Ying's voice from the water. Qin Lai's mind momentarily blanked, and as he shifted his gaze past Ling Yushi, he noticed the silhouette of Ling Ying's head bobbing at the water's surface, illuminated by the moonlight. Realizing that the two women must have come together to bathe after the bonfire, he had been so absorbed in his meditative state that he had failed to notice their arrival. And neither Ling Yushi nor Ling Ying had spotted him hidden behind the tree. "Oh, then I'll go change clothes first," Ling Yushi casually remarked before turning to walk towards the pond's edge. Qin Lai's heart raced again, his gaze fixated on her as his mind went blank. Unbeknownst to Ling Yushi, she approached with a damp towel in hand, wiping away the droplets from her skin and her wet hair. Her full, voluptuous curves, the flatness of her abdomen without an ounce of excess flesh, and the lush greenery between her legs. All of it was laid bare before Qin Lai's eyes. She made her way towards a nearby spot where her clothes were placed. Just as she picked up a piece of silk lingerie and slipped it on, only to suddenly hear a gulping sound. "Who is there?" Ling Yushi exclaimed, her expression shifting dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, she darted towards the source of the sound. At that moment, Qin Lai finally reacted, shrinking back behind the tree, but it was already too late. Whoosh! Ling Yushi's beautiful eyes glinted with fury, her hand shimmering with silver light, charging towards him with an intent to strike. "Ah!" Upon realizing that the figure behind the tree was Qin Lai, she froze momentarily, a startled gasp escaping her lips, her face flushing crimson, yet she still held her glowing left hand aloft, unable to bring herself to strike. "Miss, who are you talking to?" At that moment, Ling Ying's voice chimed in. "I'm done washing too. I'm coming up now." Hearing this, Ling Yushi paused once more, then quickly realized that once Ling Ying emerged, she would undoubtedly see her in such a state with Qin Lai, and Qin Lai would witness the same of Ling Ying in a panic to avoid being seen. She bit her lip and swiftly pressed herself against the tree. her lovely face nearly bursting with embarrassment. "Miss, where are you? I told you to wait for me. Where did you run off to?" Ling Ying called out softly, her voice laced with curiosity as she began to dress, her bright eyes scanning the surroundings. "How strange, I was just here a moment ago. How could I suddenly not see her?" As she spoke, a light blue gauzy dress enveloped her petite figure, shaking her head as she searched for Ling Yushi. Behind the tree, Qin Lai and Ling Yushi pressed against each other to avoid being seen. Ling Yushi, clad only in a thin silk undergarment, her long hair dripping with water, clung to her body, making the garment cling tightly to her alluring form. This tantalizing glimpse, more provocative than being completely unclothed, rendered Qin Lai utterly motionless, his body stiffening as his breaths grew heavier. The intoxicating allure of her body pressed so closely against him, the fragrance of her skin enveloping him. He could feel the warmth radiating from her, hear the accelerated rhythm of her heart. In the midst of Ling Ying's soft calls, both Qin Lai and Ling Yushi felt their hearts racing. Acutely aware of each other's rising body temperatures and the growing intensity of their breaths in this alluring yet perilous atmosphere, their minds went blank, lost in the moment, nearly forgetting Ling Ying's presence entirely. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Ling Ying's cries faded into silence, yet the two remained locked in their unchanging embrace, their breaths growing increasingly labored. Qin Lai felt as though a fierce inferno raged within him, blurring his consciousness, compelling him to hold the enchanting figure of Ling Yushi even tighter, as if such an act might alleviate the searing heat within. He instinctively complied, his stiff hands suddenly clenching with force, drawing Ling Yushi closer with escalating intensity. As he felt the voluptuous curve of her bosom yield beneath his grasp, the fire within him not only failed to subside but surged with even greater ferocity, igniting an almost primal urge to merge her into his very being. At merely 15 years of age, having devoted himself to relentless cultivation, focused solely on the accumulation of spiritual energy and the elevation of his realm, he had never encountered such a tempest of emotion, leaving him bewildered and ignorant of how to quell the fervor raging in his heart. His actions were purely instinctive. "Ugh, you're hurting me," Ling Yushi gasped, her breath becoming increasingly labored as Qin Lai tightened his grip. A sense of impending suffocation washed over her, prompting her to exhale urgently and push him away. Finally, they separated. I've been here practicing and didn't know when you arrived. I swear it wasn't intentional, truly. I didn't mean to." As soon as they parted, Qin Lai's mind raced, panic rising within him as he stammered out an explanation, his demeanor tense. Ling Yushi's cheeks flushed crimson, her beautiful eyes shimmering with alluring glimmers as she bit her lips softly and reproached him. "Wasn't it unintentional to spy on me? Suddenly embracing me? How do you justify that?" Qin Lai fell silent, awkwardly standing there, at a loss for words. Suddenly, Ling Yushi lifted her gaze, casting him a playful glance filled with charm, before breaking into a soft laugh. "You look foolish." Without waiting for Qin Lai to clarify, she elegantly raised her long leg and sauntered away towards the resting area for the clan members, her graceful strides suggesting that she was not truly upset. Qin Lai watched her retreating figure, her poise captivating, his mind still lingering on the exquisite sensations from earlier. For a moment, he felt that continuing his cultivation would be unbearably tedious. He settled down, gazing up at the pristine moon, his thoughts in disarray, unable to find peace in the following 2 days. Whenever Qin Lai and Ling Yushi crossed paths, they both averted their gazes, as if they had committed some unspeakable act, fearful of revealing any hint of their earlier encounter. In front of the Ling family, Ling Yushi maintained her role as the compassionate young lady, discussing their recent endeavors and exchanging insights on cultivation during their breaks. Qin Lai, however, remained as he always had, rarely engaging in conversation with the Ling family members. Even during moments of respite, he often sat in a daze, his eyes appearing hollow and devoid of life, as if his spirit had momentarily departed. Through Ling Yushi's explanations, the others came to understand that Qin Lai's demeanor was a result of his intense cultivation, and they gradually grew accustomed to it. Each time they noticed his vacant expression, they would express their respect for his dedication, acknowledging the pressure his relentless training exerted on them, which inadvertently inspired and motivated them to improve themselves. "In just 2 days, we'll be home." That evening, The group gathered to share dried meat and fine wine. Ling Xiao, his face alight with excitement, exclaimed, "This expedition to the Ice Shatter Manor has been fraught with losses, yet we have achieved great merit and acquired numerous spoils of war. It is nothing short of perfect. I wonder if Feng Yi has met his end. That scoundrel will be a menace whether dead or alive. If he survives, I shall personally bring him to justice." Ling Xian retorted with a cold snort. Among the Ling family members who ventured forth, only Ling Yang had not returned, having perished at the hands of the Feng family. Ling Yang was his cousin, deepening Ling Xian's animosity towards the Feng clan. The Feng family is situated closer to the Star Cloud Pavilion, while our Ling family and the Gao family are considerably farther away. The detour through the cold mist mountain has extended our journey. If Feng Yi is still alive, he could return to the Feng family from the direction of the Heavenly Wolf Mountain much more swiftly than we can. If he intends to cause trouble, he could tarnish our reputation before we even arrive, Ling Feng remarked, his expression grave. Tarnish our reputation? Ling Xiao paused, taken aback. With Lu Yin present, how could he possibly sully our name? Moreover, the Gao family can attest to our actions. Does he truly believe he can turn the tables? If he seeks to defame us, he might very well drag Lu Yin and the Gao family into it. Although such deceit cannot be concealed indefinitely, I believe it is a distinct possibility, Ling Feng replied. What do you mean? Ling Xian inquired, curiosity piqued. The Feng family will seize the opportunity to relocate their internal forces to the Ice Shatter Manor while the Star Cloud Pavilion remains suspicious of the Ling and Gao families. Following this incident, the Feng family will undoubtedly distance themselves from the Star Cloud Pavilion. Previously, one of their members was the first to leave. He will surely relay the news to the head of the Feng family, who will prepare for both contingencies, Ling Yushi interjected, her brow furrowed. Mrs. Correct, Ling Feng nodded. Once the Feng family informs the Ice Shatter Manor, they will begin their preparations, aiming to relocate entirely to their territory before the Star Cloud Pavilion descends upon them. Until Lu Yin returns to the Star Cloud Pavilion and clarifies the situation, the head of the Feng family will make extensive preparations. What is there to fear? The truth will eventually surface. Let the Star Cloud Pavilion deal with the aftermath, Ling Xian declared. At the Star Cloud Pavilion, someone has been fretting over their inability to grasp any incriminating evidence against the Ling family. He might seize this opportunity to stir up trouble before the truth is revealed, Ling Feng sighed. Glancing at Ling Yushi, concern etched on his face. Upon hearing this, Ling Yushi's expression darkened. The thought of Du Haitian and his mother and son stirred a swell of hatred within her. She recognized that Ling Feng's concerns were not unfounded. If Du Haitian were to obtain any leverage against the Ling family, he would undoubtedly exploit it. Starting tomorrow, let us quicken our pace and return to Ling family town as swiftly as possible. After a moment's contemplation, Ling Yushi suddenly commanded. As the presence of Du Haitian weighed heavily on their minds. The group nodded in solemn understanding. Qin Lai is cultivating again. What a monster! Ling Xiao exclaimed. The others turned to see Qin Lai once more in a trance-like state, which only intensified their sense of pressure. Hastily, they concluded their discussions and sought out their own spaces for training. Only Ling Yushi lingered, seemingly oblivious to the departure of the others, lost in thought, her expression betraying a hint of sorrow. What troubles you? Qin Lai emerged from his reverie, noticing that he was alone with her. Observing her reddened, glistening eyes, he felt an unexpected pang of empathy and quietly inquired. Nothing, Ling Yushi replied, wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye. She forced a weak smile and said softly, I was just reminded of my mother. Qin Lai regarded her with a questioning gaze. My mother was killed by Du Haitian. Ling Yushi lowered her head, her voice heavy with sorrow. I was only 10 at the time, and the conflict between the Star Cloud Pavilion and the Ice Shatter Manor was far more severe than the current tensions. The Star Cloud Pavilion issued a command for our Ling family to destroy the Ice Shatter Manor's medicinal garden, claiming there were no experts stationed there. As she spoke, her countenance transformed into one of barely suppressed grief. My father and mother took some clan members with them. But upon arrival, they discovered that a mid-stage Open Yuan Realm warrior was guarding the garden, at the time. My father was merely at the initial stage of the Open Yuan Realm. Consequently, the majority of our clan members perished, and my mother did not return. She lifted her gaze, her eyes burning with deep-seated hatred, her teeth clenched. Only later did we learn that the order had been orchestrated by Du Haitian, who deliberately concealed the true circumstances of the medicinal garden from those relaying the command. Qin Lai fell silent for a moment before exclaiming, "Live well? And one day you shall avenge your mother. I believe you can achieve it." After uttering these words of comfort, Qin Lai felt an inexplicable ache in his chest, his face paling as he pressed a hand to his heart, anguish and struggle flickering in his eyes. "Qin Lai, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Ling Yushi, still with tear-streaked cheeks, was alarmed by his condition and hurried to support him, her voice laced with concern. "I'm fine." "Really?" Qin Lai insisted, his face flushed as he gasped for air. Shaking his head, he took a few deep breaths, gradually stabilizing himself before inhaling once more and stating, "For some reason, hearing you recount your mother's plight fills me with sorrow, as if my heart is being torn asunder." "Qin Lai, thank you. Truly thank you." Ling Yushi was moved to tears upon hearing his words. She abruptly threw herself into his embrace, holding him tightly as she fervently expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for comforting me. I feel a bit better now." Qin Lai's body stiffened slightly, allowing her to cling to him without resistance. This time, however, he was not overcome with desire, his expression remaining eerily calm. The sentiments he had just shared were not mere words of consolation. They were a reflection of his innermost feelings. Even in that moment, his heart continued to throb with an aching pain. "Mother, father, I can scarcely remember you. I know not what transpired in the past, but the mere thought of you brings me unbearable anguish." Qin Lai held Ling Yushi, silently reflecting, and before he realized it, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Chapter 43. Returning to the mountain 8 days later, Qin Lai and Ling Yushi, along with others, finally arrived at Yaozhan. As they gazed upon the familiar cave entrances dotting the mountain, everyone appeared visibly elated. "At last, we are home," Ling Xiao chuckled, patting the bulging cloth bag at his side, his eyes shimmering with excitement. "Although it has been less than a month since we left Lingjia town, this journey was truly perilous, making it feel as if much more time has passed. Fortunately, we survived the tribulations and reaped considerable rewards. Ha ha. Indeed, surviving the treacherous schemes of the Feng family and the relentless pursuit was nothing short of miraculous," Ling Feng remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Qin Lai. "Moreover, we have acquired quite a number of spirit stones and materials, contributing significantly to Xingyun Pavilion. This series of events is truly breathtaking when recounted." Everyone turned their gaze towards Qin Lai. It was clear to all that, had it not been for Qin Lai's remarkable performances on multiple occasions, the Ling family would have met with utter disaster. The men would have been slaughtered, and the fates of Ling Yushi and Ling Ying would have been even more tragic, perhaps making survival more painful than death itself. Even Lu Yin and Gao Yu would have faced the same grim fate, joining the ranks of the fallen. "Qin Lai, when you visit Lingjia town in the future, will you still pretend to be foolish?" Ling Yushi teased. Her lips pursed into a smile as they neared Lingjia town. She had changed out of her warrior attire and donned a delicate green gown adorned with intricate floral patterns, its hem draped with blue crystals that accentuated her elegant beauty. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with brilliance, making her appear radiant. This trip had not only yielded numerous spirit stones and materials, but had also earned them favor with Lu Yin. Even the vexing issue that had troubled her for so long was entirely resolved. Her fiancé was not only far from foolish, but he was also exceptionally remarkable, always looking out for her. With fewer worries and more joys, her mood was exceptionally buoyant, and her lovely face was constantly graced with a gentle smile that illuminated her features. In recent days, everyone had observed the growing closeness between Ling Yushi and Qin Lai. Upon hearing her playful banter directed at him, they all erupted into laughter, casting amused glances at the two. "What I did was not an act of foolishness. It was merely a state of cultivation. I may continue in this manner in the future, so don't be overly surprised," Qin Lai explained, forcing a wry smile. "Thus, when you see me in that condition in Lingjia town, there is no need for astonishment. It is simply my way of practicing. Not surprising at all. Hee, from now on, I won't be shocked by anything you do." Ling Xiao laughed heartily. "You can even repair a 5th-grade spirit tool, like Lu Yan's, surpassing your grandfather's skill in his prime. What could possibly surprise us anymore?" There are simply too many strange occurrences associated with you, and we are gradually becoming accustomed to them." As he spoke, everyone burst into laughter, acknowledging that Qin Lai's unusual feats had become somewhat expected. "Enough of this chatter. I must make a trip to the mountain to drop off the fire crystal. Afterward, I'll join you all in town for a proper meal. You go ahead without waiting for me. I'll catch up shortly," Qin Lai said with a calm smile. "I'll accompany you," Ling Yushe replied with a serene smile. "Naturally. It's been nearly a month since we left. There's no need to rush. You go ahead, and I'll wait for you." "We're not in a hurry either. We'll wait here for a bit," Ling Xiao added. Displaying his loyalty, Ling Xian shot him a glare. "You fool! The young lady wants to spend some time alone with Qin Lai. You really are dim-witted." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly grasped the implication, chuckling and glancing teasingly at the two. Ling Yushe felt a hint of embarrassment, her cheeks flushing as she retorted, "You talk too much. It's the same at any time." Ling Xian merely scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "My apologies. Young lady, it was my fault for speaking too loudly." Qin Lai remained speechless, yet a warmth blossomed within him. Having no recollection of memories from a decade ago and having spent 5 solitary years in cultivation with little interaction with peers, he sometimes appeared somewhat reclusive. However, the time spent with the Ling family over the past few days had instilled a sense of comfort and warmth within him, especially with Ling Yushe. "I'll head to Yaoshan now," he said with a smile, nodding to the group as he made his way toward the mountain. Once he departed, Ling Xian and the others quickly took the hint and decided to return to the Ling family. Only Ling Ying pouted, seemingly reluctant and wanting to stay behind and wait for Qin Lai. "You silly girl, he has already engaged. What are you still hanging around for?" Ling Xiao gently reminded her. "It's just an engagement. They haven't actually married yet." "Honestly, fine. I'll go with you all," Ling Ying murmured under her breath. Ling Yushe observed everything quietly, choosing not to comment further. After a moment of contemplation, she addressed the group, saying, "Qin Lai has been diligently cultivating for the past 5 years. I have disrupted his peaceful life, drawing him into the trivial matters of the Ling family." Pausing, she frowned and continued, "The chaotic affairs of the Ling family should not burden him, as they have nothing to do with him. Therefore, once we return to town, let us refrain from discussing him. He wishes to cultivate in peace, and we should strive to maintain that tranquility." "Understood. Although the Ling family has its fair share of troubles, those are our concerns and should not be imposed upon him," Ling Feng nodded, solemnly advising everyone. "When we return to Lingjia town, let us speak of nothing regarding Qin Lai. If others learn of his extraordinary abilities, they will undoubtedly pester him, which will certainly disrupt his cultivation." Everyone nodded in agreement, assuring one another that they would remain silent about Qin Lai's affairs. Soon, under Ling Feng's urging, they made their way back to Lingjia town. Ling Yushe stood gracefully at the foot of Yaoshan, waiting alone. Suddenly, she recalled the moment when Qin Lai had been attacked, and she had carried him back to Lingjia town, clutching tightly to his leg. At that time, he had been sprawled across her back, pressed closely against her. Lost in thought, her cheeks flushed with warmth as a question emerged. Was he awake during that time? As she pondered, her eyes sparkled with a captivating allure, her expression radiating a charming enchantment that was different from her usual ethereal grace. Upon entering the cave, Qin Lai's expression suddenly darkened. The intricate stone pathways within had been painstakingly constructed by his grandfather during his cultivation, forming a complex array that prevented outsiders from trespassing, providing him with a sanctuary for uninterrupted practice, a private space where he could truly unleash himself. Recently, under the relentless pressure from Du Jiaolan, Ling Qingya had been compelled to reveal the cave's secrets, inciting a frenzy among the Ling family members eager to explore Yaoshan's depths. Unfortunately, none of the martial artists from Lingjia town possessed the expertise to decipher the intricacies of the formations, leading them to gradually abandon their attempts. However, now at the cave entrance, there were unmistakable signs of a disrupted formation. Several intersections of the stone paths were blocked by large boulders, altering the airflow within the cave. And there were even new pathways that had been broken through, seemingly attempting to unravel the original formation, something no one from the Ling family would comprehend. Who could it be? Qin Lai furrowed his brow deeply. Feeling a pang of anxiety, he quickly followed the established route deeper into the cave to ascertain whether anyone had intruded into the innermost sanctum. his personal space, a crucial area for his cultivation before the thunder tribulation, and a small haven for his spirit. He could not allow any outsiders to trespass. Before long, he reached the inner chamber and found everything as it should be, from the traces left behind. It appeared that the one attempting to break the formation had not managed to delve any further. Fortunately, that person seems unable to breach the formation for the time being. They are likely still devising a plan, Qinlai thought. After securing the fire crystal, he contemplated for a moment, his expression growing increasingly cold. If they are not from Lingjia Town, who could they be? What do they truly seek? Do they really believe there is some treasure hidden within the cave? Knowing that Ling Yushi was waiting outside, he did not linger in the cave for long and soon exited. As expected, upon emerging, he spotted Ling Yushi standing gracefully, still waiting for him. Uncertain of her thoughts, he noticed her cheeks flushed, her beautiful eyes shimmering with vibrant hues, exuding an alluring charm that was distinct from her usual elegance, providing him with an entirely different impression. What were you so lost in thought about? Qinlai quietly approached her from behind and suddenly called out. Ling Yushi jumped, clearly startled, but upon realizing it was him, she broke into a smile and playfully remarked, I was wondering if the certain someone I carried back was awake at that time. Caught off guard, Qinlai felt his face flush, and just as he was about to vehemently deny it, Ling Yushi sharply declared, I knew it. You are such a rascal. Embarrassed, Qinlai could only chuckle awkwardly, choosing not to explain himself, regardless of her teasing. Yet, Ling Yushi did not pursue the matter further. After a light laugh, she playfully rolled her eyes and said, In light of you holding my hand during your engagement and helping me bear the pressure, I shall forgive you. At that moment, she endured the scorn and derision of her kin, the biting words of the Du family, and in her most desolate and helpless hour, it was Qinlai who tightly grasped her hand. Overcome with emotion, she inadvertently squeezed so hard that her nails pierced Qinlai's palm, yet he remained silent. After their journey to Tianlang Mountain, with her exquisite and gentle nature, she could naturally surmise that Qinlai was fully aware at that time. Indeed, every recollection of that moment filled her heart with profound gratitude. Just that single act was enough to absolve Qinlai of all his transgressions, not to mention that deep down, she did not truly resent his petty mischief. The intricate formations within Yaoshan are currently being unraveled by someone. It seems they are not from Lingjia Town. Can you guess who it might be? To divert the awkwardness, Qinlai broached the recent discovery, succinctly explaining the situation. That individual possesses knowledge of formations and is likely an artifact craftsman, though their rank appears to be rather low, as they have taken a considerable amount of time without achieving a genuine breakthrough. No need to speculate. It must be Du Jiaolan's doing. She has likely informed Du Haitian of the situation at Yaoshan, prompting him to send someone to decipher it, Ling Yushi stated decisively. She has long sought to usurp Yaoshan, plotting to replace my father as the head of the Ling family. The wonders within Yaoshan present a perfect opportunity for her. Naturally, she would be keenly interested. Qinlai listened in silence, his brows gradually knitting together, his expression darkening. The extraordinary formations within Yaoshan were personally arranged by his grandfather. And even if there were a need for disruption, it must be executed by him alone, forbidding any outsider's interference. That cave was a sacred sanctuary for his soul, his only private space, one he had not even shared with Ling Yushi, let alone allow outsiders to intrude. As they walked side by side along the mountain path, conversing leisurely, they approached Lingjia Town. Upon entering the town, they were met with the piercing shouts and curses of Du Jiaolan, emanating from the courtyard where the head of the Ling family resided. Ling Yushi's countenance changed, and she turned to Qinlai, saying, You should return and rest. I must go see what is happening. Without hesitation, she hurried towards the main residence. The Ling family, residing in the heart of Lingjia Town, was adjacent to the training grounds, a location traditionally belonging to the family head. At that moment, fierce arguments could be heard from that direction, and a multitude of Ling family members had gathered to witness the commotion. Qinlai paused for a moment, contemplating, and with a slight shift in his demeanor, he approached the source of the disturbance. Soon, he arrived at the scene of the altercation, the grand courtyard behind the training grounds. Upon his arrival, he noticed that Ling Feng and Ling Xian had already arrived, standing alongside Ling Qingyi. As Ling Yushi rushed to her father's side, She quietly inquired of her sister Ling Xianxian to ascertain the situation. At that moment, Du Jiaolan, accompanied by Du Qishan, Du Hong, and a host of martial artists dispatched by Du Haitian, was confronting Ling Qingye, accusing him of wrongdoing and directing venomous insults at Ling Xianxian. Beside the Du family, her youngest son, Du Fei, lay on a stretcher, his face pale as a ghost, appearing gravely wounded. Ling Qingye bore several scratches on his face, seemingly inflicted by Du Jiaolan in a fit of rage. The three elders of the Ling family, Ling Qinggan, Ling Xiang, and Ling Bo, were also present, their expressions grave as they attempted to mediate between the two parties. A crowd of Ling family members surrounded the courtyard, pointing fingers at the Du family, their faces filled with indignation. Qin Lai stood in a discreet corner of the crowd, listening quietly, gradually piecing together the events that had transpired. 2 nights prior, under the cover of darkness, Du Fei had attempted to harm Ling Xianxian while she slept, using a concoction to incapacitate her. However, Ling Xianxian had detected his nefarious intentions in time, and despite Du Fei's cultivation being at the 6th level of body refinement, she had severely injured him, breaking several of his ribs and inflicting a potentially crippling blow to his most vital area. Following the incident, Du Jiaolan had erupted in fury, accusing Ling Xianxian of slandering her son and intentionally inflicting harm upon him. That very night, she and Ling Qingye had nearly come to blows. Upon learning of Du Fei's intentions towards Ling Xianxian, Ling Qingye had been filled with rage, leading to a heated confrontation with Du Jiaolan. Eventually, after the intervention of the 3 elders of the Ling family, the two had begrudgingly called a truce. After returning home, upon discovering Du Fei's condition had worsened, Du Jiaolan had relentlessly returned to create further turmoil. Including today, this was already the 4th time. Ling Qingye, you bully a widow and her son, thinking we are without support? Very well, just wait. My family will be here soon. Du Jiaolan roared like a lioness. My cousin is arriving this afternoon, and I shall see how you, Ling Qingye, continue to flaunt your authority. That little wretch maliciously harmed my son, reducing him to this state. I will not let this matter rest. You are the wretch. Your entire Du family is nothing but a pack of curs. Ling Xianxian retorted fiercely, her eyes red and her demeanor fierce as a young tigress. Your son got what he deserved. After clarifying the situation, Ling Yusher's face turned icy, her beautiful eyes glaring at Du Jiaolan as she declared, for Du Fei to commit such an act, sparing his life is already a mercy. After all, Ling Xianxian is his sister, and his actions are nothing short of beastly. Indeed, he is nothing but a beast. Deservedly so. This is truly a calamity, and not having killed him is already lenient. Absolutely. The surrounding Ling family members expressed their outrage, echoing her sentiments. Very well. You Ling family think you can oppress us outsiders? Du Jiaolan was seething with anger, her eyes flashing with venomous intent. Just wait for my cousin to arrive from Xingyun Pavilion. I want to see if all of you can maintain your bravado then. If I do not obtain justice for my son, I, Du Jiaolan, will leave Lingjia town and never return. Upon hearing her mention Du Haitian, many of the previously boisterous Ling family members fell into a sudden silence. Du Haitian was one of the 5 elders of Xingyun Pavilion, with mid-stage Kaiyuan realm cultivation, and it was said he was on the verge of breaking through to the late stage. His strength surpassed that of Ling Qingye, and he commanded 3 martial artists at the early Kaiyuan realm. Moreover, Du Haitian was a trusted confidant of Lu Yuntao, the deputy head of Xingyun Pavilion, greatly favored by him. The sheer power Du Haitian wielded was enough to place him above the Ling family, and if he were to truly come, the Ling family would find it exceedingly difficult to cope. What? Lost your voices, too afraid to speak. As Du Jiaolan invoked Du Haitian's name, the Ling family members fell silent, and she stood tall, sneering, listen well, regarding my son's affair, I will demand justice and ensure that little wretch pays the price. Her eyes gleamed with a cold, serpentine glare as she fixated on Ling Xianxian. Under her chilling gaze, Ling Xianxian felt a wave of dread wash over her, her petite form trembling slightly as she timidly whispered, Sister, did I do something wrong? Have I brought great trouble to father and the family? After a brief pause, she began to tear up, saying, It was Du Fei who was the beast. I truly could not endure him. Do not worry. You have done nothing wrong. It is he who deserves this. Ling Yushi grasped her hand tightly, softly reassuring her. We have accomplished great deeds for Xingyun Pavilion at Tianlang Mountain. We need not fear Du Haitian, do not fret. Had I been in your place, I would have acted with equal severity. You need not feel guilty. After her comforting words, Ling Xianxian appeared significantly relieved, her cherubic face losing some of its guilt and worry. Qin Lai, observing from a corner of the crowd, noticed that upon hearing of Du Haitian's impending arrival, Ling Chengye and Ling Qingji's expressions visibly altered. It seemed that while the two brothers maintained a facade of toughness, they were indeed quite apprehensive of Du Haitian. If they felt this way, how much more so the other Ling family members? Even the three elders, along with the rest of the Ling family, were furrowed in deep concern, and many who had previously been vociferous fell silent, as if Du Haitian's presence loomed over them like a mountain, weighing heavily upon their hearts and rendering them breathless. In stark contrast, Du Jiaolan and her companions, emboldened by the backing they had, exuded an air of arrogance, shedding the previous despondency. Xingyun Pavilion was merely a Qingshe-level force. Yet for the Ling family, who were dependent on it, it represented an elevated status. The fact that Du Haitian was just one of the elders of Xingyun Pavilion was enough to instill such a sense of dread among the Ling family. This revelation left Qin Lai astonished, providing him with a renewed understanding of the harsh and unforgiving hierarchy among the various forces within the spiritual realm. We shall wait here for your uncle to arrive. By my calculations, he should be here shortly. At that time, we will settle accounts with the Ling family. Du Jiaolan and her associates found a place to sit, making it clear they were prepared for a significant confrontation. Many Ling family members wore heavy expressions, their gazes toward the Du family fraught with caution and unease. Ling Qingye furrowed his brow deeply and exchanged a glance with Ling Qingji, summoning Ling Yushi. Ling Feng and the others back to the main hall, then inquired, "How did your expedition to Tianlang Mountain fare?" Ling Feng, Ling Xian, and the others, drawn to the commotion upon their return, had gathered here without having had the chance to report. Now summoned to the hall, they were filled with excitement upon hearing the family head's question. It was exhilarating and thrilling. Ling Xiao spoke first. Head of the family, you are unaware that this journey has truly been a matter of life and death for us. Fraught with peril, all because of Qin Lai, Qin Lai, Qin Lai, Qin Lai. Ling Chengye, Ling Qingji, and Ling Xianyan were all visibly taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances with Ling Xiao. Qin Lai went as well? How did he manage that? Ling Qingye gazed deeply at Ling Yushi. No wonder we haven't seen him recently. He must have gone to Tianlang Mountain with you all. What exactly transpired? Has that fool become a burden to you? What purpose does he serve there? Did he hinder your mission? Hearing Ling Xiao mention all because of Qin Lai, Ling Xianyan assumed Qin Lai's presence had caused them considerable trouble, and furrowed her brows, retorting, "You truly are reckless. To execute a mission for Xingyun Pavilion while bringing along a fool. Have you all lost your minds?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she noticed the expressions of Ling Yushi, Ling Feng, Ling Xian, and Ling Xiao shifting dramatically, particularly when Ling Xian and Ling Xiao regarded her. Their faces turned cold, clearly displeased, seemingly very dissatisfied with her remarks. This left Ling Xianyan momentarily stunned. What is happening? What is the meaning of this? She pondered, feeling utterly perplexed. If it weren't for that fool you mentioned, we would all have perished. The eldest lady and Ling Ying might have faced fates worse than death. Humph! Ling Xian suddenly scoffed. Ling Xiao also joined in the mockery. Without Qin Lai, we would all be dead by now. Little sister, you must temper your prejudices in the future. Qin Lai is the savior of us all. Ling Yushi sighed softly, chiding her, "Do not jump to conclusions without understanding the facts." Ling Xianyan had not anticipated that her casual remark would provoke the ire and ridicule of everyone present, leaving her face frozen in a state of embarrassment, fluctuating between shades of blue and white. "What on earth is going on? Ling Feng, you explain." Ling Qingye commanded, his eyes glinting with curiosity. "Indeed, what events transpired that led to such a change in your attitudes towards him?" Ling Chengji inquired urgently. Head of the family. Head of the family. Someone from Xingyun Pavilion has arrived. At that moment, a panicked cry from the Ling family members echoed from outside, their tone laced with evident fear. In addition to Elder Du Haitian, there is also Elder Yi Yangqiu, who is in charge of the execution hall, and they have brought their subordinates. This is dire. The Ling brothers, who had been pressing for information about Qin Lai, suddenly turned pale, exchanging alarmed glances, all recognizing the fear in each other's eyes. Just the presence of Du Haitian alone was already a considerable headache for the Ling family, and now with elder Yi Yangqiu of the execution hall. Both brothers felt their scalps tingling with dread. Why has Yi Yangqiu returned? I have not heard that he is on good terms with Du Haitian. When elder Yi Yangqiu appears among the vassal forces, it often heralds the most severe punishments. What has our Ling family done to provoke him into visiting? Ling Qingye exclaimed, his body trembling with indignation and panic. The incident with Xianyan severely injuring Du Fei could not possibly have drawn Yi Yangqiu's attention. Moreover, Yi Yangqiu is known for his strictness. In Xingyun Pavilion, he does not show leniency to anyone, not even the two deputy pavilion masters, Kong Hui and Lu Yuntao. He would never come personally to the Ling family for such a trivial matter. Ling Chengji added, his voice tinged with feared Yi Yangqiu, as the elder of the execution hall in Xingyun Pavilion, always brought with him the most severe retribution. His arrival cast a shadow of despair over every member of the Ling family. Chapter 45. Elder of the Execution Hall. At the entrance of Ling Family Town, a group of martial artists clad in the attire of Xingyun Pavilion appeared, their expressions grim. This group of martial artists evidently belonged to two factions, one led by Elder Du Haitian and the other by Elder Yi Yangqiu of the Execution Hall. Both arriving together yet distinctly separate. Du Haitian was tall and slender, with a short white beard and dressed like a scholar, his gaze deep and inscrutable. In contrast, Yi Yangqiu was short and thin, his skin a peculiar dark blue, seemingly due to a unique cultivation method or some other reason, giving him an eerie appearance. His eyes were cold and forbidding, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Du Haitian walked alongside him towards the Ling family estate, each accompanied by their respective subordinates, all fellow elders of Xingyun Pavilion. Yi Yangqiu oversaw the execution hall, while Du Haitian was responsible for external combat, frequently leading his subordinates in conflicts with rival factions or hunting spirit beasts. Generally, the two groups had little interaction, but should Du Haitian's subordinates commit an offense, Yi Yangqiu held the authority to impose punishment. As the most critical elder of the execution hall, Yi Yangqiu was notorious for his ruthlessness. If any of the subordinates of the various elders broke the rules of Xingyun Pavilion and fell into his hands, he would handle it strictly, showing no favoritism, not even to the two deputy pavilion masters, who would find no mercy from him. Thus, Yi Yangqiu had gained a fearsome reputation within Xingyun Pavilion. All martial artists within the pavilion dreaded him, fearing the consequences of falling afoul of his judgment. Elder Yi, what is your perspective on the matter of the Ling family's betrayal? Du Haitian suddenly inquired. Several days prior, Feng Bin, the head of the Feng family, had personally relayed intelligence to Xingyun Pavilion, claiming that the Ling family had conspired with the Shattering Ice Manor to plot against the Tianlang mountain mine, resulting in the near-total annihilation of the Feng and Gao families. With even Lu Yan's whereabouts remaining uncertain, Feng Bin had also submitted letters detailing the interactions between Ling Qingye and the Shattering Ice Manor, allegedly discovered by Feng Yi on a deceased member of the Ling family, urging Xingyun Pavilion to severely punish the Ling family. The letters bore the signature of Elder Yin Dui from the Shattering Ice Manor, complete with the unique seal of the manor. After verifying the authenticity of the seal, Yi Yangqiu was greatly shocked and thus made his way to Ling family town with his subordinates. Du Haitian, originally at a loss for a pretext to deal with the Ling family, seized upon the opportunity, using his cousin's presence in the Ling family as a reason to assist Yi Yangqiu in suppressing them. Whether the Ling family has indeed betrayed us cannot be concluded at this moment. The matter requires further investigation, Yi Yangqiu stated coldly, his expression foreboding. If it is confirmed, all involved will face execution. He paused momentarily before adding, if it turns out that your niece's son is also complicit, he too shall be dealt with. Upon hearing this, Du Haitian's heart sank, and he forced a chuckle, quickly stating, Elder Yi is being overly cautious. My niece's son has always been at odds with Ling Chengye. There is no way he would be aware of this. I implore you, Elder Yi, to investigate thoroughly and ensure no mistakes are made. I will ascertain the truth, Yi Yangqiu replied indifferently. Du Haitian furrowed his brow, casting a chilling glance towards the ancestral hall of the Ling family. He had received news of Du Fei's severe injuries during the journey, and at that moment, he resolved that the Ling family must pay a price, ensuring that Ling Qingye's family would be completely expelled from Ling family town. Within the main estate of the Ling family, Ling Qingye and his brothers, accompanied by 3 elders from their clan, emerged to greet the arriving elders of Xinyun Pavilion. The Ling family members gathered in the area wore somber expressions, their brows knitted with evident trepidation. They were anxious about Yi Yangqiu's arrival, uncertain of the reasons behind the visit of this notoriously harsh elder. In stark contrast, Du Jiaolan and the others were filled with excitement. Their hearts secretly thrilled, thinking, even Yi Yangqiu has been summoned. Let us see how the Ling family meets their demise this time. Qin Lai, hidden among the Ling family members at the back of the crowd, observed the unfolding situation with a cold gaze, equally astonished. Is the arrival of the elder of the execution hall truly warranted for such a trivial matter as Xinyun injuring someone? It must be something more significant. He recalled their expedition to Tianlang Mountain and the analysis provided by Ling Feng and Ling Yushi before returning, gradually honing in on the truth. Oh? While deep in thought, he suddenly sensed a piercing gaze directed at him from the Ling family members. A quick glance revealed that it was none other than Ling Xinyun. Ling Xinyun stood behind Ling Chengya, to the left of Ling Yushi, from where she could see him perfectly. That bright gaze was filled with surprise, astonishment, confusion, and a myriad of complex emotions, starkly contrasting with the disdain and contempt she had previously shown, leaving Qin Lai momentarily stunned, unsure of what to make of it. That fool, was he just pondering something? For a fleeting moment, his eyes were so clear and bright. Could it be that I was mistaken? Ling Xinyun gazed at Qin Lai from a distance, her heart in disarray. Why do my sister and Ling Xian defend him so fiercely? What on earth transpired during this outing? Her mind was a whirl, and she found herself increasingly unable to discern which version of Qin Lai was the true one. The foolish one or the one with the clear, bright eyes. Welcome, Elder Yi and Elder Du, to the Ling family. Just as she was lost in her tumultuous thoughts, her father, Ling Qingye, raised his voice in greeting, pulling her back to reality. She cast a glance at the approaching Du Haitian and the cold, forbidding Yi Yangqiu, her expression shifting in alarm, quickly followed by regret for having acted so harshly towards Du Fei, bringing immense trouble to the family. Brother, uncle. Upon seeing Du Haitian's arrival, Du Jiaolan, Du Hong, and Du Fei all expressed their joy, calling out in unison, while Du Fei, lying on a stretcher, had reddened eyes, appearing to have suffered tremendous grievances. Du Haitian, observing Du Fei's pitiful state, felt his facial muscles twitch slightly, and he nodded gently at Du Jiaolan and the others, signaling with his eyes that he would not let this go, reassuring them to remain calm. Beside him, a warrior approached Du Jiaolan and whispered a few words, which filled her with delight as she cast a gaze at Ling Qingye brimming with satisfaction. I kindly request both elders to discuss this matter in the hall, said Ling Qingye. Slightly bowing, Du Haitian waved his hand dismissively, responding with indifference, there is no need for that. It is better to speak here. He, your audacity is truly remarkable to commit such acts and still dare to remain in Ling family town. Why did you not flee to the Shattered Ice Prefecture? Is it that the Shattered Ice Prefecture merely utilizes you without genuine acceptance of the Ling family? Upon hearing this, the members of the Ling family turned pale, fear gripping their hearts. Associating with the Shattered Ice Prefecture was a matter that could lead to the extermination of their clan. How could they not be terrified? Pardon me, but what does Elder Du mean by that? Ling Qingye's face turned ashen, his voice trembling as he gritted his teeth. He looked towards Yi Yangqiu and declared emphatically, the Ling family has never had any dealings with the Shattered Ice Prefecture. I implore both elders to discern the truth. Still attempting to quibble, Du Haitian barked, Feng Bin has presented the correspondence between you and Elder Yendu of the Shattered Ice Prefecture. What further defense do you have? Show it to him, Yi Yangqiu commanded coldly. Gesturing with his hand point, one of his subordinates immediately stepped forward and handed the letter to Ling Qingye. As he held the letter, his hands shook violently, his eyes fixated on the familiar handwriting. The seal of the Shattered Ice Prefecture and Yenda Wu's reply. Ling Qingye felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, scarcely able to believe his eyes. After a long pause, he rasped, I do not know anyone from the Shattered Ice Prefecture. This is an absolute injustice. I have no idea what is happening. It is the Feng family that betrayed the Starcloud Pavilion, not our Ling family. Ling Yushi stepped forward, standing beside her father, taking a deep breath before exclaiming passionately, "The Feng family long ago allied with the Shattered Ice Prefecture." It was Feng Yi who said this himself. For the sake of the flame sun jade from Tianlang Mountain, the Feng family conspired with the Shattered Ice Prefecture to nearly annihilate us. Lu Yin can attest to this. I beseech Elder Yi to see through the deception. Lu Yin is my subordinate, and has yet to return to the Starcloud Pavilion. According to Feng Bin, Lu Yin's fate may be dire, Yi Yangqiu replied, momentarily taken aback before continuing, "Please explain what transpired." Ling Yushi's account was in stark contrast to Feng Bin's assertions, yet Feng Bin had provided a letter signed by Yin Dewu. While the Ling family had nothing to counter it, however, Ling Yushi's mention of Lu Yin pricked Yi Yangqiu's interest, leading him to ponder further. The situation is as follows. In front of the members of the Ling family and Yi Yangqiu, Ling Yushi meticulously recounted the events, elucidating every detail. Qinlai discerned the Feng family's scheme and informed us in advance. Under the siege of the Feng family, Qinlai was the first to slay Feng Lin, followed by Feng Jie, ultimately forcing Feng Yi to flee. Qinlai assisted Lu Yin in repairing the spirit tool, the hexagonal shield. Qinlai guided us towards the correct path. In the end, it was Qinlai who brought forth the statue, compelling the demon wolf king to spare us and instead pursue the Shattered Ice Prefecture, inflicting significant losses upon them and causing Yin Dewu to flee in panic. Throughout her account, the name that emerged most frequently was Qinlai. With each utterance of Qinlai, the expressions of all Ling family members and the warriors of the Starcloud Pavilion shifted to one of astonishment, disbelief washing over their faces as they gasped in wonder. The brothers Ling Qingye and Ling Qingji had long suspected Qinlai's extraordinary nature, and upon hearing this, they felt an inexplicable excitement coursing through them. Exchanging a glance that conveyed a surge of electricity, Ling Xianxian, however, remained stupefied, listening to her sisters recounting as if entranced by a myth, her mind a blank slate. Could it truly be him, the one who foresaw the Feng family's treachery, led the Ling family members through the encirclement, aided Lu Yin of the Starcloud Pavilion in repairing the spirit tool, and struck the Shattered Ice Prefecture using the Demon Wolf King? Is that the same fool I have always looked down upon? With this thought, her eyes shimmered with astonishment as she hurriedly turned to look in a certain direction, only to find that Qinlai had vanished from where he had stood moments ago. Absurd. Preposterous. Does anyone actually believe such nonsense? Du Haitian bellowed, snapping the crowd from their stupor and awakening them from their shock. He then cast a scornful glance at Ling Yushi, his derision evident. Whether Qinlai is a fool remains to be seen. But do you genuinely believe that a mere warrior of the body refinement realm can seize every advantage and turn a situation that is certain to lead to death around? The notion that a wooden carving could compel the Demon Wolf King to submit is utterly ludicrous. At his words, those who had been enveloped in astonishment began to exhibit confusion. Ling Yushi's statements were simply too far-fetched for anyone to accept, sowing seeds of doubt in their minds as they considered the improbability of Qinlai single-handedly orchestrating their escape from peril while simultaneously delivering a blow to the warriors of the Shattered Ice Prefecture. Elder Yi, do you believe her uncorroborated claims? Du Haitian inquired, turning his head toward Yi Yangqiu, who remained silent. To him, Ling Yushi's narrative appeared somewhat absurd, lacking a foundation in reality, and thus he found it difficult to place his faith in it. The truth is that the Ling family has conspired with the Shattered Ice Prefecture, leading to the near annihilation of the Feng and Gao families and the sacrifice of Lu Yin within our ranks. I find Feng Bin's account far more plausible and trustworthy. Moreover, Feng Bin possesses correspondence evidencing the Ling family's dealings with the Shattered Ice Prefecture, which you have also examined and found to be irrefutably genuine, stated Du Haitian. I have also thought of another piece of evidence. At that moment, Du Jiaolan stepped forward, a sly smile gracing her lips as she directed her venomous gaze at Ling Qingye. Following Yi Yangqiu's gesture, she continued, when that fool was betrothed to Ling Yushi, the betrothal gifts included 100 meridians pills, sea-breaking pills, and numerous high-grade spirit stones, which the Ling family could not possibly possess. With a mocking laugh, she declared, it is undoubtedly acquired through collusion with the Shattered Ice Prefecture. You dare to spout such baseless accusations. Those belong to Qinlai and have nothing to do with my Ling family. Ling Qingye shouted, panic evident on his face, as he broke into a cold sweat at Du Jiaolan's insinuation. How could that fool possess such precious spirit pills and stones? It must be you who secretly harbored them. Du Jiaolan retorted with a cold sneer, her voice piercing. I was perplexed at the time, wondering how those spirit pills and stones suddenly appeared, unable to fathom their origin. Now I realized that they were obtained through your dealings with the Shattered Ice Prefecture. You intended to use the betrothal ceremony to cleanse the origin of those spirit pills and stones so that your daughter could use them openly, did you not? Your scheming is truly profound. Her words sent a chill through the hearts of the Ling family members, instilling a sense of impending doom. The unusual occurrences during the previous betrothal ceremony remained vivid in their memories, leaving them puzzled about the inexplicable spirit pills and stones that had appeared among the gifts. They did not believe that those items came from Qinlai. Today, as Du Haitian and Du Jiaolan made their claims, a portion of the Ling family began to harbor doubts, suspecting that Ling Qingya had secretly collaborated with the Shattered Ice Prefecture, betraying the Star Cloud Pavilion in exchange for precious cultivation materials. As this thought took root, their gazes towards Ling Qingya and his family shifted, imbued with skepticism and indignation. A traitor. No one would accept such a person, not even their own kin. This kind of betrayal was utterly intolerable, a crime that could not be forgiven. As they met the suspicious eyes of their kin, Ling Qingya and his daughter felt a chill run down their spines. Ling Xianxian trembling slightly, her teeth clenched tightly as she felt an increasing coldness enveloping her. Ling Yusher's face turned pale, despair washing over her as she realized how sharply Du Jiaolan's words cut. She recognized that the Ling family had grossly underestimated Du Jiaolan's cunning and malice. The grave crime of betraying the Star Cloud Pavilion was sufficient to warrant their entire family's execution, plunging them into an abyss from which they could never return. I truly had no knowledge of those spirit pills. They came from Qinlai and have nothing to do with my Ling family, Ling Qingya asserted, his face stern, glaring at Du Jiaolan like a cornered beast. Your claims are mere speculation. What evidence do you have to prove that those spirit pills came from the Shattered Ice Prefecture? Du Jiaolan faltered for a moment before retorting defiantly, any discerning person can see the truth. Ling Qingya adamantly denied any knowledge. And while Du Jiaolan could not prove that the items came from the Shattered Ice Prefecture, the crowd remained skeptical, unable to ascertain the truth. But what of the pills from that time? The sea-breaking pill, it is most effective when taken during the breakthrough to the opening realm. You should not have refined it yet, correct? At that moment, Yi Yangqiu turned his gaze towards Ling Yusher, coldly inquiring. Ling Yusher was taken aback, but nodded gently, it is still with me. Show me the sea-breaking pill. Yi Yangqiu extended his hand. Without further ado, Ling Yusher cautiously retrieved a jade vial and obediently presented it. Under the scrutiny of all, Yi Yangqiu accepted the vial, opened it, and poured out a fragrant pill, narrowing his eyes for a closer inspection. After several seconds, Yi Yangqiu's expression suddenly turned icy, and he declared sternly, it indeed comes from the Shattered Ice Prefecture. Upon the utterance of those words, Ling Yusher's delicate form trembled violently, her enchanting eyes reflecting an extreme terror. Ling Qingya and Ling Xianxian were similarly struck, their minds reverberating with a cacophony of dread, as if the heavens themselves had decreed the downfall of the Ling family. Conversely, Du Jiaolan and Du Haitian, among others, appeared invigorated, their eyes gleaming with excitement. The members of the Ling clan were taken aback, pointing fingers at Ling Qingya, Ling Xianxian, and Ling Yusher, hurling curses at them, condemning them to a fate most dire for allegedly colluding with the ice-shattering manner, proclaiming that the demise of their entire family would be no great loss. Only Ling Xian and Ling Feng, who had ventured to Wolf Mountain, retained their composure, having participated in the battle against the ice-shattering manor. Fully aware that the Ling family would never conspire with such a faction, they vociferously defended Ling Qingya and his kin, insisting that the situation was not as it appeared. Yet, to the eyes of the gathered crowd, their defenses seemed feeble, as many regarded them as traitors. I possess an in-depth understanding of the matters concerning the ice-shattering manor. On this pill of sea dispelling, there exists an exceedingly subtle ice fragment motif. A distinctive mark of the alchemists from the ice-shattering manor, it is irrefutable that the pill of sea dispelling originated from there. He raised the pill, gesturing toward a minuscule detail at its base, presenting it to Ling Qingya for inspection. Ling Qingya glanced at it, and an icy chill enveloped him why Yangqiu had not slandered him. Indeed, at the very bottom of the pill of sea dispelling was a diminutive ice fragment emblem, discernible only upon close scrutiny. Since acquiring the pill, they had refrained from uncorking the vial in preparation for future consumption, remaining unaware of its true nature. What further words do you have? Yi Yangqiu's expression was cold and forbidding. The pill was procured from Qinlai, and we were entirely unaware of its origins. We implore Elder Yi for justice on behalf of the Ling family. Ling Chengye's eyes blazed with indignation as he roared like a beast. Even at death's door, you still dare to argue? Du Haitian retorted sharply, then added, this matter surely pertains only to the head of the Ling family colluding with the ice-shattering manner, and is unrelated to the other clan members. I beseech Elder Yi to observe with keen discernment. First, seal the courtyard, commanded Yi Yangqiu. His subordinates swiftly dispersed, encircling the area to prevent anyone from leaving. The moment Du Haitian witnessed this display, a smile crept across his face, while Ling Chengye and his companions turned ashen. Apprehend those who returned from Wolf Mountain and conduct a thorough search. Yi Yangqiu continued to issue orders. His elite warriors advanced toward Ling Feng and the others, their faces cold and exuding a palpable murderous intent. One among them remarked, just a month ago, Lu Yin was toasting with me. Who would have thought he would fall victim to traitors? You lot, now that we have you in our grasp, death will not come easily. What are you doing? Ling Exine bellowed in fury, brandishing his weapon with a wild expression, shouting, damn it, it was clearly the Feng family who slandered us. We fought valiantly, escaping with our lives, and you dare turn against us? Were it not for Qinlai, I would have long since perished at the hands of the Feng family. Should you dare lay a hand on me today, I will fight you with all I have. Ling Xiao echoed, equally incensed. Those who dare resist shall be executed without mercy. Yi Yangqiu stated coldly. Ling Xiao, Ling Exine, silence. No one is permitted to move. Ling Yusher shrieked, her voice trembling with emotion. Put down your weapons. I trust that Xingyun Pavilion will uncover the truth. You all know that Brother Lu Yin was en route back to Xingyun Pavilion. Although his journey is longer than ours, he will surely arrive. Upon hearing her words, Ling Xiao and Ling Exine hesitated momentarily, only to be sternly reprimanded by Ling Chengye, which compelled them to comply and relinquish their weapons. Before long, Yi Yangqiu's subordinates began to search Ling Xiao, Ling Feng, and Ling Exine, uncovering numerous spirit stones, materials, and several low-tier spirit pills. Upon examining a few spirit pills, Yi Yangqiu discovered that they too bore the mark of the ice-shattering manner, his expression darkening further. Earlier, when Ling Yusher had explained the situation, she had omitted mentioning that they obtained spirit stones and pills from the bodies of the dead from the ice-shattering manner, harboring intentions of hoarding them. But now that scheme had backfired. It seems they have all benefited from the ice-shattering manner, Du Haitian sneered. Ling Chengye and his siblings felt as though they were at the end of their ropes. The mounting evidence was decidedly against them. And had Yi Yangqiu been even a touch more reckless, the current proof would suffice to condemn them all to death. Elder Yi, I believe there is no need to take them back for further examination. A decision can be made on the spot, Du Haitian suggested with a faint smile. His gaze as frigid as ice directed at Ling Chengye and his kin. My people can assist, and I can help you eliminate the head of the Ling family. Suddenly, Ling Chengye roared, Du Haitian, your machinations against the Ling family are driven solely by your desire for the head of the family position. For your mistress and those two illegitimate children? You caused my wife's demise years ago, and now you seek to harm my daughter and me today. I shall drag you down with me even if it costs me my life. At this point, Ling Chengye was on the brink of collapse, his long-suppressed rage erupting. Cousin? Indeed, Du Jiaolan is your cousin, but do you truly believe that your sordid deeds remain unknown? Du Jiaolan bore Du Heng merely 7 months after arriving at my Ling family. Whose child do you think he is? You are well aware. 2 years later, she visited Xingyun Pavilion, and shortly thereafter, she bore Du Fei. You know full well whose bastards those are. I am acutely aware of how my second brother met his end. Cease your baseless accusations. Du Jiaolan cried out fiercely. Your second brother perished training in the violent body technique. It has nothing to do with me. Are you truly so desperate as to bite back in your dying moments? Du Haitian's expression darkened ominously, to speak without evidence. How shameful for one who claims to be the head of a family, truly deserving of death. He turned to Yi Yangqiu, his demeanor awkward, forcing a smile. Ling Qingye's plot has been uncovered. The mad dog is merely lashing out. Elder Yi, do not heed his nonsense. After a moment's pause, he continued, why not join forces and eliminate him first? The rest can be taken back for a more thorough interrogation at your leisure. What say you? Yi Yangqiu, brow furrowed, his sinister eyes flickering, pondered for a considerable time before speaking. Whether regarding the pills that appeared during the engagement ceremony or the events at Wolf Mountain, there exists a pivotal figure. Where is this person? I wish to meet him and hear his account. His name is Qin Lai, correct? Bring him to me. Do not concern yourself with him. Qin Lai is merely a fool. Ling Qingye and Ling Yushi are using the words of a simpleton to absolve themselves of responsibility. What nonsense about a fool presenting spirit pills, what foolishness about a simpleton rescuing the Ling family from peril, and inciting the demon Wolf King to attack the ice-shattering manor. These are but excuses, Du Jiaolan remarked with a charming smile directed at Yi Yangqiu. Whether we find Qin Lai or not is irrelevant. A fool cannot articulate anything, and his intellect is lacking, so summoning him would be futile. Who are you calling a fool, you wretched woman? At that moment, from the rear of the Ling family assembly, an unfamiliar voice rang out, eliciting surprise from the majority of those present. In the grand courtyard of the Ling family, a majority of its members had gathered, alongside the formidable warriors of Xingyun Pavilion. At this moment, all were rendered speechless by the preceding dialogue. Instinctively scanning for the source of the voice, seeking the speaker, when a slender figure suddenly came into view. Qin Lai. It is indeed Qin Lai. He has finally spoken. The expressions of many Ling family members shifted to astonishment, unable to suppress exclamations of disbelief, as though encountering Qin Lai for the first time. For 5 years, he had been overlooked, disregarded, and even scorned. Yet now, in the face of calamity befalling the Ling family, he boldly stepped forward, and for the first time, spoke out with the most venomous words against Du Jiaolan. Ling Yushi's bright eyes sparkled with a remarkable light, fixated upon Qin Lai, her heart stirred with emotion. In my darkest hour, it was you, once again, who stood forth. She clenched her fists in silence, imprinting that slender figure deep within her mind. It is he is indeed not foolish. The fool was I. A complex expression of guilt, regret, and self-mockery washed over Ling Xuanxuan's innocent visage, a medley of emotions swirling within her. Under the astonished gazes of those around, Qin Lai stepped forth from the ranks of the Ling family members who had parted for him. Advancing to the center of the courtyard, positioning himself before Du Jiaolan, the dazed expression in his eyes dissipated, replaced by clarity and brilliance, accentuating his already outstanding features. Qin Lai now appeared extraordinarily handsome, causing all present to experience a moment of awe. Wretched woman, who do you deem a fool? Your 2 illegitimate children, perhaps? He stated with a calm smile, glancing at Du Hong and Du Fei, unperturbed by the darkened expressions on the faces of the 3 women. Continuing nonchalantly, that must be the case. It is rumored that many children born of a harlot are mentally challenged. At this declaration, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, their gazes toward Du Jiaolan and her daughters transforming into something exceedingly peculiar. What a venomous tongue! Is this truly Qin Lai? Good heavens, has he lost his mind? How audacious of him to speak so. This fellow, Du Haitian, is still present, truly reckless. Many exchanged furtive glances, their whispers revealing a shared sentiment that this newly vocal Qin Lai was a stranger, a source of intrigue. I'll be damned if I don't kill you, you little bastard. Du Hong, at the 8th tier of the body refinement stage, was consumed by rage, lunging forward like a rabid dog. His right hand, with fingers bent in a peculiar manner, resembled a bird poised to take flight, shimmering with a faint golden radiance. As he approached Qin Lai, a sudden roar erupted from him, and a surge of spiritual power erupted forth. In an instant, a golden spiritual bird, no larger than a sparrow, materialized and shot towards Qin Lai's chest. Qin Lai, be careful. The golden spirit bird is a 5th-grade ordinary spiritual artifact, equivalent to Lu Yan's hexagonal shield. Ling Yushi exclaimed in panic, instinctively calling out a warning. This golden spirit bird, a spiritual artifact purchased by Du Haitian for Du Hong, took on the shape of a form guard, often concealed within Du Heng's right sleeve, making it difficult to detect in battle, allowing for a sudden, unexpected strike. Du Hong's use of the golden spirit bird left Ling Yushi anxious. She was acutely aware of its terrifying capabilities and feared for Qin Lai's safety. Du Haitian, his face darkened with anger, was also incensed by Qin Lai's words. Although he believed himself above engaging directly, witnessing Du Hong unleash his attack filled him with a perverse satisfaction. Wishing nothing more than for Du Hong to eliminate Qin Lai once and for all. Strangely, Yi Yangqiu did not intervene but observed coldly, seemingly keen to see how events would unfold in his view. If Qin Lai truly possessed the ability to turn the tide at Sirius Mountain, then he should not struggle against Du Heng's assault. Conversely, if Ling Yushi were lying, then the matter of Sirius Mountain was a fabrication, and all members of the Ling family were traitors. In such a case, if Qin Lai were to be killed, he would deserve it. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, Qin Lai raised his left hand, where electric currents surged and intertwined, forming a colossal net of lightning. The golden bird conjured by Du Hong plunged into this electrifying web, and with a resounding crackle, it was instantaneously reduced to nothingness. Before Du Hong could react, Qin Lai charged towards him, his right fist enveloped in azure lightning, ferociously striking at Du Heng's chest. Du Heng's face was a mask of disbelief. In his haste, he gathered his spiritual power, managing to conjure a small patch of golden cloud, which he desperately thrust towards Qin Lai's fist. Boom! The sound of thunder erupted from their collision, reverberating in the ears of all present. The golden cloud on Du Heng's hand disintegrated under the lightning strike, scattering like a shower of golden stars, while the azure lightning surged with increasing ferocity, coiling around Du Heng's arm like a serpentine bolt. Spreading across his body, Du Hong's form was sent reeling as though struck by a battering ram, almost airborne as he was propelled back uncontrollably. Thud! He crashed down beside Du Fei's stretcher, causing the wounded Du Fei to cry out in agony. Is this really Qin Lai? Am I seeing things? I remember I called him a fool. I hope he didn't hear that. Oh heavens! Is this truly the real Qin Lai? All members of the Ling family regarded him as if seeing him for the first time, gazing at him as though he were a monster. Especially Ling Xianxian, who bit her lip, her gaze fixed on Qin Lai, revealing an extremely complex expression. Yi Yangqiu was similarly taken aback, evidently astonished by Qin Lai, beginning to contemplate the truth of Ling Yushi's words. Considering that perhaps they might indeed hold some merit, under the weight of incredulous stares, Qin Lai showed no signs of relenting, akin to a ferocious beast in a frenzy, charging towards Du Hong as if intent on delivering a lethal blow while Du Hong was still unable to gather his spiritual power. This tempestuous, unbridled, and domineering display shocked everyone, causing the spectators to change color in disbelief. Before his outburst, Qin Lai appeared handsome and delicate, his slender frame resembling that of a fragile girl. Yet, once unleashed, he transformed into a primal beast. The sheer ferocity and madness of his presence, combined with the explosive sound of thunder, created a stark contrast to the earlier impression of his frailty, leaving all in stunned silence. They began to doubt, questioning whether the quiet Qin Lai and the now raging Qin Lai were indeed the same person. You little beast, you seek death. As Qin Lai charged forward, Du Jiaolan's hair flew wildly as she shrieked, her body radiating a purple aura, preparing to strike with deadly intent. Upon witnessing this, Ling Qingye roared, rushing towards Du Jiaolan. Du Haitian's expression darkened, his demeanor cold as he prepared to intervene personally. Ling Yushi, Ling Xianxian, Ling Chengji, and the other members of the Ling family also cried out, causing the scene in the courtyard to teeter on the brink of chaos. Everyone, cease at once. At that moment, Yi Yangqiu's icy voice rang out, abruptly appearing beside Qin Lai, his hand pressing down on Qin Lai's shoulder, his expression sinister as he glared at Du Haitian. The moment he laid his hand on Qin Lai, an overwhelming heaviness settled upon him, as though he were being pressed down by a massive mountain, rendering him immobile and forcing him to abandon his pursuit of Du Hong. He glanced at a hunched figure beside Du Hong, a gaunt, middle-aged man clad in a black refining master's robe, his gaze sharp and piercing. Having concealed himself among the crowd, he had been observing Du Jiaolan and, upon noting the presence of an additional refining master. He had confirmed that this individual was indeed the one responsible for disrupting the array at the stone path of the ice-shattering pavilion, further intensifying his disdain for the Du family. Later, seeing Du Jiaolan and Du Haitian hurling venomous words that brought Ling Yusher to the brink of tears, he could no longer suppress his fury. Finally, unable to restrain himself, he retaliated with similar, venomous words directed at the Du family. He had not anticipated Du Heng's sudden assault, which ignited his rage to a boiling point, culminating in an explosive outburst. Who dares to act recklessly will face the consequences of the Hall of Justice. Yi Yangqiu's voice rang out coldly. At the mention of the Hall of Justice, the nearly uncontrollable situation miraculously calmed. Not only did Ling Chengye and the others cease their actions, but even Du Haitian's expression twitched as he restrained his followers, urging them to remain composed and avoid impulsive actions. I have no desire to interfere in the grievances between the Ling and Du families, nor any interest in doing so. Once everyone had regained their composure, Yi Yangqiu frowned, casting a cold gaze upon both sides. I have come solely to investigate whether the Ling family has colluded with the ice-shattering pavilion and whether they have betrayed the Starry Sky Pavilion. As he spoke, the warriors of the Hall of Justice fanned out, their ominous gazes warning those who had acted rashly to keep their distance. The crowd dispersed, returning to their original positions, with the Ling and Du families separated and unable to engage in immediate conflict. Only Qin Lai and Yi Yangqiu remained standing amidst the throng. Qin Lai, still held by Yi Yangqiu's grip on his shoulder, could not move. He frowned and said, "Enough. I won't be making any further moves. Let go." At that moment, Du Hong had also regained his footing, his expression exceedingly grim, his eyes filled with resentment, glaring at Qin Lai like a venomous snake. Yi Yangqiu cast a chilling glance at him before finally releasing his hold. Then coldly inquired, "The 100-pulse pill and the sea-opening pill bearing the mark of the ice-shattering pavilion, are they yours or the Ling family's patriarchs?" "They are mine," Qin Lai replied straightforwardly. "From where did you acquire them?" Yi Yangqiu pressed further. "In a valley within the extreme cold mountains. I killed several members of the ice-shattering pavilion and seized the spoils from their corpses," Qin Lai responded. "How can you prove this?" Yi Yangqiu narrowed his eyes. Qin Lai furrowed his brow. Pondering for a moment, then suddenly struck with inspiration. He retrieved a jade token, adorned with a celestial nebula pattern from his bosom, and casually handed it to Yi Yangqiu, uncertainly asking, "Will this serve as proof?" P.S. Sincerely seeking your support with recommendation votes. Please cast a few. Thank you. Chapter 48. Starry Sky Token. The Starry Sky Jade token was given to him by Tu Zhe, who had explicitly informed him that this token would grant him direct entry into the ranks of core members of the Starry Sky Pavilion, without the need to reach the opening origin realm by the age of 20, as was required of Ling Xianxian and Ling Yeshai. At that time, Tu Zhe had also mentioned that when he arrived at the Starry Sky Pavilion, the token might have to be returned after presentation. Thus, it was evident that the token held some significance. His experiences with Tu Zhe and others, including the slaughter of members of the ice-shattering pavilion, were indeed difficult to substantiate with mere words. The only evidence he could think of was this token. Of course, he was uncertain of its validity and, after handing it to Yi Yangqiu, he harbored private doubts, observing Yi Yangqiu's reaction closely. Yi Yangqiu, typically cold and unfeeling, took the token without much thought, leaning in to scrutinize it. Suddenly, he froze, becoming rigid and motionless, remaining silent for a long while. The members of the Ling family felt a surge of anxiety, their breaths held as they looked towards Yi Yangqiu, hoping that Qin Lai could prove the Ling family's innocence and that he had no ties to the ice-shattering pavilion. Ling Chengye, Ling Yusher, Ling Xianxian, and the others all focused their gazes on Yi Yangqiu, their hearts racing with trepidation. "My lord," one of Yi Yangqiu's subordinates, a hall master, could no longer contain himself and softly called out. Under the puzzled and expectant gazes of everyone, Yi Yangqiu finally snapped back to reality. After a moment of contemplation, he silently raised the jade token to show Du Haitian, allowing him to see the nebula pattern. Du Haitian cast a glance, his face suddenly paling in shock as he screamed, "The Starry Sky Token? Impossible! How could it possibly be the Starry Sky Token?" As the words Star Cloud Order resonated, all the warriors hailing from the Star Cloud Pavilion were struck dumb, their astonished gazes converging upon Qin Lai. The origins of the Star Cloud Order were well known among the warriors of the pavilion, who understood its profound significance. The Star Cloud Order was a rare artifact meticulously crafted by the former pavilion master, Tu Shixiang, specifically for his two sons. With only two pieces in existence, Tu Shixiang single-handedly founded the Star Cloud Pavilion and, over 20 years ago, achieved a breakthrough into the Wanxia realm, thereby successfully entering the Sanluo Palace. When he departed from the Star Cloud Pavilion to join the Sanluo Palace, he had only his eldest son, Tu Mo, by his side, while his wife, possessing a lower cultivation level, could not accompany him into the palace, necessitating that she and Tu Mo remain behind at the pavilion. For many years, he fought valiantly for the Sanluo Palace, with rumors circulating of his death on the Yiming battlefield. At that time, Tu Mo was still quite young and unable to assume command of the pavilion, leaving the position of pavilion master vacant. Furthermore, due to the repeated reports of Tu Shixiang's demise, perilous situations arose within the pavilion regarding the leadership, nearly endangering Tu Mo's life. Eventually, Tu Shixiang not only survived the Yiming battlefield, but was also appointed as a commander within the Sanluo Palace. He swiftly returned to the Star Cloud Pavilion, eliminating all those who plotted treachery, and after spending some time there, he and his wife welcomed their younger son, Tu Ze. The birth of Tu Ze brought immense joy to Tu Shixiang, who commissioned 2 Star Cloud Orders from a weapons artisan in the Sanluo Palace, bestowing one upon each of his sons. These unparalleled Star Cloud Orders, imbued with his profound affection for his sons, not only enhanced the abilities of those who cultivated the pavilion's unique techniques, but also symbolized his authority, marking his unparalleled status within the Star Cloud Pavilion and deterring any treacherous intentions harbored by its warriors. To this day, his eldest son, Tu Mo, has reached the late stage of the Kaiyuan realm, on the brink of breaking through to the Wanxia realm, and has firmly secured the position of pavilion master, rendering the Star Cloud Order merely a symbol of authority within the pavilion. The Star Cloud Order, residing solely with the brothers Tu Mo and Tu Ze, served as a unique emblem for them. Whenever they required assistance, they merely needed to present the order. Now that Tu Mo has ascended to the role of pavilion master, the Star Cloud Order is increasingly referred to as the Master S token. I have thoroughly examined it and can confirm without a doubt that it is indeed the Star Cloud Order. Despite Du Haitian's exclamations, Yi Yangqiu, amidst the ecstatic expressions of the Ling family, nodded at Qin Lai, his previously cold demeanor finally softening. This Star Cloud Order belongs to Tu Ze, does it not? His willingness to lend it to you sufficiently demonstrates that you cannot possibly be connected to the Shattered Ice Manor. It appears your words hold truth. Those spirit pills must have been acquired from slaying the warriors of the Shattered Ice Manor. Upon hearing this, all members of the Ling family exhibited expressions of relief, their anxieties finally dissipating. Qin Lai was astonished, having not anticipated that the jade token bestowed by Tu Ze would prove so effective, instantly dispelling Yi Yangqiu's suspicions. He remained unaware of the true significance of the Star Cloud Order. My lord. Something suddenly comes to mind. A hall master under Yi Yangqiu exclaimed, his eyes alight with realization. Not long ago, I visited Elder Han, who mentioned a junior from the Ling family named Ling Lai, who saved his son Han Feng from the clutches of Yin Ziqian from the Shattered Ice Manor in the extreme cold mountain range, earning a contribution of 1,200 points. You know, Han Feng has always been on good terms with Tu Ze. They often hunt together. My lord, I too recall this. I believe I heard Kangji mention it. Another individual chimed in. Yi Yangqiu paused in surprise before fixing a penetrating gaze on Qin Lai, a hint of astonishment gleaming in his eyes. You are that Ling Lai, are you not? Qin Lai smiled serenely. Behind him, Ling Chengji and Ling Xianxian were stirred with excitement, their eyes suddenly brightening as they fixated on Qin Lai's silhouette. They vividly recalled the time when they were harassed by guards at the Star Cloud Pavilion and could not even enter its gates. Ling Xianxian had even been subjected to indignities. In that critical moment, it was the name Ling Lai that facilitated their liberation, as Kangji dealt a painful blow to the guards who had humiliated them. Elder Han Qingrui had welcomed them warmly due to Ling Lai, even exempting the Ling family from 2 years of offerings. Upon returning from the Star Cloud Pavilion, the family had been searching for this Ling Lai, only to find a bedridden individual with the same name. Though they had briefly suspected Qin Lai, they soon deemed it absurd, attributing the confusion to a misunderstanding from the Star Cloud Pavilion, and had worried over it for quite some time. Now, upon hearing the remarks from Yi Yangqiu and the warriors of the Star Cloud Pavilion, and observing the Star Cloud Order, along with Qin Lai's composed smile, they finally understood. The one who had aided the Ling family in escaping their plight was indeed Qin Lai. Ling Yushi and Ling Xianxian both sparkled with bright eyes. Both sisters secretly thrilled, with Ling Xuanxuan's eyes even glistening with unshed tears. In stark contrast, Du Haitian and his compatriots bore ashen expressions, looking at Qin Lai with a sense of dread, as if witnessing a ghost in broad daylight. No matter how meticulously they plotted, they could not have fathomed that the fool they scorned and overlooked would emerge at such a critical moment, not only clearing their baseless accusations, but also forging a connection with the formidable two family of the Star Cloud Pavilion, thereby turning the dire situation of the Ling family on its head. As for the matter regarding Tianlang Mountain, Qin Lai spoke with a calm demeanor, locking eyes with Yi Yangqiu. If you do not believe our words, simply wait 5 or 6 days for Lu Yin to report back to you. Yes, within 6 days, he should arrive at the Star Cloud Pavilion. And Gao, you should have returned to the Gao family by now. You can have him vouch for us. Elder Yi, please grant us the time to prove our innocence, Ling Yushi earnestly implored. Yi Yangqiu narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before suddenly stating, "Release the members of the Ling family." All the Ling family members felt a weight lift from their hearts at his words. Knowing he no longer regarded them as traitors, this shift in attitude was of paramount importance to the Ling family. I apologize for any offense caused, my young brother, please bear with us. Indeed, we were too hasty. Our sincerest apologies. Yi Yangqiu's subordinates sheepishly smiled as they helped Ling Xian, Ling Xiao, and others to untie their bonds, openly expressing their regrets. Deep down, they had come to believe Qin Lai's assertions, prompting a significant change in their demeanor. If what you say is true, then the Feng family is utterly irredeemable, a hall master among Yi Yangqiu's subordinates asserted, his expression frosty. Feng Bin has clearly lost his senses, daring to collude with the Shattered Ice Manor while maliciously slandering the Ling family. The Star Cloud Pavilion will undoubtedly not let him off lightly. Immediately contact the pavilion via the messenger eagle, instructing them to inform us that as soon as Lu Yin returns, he must report this matter to me post-haste. Yi Yangqiu commanded coldly. Understood. The warrior heeded the order and promptly dispatched instructions below. Soon, a gray messenger eagle soared into the sky. Keep the Star Cloud Order safe. Yi Yangqiu returned the token to Qin Lai, frowning as he spoke. If your claims are substantiated, the Feng family harbors an intense hatred towards your Ling family, thus resorting to this nefarious scheme to ensnare you, hoping we would misjudge and cause the Ling family to face calamity, while simultaneously seeking to relocate and re-establish themselves in the territory controlled by the Shattered Ice Manor. Indeed, that seems plausible. Qin Lai nodded thoughtfully. Elder Du, do you have any comments on this matter? Yi Yangqiu's expression darkened as he suddenly turned to Du Haitian, his tone suggesting an inclination to hold him accountable. Du Haitian's gaze flickered between uncertainty and resolve as he replied coolly, "This is a matter for the punishment hall. I have no authority to intervene. Elder Yi shall surely conduct a thorough investigation. I have merely come to accompany my cousin and nephew, and to make a brief visit back to the Du family." He looked at Du Jiaolan, Du Hong, and Du Fei, stating, "It seems the Ling family does not welcome us. You should return with me to our ancestral home for a while. It has been quite some time since I last visited the Du family after entering the Star Cloud Pavilion." Du Jiaolan and the others fell silent, leaving alongside Du Haitian under the cold, disdainful gazes of the Ling family, departing from Ling family town in a dejected manner. Chapter 49. Eightfold Heaven. Seeking recommendations, Yi Yangqiu and the Punishment Hall warriors temporarily settled in Ling family town, awaiting news from the pavilion. Following the significant events at the Ling family's estate, all members of the Ling family now regarded Qin Lai with curiosity and awe. Many warriors of the Ling family held feelings of gratitude and respect towards Qin Lai, with Ling Xian and Ling Xiao frequently seeking him out for drinks and merriment. Several bold young women from the Ling family adorned themselves elegantly, often lingering near Qin Lai's stone dwelling. Every day, as Qin Lai traversed between the medicinal mountains, the eyes of the Ling family would gather upon him, and even the warriors of the Star Cloud Pavilion would greet him with smiles. In no time, Qin Lai became a figure of considerable popularity in Ling family town, to the point where even Ling Yusher found it troublesome to speak with him privately. He had become too captivating a presence. On a midday 5 days later, a messenger eagle appeared in the skies above Ling family town and landed on the shoulder of one of the punishment hall members. The eagle bore news from the Star Cloud Pavilion. In the presence of Ling Qingye and his family, Yi Yangqiu read the letter and then nodded at Ling Yusher, stating, "Lu Yin has clarified the situation. Your Ling family has committed no wrongdoing and has rendered great service to the Star Cloud Pavilion, especially Qin Lai. His contribution points at the Nebula Pavilion have soared to 3,000, and Elder Han Qingrui has duly recorded it." Ling Qingye felt an immense sense of relief, repeatedly expressing his gratitude, and a relaxed smile finally graced his face. Ling Yusher's beautiful eyes sparkled as she spoke with serene elegance. "Thank you, Elder Yi, for restoring the honor of the Ling family. No, it is I who must thank the Ling family, and particularly Qin Lai." Yi Yangqiu's expression remained indifferent. "The fact that my subordinate Lu Yin survived the calamity is entirely due to Qin Lai redirecting the attack of the Demon Wolf King towards Yendu. Otherwise, Lu Yin would undoubtedly have perished, along with Gao Yu and the others." Upon hearing this, the members of the Ling family were filled with a myriad of emotions, and no matter how they imagined it, they could never have foreseen that the one who had repeatedly saved the Ling family from peril was the very Qin Lai they had dismissed for 5 years, considering him a fool, especially Ling Xianxian, who had been consumed by guilt these past few days, feeling unworthy to approach Qin Lai to express her apologies. Although the Ling family has proven its innocence, the scheming of the Feng family has already come to fruition. News has reached us that the Feng family has relocated to the territory governed by the Shattered Ice Prefecture, making any future actions against them somewhat troublesome. Yi Yangqiu's face grew stern, and after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly addressed Ling Qingye. "Regarding the treachery of Du Haitian against the Ling family 10 years ago, which resulted in the death of your wife and the sacrifice of many kin, I shall conduct an investigation. Even if Du Haitian is an elder, I will strive to uncover the truth and seek justice for your family." Upon hearing this, Ling Xianxian and Ling Yusher's eyes turned red with emotion, unable to contain their excitement. Ling Qingye and his brother Ling Qingji could only express their thanks repeatedly, at a loss for words. "I cannot guarantee that Du Haitian will receive severe punishment, as he is, after all, an elder of equal rank to me. However, those subordinates who executed his orders back then should not escape the judgment of the punishment hall, so please prepare yourselves mentally." Yi Yangqiu added. "Understood. We comprehend the difficulties faced by Elder Yi," Ling Qingye replied hastily. "That will be all. We have lingered in Ling family town for too long. It is time to return and report back." Yi Yangqiu declined Ling Qingye's insistence, clearly outlining the matters before leading the punishment hall's members away from Ling family town. That evening, Qin Lai emerged from the medicinal mountain cavern and immediately spotted a graceful and elegant figure standing at the foot of the mountain, Ling Yusher. Her fitted dark blue gown accentuated her refined and tranquil demeanor, while her long, jet-black hair cascaded down like a flowing waterfall, enhancing her beauty and nobility in the glow of the setting sun. She resembled a fairy who had stepped out of a painting, evoking a sense of serenity and wonder in the hearts of onlookers. "What brings you here today?" Qin Lai approached and inquired casually. "My father has hosted a banquet at home and asked me to personally invite you, hoping you would grace us with your presence," Ling Yusher replied with a gentle smile, her bright eyes filled with significance. "In recent days, many little birds from the Ling family have been fluttering around your stone house, and I couldn't find an opportunity to see you." Qin Lai chuckled softly, shaking his head, resignedly stating, "This is precisely what I have always feared." After truly awakening, he preferred to disguise himself as a simpleton, fearing that attracting the attention of the Ling family would lead to unnecessary troubles that could hinder his cultivation. Now, whenever he appeared in Ling family town, all members of the Ling family would fix their gazes upon him, and he would be bombarded with various questions. Even upon returning to his stone house, he found no peace, as many would chatter incessantly nearby. Sometimes, Ling Xiao and Ling Exine would directly barge in to drink and chat with him. Now, even Ling Qingye had begun hosting banquets, and he suddenly felt that tranquility would be elusive in the future. "Do not worry too much, their enthusiasm will pass soon enough," Ling Yusher reassured him, her voice tinged with apology. "It is all because of me that your life has been disrupted, pulling you into the chaotic matters of the Ling family." Qin Lai smiled lightly. It is not solely due to you. The Du family secretly sent a smith to unravel the array of the medicinal mountain, which also provoked me. I had no intention of allowing the Du family to proceed unhindered. What is your true cultivation level? Just how many layers have you achieved in body refinement, Du Hong? At the 8th layer was utterly powerless against you. Your level must be quite high. Ling Yushi leaned slightly forward, her luminous eyes fixed on him intently. Ling Yushi was now slightly taller than him, and as she leaned down, her luscious lips were merely a fist's distance away. A captivating fragrance wafted from her lips, stirring something within Qin Lai, igniting an unknown flame inside him. I am only at the 7th layer of body refinement. Indeed, just the 7th layer, he stammered slightly. Ling Yushi gazed deeply into his face, and suddenly, she let out a soft laugh, her eyes brimming with mirth. I do not believe you. Believe what you will, Qin Lai chuckled. My acupoints are filled with other forces, preventing spiritual energy from permeating. My acupoints cannot connect. It is indeed the 7th layer, is it not? Other forces? Ling Yushi appeared contemplative as they walked side by side towards Ling family town. Her brow furrowed in serious thought. After a while, she remarked, by all logic, as long as the acupoints can accommodate power and connect, it should be considered the 8th layer of body refinement, right? Even if the force within your acupoints is not spiritual energy. As long as it is power, it should also count as connected acupoints, thus qualifying as the 8th layer of body refinement. After a pause, she added, how about this? We shall test it with the measuring stone shortly, to determine the purity and richness of your spiritual energy, and thereby ascertain your level. Qin Lai's spirit was stirred. If other forces can connect and refine my acupoints, does that not count as the 8th layer of body refinement? Rather than requiring spiritual energy? Indeed, I have heard my father mention that those who cultivate special powers can open their acupoints using other forces, allowing them to accommodate such powers. However, this situation is exceedingly rare, Ling Yushi stated earnestly. Qin Lai's eyes brightened in understanding, and he nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us use the measuring stone to test. The young lady has returned. Greetings, Qin Lai. Ha. The young lady has been waiting for Qin Lai. How enviable. They are already engaged. It is only natural for them to be together. It is quite absurd to make a fuss over it. As Qin Lai and Ling Yushi appeared at the entrance of Ling family town, numerous members of the Ling family greeted them with loud laughter, playfully teasing the two. Qin Lai observed that Ling Yushi's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of shyness. However, she did not appear angry, seemingly unfazed by her family's jests, which surprised him. Amidst the playful banter, the two made their way to the Ling family's hall, where a sumptuous spread of food and drink was freshly laid out, still steaming. Ling Qingye's brothers, Ling Xianxian, and the clan elder Ling Qinggan were all present. Upon seeing Qin Lai approach, they all greeted him warmly, smiles adorning their faces. Considering the time, you are right on schedule. I had my servants prepare in advance. Qin Lai, back when your grandfather was still with us, we would occasionally sit down for a meal together. After your grandfather passed, I neglected you. It is my fault, so I shall drink 3 cups in self-penance. Without waiting for Qin Lai to respond, the family head of the Ling family poured himself 3 cups of wine and drank them down. Qin Lai. I acknowledge my past mistakes. Please forgive me, Ling Xianxian said, her head bowed, unable to meet his gaze, her face flushed with embarrassment and guilt as she drank a cup of wine before sitting quietly. Qin Lai. Come, sit down first, Ling Qingji warmly invited. Yushi, why are you standing there? Quickly bring Qin Lai to sit. Father, Qin Lai wishes to use the measuring stone to ascertain his level. Let us drink later, Ling Yushi said, feeling somewhat awkward at her family's eager flattery. I shall retrieve it. Ling Qingji abruptly stood and swiftly exited the hall, returning shortly with a rhomboid crystal measuring stone, placing it before Qin Lai. Thank you. Qin Lai was exceedingly concerned about his cultivation level and, disregarding the presence of the Ling family, pressed his palm against the measuring stone, gradually channeling his spiritual energy into it. A series of blue rays emerged from the measuring stone, initially 6 appearing rapidly, but the 7th began to slow down significantly. The Ling family members watched intently as the blue rays, each representing a layer of cultivation, now reached the seventh ray. Qinlai continued to enhance his spiritual energy, his gaze fixated on the crystal surface of the measuring stone. As his spiritual energy surged, an extremely faint blue light appeared on the crystal surface, gradually brightening until it shone brilliantly. Eighth layer of body refinement. Ling Yushe exclaimed in delight, "I knew it! You have definitely achieved the eighth layer of body refinement. You, my friend, still doubt yourself. What am I to say?" Conversely, Ling Qingye and the others were not surprised in the least. To them, it was only natural that Qinlai, who had easily bested Du Hong without any resistance, would be at the eighth layer. They were puzzled by Ling Yushe's exuberance. "Isn't this quite normal?" Ling Qingye inquired about the reason. Ling Yushe promptly explained Qinlai's concerns. Ling Qingye was taken aback and then said to Qinlai, "Regardless of the type of power, as long as it can connect through the acupoints and be released, it counts as reaching the eighth layer of body refinement. Moreover, as far as I know, those who can open the meridians with other forces are often extremely rare and possess magical spiritual techniques." Gazing at the eighth clear blue light on the boundary-testing stone while listening to Ling Qingye's explanation, Qinlai felt a wave of relief wash over him. After withdrawing his hand, the blue light on the stone swiftly faded away. Observing the smooth, mirror-like surface of the boundary-testing stone, a contemplative gaze emerged in his eyes as he pondered silently. "I have merely utilized the spiritual energy from my Dantian's spiritual sea, and yet, this alone allows me to reach the eighth level of body refinement. However, not a trace of the thunderous energy stored within my meridians has been employed. If I were to channel the thunderous energy from all 720 meridians into the boundary-testing stone, I wonder what would transpire." During the battle with Du Hong, he had assumed Du Heng's vulnerability was due to underestimating him, not exerting his full strength, and that the spirit birds released by the golden spirit bird had been shattered by the electric net, leading to Du Heng's unexpected collapse, even stunning his mind, which allowed Qinlai to strike him down. At this moment, he finally comprehended that it was not that Du Hong had failed to exert his full strength, but rather that he himself was immensely powerful. He had underestimated his true capabilities. Unbeknownst to him, he had already attained the eighth level of body refinement, possessing strength comparable to Du Heng's realm. Combined with the additional thunderous energy and the formidable resilience of his physical form, rendering Du Hong utterly defenseless against his attack. This was entirely within reason. Chapter 50. The silhouette at the dining table. The Ling family warmly hosted Qinlai, frequently urging him to drink, expressing their gratitude for his contributions to the Ling family. After consuming a few cups of wine, Ling Xianxian gradually loosened up, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she stared at Qinlai, seemingly suddenly filled with interest in him. "Everyone, stop drinking," Ling Yushe exclaimed, halting their enthusiasm and bringing the festivities to a pause. Ling Qingye, his face aglow with joy, chuckled and nodded. "All right, no more drinking. We shall not drink anymore." "Uncle Ling, I wish to inquire about my grandfather," Qinlai interjected, setting down his cup. "You mentioned before that my grandfather frequently conversed with you. What did he say, and where did he go?" Ling Qingye's expression turned peculiar, and after a prolonged silence, he sighed, "Qinlai, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I know nothing about your grandfather. The words I spoke during the engagement ceremony were merely to placate the Du family. They were lies. I am not familiar with your grandfather at all, and if you ask me, I truly do not know how to respond." The reason Qinlai had accompanied Ling Yushe was not only to use the boundary-testing stone, but also to seek clarity regarding his grandfather's whereabouts through Ling Qingye. However, after a hearty meal, the outcome was disappointing, causing his spirits to plummet. "My grandfather left me a letter, informing me that he would be away for several years, and that he should return by the time I turned 17. If he does not come to find me by then, it may be that something unfortunate has occurred. I am not well versed in my grandfather's situation, but I sincerely hope nothing has happened to him," Qinlai murmured. His head bowed. Ling Qingye and Ling Qinggan exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. More than 2 years ago, the circumstances surrounding Qin Shan's death were shrouded in mystery. After discovering the peculiar formations within Yaoshan, Ling Qingye had speculated that Qin Shan might have faked his death. Now, through Qinlai's words, this suspicion was finally confirmed. leaving them both secretly amazed and increasingly convinced of the extraordinary nature of the bond between Qin Shan and his grandson. Qin Lai, why were you and your grandfather in Ling family town? Where were you before? Ling Qingye inquired. I do not know. I truly do not know. Qin Lai shook his head, a look of sorrow and resignation crossing his face. I have no recollection of my memories before the age of 10, from the moment I became aware. I followed my grandfather to Ling family town, and for these years, I have been in a state of muddled cultivation. I too wish to find my grandfather and understand the situation. Seeing the expression on his face, Ling Yushi felt a sudden pang of sadness. Rising, she said, let's call it a night. You must be tired. Qin Lai, I will escort you back. Unable to extract any information from Ling Chengya, Qin Lai felt disheartened and chose not to linger any longer. With a blank expression, he followed Ling Yushi out, his heart heavy with thoughts. Concerned that he might have drunk too much, Ling Yushi wrapped her arm around his shoulder, guiding him through the night towards his stone abode. Beneath the luminous moonlight, their silhouettes gradually elongated, eventually appearing to merge as one. At the entrance, Ling Chengya watched the two figures recede into the distance, an unusual gleam flickering in his eyes. Ling Chengji smiled, seemingly in deep thought, and remarked, it appears that Xiao Shi is gradually forgetting her engagement with Qin Lai. It is merely a temporary arrangement, and when Qin Lai turns 17, both you and Qin Lai can unilaterally dissolve this engagement. In just 3 months, Qin Lai will turn 16? Ling Qingya expressed surprise, then slightly furrowed his brow, falling into thoughtful silence. Ling Xianxian stood by, observing the intertwined shadows, and suddenly a thought surfaced in her mind. If it had not been for my insistence to oppose at that time, the one accompanying Qin Lai today should have been me, not my sister. As this realization washed over her, a wave of helpless bitterness surged within her, leaving her heart inexplicably constricted and her chest feeling heavy. Chengya, this child, Qin Lai, is actually quite remarkable. He has helped the Ling family time and again, and he seems to have feelings for Xiao Shi. I believe that the union between him and Xiao Shi, even if it starts as a ruse, it might turn genuine. What do you think? Ling Qinggan, the elder of the Ling family, smiled slightly and said, only a few of us are aware of the details. If we remain silent and do not oppose it, I believe this matter will come to fruition. Alas, Qin Lai is good in every way, except for his mysterious origins. I fear that it may bring great trouble in the future. Ling Chengya expressed his concerns anxiously. He was uncertain about why Qin Shan and Qin Lai had chosen to conceal their identities in Ling family town, but he was sure that both grandfather and grandson were extraordinary and likely had significant backgrounds. However, the Ling family was merely a small force, unable to provoke trouble. If the engagement between Qin Lai and Ling Yushi led the family into an irretrievable predicament, how could he explain it to the Ling family members? As the head of the family, he had to consider every aspect and attempt to preemptively safeguard the family from danger. Thus, he had to exercise utmost caution. Your concerns are valid. Let us observe the situation further and allow things to unfold naturally. Ling Qinggan pondered for a moment, also feeling a subtle shock, understanding that Ling Qingya's caution was indeed necessary. My father is quite something, insisting on urging you to drink as if you were like them. Humph. Inside the stone abode, Ling Yushi accompanied Qin Lai back, still venting her frustrations about her father insisting that Qin Lai drinks so much. You should take a break. I will run some water for you to wash up. As for you, if you don't want to drink, then don't. Can they really force you? Ling Yushi continued to grumble as she went to the washroom to fill the tub. Do not worry too much about your grandfather. He will be fine. He will undoubtedly return to Ling family town when you turn 17, so have faith. Qin Lai sighed softly and shook his head, uncertain of what to say. Qin Lai, I believe something must have happened to you in your youth. Those memories might be temporarily obscured, but there may come a time when they resurface unexpectedly, allowing you to find your parents and learn where your loved ones are. In the washroom, Ling Yushi spoke softly, comforting him with gentle words. For some reason, as he listened to her tender and soothing voice, the turmoil within Qin Lai gradually dissipated, and the melancholy brought on by the alcohol clearly eased. I have filled the water. Ling Yushi emerged from the washroom, smiling, though her own eyes appeared somewhat forlorn. I must take my leave now. Take your time washing up, and remember not to catch a chill. She lowered her head slightly, walked to the door, paused for a moment, and then, facing away from Qin Lai, said softly, With your numerous contribution points at Xingyun Pavilion and the Xingyun Order in hand, you can instantly become a core member of Xingyun Pavilion. If you cultivate there, it will undoubtedly be much more efficient than at Ling family. With that, Ling Yusher's dejected silhouette disappeared through the door. Qin Lai was taken aback, staring blankly for a while before finally reacting. After she had long vanished, he shook his head with a wry smile. Fool, if I wanted to leave, I would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? The next day, within the caverns of Yaoshan, Qin Lai awoke from his meditation, extending his spiritual awareness into the soul-controlling pearl, observing the intricate and mysterious spiritual array diagrams within, watching the bright, flickering spiritual lines. Each spiritual line varied in thickness, representing different levels of spiritual energy, which suddenly reminded him of his grandfather's words. The depiction of spiritual array diagrams requires exceptionally precise control of spiritual energy. Each spiritual line must be flawlessly executed during formation. A single diagram may contain tens of thousands of spiritual lines, and the length, thickness, and amount of spiritual energy in each line may not be equal, if even one spiritual line is erroneous. The entire diagram's creation will be in vain. Within a single spiritual artifact, multiple spiritual array diagrams may need to be superimposed and fused, further intensifying the demands for control and precision, reaching a terrifying level of accuracy where a single misstep could lead to irreversible failure, rendering the artifact completely unusable. The imprint of the spiritual array diagram is etched in my mind, yet to manifest it requires ultimate precision. The varying thicknesses and brightness of the spiritual lines imply a unique method of depiction, akin to martial techniques and spiritual formulas. Merely knowing the techniques without understanding the corresponding formulas will render the true power unattainable. Contemplating the four spiritual array diagrams in his mind, Qin Lai silently mused. Gradually grasping the essence of their intricacies, by this day, he had completely memorized the four spirit array diagrams. Gathering spirit, amplifying, storing spirit, and solidifying resilience, he understood that what he had committed to memory were merely techniques. To truly depict the spirit array diagrams, he needed to master the precision of the spirit lines' lengths, widths, and thicknesses, and be intimately aware of the amount of spiritual energy within each line. These required repetitive practice, rather than mere meditation as he had done previously. Practiced. To sketch the spirit array diagrams, special spirit boards are required, but I do not possess any for practice. It seems I must devise a plan. Qin Lai mused, stroking his chin. My grandfather is a weaponsmith. I should aspire to become a weaponsmith like him, and one day forge marvelous spiritual artifacts like the wooden carvings. If my grandfather were to return and discover that I have learned to depict spirit array diagrams, he would surely be very pleased. Wouldn't he? In the evening, he exited the medicinal mountain, lost in thought as he made his way back to Ling family town. The dining hall. He dined with the Ling family and noticed that Ling Yusher seemed somewhat downcast compared to her usual self, her smile appearing forced. I need some spirit boards to practice sketching spirit array diagrams. Where can I obtain them? Qin Lai suddenly inquired. The spirit boards for sketching spirit array diagrams, Ling Qingye responded in astonishment. These require special materials to fabricate. The Ling family lacks the financial resources to cultivate weaponsmiths, so naturally, we do not possess such items. Some shops in Ice Rock City that sell materials should have spirit boards, and of course, Xingyun Pavilion has them as well. By the way, you have contribution points for Xingyun Pavilion, so you can exchange them directly there. Qin Lai's eyes brightened. Xingyun Pavilion. Ling Yusher's eyes dimmed, silently contemplating. Indeed, it seems I have made up my mind to go there. As she thought this, the once delectable meal now tasted like mere chaff to her. Uncle Ling, I do not plan to visit Xingyun Pavilion for now. I wish to remain in Ling family town and wait for my grandfather's return. Could you perhaps send someone to Xingyun Pavilion to exchange my contribution points for some spirit boards? Qin Lai pondered for a moment and asked with a smile. Of course, that's no problem, Ling Qingye readily agreed. This is quite simple. I will send someone to Xingyun Pavilion in my name. As long as they acknowledge your contribution points, it will be effortless to acquire the spirit boards. Thank you, Uncle Ling, Qin Lai expressed gratefully. He then glanced at Ling Yusher and noticed her beautiful eyes shimmering with renewed energy. As she flashed him a sweet smile, her enchanting demeanor, utterly captivating. Chapter 51. Practice in Ice Rock City, Xingyun Pavilion. Ling Feng and Lu Yin stood before Elder Han Qingrui, their expressions slightly apprehensive. Ling Feng had come to Xingyun Pavilion at the behest of the Ling family head to assist Qin Lai in exchanging for the practice spirit boards for sketching spirit array diagrams. As he was unfamiliar with Xingyun Pavilion, he sought Lu Yin's guidance upon arrival. During their time on Wolf Mountain, Lu Yin had maintained a close relationship with the Ling family and had previously expressed his willingness to assist them at Xingyun Pavilion whenever needed. Ling Feng's arrival brought Lu Yin joy, and he led him to Han Qingrui, where Ling Feng explained the situation. Qin Lai and Ling Lai are essentially the same person, with a total of 3,000 contribution points available. Each spirit board for sketching spirit array diagrams costs 5 contribution points. How many do you intend to exchange for Qin Lai? Han Qingrui pondered briefly before smiling slightly. So, Qin Lai is indeed a weaponsmith? Spirit boards are merely for practicing the sketching of spirit array diagrams and serve no other purpose. Does he truly wish to exchange for spirit boards? Elder Han, during our time on Wolf Mountain, Qin Lai helped me restore the hexagonal shield, Lu Yin explained with a smile. Han Qingrui's eyes widened in surprise as he nodded, saying, I see. Let us exchange for 100 spirit boards, Ling Feng stated. Very well. That will consume 500 contribution points. I will note this down. Thus, Qin Lai will have 2,500 contribution points remaining. Han Qingrui made a few marks in a ledger and then handed Ling Feng a slip of paper, stating, take this voucher to the material storage to collect them. Lu Yin can guide you. Thank you, Elder Han, Ling Feng expressed his gratitude. Han Qingrui waved his hand dismissively and said, in fact, Qin Lai could directly come to Xingyun Pavilion to cultivate. There is no need for him to linger in the Ling family. My son often mentions him, hoping he will come soon. Please convey my regards to him on behalf of my son, Han Feng. I will, Ling Feng replied earnestly. Who would have thought that Qin Lai had already formed connections with Tu Zhe, Kang Ji, and others? This fellow is truly adept at concealing his depth. Exiting the room, Lu Yin chuckled and shook his head. Ling Lai, Qin Lai, haha, he could have joined Xingyun Pavilion as a core member long ago. Why does he remain in Ling family town? Joining Xingyun Pavilion and becoming a core disciple is the aspiration of the younger martial artists from subordinate families, isn't it? I do not know what he is thinking, Ling Feng replied with a bitter smile. For me and Ling Xian, Ling Xiao, and the others, breaking through to the opening origin realm before the age of 20 to join Xingyun Pavilion is the goal. If I had the opportunity now, I would certainly join Xingyun Pavilion. As this environment is far more conducive to cultivation, you will surely come here in the future. Lu Yin patted his shoulder. Indeed. Ling Feng nodded emphatically. How strange. Qin Lai could clearly enter Xingyun Pavilion for cultivation, yet he remains in Ling family town. At the Ling family dining table, Ling Chengji furrowed his brow deeply and remarked, if he is waiting for Qin Shan to return, he could also wait at Xingyun Pavilion. With our Ling family here, we could notify him the moment Qin Shan returns. There is no need for him to stay in the Ling family. Perhaps it is because of my sister? Ling Xianxian mused, glancing at Ling Yusher beside her. Isn't that right, sister? That fellow could leave Ling family town for a better cultivation environment, yet he insists on staying, perhaps because of you? Ling Yusher, lost in her thoughts, felt her cheeks flush at the question, her bright eyes shimmering as she stammered, I don't know. It shouldn't be. I am not quite sure what he is thinking. Despite her words, a sweet feeling blossomed in her heart, causing her cheeks to redden even more. Look at you. How can you say it isn't so? Who are you trying to deceive? Ling Xianxian pouted, exclaiming, it's quite strange. Qin Lai is the same age as me. Yet I will have to call him brother-in-law in the future. It's just ridiculous. My status has suddenly diminished. How infuriating. What brother-in-law nonsense. You silly girl, always spouting nonsense. Just wait until I tear your mouth apart. Ling Yusher retorted, flustered, as she playfully tussled with her sister, though her eyes brimmed with laughter. You're both of marrying age and still causing such a ruckus. It's quite unbecoming. Ling Chengya huffed lightly. Upon hearing his admonishment, the two sisters exchanged sheepish smiles and obediently quieted down. Ling Chengya furrowed his brow thoughtfully before suddenly stating, Yusher, have you forgotten that your engagement to Qin Lai was merely a temporary measure? Once Qin Lai turns 17, both he and I can unilaterally dissolve the engagement. Your betrothal is not binding. Ling Yusher's expression dimmed as she lowered her head, speaking in a calm tone. I remember. Ling Qingya nodded, sighing softly. Although Qinlai has aided our Ling family greatly and seems quite agreeable, he is of unknown origins, and we know little of his background or the secrets he might harbor. As a father, I am quite concerned. I fear that certain matters could bring trouble to the Ling family. Alas, I find myself in a dilemma, unable to make a decisive choice. I can only remind you not to invest too deeply. At these words, silence enveloped the Ling family dining table. After a while, Ling Yusher slowly stood, her head bowed as she said, I'm full. She left the dining hall without looking back. Father is just being overly worried. Really, sister was finally happy for a moment, and now your words have dampened her spirits. Ling Xianxian slammed her bowl down and glared at Ling Chengya, declaring, if Qinlai truly is foolish, I would be the first to oppose his relationship with my sister, doing everything in my power to prevent her from suffering this humiliation. After a pause, she added defiantly, but Qinlai is evidently quite intelligent. His cultivation level is commendable, and he has helped the Ling family numerous times. Even Ling Feng, Ling Xiao, and Ling Xian hold him in high regard. Even I, who was once skeptical, find him quite admirable now. I simply do not understand why you must be so concerned, father. Xianxian, as the head of the family, I must consider every issue from the perspective of the entire Ling family. Ling Chengji furrowed his brow and chided, you approach matters with immediate gratification in mind, judging solely based on appearances without foresight. Disregarding the future or the impact on the family as a whole, this is not how I can act. The Ling family is but a minuscule clan, unable to withstand too many storms. Even a minor setback could lead to our complete eradication. After he spoke these earnest words, the head of the Ling family sighed softly, his face etched with bitterness and helplessness. Father, I was rash, Ling Xianxian acknowledged, realizing the gravity of the situation. I merely felt that Qinlai is actually quite a decent person. Having harbored some prejudice against him in the past, I now feel guilty. I see how he has helped the Ling family for my sister's sake. I understand. I too find Qinlai agreeable. It is just, if only he were an ordinary person, I could rest easy and allow him and Yusher to be together. But alas, I cannot help but worry. The more I ponder, the more it troubles me. We shall see what unfolds in the future, Ling Qingya concluded. 100 spirit boards, laid flat within the expansive cavern of Yaoshan, each no larger than the size of a palm. Most are crafted from peculiar stones. Their surface is smooth and flawless, reflecting light like a mirror. A portion of the boards, however, is fashioned from wood, adorned with natural grain patterns, possessing a slightly coarse texture. The lower-grade spirit boards can only inscribe rudimentary spirit array diagrams. The materials used are not fixed and may include wood, stone, even bone, or special leaf paper. The singular purpose of a spirit board is to practice inscribing spirit array diagrams. It is a consumable item, as each board can only be utilized once for the practice of a single diagram. Regardless of success or failure, the 100 spirit boards cost 500 contribution points, brought back by Ling Feng from the Xingyun Pavilion for him to practice inscribing spirit array diagrams. He separated the boards by material. Qinlai felt a flicker of excitement, his hands caressing the boards, savoring their textures. After a long while, he gradually adjusted his heart rate and breathing, calming his mind to refine his spiritual energy. His left index finger rested upon a stone spirit board, a luminous point like a needle's tip emanating from his fingertip, delicately gliding across the board's surface. The board felt like paper, his fingertips light like a pen, and his spiritual energy like ink. With unprecedented focus, his mental awareness penetrated the board's interior, akin to gazing upon a blank sheet of white paper. As his spiritual energy seeped in, a white point of light suddenly emerged, a convergence of spiritual energy. The inception of everything. As the white point moved, a vibrant, flickering line gradually took shape on the white paper within the board. Witnessing the emergence of this spiritual line, an overwhelming excitement surged within him, momentarily disrupting his calm. Crack! A slight tremor in his finger, and his spiritual energy suddenly spiraled out of control. The painstakingly inscribed line broke apart like a snapped cord, white light bursting forth and destroying the pristine paper. Thus, one spirit board was rendered useless. Qinlai despondently withdrew his hand, disappointment etched across his face, murmuring, 5 contribution points gone just like that. Even the slightest disturbance of the mind could cause a tremor in the hands, leading to a loss of control over spiritual energy. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved another spirit board, placing his finger upon it once more, and drawing upon his profound memory of energy convergence to attempt the inscription again. Minutes later, he had inscribed a third spiritual line. But an error in controlling the energy of one line led to yet another board's demise. In his mind, the energy convergence diagram comprised thousands of interwoven lines, and he was merely at the beginning, facing yet another failure. Another 5 contribution points down the drain. This practice of refining tools is simply a money pit. Qin Lai furrowed his brow, finally grasping why the Ling family lacked the financial means to cultivate tool refiners. The investment in spiritual materials, stones, and herbs was astonishingly high, far beyond what a small faction could bear. After a moment of reflection, he took out another spirit board and continued his focused practice on inscribing the energy convergence diagram. Chapter 52. Only to keep up with your pace in the cavern, Qin Lai looked haggard, one hand resting on a spirit board, his eyes reddened as he diligently inscribed the energy convergence diagram. Surrounding him lay a multitude of discarded spirit boards, each a testament to failure. Some stone boards lay shattered into pieces, while others, made of wood, were charred black, silently mocking him. To his left, over 20 smooth stone boards remained untouched, pristine and unblemished. Crack! A piercing explosion resonated from the wooden board beneath his palm, a plume of smoke billowing forth as the spirit array diagram detonated. Yet another board declared unusable, the 78th one. Qin Lai's mouth curled into a bitter smile as he gazed at the charred board, shaking his head helplessly. Over the past month, apart from his intense training during thunderstorms, he had devoted all his energy to practicing the inscribing of spirit array diagrams. Initially, even minor errors led to the rapid destruction of his spirit board. In the first week alone, over 40 boards had become scrap, quickly consumed by him. During that phase, he was entirely unfamiliar with the intricacies of inscribing spirit array diagrams, resulting in significant waste and extremely slow progress, often managing to inscribe only a few lines before abruptly failing and rendering a board useless. Through repeated practice and countless failures, he gradually uncovered the secrets to inscribing the spiritual lines. Slowly, his instances of lower-grade mistakes diminished, and the rate at which he consumed spiritual materials significantly slowed. He began to successfully intertwine spiritual lines, yet out of 10 intersections, he often faced 8 failures. Occasionally achieving success, he would then falter due to errors in subsequent intersections, causing the diagram to collapse. The energy convergence diagram, woven from thousands of spiritual lines, was profoundly intricate and esoteric. In the process of inscribing, any single error, no matter how trivial, could incinerate prior successes, forcing him to bear the bitter fruit of failure. Over the course of a month, he transitioned from complete ignorance to gradual proficiency, managing to avoid many simple mistakes. From consuming a spirit board in merely 10 minutes, he had progressed to utilizing one board over the course of an entire day. From sketching only a few lines, he could now inscribe hundreds of interwoven lines. He was making incremental progress, however. He had yet to achieve a single success, remaining far from the brink of success. The energy convergence diagram comprised 2,357 intertwining lines, and his best attempt had yielded only a little over 600 lines on a single board. This meant that his best effort had only managed to depict a quarter of the energy convergence diagram. Success was still a distant goal, and with the dwindling supply of spirit boards, it seemed unlikely that the remaining boards would suffice for him to inscribe the entire energy convergence diagram. Becoming a tool refiner is truly no easy feat. Without immense willpower and the courage to endure failure, one should not harbor any illusions. Sitting amid a sea of discarded spirit boards, Qin Lai furrowed his brow, yet his eyes shimmered with determination. I never anticipated that practicing the inscribing of spirit array diagrams would greatly benefit my cultivation. This is likely an unexpected gain. Over the past month, he had devoted all his energy to practicing the inscribing of spirit array diagrams, initially fearing it would hinder his cultivation level, only to discover that the practice not only did not impede the enhancement of his spiritual energy, but also significantly augmented both his spiritual and mental faculties. This realization thrilled him. The act of inscribing spirit array diagrams required continuous expenditure of spiritual energy and mental focus. Under conditions of utmost concentration, he must precisely control his spiritual energy, attuning his mental awareness to the subtle changes within the spirit array. Each second in this state severely drained his mental awareness and depleting spiritual energy. He would soon exhaust the spiritual energy in his dantian, leaving him mentally fatigued. During these moments, he would temporarily set aside the inscribing, entering a state of meditation to restore his energy through spiritual stones. Upon recovery, he often found himself revitalized, his spiritual energy purer and more robust. Once the dantian's spiritual sea and mental awareness are thoroughly depleted, a new cycle of replenishment can yield significant growth in both. After several instances, he arrived at this conclusion, and upon further observation, he confirmed its accuracy. Perhaps it was due to practicing the inscribing of spirit array diagrams that not only did it not hinder his cultivation level, but also enhanced his spiritual and mental powers. Thus, despite repeated failures leading to the destruction of numerous spirit boards, he resolutely persevered. I need to replenish my spirit boards. I'm running low. After a moment's contemplation, he exited the cavern, setting off towards Lingjia town. During this time, he had virtually lived day and night within the Yaoshan cave, eating and sleeping there, only occasionally returning to Lingjia town for supplies before disappearing for several more days. Recently, Ling Yushi had also been diligently training. During his visits to Lingjia town, he found her immersed in her practice, and they had not crossed paths. That evening, upon returning to Lingjia town and dining with the Ling family, he finally encountered Ling Yushi. After a month of absence, she appeared somewhat leaner, yet her spirits were high, her eyes sparkling with vitality. Evidently, her spiritual energy had seen considerable improvement. What has you looking so haggard? Upon his arrival, Ling Yushi expressed concern. As a martial artist, you require ample nourishment. Otherwise, your body won't endure. You can't keep hiding away in Yaoshan. You must come out regularly. At the very least, you should soak up some sunlight during the day. Yes, I'll be mindful of that, Qinlai replied with a smile. He then turned to Ling Qingya, saying, Uncle Ling, could you please send someone to Xingyun Pavilion to exchange for 300 more spirit boards? Another 300 spirit boards? That will cost 1,500 contribution points. With that many points, you could acquire a decent quality spiritual instrument. Ling Qingya responded, astonished, adding earnestly, Qinlai, let me remind you that becoming a tool refiner is exceedingly challenging. The accumulation of spiritual materials required for a refiner's growth is likely beyond your imagination. I understand, Qinlai nodded. He recognized that Ling Qingya's words were not exaggerated. Even a force like Xingyun Pavilion could only afford to nurture mortal-level tool refiners, and higher-tier refiners were beyond their means to support. The next tier, the Xin-level tool refiners, required a level of spiritual materials far beyond what Xingyun Pavilion could sustain. Without the backing of a formidable force, a tool refiner simply cannot grow. It would be a futile expenditure of effort. Ling Qingya earnestly suggested, why not focus our energies on martial arts cultivation? Although warriors also require spiritual artifacts, elixirs, and spiritual stones for assistance, the resources needed are significantly less compared to those required by artifact refiners. Even if a warrior lacks those spiritual materials, they can still draw upon the omnipresent spiritual energy of heaven and earth. While this may slow down their advancement considerably, it allows for continuous cultivation without complete reliance on external objects. Indeed, without materials, an artifact refiner cannot progress at all, interjected Ling Qingji. I understand, and I will give it serious thought. However, please exchange the spiritual board for me. After all, I am currently at a loss as to what else to spend my contribution points on, Qinlai declared. Seeing his determination, Ling Qingya nodded in agreement, ceasing further persuasion, and remarked, very well, I will have someone attend to this matter. After finishing their meal, Qinlai rose and departed for his stone dwelling. I am done eating, he said as soon as he left. Ling Yushi quickly stood up, casually uttering a brief remark before following him. Under the night sky, Qinlai moved at a leisurely pace, seemingly awaiting something. Qinlai, Gao Yu recently broke through to the 9th level of body refinement and has now entered the Xingyun Pavilion, came Ling Yushi's voice from behind him, as the lovely maiden naturally leaned in beside him. Is it not required to break through to the Kaiyuan realm before the age of 20 to enter the Xingyun Pavilion? Qinlai inquired in surprise. That is indeed the case, however. Nothing is absolute, Ling Yushi replied serenely, her voice as gentle as flowing water. In Tianlang Mountain, the Gao family suffered tremendous losses, and the Xingyun Pavilion made an exception to allow Gao Yu entry as compensation. Additionally, Gao Yu has reached the 9th level of body refinement and is just a step away from the Kaiyuan realm. Given his youth, he is certainly capable of breaking through to the Kaiyuan realm before turning 20, which is why he was accepted in advance. Ah, I see, Qinlai nodded in understanding. Feng Yi's brother, Feng Kai, quietly left the Xingyun Pavilion while we were still in Tianlang Mountain and has since joined Suibing Mansion. Due to Feng Yi losing an arm to the Silverwing Demon Wolf, Feng Kai has recently declared his intent to kill you, so you must exercise caution in the future, Ling Yushi said with concern. Is Feng Yi merely missing an arm? What a pity. Qinlai frowned slightly. The Feng family is likely under close scrutiny from the Xingyun Pavilion and would not dare to appear in territories under its control, so for now, we need not worry about him. As they conversed while walking, they soon arrived at Qinlai's stone dwelling. Ling Yushi, as usual, naturally helped him tidy up and prepared hot water for his bath. Qinlai lounged comfortably, watching her smile as she busied herself while chatting about recent events, gradually feeling a sense of tranquility wash over him. I too will work diligently and train earnestly. I must quickly break through to the 9th level of body refinement and enter the Kaiyuan realm as soon as possible. In the bathing area, Ling Yushi declared earnestly, her tone reflecting a profound determination. What has prompted this sudden fervor? I have scarcely seen you this month. Qinlai remarked with a hint of complaint. The water is ready. Ling Yushi emerged. Her expression dimmed as she lowered her head and softly said, I do not wish for you to remain in Lingjia Town because of me. I want to break through to the Kaiyuan realm swiftly so that I may join you in the Xingyun Pavilion. In the future, I hope to be by your side and support you, rather than become a burden. She suddenly lifted her gaze, deeply looking at Qinlai, her beautiful eyes shimmering with enchanting light, and said softly, Your progress is too rapid. Your potential and aptitude are exceptional. If I do not strive, I will only fall further behind. I merely wish to keep pace with you. In the dimly lit cave, Qinlai's fingertips glimmered as he delicately maneuvered, his palm resting on a stone spiritual board that radiated vibrant light. Surrounding him were numerous discarded spiritual boards, haphazardly placed, creating a chaotic circle around him. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, beads of sweat trickling from his forehead, his brows knitted tightly in profound concentration. He focused every ounce of his being on inscribing the spirit array diagram, channeling all his concentration into the spiritual board beneath his palm. This was already the 376th board. Time flew by, and half a year had swiftly passed. Throughout this period, he remained utterly absorbed in the intricacies of crafting the gathering spirit array diagram, never allowing a moment of respite. The 300 spiritual boards that Ling Feng had brought back were nearly depleted. And now he had only 24 boards left at his disposal. His consciousness delved into the depths of the spiritual board, where an extraordinarily intricate spirit array diagram was vividly imprinted in his mind. He had spent 7 days meticulously sketching it, and to this day, there had not been a single flaw. Over 2,000 spiritual lines intersected, each crossing point gleaming brightly, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the vast cosmos. The radiant and complex spiritual lines resembled the orbits of celestial bodies, embodying unfathomable mysteries and appearing breathtakingly beautiful. In one corner of this elaborate and mysterious spirit array diagram, a dazzling point of light danced about. Sketching new spiritual lines, this radiant point moved like a spiritual serpent, tracing clear lines as it gradually approached the endpoint of another spiritual line, aiming to converge with the remaining 3 lines to form a complete quadrilateral. This quadrilateral represented the final component of the spirit array diagram. Qinlai's fingers trembled slightly, sensing that his internal spiritual sea was nearly exhausted, and his consciousness began to waver. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated all his mental energy, refusing to let any stray emotions disrupt his focus, as he meticulously maneuvered the light point, inching it closer to the endpoint of the other spiritual line, also the starting point of the entire gathering spirit array diagram. At last, the 2 spiritual lines converged. Boom! Like countless lanterns igniting simultaneously, the vast spirit array diagram erupted into blinding brilliance, with thousands of spiritual lines linking together in that instant. The intricate and mysterious gathering spirit array diagram now shone as brightly as stars in the night sky. As the spiritual energy flowed, the diagram seemed to come alive, exuding an astonishing allure. I did it. Qin Lai's voice was hoarse, and he slumped down, utterly drained. Yet his eyes sparkled with an intensity that was fearsome. After withdrawing his hand, he could no longer perceive the internal workings of the gathering spirit array diagram through his consciousness. He could only see the spiritual board emitting a faint halo, which gradually spread, as if possessing an indescribable allure. After several seconds, Qin Lai's eyes widened in astonishment as he distinctly felt the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth subtly converging toward him. More precisely, it gathered towards the palm-sized spiritual board before him, irresistibly drawn by its luminous halo. The gathering spirit array diagram. The gathering spirit array diagram, capable of gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This is the true gathering spirit array diagram. Qin Lai's body trembled, a look of sheer astonishment lighting up his face, his eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. His understanding of the gathering spirit array diagram had come from his grandfather. However, according to his grandfather, the so-called gathering spirit array diagram merely concentrated the spiritual energy input by the warrior, allowing it to circulate within the tool, thus enabling the energy to unleash its power through other spirit array diagrams within the tool. His grandfather had never mentioned that the most basic gathering spirit array diagram could accumulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, attracting natural energies to converge upon the spiritual artifact. This incredibly complex gathering spirit array diagram possesses such mysterious capabilities, able to directly draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which means it can enhance the speed at which warriors absorb and refine this energy for cultivation. Qin Lai thought, his spirit invigorated as he gazed at the spiritual board, taking a deep breath and quietly attuning to its essence. After a while, he discovered that the halo of the spiritual board had ceased to expand, and the spiritual energy surrounding him had increased by nearly a quarter compared to before. This revelation filled him with elation. Cultivating in areas rich with spiritual energy naturally allows for faster progress than in those with sparse energy. The denser the spiritual energy, the quicker a warrior can condense their power, a timeless truth. The gathering spirit array diagram within the spiritual board could increase the surrounding spiritual energy by a quarter, signifying a marked improvement in the warrior's capacity to absorb and condense their energy. What a remarkable gathering spirit array diagram! Qin Lai's eyes gleamed brighter and brighter. After resting briefly, he placed his hand back on the spiritual board, sensing it with his consciousness. He realized that the energy he had previously infused was now flowing through the intricate lines of the gathering spirit array diagram, activating its complex and mysterious structure, thus allowing the diagram to unleash its wondrous effects. After some time, he withdrew the energy he had infused. The halo of the spiritual board gradually retracted within the material, and the excess spiritual energy around him began to dissipate as it lost its binding. The spiritual board is merely the most basic grade of spiritual material, intended solely for practicing the inscribing of spirit array diagrams. It cannot truly showcase the array's full potential. If, however, this were not a spiritual board but an actual tool, a high-grade spiritual artifact, inscribing this extraordinarily complex gathering spirit array diagram within it, what kind of effects would it produce? After everything returned to normal, Qin Lai pondered quietly, lost in a reverie. Today marked the first time he had successfully inscribed the gathering spirit array diagram, having consumed a total of 376 spiritual boards. Moreover, he could not guarantee that he would achieve the same success in future attempts at inscribing the same gathering spirit array diagram. It is indeed the array of spiritual gathering, at present. He has not yet fully mastered it and requires further practice, along with repeated attempts. Only after successfully inscribing the array of spiritual gathering 10 times, with a certain number of successes, can one truly claim to have mastered it. Yes, for him, he is still quite far from that point. The cultivation of an artifact master indeed demands the support of a formidable power, necessitating the continuous consumption of spiritual materials, which is a terrifying thought. Qin Lai sighed. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him. My grandfather can craft wooden sculptures, and within those sculptures, several spiritual arrays are perfectly fused and layered. His mastery in artifact crafting must be extraordinarily refined. How did he reach such a level? How much earthly and heavenly spiritual material did he consume in his advancement, and which force supports him from behind? As he pondered, his longing for Qin Shan deepened, and he yearned to unlock the seals in his mind to retrieve memories from a decade ago. I am now 16 years old, in a year. If my grandfather does not return to find me, what path should I take? A sense of confusion enveloped Qin Lai as he simply tidied up and headed towards the cave entrance. After being cooped up for so long, the moment he stepped out into the sunlight, he was suddenly struck by dizziness and an overwhelming sense of discomfort in his eyes. After a while, he gradually acclimated and recalled that Ling Yusher had advised him to frequently venture outside, bask in the sun, rather than remain confined within the cave. I wonder how she has been lately. A smile flickered across his lips. Qin Lai. Ling Feng's voice resonated from the foot of the mountain as he waved his hand from the cave entrance, calling out loudly, "After 7 days, you have finally emerged." Ling Feng's eyes were filled with urgency and his expression appeared rather grave, which surprised Qin Lai. He leaped down from the mountainside and swiftly approached Ling Feng, asking, "Were you waiting for me?" Ling Feng nodded, sighed softly, and replied, "I have been waiting for you for 2 days. What is the matter?" Qin Lai inquired, puzzled. "Let us discuss it while we walk." Ling Feng furrowed his brow, and they made their way towards Ling family town. "It concerns the matter between you and the young lady." Qin Lai narrowed his eyes. "What exactly is going on?" 2 days ago, Granny Jiao from the Seven Fiends Valley passed through Ling family town, and she encountered the young lady and the second young lady. She expressed great fondness for both, remarking that the eldest young lady possesses a gentle temperament, with a water attribute constitution and cultivation technique, while the second young lady has a fiery and headstrong personality, with a fire attribute constitution and cultivation technique. She noted that their water and fire attributes complement each other perfectly, and as sisters, they are exceptionally suited for cultivating a specific technique she possesses. Wishing to take both young ladies as her disciples, Ling Feng explained. Seven Fiends Valley. What kind of place is that? Qin Lai frowned. The Seven Fiends Valley is a black iron level power, on par with the Sin Luo Hall, and surpassing both the Xing Yun Pavilion and the Shattered Ice Manor by an entire level. Ling Feng spoke with reverence. The Seven Fiends Valley consists of 7 valleys: Xian Sha Valley, In Sha Valley, Jin Sha Valley, Mu Sha Valley, Shui Sha Valley, Hua Sha Valley, and Tu Sha Valley. The Seven Fiends Valley maintains a friendly relationship with the Sin Luo Hall, and the high-level warriors from both factions share a good rapport. Granny Ji's real name is Jilioyu, and she is a true master of the ethereal realm. Moreover, she is the leader of In Sha Valley, which ranks second among the Seven Fiends Valleys. Qin Lai felt a flicker of shock and remained silent for a moment before saying, "If she wishes to take both young ladies as her disciples, isn't that a fortuitous opportunity? Does the family head not agree?" The family head can hardly dream of such a fortuitous event, especially with someone as powerful as Granny Jiao from the In Sha Valley wanting to take the 2 young ladies as disciples. He would be overjoyed beyond measure and certainly would not oppose it. Ling Feng's expression was filled with longing. To have the chance to cultivate in the Seven Fiends Valley is something we could hardly even imagine. And for the 2 young ladies, it is an opportunity to soar to great heights, skipping over the Xing Yun Pavilion entirely. Anyone would find it nearly impossible to refuse such an enticing offer. Indeed, it is a temptation difficult to resist, Qin Lai remarked indifferently. However, the eldest young lady has declined, Ling Feng said with a wry smile. Qin Lai's eyes glimmered with a strange light as he gazed deeply at him. Why? Granny Jiao heard that the eldest young lady is already betrothed. She insists that the young lady must have a clear lineage, without the entanglements of a marriage contract, and she wishes to eliminate the young lady's engagement first. Furthermore, she mentioned that once they go to the Seven Fiends Valley, returning to Ling family town would be exceedingly difficult. Urging both young ladies to consider carefully, Ling Feng articulated. Qin Lai fell silent. Moreover, Granny Jiao stated that she would either take both of them or none at all. Ling Feng's expression was peculiar, yet now? The eldest young lady refuses to heed the family head's admonitions, disregarding the pleas of the clan elders and the third elder, steadfast in her refusal. Granny Jiao has given a deadline of 3 days. If the eldest young lady does not agree by then, she will not press the matter further and will leave Ling family town. After a pause, Ling Feng added, "Tomorrow marks the deadline. and the family head has been nearly driven to madness over this matter. P.S. Please support with recommendation votes and favorites. Thank you. Chapter 54. Farewell. As he walked along the mountain path, listening to Ling Feng's narration, Qin Lai felt as though he were engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. A cacophony of sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy sensations intertwining. Just half a year ago, when Ling Yushi learned that he possessed the Xing Yun Order and could become a core member of the Xing Yun Pavilion at any time, she experienced a bout of anxiety, wishing to avoid being a burden to him. In her fervent desire to cultivate diligently, she hoped that one day they could join the Xing Yun Pavilion together, maintaining pace with one another. Ling Yushi had once expressed her wish not to fall too far behind him, hoping to always keep up with his strides. Half a year later, while he remained in Ling family town honing his skills, Ling Yushi had encountered an extraordinary opportunity, one that allowed her to leap directly into the formidable black iron level power of the Seven Fiends Valley. The capriciousness of fate left Qin Lai both amused and perplexed, stirring a tumult of thoughts within him. The family head is waiting for you at the town entrance, Ling Feng suddenly remarked. Qin Lai was taken aback, only to see Ling Chengye at the entrance of Ling family town, his cheekbones sunken and his face appearing haggard, staring vacantly at the sky while occasionally letting out deep sighs. To the southeast of Ling family town, near the former residence of the Du family, stood an opulent carriage crafted from white jade, adorned with exquisite floral engravings and inlaid with precious gems and pearls, sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight, almost causing Qin Lai's eyes to point. 4 golden rock beasts, each shackled with silver chains, stood majestically beside the carriage, their previously aggressive second-tier spirit beast demeanor now subdued. A number of strikingly beautiful female warriors, each exuding a potent aura of power, were gathered around the carriage, engaged in soft laughter and conversation. Qin Lai glanced at Ling Chengye, then back towards the direction of the carriage, his brow slightly furrowing. You have finally emerged. At the town entrance, Ling Chengye finally caught sight of him. His spirits suddenly invigorated as he hastened to approach. In the distance, the striking female warriors from the Du family's courtyard noticed Ling Chengye's movements, sharing amused smiles, as if finding the scene entertaining, exchanging whispers while covering their mouths with laughter. Occasionally, they would cast glances at Qin Lai. Yet, even in their mirth, their gaze retained an inherent haughtiness, a posture typical of those in power looking down upon lower-tier warriors. Uncle Ling, Qin Lai approached, releasing a soft sigh. You waited for me specifically. What do you wish for me to do? Ling Chengye suddenly appeared awkward, momentarily at a loss for words. He glanced back at the carriage, contemplating the impending deadline, and mustered the courage to say, Uncle Ling is truly sorry for you. Qin Lai remained silent. However, for Xiaoshi and Xian, and for the entire Ling family, this is an unparalleled opportunity, a chance I could not even dare to dream of. Ling Chengye took a deep breath, lamenting, the Ling family is but a small force, barely surviving by clinging to the Xing Yun Pavilion. 10 years ago, due to the Ling family's weakness, I lost my wife and many companions I grew up with. Because of the Ling family's frailty, my second brother met a humiliating end, and I had no choice but to endure. I knew precisely who was behind it, yet I could only feign ignorance while enduring the scornful words of that wretched Du Jiaolan. He looked deeply into Qin Lai's eyes, his expression filled with pain as he earnestly said, Uncle Ling has wronged you. No matter how much you despise me, I am willing to bear it without uttering a single word. However, I sincerely hope that you can persuade Xiaoshi, for this opportunity concerns not only the future of the Ling family but also the growth of Xiaoshi. If she misses it, she will surely regret it for the rest of her life, and the Ling family will be filled with remorse. Qin Lai, I implore you to persuade Xiaoshi. Ling Chengye's brothers, Ling Chengji and Ling Kang'an, also rushed over upon hearing of his return, joining in the plea. A bitter smile tugged at Qin Lai's lips as he observed the anxious and worried expressions of the three. Listening to their earnest requests, after a lengthy silence, he finally spoke. Why do you believe I can persuade her? You are her father, her uncle, her granduncle. If you cannot, why should I be able to? Because the eldest sister loves you, came the gentle voice of Ling Xian from behind the three. Her eyes sparkled as she bit her lip and said, because she does not wish to sever her engagement with you. She does not want you to be hurt, for she fears that once she leaves Ling family town, she will lose you. Qin Lai's mind was suddenly engulfed in a storm of shock. Qin Lai, do not heed what my father and the others say. If the eldest sister departs, it will be exceedingly difficult for her to return to Ling family town. Unless you can become powerful enough to enter the ranks of the Seven Fiends Valley or the San Luo Hall. Otherwise, the hope between you and my sister may be entirely extinguished. Ling Xianxian, disregarding the admonitions of Ling Qingya and others, stubbornly declared, I once held some misunderstandings towards you, but you have rescued the Ling family multiple times and have offered both overt and covert assistance, which I have not forgotten. I may not comprehend the grand affairs of families, yet I firmly believe that the Ling family ought to be grateful and uphold the agreement with Grandpa Qin Shan. That is all I have to say. Upon finishing her words, she paid no heed to the scornful shouts from Ling Chengya, Ling Qingji, and Ling Qinggan, turning on her heel and departing. Qin Lai, on the other hand, was left in a state of stunned contemplation by her remarks for a prolonged period. Unless you become formidable enough to enter the realms of Seven Kill Valley or the Forest of Death, I fear there is little hope for you and my sister. If I do not strive, I will be left far behind by you. All I want is to keep pace with you. I do not wish to become a burden. The words of Ling Xianxian and Ling Yusher echoed repeatedly in his mind, leaving him in a prolonged daze. Where is she? After a long while, Qin Lai suddenly inquired. Ling Chengya, with a furrowed brow and an anxious demeanor, pointed towards Qin Lai's stone house and said, For the past 3 days, she has locked herself away in your stone house. A sudden pang gripped Qin Lai's heart, and without waiting for Ling Qingya and the others to ask further, he rushed towards his stone house. How do you think that lad will decide? Who knows? He should be well aware that once that girl leaves today, she will ascend to great heights. If he lets her go, he may very well lose her forever. But what if he doesn't let her go? If that girl regrets her decision later, will she not blame him daily? I am quite curious about his choice. By the side of an opulent carriage, several exquisite women were observing Qin Lai from a distance, whispering among themselves, their beautiful eyes reflecting immense curiosity. Among them, one strikingly beautiful woman, appearing to be in her early 20s and adorned in a dark green gauze dress, leaned gracefully against the white jade carriage. Her skin was as pale as frost, and her lovely cheeks emanated a jade-like luster. She seemed indifferent to the conversations around her, remaining silent with her head bowed as if in quiet contemplation. However, the other striking women, seemingly in their 30s, appeared to be quite concerned for her point. One could not help but inquire, Lu Li, what is your take on this matter? If that lad is willing to let go, you would gain 2 more junior sisters. What are your thoughts? These women were merely warriors from the Insha Valley, lacking the esteemed status of Lu Li, who was a direct disciple of a master. I do not wish to squander my energy on baseless conjectures. I am only interested in the final outcome. Lu Li opened her eyes, her gaze sharp as an ice blade, her tone indifferent. The other women exchanged awkward smiles, and upon hearing her words, ceased their discussions. On the other side, knock, knock, knock. Qin Lai lightly rapped on the door. No one wants to see you. Ling Yusher called out from within. It is me, Qin Lai replied in a low voice. Inside, silence prevailed, but the sound of rustling garments could be heard. After a while, the door creaked open, revealing Ling Yusher, her face clouded with sorrow, as she turned to gaze at him. Once he entered, she firmly closed the door behind him, preventing Ling Qingya and the others from seeing anything. Inside, the two exchanged silent glances, both feeling an overwhelming urge to speak yet unsure of how to begin. Qin Lai opened his mouth. If you are here to advise me, then do not bother, for I do not wish to hear it, Ling Yusher abruptly interrupted. Qin Lai sighed softly, fell into silence for a moment, and then suddenly said, I am not here because of the Ling family, nor because of your father, uncle, or granduncle's persuasion, and not even for your sister. I am here solely for you and me. Ling Yusher's eyes sparkled with anticipation, waiting for him to continue, her heart stirring with curiosity. You expressed a desire to assist me in the future, not wanting to become my burden and to keep pace with me. Qin Lai gazed at her, for the first time taking her hand in his, and as her expression turned bewildered, he softly continued, I can tell you unequivocally that if you remain in Ling family town, you will never be able to keep up with me. You must leave. Only by going to Seven Kill Valley can you hope to follow my path. No, it should not be this way. I do not wish to hear it, Ling Yushur said, tears welling in her eyes, shaking her head vigorously. Go, leave Ling family town, enter 7 Kill Valley, and strive for our future reunion. Qin Lai's voice was low as he retrieved the first successful spirit board he had crafted in over half a year, placing it gently into Ling Yushur's delicate palm, saying, "This spirit board is my only successful creation, the first step I have taken on the path of artifact forging. I have poured countless sweat and effort into its making. And today, I give it to you." Ling Yushur's jade-like hand trembled as she bit her lip tightly, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes. "If we are to have a future together, you must depart from Ling family town. Only 7 Kill Valley can shape you," Qin Lai urged vehemently. Ling Yushur's petite figure shook violently. "Go, leave, tell your father, tell that Jun Liuyu. Inform them that you have made up your mind and that you wish to go to 7 Kill Valley." Qin Lai, with a serious expression, grasped her hand, forcefully pulling her out of the stone house. He then returned to his room, shutting the door firmly behind him, and from within, he shouted, "You wait for me in 7 Kill Valley, and I, Qin Lai, swear I will come for you." Ling Yushur stood at the door, listening to Qin Lai's fervent cries, tears streaming down her cheeks. Time seemed to stretch endlessly before, at her father's urging. She numbly set off towards the direction of the opulent carriage. Inside, Qin Lai curled up behind the door, his eyes reddened, biting his teeth in silence. Meanwhile, upon seeing Ling Yushur approach, Lu Li's sharp gaze revealed a moment of astonishment. She rose and moved to the window of the room previously occupied by Du Jiaolan, speaking through the glass, "Master, she has come to a realization. Excellent, go find that lad, and give him a Qi Yuan pill, allowing him to forget Ling Yushur from now on." An indifferent voice of an elderly woman echoed from within the room. "Understood," Lu Li replied, then proceeded toward Qin Lai's stone house. When she passed by Ling Yushur, she paused briefly, glancing back at Ling Yushur's dazed expression before continuing on her way. Shortly after, she arrived at the door of Qin Lai's stone house, slipping an exquisite small vial through the gap beneath the door, and coldly stated, "If you can break through to the opening Yuan realm, the Qi Yuan pill will significantly enhance your chances of advancing from the early to mid stages of the opening Yuan realm, while reducing the risk of a violent death." She paused momentarily before adding, "Your decision surprised me somewhat. However, I must inform you that from now on, she will be my junior sister, no longer just a girl from Ling family town. She has stepped into a new realm of cultivation, and in the future, a broader vista awaits her, one that is no longer intertwined with yours. I hope the Qi Yuan pill allows you to forget her, as such thoughts would be detrimental to both of you." Having said this, she could hardly be bothered to hear Qin Lai's response, preparing to leave. "Wait." Qin Lai suddenly opened the stone door, tossing the Qi Yuan pill into her palm. His handsome face cold as ice as he confronted Lu Li, saying, "You and your master have no right to decide matters between her and me. You lack that qualification, 7 Kill Valley? One day, I will go there to find her, and you shall see. An interesting fellow. Very well, I shall await your arrival." Lu Li smirked, her lips curling in a haughty, indifferent smile as she tucked the Qi Yuan pill away and murmured to herself, unappreciative. Before departing, night descended, and in the pitch-black stone house devoid of light, Qin Lai curled up in a corner, his arms wrapped around his knees, staring blankly at the wall. The furniture within the stone house was dust-free, and the sound of faint murmurs seemed to linger in the washroom, as if the room still contained the moving silhouettes of cherished memories. Scenes of their time alone together replayed vividly in his mind, growing ever clearer. Yet, she was leaving. Clutching his chest, Qin Lai felt an overwhelming urge to express everything left unspoken, yet he was at a loss for how to articulate it, his heart aching painfully. Bang! The door was forcefully burst open, and one by one, figures stormed in, each holding a wine jar. Ling Feng, Ling Xian, Ling Xiao, and Ling Ying. "Qin Lai, let us drink." Ling Xian slammed down 2 jars of wine, tore open the oilcloth seal, filled a large bowl with wine, and approached Qin Lai, offering it to him, exclaiming, "Come, drink, drink, drink." Ling Feng and Ling Xiao shouted in unison. Even Ling Ying joined in, encouraging Qin Lai to drink. Their expressions were grave, and not a single comforting word was uttered. Their actions alone spoke volumes. Qin Lai felt a warmth in his heart as he accepted the bowl of wine, tilting it back in a hearty gulp. The fiery liquor coursed through him, igniting his chest in flames, and the inner turmoil he felt seemed to ease somewhat, allowing him to lose himself in the moment. He snatched bowls of wine from Ling Feng, Ling Xiao, and Ling Ying without regard for their astonishment, recklessly pouring the alcohol into himself. With reddened eyes, they remained silent, simply assisting him in pouring more wine. "Drink. You all drink as well. Join me in getting thoroughly intoxicated," Qin Lai bellowed. "All right. Let us all drink until we are senseless," Ling Xian roared. Thus, everyone released their inhibitions, drinking heartily and shouting within the stone house, their raucous laughter echoing like wailing ghosts. All members of the Ling family could still hear the cries from that direction in the dead of night. Yet, everyone could empathize, merely shaking their heads and sighing, silently thinking. Let them be. A night of drunken revelry ensued. When Qin Lai opened his eyes the following day, he found the sun shining brightly, indicating it was already noon. Inside the stone house, Ling Feng, Ling Xian, and others lay in various disheveled positions, scattered across the table, beneath it, under the bed, and in the corners. Ling Ying was also sprawled on his stone bed, her clothing in disarray, drooling in her sweet slumber. This group of comrades, who had fought alongside him on Tianlang Mountain during his darkest moments, had come to keep him company through the night. Hoping to alleviate his inner turmoil, Qin Lai felt a surge of gratitude. He did not awaken anyone but instead took out the remaining spirit pills from his possession, carefully placing them on Ling Feng, Ling Xian, and Ling Xiao. Those spirit pills were gathered by Tu Zhe and others from the deceased in the Shattered Ice Manor during his first venture into the extreme cold mountains. Part of them he had given as a betrothal gift to Ling Yushi, while the remaining portion he had brought forth today. Gazing deeply at them, Qin Lai silently uttered a word of farewell, before stepping out of the stone house and making his way to the town. Soon, he learned from a member of the Ling family that last night, Ling Chengya had announced the dissolution of his engagement with Ling Yushi. Before dawn this morning, Ling Yushi and Ling Xianxian had left with the carriage of Qisha Valley, departing from Ling family town. Qisha Valley. One day, I will go there, Qin Lai murmured softly, heading straight towards Yaoshan under the blazing sun. Inside the cave of Yaoshan, he meticulously gathered his belongings, wrapping the wooden carvings, nebula tokens, fire crystals, and various scattered materials into bags. Holding the bag, he glanced complexly at a protruding stone behind a stone pillar. And after a long moment, he said, "It is time to leave." He pressed down on the protruding stone without hesitation and exited the cave, arriving at the foot of Yaoshan. Long ago, his grandfather had mentioned that the protruding stone served as the central pivot of the Yaoshan array, capable of erasing all traces within, allowing everything here to be obliterated. His foundation in the cultivation of thunderstrikes had been firmly established. Even without relying on the internal environment, he could continue his training. 6 months prior, he could have broken free from the shackles of Yaoshan to pursue his training at Nebula Pavilion, yet he chose to remain in Yaoshan, to stay in Ling family town. Now, with those who had willingly stayed behind having departed first, he found himself bereft of any reason to linger. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of resounding explosions erupted from within Yaoshan, causing the entire mountain to tremble violently. Qin Lai stood silently at the mountain's foot for a while, listening to the thunderous blasts, before casting one last glance towards Ling family town and striding towards Ice Rock City. Half an hour later, Ling Chengya and his brothers, along with the clan elder Ling Kangon, arrived at the foot of Yaoshan, their hearts ablaze with anxiety. They entered from different caves, only to discover that all the stone paths had been blocked by fallen rocks. Even the mountain itself seemed to have significantly lowered, as if it had sunk into the earth. To this day, I still do not know what lies hidden within Yaoshan, and it seems I shall never find out, Ling Chengya sighed. He must have gone to Nebula Pavilion, Ling Chengji remarked. Ling Chengya furrowed his brow. We have wronged Qin Lai. I failed to uphold our agreement and dissolved the engagement a year early. Alas, I cannot fathom why I feel as though I have erred. The clan elder Ling Kangon gazed into the distance and said, Chengya, you have done nothing wrong. Do not be overly self-reproachful. As long as Xianxian and Yushi are in Qisha Valley, the Ling family will surely flourish in the future. They are direct disciples of Granny Jiao, and in time, they will find a broader world. Yushi will undoubtedly find a better young man, We should rejoice for them. I hope so, Ling Qingye sighed deeply. As evening descended, Ling Feng, Ling Xian, Ling Xiao, and Ling Ying gradually awakened, only to learn that the caves within Yaoshan had been destroyed and blocked, while Qinlai had vanished without a trace. As they moved about, they discovered the spirit pills tucked within their clothing, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within them. They understood that Qinlai had indeed left, departed from Ling family town, and made his way to Ice Rock City. The eldest lady and the second lady have gone, and Qinlai has also left. Only we remain in Ling family town, Ling Xiao said dejectedly, gazing at the vast evening sky. Alas, everything has transpired so swiftly. Just days ago, we were all well. And now, with the appearance of Qi Sha Valley, our lives have undergone a complete upheaval. Water flows downward, and people strive upward. This is an immutable truth. If we wish to catch up with them, we must exert ourselves and diligently cultivate, lest we be left ever further behind, Ling Feng declared sternly. Indeed. The others responded with resolute determination. 6 days later, a slender figure stood at the southern city gate of Ice Rock City. The young man, carrying a cloth bag, appeared travel-worn as he gazed up at the towering stone walls and the guards stationed at the gate, murmuring, "Ice Rock City. I have finally arrived at Ice Rock City." Ice Rock City was divided into the North City and South City. The North City housed the Shattered Ice Manor, with all affairs managed by it, and most residents were affiliated with the Shattered Ice Manor. Conversely, the South City served as the headquarters of Nebula Pavilion, overseeing all matters therein. The inhabitants of the South City were predominantly the families of Nebula Pavilion's martial artists, alongside some mortals inclined towards Nebula Pavilion. The two factions coexisted within the same city, yet their relationship had been fraught with animosity for many years, engaging in open and covert conflicts without resolution, their hatred only deepening. Exiting the South City towards the south led to the direction of the extreme cold mountains. Surrounded by numerous minor factions, such as the Ling family, Gao family, Du family, and others, all under the jurisdiction of Nebula Pavilion. Heading north from the North City brought one to the territory of Shattered Ice Manor, which also contained various minor factions. Following the betrayal of Nebula Pavilion by the Feng family, they relocated their entire clan northward, beyond the North City. The vassal factions of Shattered Ice Manor and Nebula Pavilion were precisely separated by Ice Rock City. Whether from Shattered Ice Manor or Nebula Pavilion, their martial artists had families and loved ones, wives, children, parents, who were either mere mortals or low-ranking martial artists, lacking the qualifications to enter Shattered Ice Manor or Nebula Pavilion for training. These individuals lived in the North City and South City, and when the martial artists of Shattered Ice Manor and Nebula Pavilion had no tasks or training obligations, they would often venture out to spend time with their families in either city. Between the North and South cities lay a bustling spirit material merchant street, which served as a dividing line between the two cities. Due to the enmity between Shattered Ice Manor and Nebula Pavilion, fierce disputes often erupted. Thus, generally, martial artists and mortals from the North City seldom ventured into the South City, and vice versa. However, the spirit material merchant street remained lively, frequented by martial artists from both factions. Along that street, many shops sold spirit materials, spirit herbs, spirit grasses, and spiritual artifacts, some of which had formidable backgrounds, being branches of powerful factions that even Shattered Ice Manor and Nebula Pavilion dared not provoke. Consequently, despite their ongoing strife, there existed an unspoken agreement to refrain from conflict on that street. Upon entering the South City through the southern gate, Qinlai did not immediately head to Nebula Pavilion's headquarters with the Nebula token in hand. Instead, he directed his steps toward the Spirit Material Merchant Street. Once he entered Nebula Pavilion, he would become a core member. He could utilize Nebula Pavilion's resources for training, earn contributions to access special training rooms to enhance his cultivation, peruse martial arts literature, and attend lectures from martial artists regarding their insights on realms. This was the aspiration of Ling Feng and the others. It was the very purpose of his coming to Nebula Pavilion, the hope he harbored. Yet, once he became a core member, he might be assigned tasks, thereby losing his freedom. Presently, he had not yet come to terms with Ling Yusher's departure, and his heart was still restless. Furthermore, he wished to devote more time to mastering the intricacies of the spirit-gathering array diagrams, as he did not require Nebula Pavilion's training resources in the short term. Hence, he decided to postpone his entry. intending to wait until he had calmed his mind and truly grasped the array diagrams in his mind before joining Nebula Pavilion. Thus, he settled into an inn adjacent to the Spirit Material Merchant Street in the south of the city, isolating himself in his room to continue practicing the spirit gathering array diagrams. With 24 spirit boards remaining, having experienced success in carving one spirit gathering array diagram, he gradually gained confidence. Taking out a spirit board, he quieted his mind, focusing his spiritual awareness on the board beneath his palm, and began his practice of carving. He soon discovered that the act of carving the spirit array diagrams allowed him to escape the pain of Ling Yusher's departure. His intense concentration enabled him to temporarily ignore everything else. Thus, he immersed himself fully, beginning to relish this arduous and monotonous practice. Chapter 56. The Tool Pavilion. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 months, Qin Lai remained holed up in the inn, pouring all his energy into practicing the spirit-gathering array diagrams, lost in his endeavor. Of the 24 spirit boards, after 2 months of practice, 15 had been rendered unusable. While 9 successfully bore the spirit-gathering array diagrams, 15 have been wasted. It seems I still need some time to truly master this, Qin Lai muttered, frowning as he opened the window. Deep in contemplation, I have run out of spirit boards. To continue practicing, I must procure new ones. However, once one enters the Nebula Pavilion, such leisurely moments may no longer be guaranteed. Outside the window, numerous martial artists of varying realms moved about, all heading towards the Spirit Material Commercial Street situated between the north and south cities. From the room he had taken up residence in, he could see many shops along the Spirit Material Commercial Street across a river, and observed numerous individuals clad in the attire of the Shattered Ice Mansion in the Nebula Pavilion strolling along. Upon closer inspection, he could even faintly discern confrontations between the martial artists of the Shattered Ice Mansion and the Nebula Pavilion, their words escalating into conflicts, eyes locked in fury. Yet, they all adhered to the rules, refraining from actual combat on the commercial street, merely engaging in mutual provocations and taunts. After observing for a while at the window, Qin Lai stroked his chin in contemplation, pondering how he might acquire a spirit board to continue his practice of engraving spirit array diagrams. Before departing from Lingjia Town, he had left all his spirit pills and spirit stones with Ling Feng and others. Thus, he now possessed only a wooden carving, fire crystal, and nebula token, among which the wooden carving and nebula token were exceedingly precious. While the fire crystal was merely an ordinary item of little value, serving only as a source of fire for future forging, and could not be exchanged for a spirit board. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the wooden table as he gazed at the 9 spirit boards engraved with the gathering spirit array diagram. Lost in thought for a considerable time, when suddenly an idea struck him. Could the spirit boards inscribed with the gathering spirit array diagram be sold in exchange for blank spirit boards? With this thought, his demeanor shifted, and he resolved to take a chance, wondering if any shops on the Spirit Material Commercial Street would be willing to purchase them. Descending the stairs and crossing the stone bridge over the small river, he arrived at the bustling Spirit Material Commercial Street, where he saw a throng of figures, predominantly martial artists adorned in the unique garb of the Shattered Ice Mansion and the Nebula Pavilion, along with a scattering of casually dressed, unidentified martial artists like himself. At both ends of the street were a dozen shops selling spirit pills, medicinal herbs, spirit grasses, and various low-grade cultivation manuals. At the center of the street stood a magnificent 5-story wooden building, with a steady stream of people entering and exiting. Many martial artists of slightly higher realms headed straight for this establishment, as if the true purpose of their visit to the Spirit Material Commercial Street was to reach this largest shop, the Equipment Pavilion. Even from a distance, Qin Lai could see the dazzling signboard of this shop. He could not discern how the sign sustained itself, but under the sun, the 3 characters Equipment Pavilion shone brilliantly, drawing attention. Seeing that martial artists from the Nebula Pavilion and Shattered Ice Mansion, along with several scattered pedestrians, were flocking towards the Equipment Pavilion, Qin Lai instinctively followed suit. Upon arriving at the entrance, he looked up at the sign once more, only to be surprised that, upon closer proximity, the characters Equipment Pavilion were no longer glaring. It seemed that its brilliance was merely to attract attention from afar, and once drawn in, it would not discomfort the eyes. This minor detail alone spoke volumes of the extraordinary nature of the Equipment Pavilion, causing Qin Lai to inwardly nod in agreement as he joined the throng entering. The first floor of the pavilion was exceedingly spacious, with exquisite glass containers along the walls showcasing a variety of finely crafted spirit artifacts, gleaming swords, golden short spears, rings in various colors, and radiant hammers. There were at least dozens of spirit artifacts on display. Numerous martial artists visiting the establishment congregated before the glass containers, inquiring about the artifacts' functions and prices, seeking to discern their quality. Most of these are 3rd and 4th grade mundane level artifacts. However, it is noteworthy that the first floor of the equipment pavilion sells spirit artifacts. Unlike other shops which only offer spirit pills and materials, no wonder everyone comes here, for they have finished products available for direct purchase. Qin Lai silently observed for a while, attentively listening to the conversations around him. Quickly grasping the situation, the first floor of the equipment pavilion exclusively sold mundane-level artifacts below the 4th grade. The second floor offered 5th grade artifacts, the third floor housed 6th grade artifacts, and the 4th floor dealt in 7th grade artifacts. As for the 5th floor, it even boasted the availability of profound grade artifacts. However, starting from the 2nd floor, access was restricted. Either one needed to attain the open origin realm or pay a portion of spirit stones to prove their purchasing power. Ensuring they weren't wasting the pavilion's time, he noted that nearly all visitors lingered on the 1st floor, meandering among the 3rd and 4th grade artifacts, engaging in discussions with the pavilion's staff about prices. Only a scant few individuals bypassed the 1st floor entirely, heading directly for the staircase. At the foot of the stairs stood 2 guards from the equipment pavilion, who would conduct a brief examination to confirm if the individual had reached the open origin realm or possessed sufficient wealth in spirit stones, permitting only those deemed worthy to ascend. Every person who ascended wore a proud expression, casting not a glance at the martial artists lingering below, seemingly born of a higher status. The individuals on the 1st floor regarded them with a mix of awe and envy, some even slightly bowing, their smiles betraying a sense of humility. The one who just ascended is Payan, the Hall Master under Elder Wei Xing of the Nebula Pavilion, with early-stage open origin cultivation. And the one known as Ji Feiwen is the head of the Ji family under the Shattered Ice Mansion. It is said he has reached the mid-stage of open origin. Quite formidable. Oh, who is that? The martial artists on this floor occasionally whispered among themselves, identifying the ascending figures, when suddenly their gazes fell upon a young martial artist, revealing expressions of surprise. This youth, around 20, donned the attire of the Shattered Ice Mansion, possessing a handsome visage and an indifferent demeanor, bearing a striking resemblance to Feng Yi. He ascended the stairs without hesitation. Feng Kai. He is Feng Kai, who was still cultivating in the Nebula Pavilion over half a year ago. It is unclear why the Feng family suddenly defected from the Nebula Pavilion, and Feng Kai directly joined the Shattered Ice Mansion. Someone exclaimed. Qin Lai, blending into the crowd, narrowed his eyes, silently scrutinizing Feng Kai. So this is Feng Yi's elder brother, the one who openly declared his intent to kill me. What a pity. He seems unaware of my existence. Feng Kai. You traitor. The Nebula Pavilion will surely hunt down the Feng family to the ends of the earth. Just then, Payan, the earlier ascendant from the Nebula Pavilion, bellowed from the 2nd floor, threatening with his words. Humph. Feel free to try and see who ends up killing whom. Feng Kai retorted defiantly from the 2nd floor. Qin Lai and many others on the lower level could only hear the escalating argument above, unable to witness the confrontation between the two. Silence. A deep, resonant voice emanated from the upper floor, commanding, "If you do not wish to abide by my rules, then get out." Upon hearing this, the quarrel between Feng Kai and Payan abruptly ceased. Both hesitated, simultaneously apologizing. Elder Pan, please calm your anger. Elder Pan, who is he? A newcomer inquired in a hushed tone. Elder Pan is Pan Jueming, the head of this branch of the equipment pavilion in Ice Rock City. Even the head of the Shattered Ice Mansion, Yin Wanyang, and the master of the Nebula Pavilion, 2Mo, must show him some respect, let alone Feng Kai and Payan. A knowledgeable individual quietly explained. Listening intently, Qin Lai cast a glance toward the staircase leading to the upper floor, inwardly chuckling wryly. His cultivation was insufficient, and his finances were modest. He was evidently unqualified to ascend and take a look. After pondering for a moment, taking advantage of the crowd's focus on the prior incident, He approached a female staff member of the equipment pavilion, producing a spirit board inscribed with the gathering spirit array diagram, and inquired, "Does the equipment pavilion purchase spirit materials?" "Of course, but it depends on the grade. We do not accept low-grade materials." The female staff member, in her 20s with an unremarkable appearance and acne on her face, cast a dismissive glance at Qin Lai from head to toe, her demeanor cold as she stated, "For mundane-level materials below the 5th grade. I recommend you seek other shops. Even for 5th-grade materials, it's best if they can be sold in bulk. We at the equipment pavilion are not particularly interested in one or two pieces." Qin Lai was taken aback, inwardly lamenting how even a mere staff member of the equipment pavilion could be so difficult to deal with. This spirit board contains a gathering spirit array diagram capable of gathering ambient spirit energy, enhancing the spirit energy around the cultivator by a quarter. Might you have any interest in acquiring it? Qin Lai sensed he might be met with rejection, but his current situation left him no choice but to press on. A practice board for engraving spirit array diagrams is merely low-grade material. Even with the gathering spirit array diagram, it is not remarkable. The staff member shook her head, her eyes revealing a hint of mockery, clearly declining. "Sorry, not only would we at the equipment pavilion not be interested, but even those small shops outside might not be willing to purchase it." Qin Lai felt somewhat embarrassed and, after a brief nod, refrained from saying more. He could not bear to linger any longer and left the equipment pavilion in dejection. "Perhaps I should try the smaller shops outside." Upon reaching the entrance of the equipment pavilion, he took a deep breath, forcing a bitter smile, unwilling to give up as he began to try one shop after another. This spirit board can gather the surrounding ambient spirit energy, enhancing it by a quarter. "Do you have any interest?" "Not interested." "You might as well try another shop. High-level martial artists have spirit stones for cultivation and do not need this. A quarter enhancement is not significant. One can simply find a place with denser spirit energy." "Sorry, we do not purchase." "Apologies, our shop has no interest." Qin Lai visited shop after shop, each yielding the same result. Repeated refusals that made it clear they had no interest in his spirit board. An entire afternoon wasted, and night is nearly upon us. Well, there's just one last shop left. I might as well give it a try, and if that fails, I shall return. Just as he was on the verge of giving up, he caught sight of a tiny, obscure shop tucked away in a corner of Linkai Merchant Street. This shop was quite remote, separated from the bustling main road by a considerable distance. The signboard in front was crookedly inscribed with the words, "Lee's Shop." The paint almost entirely faded away. Inside, in the shadows, a figure could be faintly seen reclining in a rocking chair. Perhaps due to the dismal state of business, he appeared to have fallen into a deep slumber. Chapter 57. Lee's Shop. Qin Lai had encountered numerous setbacks throughout the afternoon and, undeterred by the prospect of facing yet another disappointment before returning to the inn, he approached this peculiar establishment. "Young lad, it's getting late, and I must close the shop. Please come back tomorrow," the person in the rocking chair called out even before Qin Lai could cross the threshold. Surprised, Qin Lai glanced up at the sky, realizing that it was still some time before dusk. Many shops in the distance were still bustling with activity, and the nearby equipment pavilion was teeming with customers. "I am not here to purchase anything. Rather, I intend to sell something and hope you might take a look," Qin Lai replied politely as he stepped inside. The middle-aged man, who seemed rather disheveled yet possessed a certain rugged charm, lounged lazily in his bamboo rocking chair, squinting at Qin Lai and casually remarked, "Among all the shops on this merchant street, mine is the most obscure. I am surprised you found your way here. Have you tried all the other shops, only to find no interest in your wares, and decided to give me a chance before leaving?" His words unveiled Qin Lai's thoughts, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Indeed, that is the case. Never mind. You likely have no interest either. I apologize for intruding on your rest. I will take my leave," Qin Lai admitted, feeling awkward. "Show me," the middle-aged man replied, extending his hand without any intention of leaving his chair. Clearly lacking enthusiasm. "Since you're already here, I might as well take a look, just to help you put your mind at ease." The shop was in utter disarray, with various dusty spiritual materials piled haphazardly, suggesting they were of low quality. The man's rocking chair occupied a significant portion of the space, while a few cabinets on either side displayed an assortment of unknown stones, rusted wood, and several damaged spiritual tools, none of which appeared particularly valuable. explaining the lack of customers. After scanning the shop's condition, Xinlai felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, realizing he might have come to the wrong place and was beginning to reconsider his options. However, since the man had already reached out, Xinlai hesitated to turn away, retrieving a spiritual board on which he had inscribed a gathering array diagram and offering it to the languid man. The spiritual board, a low-grade material for practicing array inscriptions. No wonder it is of no interest to anyone, the man remarked with an odd expression as he casually accepted the board, squinting as if to inspect it closely. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he fell silent, deeply contemplating the board. After a lengthy pause, during which Xinlai grew impatient, the man finally spoke. "What is the purpose of this spiritual board?" Xinlai explained. "It can only enhance the surrounding spiritual energy by a quarter. For warriors who cultivate with spiritual stones, as well as those from powerful factions, it evidently holds little value." The man frowned as he regarded Xinlai, twirling the board between his fingers, and stated, "I cannot fathom who might be interested in this, nor can I provide a definite price." "Well then, I suppose it's best to leave it be." Xinlai sighed in disappointment, realizing he could finally let go of his hopes. He reached for the board, politely bid the man farewell, and turned to leave. "Wait a moment," the middle-aged man called after him. When Xinlai turned back, he continued nonchalantly, "I cannot say who might be interested, but you could attempt to sell it and see if anyone bites. The item itself is not without merit. It has its uses, but it depends on whether anyone wishes to buy it." As Xinlai stood there, bewildered, the man added, "You may leave it here in my shop and attempt to sell it yourself. Whether you succeed will depend on your own efforts. What do you think?" Xinlai scratched his head, feeling somewhat perplexed. He surveyed the state of the shop once more and chuckled wryly. "Perhaps it is best to pass." "What? Are you disdainful of my humble shop? Afraid it is too remote and will attract no customers?" The man chuckled lazily, squinting his eyes. "Although the location is indeed poor, I still have a handful of eager customers who stumble in daily. For instance, you found your way here, didn't you? At the very least, you can give it a try. It's better than letting it rot in your hands, wouldn't you agree?" "Very well. I'll return tomorrow to give it a shot," Xinlai conceded, still clinging to a flicker of hope. "My name is Li Mu. You may call me Uncle Li. I see you carrying a bundle, suggesting you are new to Ice Rock City. Where are you staying?" he inquired. "At a nearby inn," Xinlai replied candidly. "I happen to have a room available. Though it is somewhat cluttered, if you don't mind, you are welcome to stay there for the time being," Li Mu said, rocking in his chair. "The room has some blank spiritual boards. Should you wish to practice array inscriptions, you may use those. Once you've sold your items, you can repay me accordingly. If you truly cannot, you may help me tend the shop to settle the debt." Xinlai stared at him in astonishment for a moment before asking, "Are you serious?" "Of course," Li Mu retorted, gesturing toward a small door leading to a tiny courtyard with 2 or 3 small rooms. "You may occupy the one on the east side. Feel free to use the blank boards within. During the day, you can try selling your items here. Whether you succeed is entirely up to you." Agreed? "All right," Xinlai exclaimed with delight. "I have my items with me, so I won't return to the inn. Can I move in right away?" "Certainly," Li Mu replied indifferently. Xinlai nodded, chuckling as he passed by Li Mu and entered the courtyard through the small door, heading toward the room indicated. As he pushed the door open, a cloud of dust enveloped him, causing him to cough loudly. Inside, the room was laden with cobwebs, and a small wooden bed was cluttered with various wooden blocks, fragments of stones, and unidentifiable metal scraps, all of which appeared to be of low grade and had likely been there for quite some time. In one corner lay dozens of dusty spiritual boards, the dust appearing thicker than the boards themselves. "This little shop has limited resources and cannot afford staff. You shall have to clean it yourself," Li Mu's voice carried from the shop outside. "Understood," Xinlai replied. Then set to work cleaning, he toiled until midnight, finally organizing the small room and neatly arranging his low-grade spiritual materials. He then took out a blank spiritual board and, with eyes aglow, began practicing the array inscriptions. 9 days swiftly passed. By day, he and Li Mu would call out to the occasional passerby in the shop, attempting to sell his spiritual boards, while by night he continued practicing the gathering array diagram. It didn't take long for him to realize he had been deceived. Over the course of 9 days, only about 10 individuals had entered Li Mu's shop, and they were all low-ranking warriors. They merely glanced at the shop's disarray before leaving with puzzled expressions. No one showed any interest in the shop's offerings. Qinlai rarely had the chance to even call out to potential customers. Often, before he could utter a word, they had already turned away, leaving him awkwardly chuckling behind them. Had it not been for the blank spiritual boards available for practice, he might have succumbed to frustration and left long ago. He understood that the shop's business would be poor, but he never anticipated it would be this dismal. The shop's astonishingly lackluster business was no surprise, given that Li Mu spent his days lounging in his chair, eyes closed, exhibiting no semblance of a shopkeeper. As for the dwindling supply of spiritual boards, Li Mu never inquired or kept track, nor did he ask about Qinlai's background or identity, which allowed Qinlai to feel somewhat at ease and continue residing there. Uncle Li, I have used 12 of your boards. If my items continue to go unsold, how shall I repay you? Qinlai finally mustered the courage to ask one day. I haven't figured that out yet. Just keep using them. I'll let you know once I have, Li Mu replied. Uncle Li, the shop is far too cluttered and messy, which makes it appear uninviting. Qinlai ventured gently, suggesting, should I tidy it up? It might improve business. People want to leave the moment they walk in. What do you think? Those who lack discernment can come and go as they please. I care not for them, Li Mu huffed. You needn't concern yourself with that. I prefer this chaotic environment. If it were too clean, I would find it unbearable. Just focus on your own tasks. Leave the rest to me. Qinlai could only respond with a wry smile. On the 16th day at Li's shop, Qinlai sat as usual, lazily perched on a chair, his hands cradling his chin as he contemplated the intricate details of the enhancement array diagram. Recently, he had successfully inscribed the gathering array on 5 boards in succession. Completing the last one in a mere 3 hours, he recalled that during his first successful attempt, he had spent a full 7 days. Now, having gradually mastered the art of inscribing the gathering array, his speed had markedly increased. He felt confident he had truly grasped the technique, so he decided to shift his focus and attempt to inscribe the enhancement array instead. Li's shop? I never knew there was a shop here. Miss, there's no need to bother visiting this shop, is there? Entering is merely a futile waste of time. Such a remote and dilapidated place surely lacks anything of interest to behold. Having come this far, we might as well take a look. Outside, voices echoed, and soon after, a tall and exquisite woman accompanied by a middle-aged servant stepped inside. The woman, clad in a loose-fitting, snow-white warrior's attire, appeared to be in her 20s. The pristine hue of her garments complemented her fair skin, resembling snow. Her bright phoenix-like eyes and high nose gave her an air of strong character, and her beautifully sculpted face bore an innate indifference, as if she were accustomed to looking down upon others. An old man and a young one, both lost in thought. Have you ceased your business? The middle-aged servant remarked with a frown after entering. Li Mu smiled nonchalantly, gestured for Qinlai to handle the situation, and remained languidly reclined in his chair, eyes still half closed in relaxation. Feel free to browse, Qinlai said, rising to glance at the woman in white, secretly admiring her exceptional beauty, though he found her demeanor a touch too aloof. You must be a shopkeeper, the woman stated with a detached nod. Please introduce to me your most unique items. I have little interest in the mundane. Certainly, Qinlai replied, retrieving a spirit board inscribed with a gathering spirit formation and placing it on the table before the woman. He then proclaimed straightforwardly, this is the most intriguing item in our shop. You rascal, Li Mu chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Chapter 58. The Gathering Spirit Board. This spirit board, inscribed with a gathering spirit formation, once activated, can actively attract the surrounding natural spiritual energy. A single board can enhance the ambient spiritual energy around a warrior by a quarter. Moreover, it requires minimal spiritual energy to activate and can be reused repeatedly. When a warrior is cultivating outdoors, possessing such a board significantly increases their training efficiency. After battles, it can also expedite the recovery of spiritual energy. In Li's shop, Qinlai, holding the spirit board, enthusiastically presented his creation to the woman in white. Her exquisite features remained impassive as she listened, gradually becoming impatient, and interjected, Is that all? What more would you like? Qinlai paused. Does it provide any offensive capabilities? Can it offer defense? The striking woman furrowed her brows elegantly. If it merely enhances the spiritual energy by a quarter, there is no need for further introduction. She turned to her middle-aged servant, expressing her disappointment. It seems we have come to the wrong place. With that, her prior interest dissipated, and she prepared to leave. Young man, how many spirit boards do you have in total? Li Mu, still reclining lazily, suddenly inquired. 17, Qinlai answered. Bring them all out, activate the gathering spirit formations within, and let us see if there are any synergistic effects. Li Mu spoke casually. Synergistic. A flash of insight struck Qinlai, and his eyes brightened as he grasped the significance of Li Mu's words. Noticing that the woman in white and her servant had also halted, he wasted no time in retrieving all his successfully crafted spirit boards. Channeling a wisp of spiritual energy into each to activate their formations one by one, the boards emitted a soft white glow, creating a considerable attraction. The thin natural spiritual energy surrounding Li's shop began to converge towards the center. Drawn into the establishment. Previously, many low-grade spiritual materials, spirit stones, and various metals within the shop were covered in dust, rendering the air stagnant. However, as the natural spiritual energy gradually accumulated, the atmosphere inside became refreshing, invigorating the spirits of those present. Spread the spirit boards around, place them in various corners of the room, Li Mu instructed, rocking in his chair with his eyes still squinted. Qinlai's eyes lit up again as he hurriedly positioned the 17 spirit boards in different corners of the shop, ensuring a balanced distribution. The boards glimmered softly within the shabby establishment, and the thin natural spiritual energy from the street began to slowly gather towards the small shop named Li's shop. Inside, the white-clad woman and her middle-aged servant, who had intended to leave, had already paused. Both looked on in astonishment, their expressions shifting as they observed the luminescent spirit boards scattered throughout the room, silently attuning to the changes in the natural spiritual energy. Qinlai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he too sensed the transformation, his heart brimming with delight. Meanwhile, Li Mu remained languidly nestled in his chair, the room enveloped in a profound silence, broken only by the creaking of his rocking chair. On the spiritual material street, several warriors of slightly higher realms keenly sensed the unusual flow of spiritual energy and exchanged bewildered glances, instinctively moving towards the direction of Li's shop. Strange, the natural spiritual energy is quietly gathering over there. Could it be that a powerful practitioner is about to break through? No, it doesn't seem likely. The flow of spiritual energy is not rapid. It feels very tranquil, as if it is not caused by human intervention but rather drawn by some potent spiritual artifact. Could it be that an exceptionally powerful artifact has emerged? Who knows? We'll find out when we go take a look. Indeed, let us proceed. In the shop, a few perceptive warriors noticed the peculiar changes in the spiritual energy as they gathered around Li's shop. Their curiosity piqued. After a while, as they observed the distance between themselves and the departing figures of Pan Juiming and Wu Chong, they suddenly realized what was happening. With exclamations of surprise, they abandoned their original intentions for visiting the shop and hurried to follow, eager to uncover the source of the commotion. If one were to levitate above the spirit material merchant street, they would be able to clearly perceive the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy. Discovering the peculiarities in the flow of celestial energy surrounding the Li Ji shop, they would witness the shop resembling a whirlpool, continuously drawing and gathering the surrounding celestial energy, rendering the shop's spiritual energy exceedingly rich. Furthermore, they would observe that the previously dispersed crowd on Spirit Material Merchant Street was now converging towards the Li Ji shop, much like the gathering of spiritual energy itself. Inside the Li Ji shop, Qinlai, the woman in white, the middle-aged servant, and the shopkeeper Li Mu seemed oblivious to the happenings outside. They remained silent, quietly attuned to the changes in the spiritual energy within the room. 17 spirit boards lay scattered in the corners, resting on the shelves, and quietly positioned on the table before them, emanating a faint white glow as they continued to absorb the nearby celestial energy, gradually giving rise to a delicate milky white mist within the shop, an unmistakable sign of the celestial energy reaching a significant density, almost 4 times as much. The middle-aged servant beside the woman in white broke the silence with a hoarse voice, his slightly gloomy eyes surveying the spirit boards, his expression growing increasingly serious. The the chair that Li Mu had been swaying in suddenly came to a halt, and he uttered a single phrase. If there were more gathering spirit boards, the celestial energy that could be amassed would surely be even greater. Gathering spirit boards? Qin Lai exclaimed in astonishment. Li Mu offered him a slight smile and nodded, then turned his gaze towards the entrance, leisurely proclaiming, "It's time to bestow it with a melodious and memorable name." Following his line of sight, Qin Lai noticed that, unbeknownst to him, a throng of people had gathered outside the once obscure and languid Li Ji shop. "Miss, with 17 gathering spirit boards, we could construct a cultivation chamber. Coupled with the even denser celestial energy from our location, the results would undoubtedly be astonishing," the middle-aged servant whispered. "Name your price." The woman in white directed her gaze towards Qin Lai, adding, "I will take them all." "I too have an interest," came a sudden voice from Pan Jueming. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd outside, this head of the Qiju Pavilion boldly stepped into the Li Ji shop. Chapter 59. The First Deal, Seeking Recommendation Votes. The celestial energy here is 4 times denser than in other parts of the city. If one could cultivate within the shop, their progress would be significantly accelerated. Indeed, the denser the celestial energy, the swifter the refinement of spiritual power. It nearly rivals some higher-level sects' training grounds. Impressive. Outside the modest Li Ji shop, numerous notable figures from Ice Rock City had gathered, including those from the Shattered Ice Manor and the Xingyun Pavilion, as well as unfamiliar martial artists merely passing through Ice Rock City. These individuals were drawn closer by the subtle changes in celestial energy, gathering at the entrance and expressing their astonishment. "So this is Mr. Li's shop." Inside, Pan Jueming stepped in, offering a calm smile to Li Mu, then turning his attention to the scattered gathering spirit boards. He remarked, "Such remarkable items that can amplify celestial energy fourfold pique my interest. If you don't mind, I would like to join the queue to purchase." Li Mu cast a glance at Qin Lai, then stood up to address the nosy onlookers outside, declaring loudly, "This shop cannot accommodate too many people. Those who have reached the opening Yuan realm may enter. Others, please remain outside." At his words, Wu Chong and the others at the entrance smiled slightly and naturally stepped inside. As they entered, they were immediately captivated by the woman in white, their expressions lighting up in surprise. Their gazes converged on her, revealing unmistakable astonishment, as they seemed momentarily entranced by her beauty, forgetting their initial purpose for entering. The woman's skin was as white as snow, her eyes as clear as crystal, devoid of any impurities. Her ethereal presence resembled a snow lotus atop a glacier, evoking a sense of inadequacy in those who beheld her. "Humph!" The servant beside the woman in white coldly snorted. Boom! The collective focus on the woman in white was abruptly shattered by the resounding "humph," causing a reverberation that left the onlookers momentarily stunned, their eardrums ringing painfully. Qin Lai, Pan Jueming, and Li Mu, however, remained unfazed, as the "humph" was evidently not directed at them. "My apologies." Wu Chong, jolted back to reality, quickly changed his expression and bowed towards the middle-aged servant and the woman in white as a gesture of apology. The others, witnessing Wu Chong's demeanor, were taken aback and hurriedly diverted their gazes from the woman in white, cautiously expressing their regrets. "Heh, may I inquire where you two hail from, as you do not appear to be from Ice Rock City?" Pan Jueming asked, surprised, while maintaining a polite demeanor. The woman in white frowned, ignoring his question, and instead turned to Qin Lai and Li Mu, indifferently stating, "I will take all the gathering spirit boards. Name your price." "Mr. Li, what do you think?" Pan Jueming interjected, expressing his interest. "Our Qiju Pavilion is also keen on these gathering spirit boards. I wonder if a concession could be made?" "Qin Lai, what brings you here?" Suddenly, a voice called out from the entrance. Lu Yin had coincidentally been in the spirit material merchant street today and had sensed the changes in spiritual energy. He stepped forward, maneuvering past the lower-ranked martial artists gathered around, and upon catching sight of familiar figures inside the shop, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Lu." Qin Lai was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile and nodding at Lu Yin, who had just entered. "Old Pan, Brother Wu, Brother Zhao." Upon entering, Lu Yin was struck by the impressive scene within, bowing repeatedly as he greeted Pan Jueming, Wu Chong, and another man clad in Xingyun Pavilion attire. They all responded with nods. Qin Lai, when did you arrive in Ice Rock City? You rascal. You didn't report to the Xingyun Pavilion upon your arrival and instead came here to enjoy the spectacle? Lu Yin chuckled as he approached Qin Lai, giving him a playful punch on the shoulder, adding, You may not know, but last time, 2 hall masters under Yen Dewu of the Shattered Ice Manor were gruesomely killed by the Silverwing Demon Wolf, and Feng Yi lost an arm. How satisfying. As he spoke, the expressions of 2 martial artists clad in Shattered Ice Manor attire darkened suddenly. He's one of ours from the Xingyun Pavilion? Wu Chong inquired. Astonished, the others turned their attention to Qin Lai, momentarily bewildered, unsure of the unfolding situation. Indeed, he is from the Ling family under my command, and we went to the Tianlang Mountain together, Lu Yin briefly explained. Omitting the intricate details, yet it still drew the collective focus onto Qin Lai. Even Li Mu now regarded Qin Lai with surprise, as he became aware of his identity through Lu Yin's introduction. State your price, do not waste my time. The woman in white interrupted the discussions with an impatient tone, her demeanor cold. Yes, let us attend to the urgent matters first. Pan Juiming concurred. Li Mu glanced at Qin Lai, stroked his chin, and stated, 1 ordinary 7th grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 1 gathering spirit board. Thus, you may provide 17 ordinary 7th grade spirit stones. Mr. Li, Pan Juiming began. Li Mu waved his hand dismissively, saying, They arrived first. Pan Juiming nodded in understanding, seemingly respectful of Li Mu's decision. At least there is some decorum, the woman in white remarked with a slight nod before turning to leave. Upon her departure, the 2 Xingyun Pavilion martial artists, Wu Chong and Zhao Duo, blocking the entrance, were taken aback, hastily stepping aside to allow her passage. 17 ordinary 7th grade spirit stones, please confirm. The middle-aged servant remaining behind slid his left hand across the table before Qin Lai. Once his hand retracted, 17 glistening jade stones appeared on the tabletop, each radiating a faint luminescence, clearly indicative of their exceptional quality. That will suffice. Li Mu simply nodded after a cursory glance. Qin Lai, however, was astounded as he observed the servant beside the woman in white, specifically the green ring adorning his left hand. Being the closest, he could see clearly that the sudden appearance of the 17 jade stones on the table stemmed from that very green ring. Leaving him in a state of amazement, as he marveled silently, the servant proceeded to gather the scattered gathering spirit boards, and with a mere touch of his left hand, each board vanished without a trace. Spatial ring. Lu Yin murmured, fixated on the green ring on the servant's hand, his voice dry, his expression peculiar. Not just him, but the others within the shop, Wu Chong, Zhao Duo, and several from the Shattered Ice Manor, also displayed expressions of astonishment, all directing their attention towards the ring on the servant's hand. Heh, it seems you are indeed not from Ice Rock City, Pan Juiming remarked with a calm smile, giving the middle-aged servant a slight nod while casting a glance at his ring. The servant, however, did not engage in idle chatter. After collecting the gathering spirit boards, he said nothing further, nor did he spare the onlookers another glance, and simply exited the Li Ji shop, as the gathering spirit boards were removed. The once rich celestial energy within the Li Ji shop gradually dissipated, returning to normal levels in a remarkably short span. Many lingered outside, marveling at the gathering spirit boards, still exchanging whispers and observing the changes in spiritual energy. Brother Lu, what is a space ring? Qin Lai suddenly inquired in a low voice. Within the ring lies an independent space that can store items. Even the most rudimentary space rings are worth their weight in gold, Lu Yin explained in a measured tone. In our Ice Rock City, only the Lord of the Shattered Ice Mansion, Yin Wenyuan, along with the leaders of our Nebula Pavilion and the Third Elder, Pan, possess even the lowest grade space rings. Only these 3. Qin Lai was inwardly moved, finally understanding the astonishment of others. Mr. Li, where did you acquire this spirit gathering plate? My equipment pavilion is quite interested. Might there be more available? If so, we could purchase it at your price. Based on the valuation of a 7th grade ordinary spirit stone. What do you think? After the individual departed, Pan Juiming smiled slightly and turned his gaze towards Li Mu with a serene demeanor. Replied indifferently, there are some, but it will take a little time. Once I procure a new batch, I will inform you. Very well. Pan Juiming nodded before looking at Qin Lai with a smile, asking, what relation is this young man to you? An apprentice at the shop, Li Mu replied casually, retreating into his rocking chair and lazily adding, "That will be all for today. You may take your leave." The business at Li's shop had always been lackluster. It had not attracted such a crowd in a century. Instead of seizing the opportunity to draw attention, he was dismissing them. It was unclear whether he was simply inept at business or indifferent to the shop's fate, leaving the gathering in bemusement. Well, farewell. Pan Juiming was the first to depart. The individual clad in the shattered ice mansion's attire cast a cold glance at Wu Chong, Lu Yin, and Zhao Duo, etching Qin Lai's appearance into memory before also taking their leave. After learning of Qin Lai's background, the two leaders of the Nebula Pavilion, Wu Chong and Zhao Duo, engaged in friendly conversation, urging him to report to the Nebula Pavilion at his earliest convenience before they too departed. Though the onlookers were astonished as each powerful figure exited, they found the atmosphere uninteresting and gradually dispersed. Lu Yin conversed with Qin Lai for a while longer, inquiring why he was apprenticing at Li's shop and why he had not gone to the Nebula Pavilion sooner to expedite his cultivation with its resources. Once Qin Lai expressed his concerns about potentially affecting his training due to tasks, Lu Yin couldn't help but smile, reassuring him that the person responsible for task assignments was Elder Han Qingrui, Han Feng's father, and that given his relationship with Han Feng, Elder Han Qingrui would not impose difficult tasks on him. Furthermore, Lu Yin clarified that unless the Nebula Pavilion encountered significant troubles, they generally would not compel individuals to undertake missions, granting cultivators the autonomy to choose for themselves. Only then did Qin Lai realize his worries were unfounded. After chatting a bit longer, Lu Yin took his leave, reminding him to come to the Nebula Pavilion soon. The Li shop fell silent once more. "I did not disclose to others that you were the one who inscribed this spirit-gathering plate, nor did I allow you to draw attention in front of everyone. Are you not disappointed?" Li Mu's voice suddenly broke the quiet, his eyes narrowing as he regarded Qin Lai with a playful glint. "Not at all. As long as it can generate profit, that's sufficient," Qin Lai replied earnestly. Li Mu nodded, pondering for a moment before suggesting, "You could continue inscribing spirit-gathering arrays on spirit boards. I can assist you in selling the spirit-gathering plates, but it is best if no one knows that the array diagrams are your handiwork." Qin Lai was taken aback, asking, "Is it necessary to conceal this?" "Just heed my advice," Li Mu frowned. "Understood." Qin Lai, somewhat perplexed, nodded and refrained from further inquiry. P.S. In this new week, I kindly ask friends following this book to cast a few recommendation votes and show your support, and please remember to add it to your collection. Thank you. Chapter 60. Amplification Spirit Array. Your spirit gathering plate was sold from my shop, so I must take a portion as commission. 17 ordinary 7th grade spirit stones. I will take 2 as commission, leaving you with 15. How does that sound? Li Mu spoke with an indifferent expression, lazily rocking in his chair after Qin Lai closed the shop door. "No problem." Qin Lai extracted 2 stones from the pile on the table and handed them to Li Mu. Then asked, "How many spirit boards can I exchange for ordinary 7th grade spirit stones?" "1 ordinary 5th grade spirit stone can purchase 1 spirit board. So how many boards do you think you can acquire with 7th grade spirit stones?" Li Mu inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy appeared in Qin Lai's eyes. 25 spirit boards. Spirit stones are classified by the spirit energy they contain. 5 ordinary 1st grade spirit stones roughly equate to 1 ordinary 2nd grade spirit stone. Thus, 1 ordinary 2nd grade stone is equivalent to 5 1st grade stones, and similarly, a 3rd grade profound stone equates to 5 2nd grade ordinary stones, and so on. An ordinary 7th grade spirit stone is equivalent to 5 ordinary 6th grade stones, amounting to 25 ordinary 5th grade spirit stones, equating to 25 spirit boards. After deducting the 2 stones given to Li Mu as commission, he still had 15 remaining, allowing for the exchange of 375 spirit boards for practice. He had expended 2,000 contribution points at the Nebula Pavilion for merely 400 spirit boards. Now, through the sale of the spirit gathering plates, he had effortlessly obtained such a vast quantity. Leaving him profoundly astonished, he suddenly realized that the spirit-gathering array he had mastered would greatly benefit him in the future. "In your room, there should be over 100 blank tokens. You've consumed some, so let's factor that in. You only need to give me 4 more spirit stones." Li Mu extended his hand towards him. "All right, fine." Qin Lai handed over 4 more spirit stones and, after a moment's thought, decided to give Li Mu the remainder as well, saying, I need more spirit boards. Can you help me exchange all of these? No problem. Li Mu, slightly surprised, accepted the remaining stones without hesitation. There are several shops on the spirit material merchant street selling spirit boards. I can assist you in converting the spirit stones into spirit boards. However, consider this carefully. 11 ordinary 7th grade spirit stones could purchase a decent spirit weapon at the equipment pavilion. Are you certain you want to buy only spirit boards? Absolutely, Qin Lai affirmed. Nodding, Li Mu replied, very well. I will assist you in converting them all into spirit boards. Uncle Li, what is the approximate price of a space ring? Qin Lai's interest peaked as he asked, his eyes revealing a clear desire. If he could obtain a space ring that created a small space of its own, he could forego using a bag. After Lu Yan's explanation, he had developed a keen interest in this item and contemplated acquiring one if the price were not exorbitant. Don't even think about that for now, Li Mu bluntly shot him down. The most basic space ring requires at least 3,000 ordinary 7th grade spirit stones. That item is not something an average person can possess. Plus, given your current low cultivation level and limited possessions, you don't really need such extravagance yet. 3,000 ordinary 7th grade spirit stones? Qin Lai gasped internally. That is a conservative estimate. Typically, the value of space rings is even higher, Li Mu remarked with a smirk. In all of Ice Rock City, only 3 individuals possess space rings. Don't overthink it. Perhaps one day, if you enter a more powerful faction and accumulate more materials and spirit weapons, then consider the possibility of obtaining a space ring. I was thinking too much, Qin Lai chuckled dryly. Presently, it took him 2 to 3 hours to inscribe a spirit gathering array, after which he needed to rest. Even if he worked tirelessly, he could at most inscribe 3 arrays in a day, yielding only 3 spirit gathering plates, which could be exchanged for merely 1 ordinary 7th grade spirit stone. Calculating silently, he realized that to acquire a space ring, even if he worked around the clock, he would need 3 years, ensuring near-perfect success with each attempt to gather enough spirit stones for a low-grade space ring. He decisively abandoned the idea. Since you can enter the Nebula Pavilion at any time, there's no need to stay in my small shop. What are your plans for the future? Li Mu inquired. This place is quite tranquil. If you don't mind, Uncle Li, I'd like to continue residing here for the time being. Suit yourself. That little room would just sit empty otherwise. This spirit material merchant street has its advantages. At least your safety is assured here. Neither the Nebula Pavilion nor the Shattered Ice Mansion's people would dare to cause trouble on this street. Thank you, Uncle Li. Qin Lai chose to remain at Li's shop, continuing to devote his energy to practicing new array diagrams. Li Mu also exchanged enough spirit boards for him, allowing him to focus on his practice without worrying about running short. Nowadays, he no longer needed to sell spirit boards during the day and could dedicate all his time to practice, and with a sufficient supply of spirit boards, his progress in inscribing array diagrams was quite rapid. In the northern city, within the Shattered Ice Mansion, in a chillingly cold training room, Yin Ziqian,